Chapter 1: Her Husband's Secret Affair. After 4 years of marriage, well before the 7-year itch, Zhou Jinghuai had already taken to clandestinely courting another woman. At the entrance of an upscale villa in the suburbs of Beijing, Yiwu sat quietly in the back seat of an extravagant car, observing her husband rendezvousing with a woman. The girl was youthful, dressed in a flowing white dress, exuding a pure allure. They held hands, appearing as intimate lovers, while Zhou Jinghuai displayed a tenderness that Yiwu had never experienced. The girl tilted her head and playfully implored her husband, "My feet hurt, Zhou Jinghuai, carry me." Yiwu believed Zhou Jinghuai would refuse. He was notoriously aloof and temperamental. No matter how favored his new love might be, he was unlikely to indulge such whimsy. Yet, in the next moment, Yiwu was harshly proven wrong. Her husband gently caressed the girl's delicate nose, a blend of restraint and tenderness, before effortlessly lifting her into his arms, treating her as if she were a rare treasure. The girl's fair hands naturally found their place on the strong nape of his neck, gently caressing the ends of his dark hair. Zhou Jinghuai bore a birthmark that was both alluring and sensitive. Once, during an intimate moment, when Yiwu inadvertently brushed against it, he had seized her arms, becoming fiercely possessive. Indeed, Zhou Jinghuai could no longer contain himself as he pressed the girl against the sturdy pillar of a pavilion, his gaze radiant. Yiwu gently closed her eyes, unwilling to witness any further. She had never seen Zhou Jinghuai in such a fervent, love-struck state. What, then, was her position? Before marriage, he had pursued her ardently, declaring, "Oh Wu, you are the most suitable companion for me in the realm of power." Those words had led Yiwu to abandon her artistic passions, recklessly marrying into the Zhou family and immersing herself in the business world, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Consumed by fervent love. In 4 years, Zhou Jinghuai had seized control of the family's power. Yiwu had become a mere pawn, deemed unnecessary. Zhou Jinghuai found her too serious and lacking in feminine charm, opting instead to indulge in the pleasures of another. "Yiwu, how naive and foolish you are." Upon reopening her eyes, Yiwu felt devoid of love and resentment. With affection extinguished, it was time to discuss finances. The villa where Zhou Jinghuai met his mistress was, after all, a shared marital asset. Yiwu had no intention of letting this pair of scoundrels benefit from her misfortune. She quietly inquired of her secretary, Annie, in the front seat, "Has Zhou Jinghuai been with her for the past 3 months?" A stack of documents was presented to Yiwu. She perused them lightly, sensing that she could find a resolution. Provided Zhou Jinghuai was willing to divide their marital property, she could take her share of the wealth and stocks and depart with grace. Outside the car, the autumn leaves glowed golden, the sunset cast a golden hue, dazzling and resplendent. Yiwu composed herself and dialed Zhou Jinghuai's number. He likely was preoccupied with his lover, as it took several rings before he answered, his tone cool and indifferent. "What is it?" There was a brief silence on the other end. Yet, Yiwu distinctly heard the girl's playful voice, "Zhou Jinghuai, are you done? I won't allow you to talk to her." Zhou Jinghuai hesitated. After a moment, he spoke softly, tinged with embarrassment, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." The line went dead. Such was Zhou Jinghuai's style, decisive and unambiguous. Annie, incensed, cursed under her breath, "Young Master Jing is too excessive. Has he forgotten?" But Yiwu paid no mind. She even found herself pondering, "I apologize for interrupting young Master Jing's romantic escapades. Yet, what can be done? The legally binding Mrs. Zhou is displeased." Yiwu remained silent, turning her face to gaze out the window. The setting sun melted into gold, the clouds forming a tapestry. She vividly recalled a similar evening, awash in crimson hues, when she had asked Zhou Jinghuai if their marital contract would last a lifetime, if he would never betray her. Zhou Jinghuai had affirmed, stating that in his heart, a Wu was of utmost importance. Yet now, he made her feel that wealth was all that mattered. A solitary tear rolled down Yiwu's cheek. Half an hour later, the secretary delivered a divorce agreement. Yiwu sought to claim half of their assets. She went to take a shower, having already donned her attire, only to inexplicably return to the mirror, shedding her pristine bathrobe to scrutinize her figure under the brilliant chandelier. Her body, worn from years of toil, was not voluptuous, yet her fair skin lent an ethereal chill. However, it was evident that she lacked the allure to captivate a man. Otherwise, Zhou Jinghuai would not have sought solace elsewhere. Yiwu envisioned the youthful girl, imagining Zhou Jinghuai entwined with that young body, fervently engaged in passion. Surely, it was far more intense than their encounters. She furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of shame for her mental comparisons. The door to the dressing room creaked open. Zhou Jinghuai stood at the threshold. Dressed in an expensive black shirt and trousers, he enveloped his tall and lean form, his chiseled features illuminated by the bright light, exuding the charisma of a mature man. Having slept with him for 4 years, she felt she had not suffered. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. Zhou Jinghuai stepped into the dressing room, standing behind his wife as they both gazed at their reflections. Yi Wu had arranged to retire, her cascading black hair neatly styled even post-bath. She radiated the essence of a powerful woman. Zhou Jinghuai distinctly recalled that on their wedding night, Yi Wu had possessed a certain fragility. In the face of his physique, she had trembled with fear. On their wedding night, nothing had transpired. It was not until 2 weeks later, after a business mishap, that Yi Wu had curled up in his arms, whispering his name, and he had held her tightly. That night they had truly become husband and wife. Their married life had been sparse. At home, Yi Wu was the esteemed Mrs. Zhou, while at Roman Group, she was the commanding CEO. She perpetually wore an impeccable facade, exuding an icy demeanor. Even in the bedroom, Zhou Jinghuai could assert that Yi Wu had never truly embraced enjoyment. As time passed, he found it rather dull. Zhou Jinghuai leaned closer, teasing, "You had the villa's utilities cut off, didn't you? Is it too much to ask for a little care from the daughter of an elder?" Yi Wu met his gaze in the mirror. Zhou Jinghuai calculated that these days coincided with Yi Wu's ovulation period. He lightly caressed her earlobe, leaning closer to murmur, "Is this for your birthday, or is it your biological needs?" Mrs. Zhou, at just 26, is already so fervent? His words were coarse, yet Yi Wu comprehended his desires. He yearned for a child. Old Master Zhou still held 10% of the shares in Roman, and Zhou Jinghuai sought to bolster his bargaining power. What he did not realize was that they might struggle to conceive. After that unfortunate incident, when Yi Wu had pushed Zhou Jinghuai away, she had been brutally kicked in the abdomen, significantly reducing her chances of pregnancy. Yi Wu gently closed her eyes, concealing her sorrow. Zhou Jinghuai, however, was unusually captivated. He effortlessly lifted his wife, laying her across the plush bed in their master suite, swiftly covering her with his weight. Yi Wu would not acquiesce. She pressed against her husband's chest, her dark hair partially cascading onto the pristine pillow, her bathrobe loosening slightly. "Zhou Jinghuai." Yet, Zhou Jinghuai fixed his gaze upon her face, seemingly enchanted, leaning down to kiss her, his body taut with desire. Chapter 2, Zhou Jinghuai, Let Us Divorce. Yi Wu clutched the bedsheets, her fingers creating chaotic creases. At such a moment, she still had the capacity to ponder, had the woman outside not satisfied Zhou Jinghuai? Today, he surprisingly did not get straight to the point, even choosing to spend time kissing her. While Yi Wu remained completely unfazed. Aside from disdain, she felt nothing else. She lay on the bed like a lifeless fish, allowing Zhou Jinghuai to fumble as he wished. After all, no matter how much he indulged, he could not produce a child. Initially, Zhou Jinghuai was stirred by Yi Wu's ambiguous demeanor, but now, with her lying stiffly on the sheets like a piece of wood, any man would find it utterly uninteresting. It was rather disheartening. Zhou Jinghuai, with his dark, sweat-drenched hair and flushed face, spoke in a low, hoarse voice, "Why are you unwilling?" Though their marital life was limited, they did engage in intimacy several times a month, all for the purpose of planting seeds within her. Yi Wu lay back against the pristine pillow, gazing up at him, at the man she had pursued for 4 long years. She was tired, weary, and yearned to live for herself, at last. Yet Zhou Jinghuai remained oblivious, persistently questioning her refusal to partake in their conjugal duties, her unwillingness to cooperate in producing a legitimate heir, and her hesitance to continue vying for power alongside him. Yi Wu reached out, gently caressing her husband's cheek, and softly uttered, "Zhou Jinghuai, let us divorce." Zhou Jinghuai's expression turned rather grim, but he managed to suppress his irritation as he replied, "Is it all because of Bai Qianqian? I have already arranged for her to stay elsewhere since you dislike her presence." Yi Wu sneered internally, the daughter of an elder being raised in a villa alone? And must she walk intimately with him? Such words remained unspoken, for they would only diminish her worth. She opened the small drawer of the bedside table and shoved the divorce agreement into Zhou Jinghuai's hands, casually stating, "Apart from the savings and real estate, I shall also claim half of the shares in Roman." Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow. "Half of Roman's shares? Your appetite is rather excessive, Mrs. Zhou." His words dripped with sarcasm, reminiscent of his business negotiations. Yi Wu felt a chill in her heart. Zhou Jinghuai would never realize that the foot he had her block for him had nearly robbed her of the chance to become a mother. Yet she refrained from expressing such sentimental thoughts. In matters of love and hate, Yi Wu had never regretted her choices. She could give and let go. Leaning against the headboard, her complexion serene and fair, she considered Zhou Jinghuai's perspective. "After our divorce, you will be free to bestow a legitimate title upon your beloved. Meanwhile, I, Yi Wu, will take my shares and depart." Making it a mutually agreeable resolution, she presented herself with utmost seriousness. Zhou Jinghuai finally comprehended that she was not merely causing a scene, but had been plotting this for quite some time. But he gazed at Yi Wu, his dark eyes deep enough to swallow her whole. After a long silence, Zhou Jinghuai's tone turned icy. "You should abandon this notion at once, Yi Wu. We cannot divorce. We are a community of interests, and you must understand this clearly." Indeed, she understood. However, at this moment, she no longer wished to conform. Yi Wu hesitated to voice her stance, which only fueled Zhou Jinghuai's annoyance. He stood up, donned a bathrobe, and prepared to retreat to the guest room. believing Yi Wu just needed time to cool off. By tomorrow, she would surely rediscover the pleasure of being Mrs. Zhou and the thrill of being one rung below the top at Roman Group. Zhou Jinghuai scoffed. Yi Wu had always been this way. Behind him, however, came Yi Wu's almost whispering voice, reminiscent of the naive Yi Wu from 4 years prior. Zhou Jinghuai, let us part amicably. I truly do not wish to continue this. Zhou Jinghuai's body stiffened. He waved his hand. The stack of divorce agreements fluttered to the ground like snowflakes. At 8 o'clock the following morning, Zhou Jinghuai, clad in a classic black and white suit, strolled down the stairs, the well-tailored fabric fitting his tall frame perfectly, a sight to behold. His mood had been quite pleasant, but upon seeing the empty dining room, it plummeted. He lifted a cup of coffee to his lips, casually inquiring of the nearby servant, "Where is madam?" Zhou Jinghuai's coffee cup fell heavily from his hand. He lost all appetite for breakfast. Half an hour later, he arrived at Roman Group, where Secretary Lin was already waiting in the parking lot. As the black Bentley came to a stop, Secretary Lin opened the door and began briefing Zhou Jinghuai on the day's meeting agenda. As he walked, Zhou Jinghuai fastened his suit jacket, exuding an aura of masculine charm that caught the attention of several female employees who secretly stole glances. The two entered the exclusive elevator. Secretary Lin abruptly paused, lowering his voice. In the Maya project, President Yi unexpectedly placed her own person in charge. Zhou Jinghuai glanced up at the red numbers. After a moment, he scoffed, "She's grown quite capable." During the meeting, Zhou Jinghuai clashed with Yi Wu. By the time the meeting concluded, dusk was approaching. A dull ache throbbed in her head, causing discomfort, prompting her to let her long hair fall loosely. Annie brought her a glass of water and softly remarked as she set it on the coffee table, "Young Master Jing's personal lawyer called, wishing to meet you in the coffee shop on the first floor. Will you see him?" Yi Wu raised an eyebrow. Gujiu, the foremost lawyer in the country. His firm, MOCI Law Office, stood at the pinnacle of the industry. Additionally, he held an important role as Zhou Jinghuai's clandestine operative, capable of handling matters Zhou Jinghuai preferred to keep discreet. Their relationship was deep and their interests intertwined. It is no exaggeration to say that while Zhou Jinghuai might divorce Yi Wu, he would never sever ties with Gujiu. This time, Zhou Jinghuai had enlisted Gujiu, likely to prevent their divorce from becoming common knowledge. After a moment's thought, Yi Wu agreed. 10 minutes later, she took the private elevator down to the coffee shop on the first floor. Gujiu occupied a table by the window. Dressed in a tailored three-piece suit, he exuded an air of confidence, his chiseled features accentuated by a habitual stern expression. Upon hearing Yi Wu's footsteps, Gujiu looked up. In his usually inscrutable dark eyes, a flicker of surprise appeared. Gujiu had never seen Yi Wu like this. In his memory, Yi Wu always stood impeccably by Zhou Jinghuai's side, adorned in exquisite outfits, ready to navigate the treacherous waters of the business world. Yet everyone in their circle knew that Zhou Jinghuai did not love Yi Wu. His affections lay elsewhere. Today, Yi Wu was strikingly different. She wore a comfortable, lightweight knit top that hugged her figure just so, her sleek, dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders, its softness apparent. As Gujiu found himself momentarily captivated, Yi Wu seated herself across from him, her expression composed. "Did Zhou Jinghuai send you to discuss this?" Gujiu regained his usual calm demeanor. He retrieved a document from his briefcase and gently pushed it toward Yi Wu. "According to this prenuptial agreement, should Mrs. Zhou insist on a divorce, it may not yield favorable results. Yi Wu accepted the document, browsing through its contents. Upon reaching the final page, she paused, momentarily taken aback. 4 years ago, Zhou Jinghuai had left a safeguard. Yi Wu studied it in silence for a long while before finally speaking softly. "Even if it doesn't yield favorable results, I still want a divorce. Gujiu, do not call me Mrs. Zhou anymore, call me Yi Wu." Having dealt with numerous high-profile divorce cases, Gujiu had long since hardened his heart. He lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. "Why the sudden desire for divorce? Did you not love Zhou Jinghuai very much?" Affairs between men and women are rather commonplace in this circle. Yi Wu turned her face away, offering a bittersweet smile. The entire world is aware of her affection for Zhou Jinghuai, except for Zhou Jinghuai himself. Perhaps he knows, yet he remains indifferent. At this moment, Yi Wu exudes a fragile beauty that, through Gu Juxi's discerning eye, surpasses by Qianqian in making a man yearn to possess her. As he contemplates this, the door of the CAF swings open, and a tall figure strides toward them. It is none other than Zhou Jinghuai. Upon entering, Zhou Jinghuai spots Gu Juxi gazing pensively at his wife. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation stirs within Zhou Jinghuai. Chapter 3, Mrs. Zhou, am I clean? Zhou Jinghuai nodded slightly. Gu Juxi offered a faint smile, allowing space for this couple, who shared a bed yet harbored divergent dreams. For the sake of the shares held by the elder Zhou, Yi Wu often found Zhou Jinghuai to be quite fragmented. Outwardly, he appeared graceful and untroubled, yet deep down, he was more driven by profit than anyone else, inherently suited for the realm of fame and fortune. Yi Wu was willing to cooperate, prioritizing interests before dividing their assets. The elevator contained only the two of them. Yi Wu chuckled at her own bitterness. Whenever Zhou Jinghuai spoke of conceiving a child, he wore an expression of indifference. She had endured such a marriage for 4 years. Her demeanor was even more frigid. The sentiment remained unchanged. I will take half of the family fortune, granting you your freedom. Zhou Jinghuai was quite displeased, on the verge of erupting, when the exclusive elevator came to an abrupt halt. The doors creaked open slowly, revealing a young girl clad in a pristine white dress, radiating innocence. It was Bai Qianqian. She gracefully stepped into the elevator and, casting a cautious glance at Yi Wu, implored softly, "The staff elevator is out of order, Mr. Yi. May I borrow this elevator?" The situation was a battlefield for two, despite the presence of three. Yi Wu pressed the button to close the doors, her silence speaking volumes. Bai Qianqian felt utterly mortified, her lovely face flushed a deep crimson, her lips gently biting down as she looked up at Zhou Jinghuai, silently pleading for his support. Zhou Jinghuai spoke gently, "I will follow President Ye's arrangements." Bai Qianqian, unwilling to concede, exited the room. Even as she settled into her car in the parking lot, she remained silent. Meanwhile, as Zhou Jinghuai fastened his seatbelt, he casually remarked, "I have nothing to do with her, do not overthink it." Yi Wu turned her head, quietly observing Zhou Jinghuai. "Did you feel a pang of sorrow?" Zhou Jinghuai, "Perhaps you should visit the hospital for a checkup." Zhou Jinghuai misunderstood. He believed that Yi Wu was discussing the matter of bearing children and replied naturally, "I have no issues with my fertility." Yi Wu scoffed coldly, "I meant to go to a urologist and check if you're clean. And whether you have any diseases." Zhou Jinghuai was filled with rage. He unfastened his seatbelt and forcefully drew Yi Wu into his embrace, settling her onto his lap. Fortunately, the spaciousness of the Bentley's driver's seat allowed him to maneuver with ease. Yi Wu found herself pressed against the steering wheel, the discomfort sharp against her body. She struggled against him, exclaiming, "Zhou Jinghuai, have you lost your mind?" Her husband, an epitome of elegance, buried himself in her form, indulging in unspeakable acts. In a moment of desperation, Yi Wu clutched his dark hair with enough force to threaten to render him bald. At long last, Zhou Jinghuai halted his advances. He tilted his head back to gaze at her, illuminated by the harsh lights of the underground garage. His long eyelashes cast shadows upon his gaunt yet handsome features. And in that instant, a tender and pitying expression graced his face. Yi Wu found herself momentarily taken aback. In the next heartbeat, Zhou Jinghuai seized her nape, capturing her crimson lips in a fervent kiss. Not only did he kiss her, but he also brutally bit down on her tongue, drawing blood that mingled with their passion. Yi Wu stood frozen, disbelief etched across her features as she stared at the handsome visage so near to her. Her disdain was palpable in her eyes. Zhou Jinghuai pressed against her scarlet lips, his voice laced with breathlessness, revealing an immense restraint. "Mrs. Zhou, am I not clean?" Yi Wu forcefully pushed him away. Zhou Jinghuai felt a surge of emotion, yet upon seeing Yi Wu's indifferent expression, it quickly faded away. He fastened his seatbelt and pressed the accelerator. Throughout the journey, Zhou Jinghuai's phone displayed numerous missed calls, more than 10 in total. Yi Wu surmised that they were from Bai Qianqian. Having resolved to pursue a divorce, she chose not to inquire further. Zhou Jinghuai turned his head and cast a glance at Yi Wu. Half an hour later, a black Bentley slowly entered a secluded courtyard. As the car came to a stop, Zhou Jinghuai glanced at his phone and remarked indifferently, "It's a matter related to work." Yi Wu paid him no heed. Zhou Jinghuai, feeling displeased, was about to utter something. The servant of the Zhou family's villa opened the car door with a warm smile, saying, "The patriarch's family banquet awaits the arrival of the young master and his wife. Please, step inside and take your seats." Zhou Jinghuai nodded gracefully, his demeanor exuding an air of nobility. He even tenderly took his wife's hand, fully embodying the role of a loving couple. Yet, Yi Wu could only perceive his actions as insincere. Together, they entered the dining hall and joined the banquet. Old Master Zhou has 2 sons, the eldest, Zhou Yanyu, and the younger, Zhou Yanli. Zhou Jinghuai is the son of the second wife, Zhou Yanli. A large round table is filled to capacity. And it seems that old Master Zhou has become aware of Bai Qianqian's existence. He admonishes Zhou Jinghuai a few times and shares words with Yi Wu about taking a step back to embrace a broader horizon. Implicitly, he still yearns for a great-grandson. Zhou Jinghuai cast a glance at Yi Wu, teasingly remarking, "Tonight, Wu and I shall make an earnest effort." The old gentleman feigned a stern expression, retorting, "After 4 years of marriage, your efforts have been in vain." Zhou Jinghuai exchanged a few casual remarks, deftly evading the topic. Yi Wu continued to eat her vegetables, her expression serene, concealing the fact that her fertility was nearly compromised. All for Zhou Jinghuai. At that moment, Zhou Jinghuai's phone rang. He glanced at it before stepping into the front courtyard to answer, clearly a private call. A piece of Westlake vinegar fish was placed into Yi Wu's bowl. Old Master Zhou spoke with profound significance. Men are akin to cats, occasionally, they may stray, yet there will come a day when they settle down. Yi Wu replied coolly. That day is likely to be when they are hung on the wall. A nearby servant stifled a laugh. Yi Wu, feeling discontented, excused herself early and wandered to the backyard to seek solace. By the swimming pool, the moonlight was chillingly serene. A tall and slender figure emerged from the shadows. Bearing a resemblance to Zhou Jinghuai, it was his cousin, Zhou Jingyao. Zhou Jingyao harbors a deep aversion towards Yi Wu. Had it not been for her, he would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. Zhou Jinghuai has taken a lover, and Zhou Jingyao naturally seizes the opportunity to strike. A stack of photographs is handed to Yi Wu, all depicting Zhou Jinghuai in intimate moments with Bai Qianqian. Zhou Jingyao's lips curled into a cold smile as he inquired, "Do you know who this woman is?" Her father is Bai Qianqian, a renowned painter with a prominent status in the art world. Her mother is a close friend of Zhou Jinghuai's mother. What do you, a solitary girl like Yi Wu, possess to compete with her? Be cautious, for my cousin, fierce as a wolf, might leave you with naught but bones in the end. It is not too late for you to collaborate with me. Yi Wu, after glancing at the photograph, casually discarded it into the trash bin. She raised her head to face Zhou Jingyao, gazing at this ruthless individual with whom she had clashed countless times, and replied with an air of nonchalance, "Thank you for your advice. However, it is unfortunate that I have no need for it." Zhou Jingyao scoffed, "I shall await the day when Zhou Jinghuai casts you aside." Yi Wu responded with a faint smile, utterly indifferent to his words, for she had no intention of clinging to Zhou Jinghuai any longer. Their superficial engagement had merely stemmed from a lack of agreement. Once she secured her finances and shares, Zhou Jinghuai would become a relic of the past, and all the emotions tied to him would fade into mere memories. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld Zhou Jinghuai before her. Zhou Jinghuai stood quietly in the corridor, a figure of elegance akin to a rare orchid, the light accentuating his refined features. It was this exquisite visage that once captivated Yi Wu, drawing her into a profound infatuation. At this moment, the depth of his gaze rivaled the darkness of the night. He observed Yi Wu conversing with Zhou Jingyao, and an uncomfortable sensation washed over him, reminiscent of Gu Juxi's gaze upon Yi Wu in the CAF. Chapter 4. Tonight, Zhou Jinghuai invested his capital. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the two departed from the Zhou residence. As Zhou Jinghuai fastened his seatbelt, he casually inquired, "What were you just discussing with Zhou Jingyao? You both seem to be enjoying a delightful conversation." Yi Wu responded with a soft saying, "Indeed, we spoke about your little green plum." Zhou Jinghuai, after a brief pause, gently clasped Yi Wu's hand, his voice imbued with an unusual tenderness. "I have not been intimate with her." Leaning against the back of her chair, Yi Wu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Deep down, she understood that Zhou Jinghuai's gentleness stemmed solely from her fertile period. He merely desired to sow seeds within her womb. It had nothing to do with love, nor with her, Yi Wu. A wave of curiosity washed over her. If Zhou Jinghuai were to learn of her infertility, would he still wish to retain her, or would he hasten to sign the divorce papers, eager to seek out the next suitable candidate to assume the role of Mrs. Zhou? This evening, Zhou Jinghuai was making an effort. He leaned closer to Yi Wu, attempting to stir her affections. Yi Wu felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Her husband did not love her. He regarded her as a mere vessel for work and reproduction. He showed no inclination towards marital intimacy. Yet each month he would engage with her in hopes of conceiving a child. Was this not akin to the mating of animals? Evading his kiss, Yi Wu's voice emerged as a whisper, tinged with an inexplicable sadness. "Zhou Jinghuai, I speak of divorce with utmost seriousness. If you believe my desires to be excessive, we may discuss it further. The car was dimly lit, and Zhou Jinghuai fixed his gaze upon his wife's face, as though he were intent on scrutinizing every inch of her flesh. I have also stated that we cannot divorce. Yi Wu, having a child will quell your restless thoughts. Yi Wu gently closed her eyes, feeling powerless to respond. Zhou Jinghuai, what if I am unable to conceive? Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow and remarked dismissively. How is that possible? We both underwent a premarital examination at the time of our wedding. Yi Wu offered a bitter smile. The marital health report from 4 years ago had long since lost its validity. Just as Zhou Jinghuai's vows during his proposal had faded into oblivion within the recesses of a man's conscience, they had also dissipated into the tender embrace of a young girl's dreams. Upon returning to the Imperial Scenic Garden, the clock approached 10. Zhou Jinghuai took a shower in the guest room, initially intending to persuade Yi Wu to share the same bed with him. But he abruptly left after receiving a phone call. Yi Wu speculated that he was off to meet a lover. She paid little mind to it, at least for tonight. She no longer had to contend with Zhou Jinghuai. In the following week, he continued to stay out at night. The matter of their divorce remained unaddressed. What was Yi Wu doing during those cold autumn nights? Often, she found herself standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of her bedroom, gazing at the gradually yellowing leaves of the sycamore trees, pondering softly whether she would have been much happier had she not given up painting, married so early, or entered the business world. As for Zhou Jinghuai, she refrained from making any calls. She dismissed the man rebelling outside as if he were dead to her. After a prolonged separation, their next encounter occurred amidst business socializing at the most extravagant business club in Jing City. Upon entering the private room, Yi Wu immediately spotted Bai Qianqian sitting closely beside Zhou Jinghuai, exuding an air of dependency. Upon noticing Yi Wu's arrival, Bai Qianqian lowered her head to play with her phone, showing no regard for Yi Wu. Secretary Annie felt the urge to react, but Yi Wu restrained her. Her tone calm, she is now the apple of young Master Jing's eye, let her be indulged for the time being. With no available seat beside Zhou Jinghuai, Yi Wu felt it inappropriate to join his faction. She excused herself to the restroom, allowing Zhou ample time to attend to his little lover. Inside the restroom, the crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly. As Yi Wu stood washing her hands, she suddenly heard the sound of a woman's footsteps approaching from behind. Looking up, she caught sight of Bai Qianqian in the mirror. Yi Wu turned off the faucet, gazing at the innocent visage reflected back at her. How remarkably pure! Filled with youthful collagen, unlike her own face, which bore a hint of fatigue from years immersed in the business world. Youth truly is a blessing. It occurred to her, almost inadvertently, that she was only 26 herself. Yi Wu lowered her gaze, gently twisting the 6-carat wedding ring on her ring finger, and calmly spoke, Miss Bai. If I were you, I would dutifully remain as Zhou Jinghuai's little canary, quietly soliciting his affection for financial support, without ever spreading tales of your intimate affairs. Moreover, might I inquire why you chose to create a scene here? This setting is hardly suitable for you. Bai Qianqian smiled faintly. Zhou Jinghuai will protect me. He wouldn't allow me to drink. Is that so? Yi Wu replied with a subtle smile. You may not be aware, but in Zhou Jinghuai's eyes, money reigns supreme. He distinguishes clearly between business and pleasure. In a short while, do not be surprised if he offers you not just a glass of mild wine, but even poison. Should it serve his purpose? Bai Qianqian's delicate face turned pale. I do not believe it. Yi Wu's smile faded further, her weariness growing palpable. She felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. Bai Qianqian sat at a distance, her expression filled with grievance, on the verge of tears. Zhou Jinghuai expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, questioning the necessity of tormenting a young girl. Indeed, what significance did it hold? Yi Wuxin's heart was bleeding. Yet her countenance remained remarkably composed. With a serene smile, she urged Bai Qianqian to share a drink with the representative from the opposing company, who clearly found the innocent and delicate Bai Qianqian intriguing. Bai Qianqian, confident in her association with Zhou Jinghuai, attempted to decline in various ways. Beneath the crystal chandelier, Zhou Jinghuai's face, reminiscent of a refined jade tree, subtly betrayed an impending storm. How could he be unaware that Yi Wu was acting with intent? Zhou Jinghuai gently clasped the wineglass, gazing at Yi Wu, yet his words were directed towards Bai Qianshan. The Maya project is a collaboration involving billions in funding. Regardless of the circumstances, Assistant Bai, you must extend some courtesy to President Li. Bai Qianshan dared not protest further, trembling lips whispering an acquiescent all right. As Bai Qianshan humbly accompanied President Li in drinking, Yi Wu sat side by side with Zhou Jinghuai. Zhou Jinghuai's face bore no expression, while Yi Wu felt as though she were a wicked stepmother, having buried the grand love of young Master Jing with her own hands. In that moment, they forgot that they were a youthful couple. As night descended, in the underground parking lot, Secretary Annie supported Yi Wu, opening the rear car door with one hand. "Be careful, Miss Yi, don't bump your head. You've had a bit too much to drink tonight." Yi Wu leaned against her forehead, murmuring, "I'm feeling rather down." Annie understood all too well, young Master Jing had been excessive today. The Maya project had been Yi Wu's brainchild from the outset, with every detail and connection meticulously arranged by her. Yet, tonight, young Master Jing had brought Bai Qianshan along, which was bound to infuriate Yi Wu. However, the fact that Bai Qianshan ended up in the hospital was quite satisfying. Just as Yi Wu was about to slip into the car, a male arm grasped her wrist. With a thud, her body collided against the cold, luxurious exterior of a black van, emphasizing her fragile femininity. Annie felt a pang of concern but, upon observing Zhou Jinghuai's demeanor, dared not linger, softly stating, "Madam is unwell." Yi Wu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Once Annie departed, Zhou Jinghuai finally erupted. He advanced toward Yi Wu, gripping her chin tightly as he coldly interrogated her, "Why are you deliberately making things difficult for her? She needs to go to the hospital for a gastric lavage and for treatment." "Yi Wu, I have said she is merely the daughter of an elder. I'm only providing her with some extra care." A resounding slap echoed as Yi Wu struck Zhou Jinghuai's face. Her palm tingled, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. She looked at Zhou Jinghuai with a cold smile. "Should I extend my care to the bed in the villa? Is your affection for her so transparent, or do you truly believe I am a fool?" Zhou Jinghuai's handsome face was turned aside with a slap. Yi Wu mimicked his demeanor with a touch of sarcasm, saying, "Do not embellish yourself with false accolades." Zhou Jinghuai seemed to have regained his composure. After a lengthy silence, he gently caressed her face and said, "Ah, you are not as obedient as you once were. Is it not preferable to play the role of Mrs. Zhou? To bear a child and comfortably occupy the throne of Mrs. Zhou? Why must you concern yourself with so much? Why must you oppose me?" The night air was chilly, and Yi Wu's face was streaked with tears, yet she remained oblivious to her own sorrow. "The past? You are aware it is the past? Zhou Jinghuai. Do we still exist in that bygone era? In those days, there were no young ladies by your side, you would not stay out all night. You would not meticulously calculate my ovulation cycle in your desire for a child. Zhou Jinghuai, who has changed, you or I? After 4 years of sharing the same bed, they finally laid bare their grievances. The night was tranquil, akin to a lament for love. Zhou Jinghuai released Yi Wu and took a step back. "Starting tomorrow, you will no longer be responsible for the Maya project. As for your position, I shall convene a shareholders' meeting to address it at my discretion." Yi Wu smiled gently, recalling the first sword drawn upon reaching the shore, aimed at severing ties with the one she loved. Love, dear child. At that moment, the depths of her anguish reached their zenith. She suddenly felt despondent, realizing that everything in the past had been her own delusion. Meeting Zhou Jinghuai was not her destiny, but rather her misfortune. She no longer wished to conceal the truth. She was determined to reveal the reality to Zhou Jinghuai. She, Yi Wu, could not bear children. Chapter 5, I cannot bear children. However, when disappointment accumulates to its peak within a person, they may cast aside all caution and desire to relinquish everything. She gazed up at her beloved husband, brutally exposing her wounds, laid bare before Zhou Jinghuai. As she spoke, her heart ached to the point of numbness. "Zhou Jinghuai, you need not deliberate any longer. I do not wish to retain even the honorable title of Mrs. Zhou, for I cannot bear." The words "bear children" remained unuttered by Yi Wu. Zhou Jinghuai's phone rang. He fixated on Yi Wu's face as he answered the call, where the anxious voice of Secretary Lin echoed, "Young Master Jing, Miss Bai's situation is critical, please come quickly." Understood. Yi Wu remained standing there. A gust of night wind swept past, leaving her feeling utterly cold. She first murmured his name, then her voice grew louder, ultimately becoming a lament filled with a lifetime of sorrow. Zhou Jinghuai, are you not willing to spare even a minute for me? After 4 years of marriage, am I not worthy of hearing this one sentence from you? Zhou Jinghuai grasped the car door handle. His voice cold and resolute, we'll discuss it after Bai Chanshan has passed the critical period. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped away into the night. The air was cool as water, yet it could not quell the turmoil within Yi Wu's heart. She silently gazed in the direction her husband had departed. Softly completing the statement, Zhou Jinghuai, I can no longer bear children. The night wind was fierce, and she repeated, Zhou Jinghuai, I can no longer bear children. Each utterance felt like a cruel lash against her once fervent love for him, a heartless mockery of her all-or-nothing gamble. She had sacrificed her youth, given her all. Yet in Zhou Jinghuai's eyes, she was worth less than nothing. Her sorrow and grief had always been irrelevant to him. Suddenly, Yi Wu yearned for liberation. A desire to cast off the shackles of being Mrs. Zhou for the past 4 years. After tonight, she would no longer be Zhou Jinghuai's wife. She would simply be Yi Wu, living solely for herself. She looked down at her ridiculous outfit. In the business realm, Zhou Jinghuai needed it, yet outside of that sphere, he found it tedious and uninspiring. Now, even Yi Wu found the constraints of her attire laughable. How had she ever hoped to earn a man's love by conforming? It was utterly absurd. When Annie arrived, Yi Wu had already shed her coat, revealing a silk blouse with 2 buttons undone, exposing a small expanse of fair skin. Her long black hair cascaded down her slender back, exuding an indescribable allure. Leaning against the car, she stretched her long, pale legs. Turning her head toward Annie, she softly inquired, do you have a cigarette? I'd like to smoke one. Annie felt a pang in her heart. As Yi Wu's personal secretary for 4 years, she was acutely aware of Yi Wu's deep affection for Zhou Jinghuai and now saw her in utter disarray. Though Annie had no cigarettes on hand, she found a way to procure a pack. Yi Wu had never smoked before and choked on the first puff, tears streaming down her cheeks. Amidst the acrid smoke, she laughed and cried, dismantling her love for Zhou Jinghuai into shards of hatred, piercing deep into her marrow and heart. This was Yi Wu's first act of indulgence. The dim lighting and intoxicating atmosphere were steeped in despair. She drank herself into a stupor, indifferent to Zhou Jinghuai's opinions were the rules of the Zhou family. She simply no longer cared. Leaning over the table, she gently tapped her glass, signaling the bartender for another drink. Just as the bartender was about to comply, a long finger pressed down on her glass, and a tall, austere figure settled beside her. It was Gu Juicy from MOCI law firm. Yi Wu's skin was porcelain white. Gu Juicy's gaze darkened, and moments later, he removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. She was taken aback. Looking up at him through the flickering lights, she was ensnared by his deep-set eyes, as if falling into an abyss. Leaning against the bar, Yi Wu fixated on Gu Juicy, who noticed a hint of alluring charm in the inner corners of her eyes, though her typically modest attire dulled that allure. Her voice, now unsteady and lacking its usual decorum, asked, Who are you? Why should I leave with you? With a drunken woman, reason had no place. Gu Juicy pulled out his wallet, laying a stack of cash on the bar, then bent down and swept Yi Wu into his arms. She instinctively struggled, but he firmly restrained her legs, his tone severe as if addressing a criminal. If you don't want to make headlines tomorrow, leave with me now. Yi Wu found herself compelled into the embrace of this man. Her face pressed against his neck, his skin radiated warmth that startled her. Uncomfortably shifting, she moved her face to his shoulder. Through the fabric of his shirt, she felt a sense of calm, yet she still protested, Gu Juicy, put me down. In the parking lot, beneath a canopy of neon lights, only the stars remained. Gu Juicy looked down at the woman in his arms. An unusual glimmer in his eyes, Yi Wu recognized him. But soon, he suppressed that peculiar feeling, reminding himself that Yi Wu was Zhou Jinghuai's wife. Not someone with whom he could engage in a fleeting romance. 5 minutes later, he unceremoniously placed her into the car. Yi Wu leaned against the leather seat, gently closing her eyes, her face pale, embodying a fragile demeanor as she drifted into slumber. Gu Juicy stole a glance at her before dialing Zhou Jinghuai's number. Zhou Jinghuai's 2 mobile phones lay completely powered off. Gu Zhixi speculated that it was related to Bai Qianqian, otherwise, Yi Wu would not have succumbed to such inebriation. Just as he was about to call Secretary Lin, Yi Wu stirred awake. She reached out and knocked Gu Zhixi's phone from his hand. With a slight tilt of her head, her chest rose and fell vigorously, the soft fabric of her shirt swaying gently with her movements, mingling with an indescribable allure of feminine fragrance. Gu Zhixi's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He turned his gaze away to the dimming night outside the car, then glanced at the woman beside him, who appeared to have drifted back to sleep. After observing her silently for a few moments, he opened the car door and stepped out. The night was serene. The man leaned against the hood of the Land Rover, his tall figure blending seamlessly with the darkness. He took out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and bent down to ignite it with his lighter. A thin wisp of pale blue smoke rose into the air, quickly dissipated by the night breeze, softening the sharpness of his striking features. After smoking half the cigarette, he turned to look at the woman inside the car. Clad in ethereal white, she resembled a vision from a painting, her eyes glimmering with a hint of enchanting color. Chapter 6: Zhou Jinghuai's possessiveness. On this late autumn night, the warmth inside the car resembled that of spring. Yi Wu caught a whiff of the fresh tobacco scent emanating from the man. The brand of cigarette Gu Zhixi smoked was the same as Zhou Jinghuai's. Confused for a moment, she naively believed that Zhou Jinghuai was by her side. She gently closed her eyes and grasped the man's hand, calling out, "Zhou Jinghuai." Their past together. Gu Zhixi had experienced relationships with women before. Yet, those were merely exchanges of mutual desire, devoid of any emotional burden. He had never felt the intensity of emotions that Yi Wu evoked within him. Curiosity suddenly surged within Gu Zhixi. What would it be like to be loved by Yi Wu? In the distant night sky, fireworks erupted in brilliant displays. The night gleamed as brightly as day. The passenger beside him shifted slightly, though subtle. Gu Zhixi noticed it and turned to her, his dark eyes deepening. Awake? She had drunk too much but vaguely remembered Gu Zhixi rescuing her from the bar, though the specifics eluded her. Yi Wu's voice was hoarse. What time is it? Gu Zhixi replied, just past 1:30 in the morning. Yi Wu quietly observed the fireworks in the night sky, her gaze slightly moist, an unusual tranquility enveloping her. After a moment, she softly spoke, I have seen the most resplendent fireworks in this world. I thought they would always belong to me. But I forgot that even the most beautiful fireworks are fleeting. Just like my relationship with Zhou Jinghuai, I believe that by relinquishing everything, I could be with him for a lifetime. Only now do I realize that while Zhou Jinghuai may have fantasized about love, that person could never be me, Yi Wu. Yi Wu forced a bitter smile. Gu Zhixi, am I a failure? Not at all, Gu Zhixi replied with a calm demeanor. As long as you wish it, you will always be Mrs. Zhou. His words were far from mere consolation. A man of Zhou Jinghuai's stature would not easily divorce to replace his wife. A young girl could be indulged, but the lady of his house must be someone like Yi Wu. Yi Wu merely offered a faint smile, quietly observing the fireworks for a considerable time. As the car came to a halt, she turned her head and softly expressed her gratitude to Gu Zhixi, returning his suit jacket. However, Gu Zhixi insisted, just wear it for now, it's quite chilly outside. After contemplating that returning the jacket after dry cleaning would be more appropriate, she acquiesced. Holding the coat, she exited the vehicle and bid farewell to Gu Zhixi, who remained seated in the car, nodding with reserved demeanor before accelerating away from the villa. The moonlight was cold, and the night breeze swept in. Yi Wu gently brushed her forehead, feeling a throbbing pain. A servant approached, and as they drew near, the scent of alcohol wafted from Yi Wu. She had firmly resolved to divorce, no longer concerned with Zhou Jinghuai's affairs. She instructed the servant to tidy up upstairs while she, swaying slightly with the coat in hand, ascended the stairs. Upon entering her bedroom and collapsing onto the large bed, she succumbed to sleep, enveloped in drowsiness. A gust of night breeze stirred the white curtains, allowing moonlight to cascade into the room, casting a soft, enchanting glow upon the woman on the bed. The man's black suit lay carelessly draped at the foot of the bed. In the dead of night, the sound of a car echoed in the courtyard. He did not exit the vehicle but simply opened the door of his black Bentley. This evening had been fraught with discord between him and Yi Wu, compounded by Qianqian's unfortunate condition. He had gathered a change of clothes and was preparing to depart. Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow. Had Yi Wu been drinking? After pondering for a moment, he resolved to ascend the stairs to investigate. Moments later, Zhou Jinghuai arrived on the second floor and gently pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The room was shrouded in dim light, and a subtle hint of the rich aroma of red wine lingered in the air, mingling with the sweet allure of a woman's breath. Zhou Jinghuai raised his hand to illuminate the bedroom by turning on the wall lamp. Instantly, the room was as bright as day. He then beheld his wife lying on the grand bed, her long hair disheveled across her chest, the neckline of her silk blouse unbuttoned, revealing a patch of delicate, fair skin. The black dress, having shifted slightly, accentuated the alluring curves of her figure. Yi Wu had always possessed a splendid physique, a truth Zhou Jinghuai, as her husband, knew all too well. She merely struggled to let go, habitually maintaining a sense of detachment even in their intimate moments. At times, she could even discuss work matters while they were engaged in passion, and over time, the man's interest naturally waned. Yet, the enchanting scene before him stirred within Zhou Jinghuai a flicker of masculine desire. He mused that perhaps it had been far too long since he had felt such yearning, prompting him to wish to embrace the woman, as he had grown accustomed to a life of asceticism. Zhou Jinghuai sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at his wife. She was deeply asleep, yet her delicate brows were furrowed, revealing a profound sadness. He had always been aware of Yi Wu's affection for him, but he did not reciprocate her feelings. What he could offer her was merely the title of Mrs. Zhou. The notion of marital love had never been within the realm of his contemplation. Zhou Jinghuai reached out, gently caressing his wife's cheek, which felt as cold as ice. His gaze deepened, and he spoke softly, "Is having the title of Mrs. Zhou not sufficient? Overly intense emotions only lead to irreversible despair. I had thought you had seen through the grandeur of life and had long since relinquished love." In response, Yi Wu offered only her shallow breaths. Just as Zhou Jinghuai was about to depart, his eyes inadvertently swept across the room, and he was momentarily stunned. At the foot of the bed lay a discarded men's suit jacket. Zhou Jinghuai extended his hand to retrieve the coat. It belonged to a certain high-end bespoke brand, the very label from which most of his formal attire was sourced. However, this particular garment was undoubtedly not his. It had been left behind by Gu Jusi. Suddenly, Zhou Jinghuai felt an overwhelming discomfort. Despite his awareness that Gu Jusi harbored no feelings for Yi Wu, the innate possessiveness of a man gnawed at him relentlessly. Yi Wu was his wife. In the brightly lit lobby on the first floor, the servants had remained awake, awaiting Zhou Jinghuai's descent. At last, a sound echoed from the staircase above. Zhou Jinghuai descended the staircase with a troubled expression, casually handing his coat to the servant. He instructed in a subdued tone, "Take the suit to the dry cleaners and then have it delivered to Gu Jusi's law firm." The servant accepted the suit, not daring to utter a word. Zhou Jinghuai opened the door of his black Bentley, preparing to head to the hospital. However, before starting the engine, he hesitated. Gazing up at the second floor of the main residence, Yi Wu was sleeping there. This evening, their parting had been less than amicable. Yi Wu had claimed she had something significant to impart to him. Chapter 7, a rare moment of tenderness at dawn. Yi Wu awoke with a throbbing headache. The household servant, ever considerate, brought her some medication. The servant then recalled the matter. "Madam, Mr. Gu's coat has been entrusted to us for cleaning, and we are to deliver it directly to Mr. Gu. At least, sir shows a modicum of conscience, caring for you." Little did the servant know that Zhou Jinghuai's intentions were far from benevolent. He was simply wary of being cuckolded. Feeling unwell, Yi Wu chose to rest at home for 2 days, taking the opportunity to visit her grandmother. On Monday, the Ranzhen Group experienced a significant upheaval. A major project within the company encountered a serious error, and all evidence pointed to Yi Wu's negligence. Following discussions at the shareholders' meeting, Yi Wu was suspended from all her duties, and today she was required to vacate the vice president's office. On the 32nd floor, in the vice president's office, Yi Wu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly gazing at the bustling city of Beijing. Behind her, Annie entered the room and whispered, "Director Yi, the Maya project has unexpectedly been taken over by Qianqian." Annie was livid, while Yi Wu remained composed. At this moment, she no longer desired Zhou Jinghuai. The allure of fame and status had become mere fleeting illusions. Once she received what she was entitled to, she would gracefully exit Zhou Jinghuai's world. As for his deep affection for Bai Qianqian, which could be seen as compensation, it was of no concern to Yi Wu. Just as Yi Wu was about to speak, her phone, resting on the desk, rang. She walked over to answer it. It was Zhou Jinghuai's father requesting her presence in his office for a discussion. Yi Wu agreed. In the afternoon, she traveled to the place where Zhou Yanli worked. Zhou Yanli is no longer employed at Rong'an Group, he has embarked on his own venture. Seemingly elegant yet discreetly laying the groundwork for his biological son. At the end of October, a gust of autumn wind swept through, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. As Yi Wu descended from the vehicle, Zhou Yanli's personal secretary approached her. The secretary, an exceedingly beautiful woman, greeted Yi Wu with a smile and escorted her to the entrance of an exquisite tea room. With a respectful gesture, the secretary slid open the door and announced, "Mr. Zhou, the wife of Jinghuai has arrived." Zhou Yanli was savoring tea when he turned his gaze towards this direction, speaking gently, "Ah Wu has arrived. Come in and join your father for a cup of tea." Yi Wu removed her shoes and bent down to enter the tea room. Zhou Yanli had a vague understanding of the personnel changes within Rong'an. With an air of composure, he served tea to Yi Wu and discussed various matters concerning the Rong'an Group. In his heart, he held a profound admiration for Yi Wu. Her presence ensured that Zhou Jinghuai's position remained firmly established. However, at times, ability can be a double-edged sword. A once mighty beast, when its wings are fully developed, may indeed become a source of calamity. In this matter, the perspectives of the Zhou father and son curiously aligned, though Zhou Jinghuai's approach was decidedly more radical. Zhou Yanli was exceptionally affable and approachable. "Yi Wu, I have always held you in high regard. Is there some issue between you and Jinghuai recently? If it concerns that girl Bai Qianqian, there is truly no need for concern, she is merely a young girl." Yi Wu smiled faintly, "There is nothing. She would not be foolish enough to exacerbate the conflict with Zhou Jinghuai, for there was little compassion to be found within the Zhou family." Zhou Yanli was taken aback. He held even greater admiration for Yi Wu. This child truly possessed remarkable composure. Zhou Yanli pondered for a moment before voicing his concerns. "The Maya project is in collaboration with Mr. Chen. Jing Yao has a fiery temperament, and I fear that his involvement may embroil the group in significant troubles." Yi Wu discerned the underlying meaning in Zhou Jinghuai's father's words. She replied softly, "Rest assured. Although this project is nominally overseen by Assistant Bai, it is, in reality, under the direct supervision of Zhou Jinghuai, leaving no room for Zhou Jingyao to cause any disruption." With his thoughts exposed, Zhou Yanli felt a twinge of discomfort and offered some words to ease the tension. By the time Yi Wu departed, dusk had already settled in. The horizon was adorned with the fragmented hues of the setting sun. Zhou Yanli's secretary bent down beside the car to bid farewell to Yi Wu, her smile reminiscent of a flawless puppet. Yi Wu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the woman. She began to organize her belongings, passing some to others while discarding others outright. Annie vehemently berated Zhou Jinghuai, exclaiming that when they made their triumphant return, they would decisively deal with that fickle crowd. Yi Wu merely smiled faintly. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Zhou Jinghuai, impeccably dressed, stood at the door, strikingly handsome, akin to a male deity from a fashion magazine. He ushered Annie out, prompting her to mutter a curse under her breath, branding him a scoundrel. Once Annie departed, Zhou Jinghuai entered, his profound gaze fixed upon Yi Wu. Their reunion was marked by a palpable shift. Everything had changed. Zhou Jinghuai, taking into account their past connection, softened his tone. "Bai Qianqian has never been our issue. Yi Wu, if you so desire, I shall convene a shareholders' meeting next month to facilitate your return to Rong'an Group." Upon hearing this, Yi Wu let out a gentle laugh. How utterly absurd! She had severed ties with Zhou Jinghuai. That night, in a fit of hysteria, she drowned her sorrows in drink. Yet, to her husband, these were mere acts of caprice. He even regarded his treatment of her as a benevolent gift, believing she should be eternally grateful. Alas, the promises he made had long since lost their allure for her. How could he presume that she would still be willing to serve him, still wish to share her life with him? Just the thought of his affection for Bai Qianqian made her feel as though her youth had been squandered. Yi Wu approached Zhou Jinghuai and raised her hand to adjust the collar of his shirt. In the past, she would always assist him in such matters before his social gatherings. This gesture was one she had performed countless times. Zhou Jinghuai naturally leaned down, allowing Yi Wu to more easily adjust his collar. The two were in such close proximity that the man's fervent breath enveloped the woman's face. Upon closer inspection of Yi Wu's enchanting brows and eyes, Zhou Jinghuai could not help but reminisce about the captivating scene of her on that fateful night in bed. Having been married to Yi Wu for 4 years, they had shared countless intimate moments, yet it was the first time he beheld her in such a mesmerizing light. Zhou Jinghuai's Adam's apple rose and fell with a captivating allure, exuding an indescribable sensuality. Yi Wu, having finished her preparations, tenderly caressed the exquisite fabric, imbued with a hint of nostalgia. 6 years of love and 4 years of marriage have come to a poignant conclusion. This is the final encounter with Zhou Jinghuai. Zhou Jinghuai was taken aback. Yi Wu had already circled around him, clutching a small box as she made her way outside. After 4 long years, she realized that there was little she could take away from Roman. Upon reaching the door, Yi Wu slightly tilted her head, her voice tinged with a hint of suppression. "Zhou Jinghuai, I am leaving." Zhou Jinghuai felt a sudden pang in his heart. He sensed that Yi Wu had changed. However, he could not quite articulate how. Standing in Yi Wu's office, he watched her stride towards the elevator, gradually disappearing from his view. Chapter 8, Zhou Jinghuai. I shall not return. In the parking lot, Yi Wu encountered Mu Jiu, who appeared somewhat surprised. After a moment's contemplation, he approached her, his gaze profound. "Are you truly leaving Roman?" Yi Wu replied softly, "Yes, I am preparing to depart." She tossed her suitcase into the car's trunk, closed the lid, and turned to face Mu Jiu, speaking in a calm tone, "Thank you for that night." Mu Jiu regarded her expressionless face, a demeanor he recognized as the familiar Yi Wu. That night, her beauty had been fragile, akin to a fleeting dream. With a composed nod, he responded, "It was but a trifling effort." Though he appeared aloof, as Yi Wu's car slowly drove away, he remained standing, lost in thought for quite some time. As she alighted from the vehicle, a waft of fragrant osmanthus enveloped her senses. Yi Wu pondered briefly before softly instructing, "From today onward, there is no need to prepare my meals." The maid, taken aback, attempted to inquire further, but Yi Wu had already crossed the threshold, gracefully ascending the stairs. On the second floor, the light shone brightly. Yi Wu slowed her pace, gazing quietly at the opulent corridor, each step evoking memories of her past with Zhou Jinghuai. Their journey together had been arduous, etched in her heart, and filled with pain. "Zhou Jinghuai, you seek power, I shall assist you." "Zhou Jinghuai, surely we shall not endure such hardships forever, shall we?" "Zhou Jinghuai, I am in great pain, my abdomen aches." "Apologies, Mrs. Zhou. Upon examination, the chances of your pregnancy are quite bleak, perhaps consider adoption." This brief stretch of 10 meters encapsulated Yi Wu's entire life, as well as her feelings for Zhou Jinghuai. The night breeze brushed against her, chilling her face. She pushed open the bedroom door, gently switched on the wall lamp, and the soft glow illuminated her surroundings. For 4 years, her life had revolved around Zhou Jinghuai, accompanying him to the pinnacle of power. While he thrived, she found herself increasingly estranged from her true self. Fortunately, she was finally liberated. Yi Wu entered the dressing room, pulling out several large suitcases to pack her belongings. She meticulously arranged her everyday attire and valuable jewelry, ensuring not to leave anything behind for Zhou Jinghuai. As she finished packing, Yi Wu stood upright and unexpectedly noticed a painting hung on the wall. It was her creation, depicting a youthful Zhou Jinghuai, a bright young man, with love extinguished. The painting no longer warranted existence. Yi Wu extracted a lipstick from her handbag and forcefully marked the canvas with vivid crimson streaks, creating shocking scars. In no time, the painting was unrecognizable, and Zhou Jinghuai's visage became blurred. The love she once poured into it was now mirrored by an equal measure of hatred. Not only the oil painting but also their wedding photos met the same fate, viciously torn apart with a knife. Glass shattered, severing their bond. The carving knife slipped from Yi Wu's trembling hand, her arm quaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, she shielded her eyes, tears welling up painfully, reminiscent of her lost youth and the agony of that night. Yi Wu departed, devoid of any lingering attachment. The once vibrant bedroom, bereft of its mistress, lay desolate, save for a solitary diamond ring on the nightstand, glinting with a cold, hard light. In the parking lot below, The maid could not stop Yi Wu, helplessly watching her leave. Once she regained her composure, she promptly called Zhou Jinghuai. At the Gaorun Hospital, in the premium inpatient section. The corridor at the end opened wide to a floor-to-ceiling window, the night breeze caressing her face. Zhou Jinghuai stood there, tall and elegant. He was answering a call from the Imperial View Garden, where the voice of a servant came through, panic-stricken. "Sir, the madam has left." Zhou Jinghuai displayed a hint of impatience on her face as she inquired, "Where has he gone?" He reprimanded the servant for making a fuss over nothing. Zhou Jinghuai felt a tightening in his chest as he clutched his phone, struggling to regain his composure for an extended moment. After what seemed like an eternity, he ended the call and hastily made his way towards the elevator. The overhead lights illuminated his face, casting a perfect yet stern profile, while the delicate lashes fluttered ever so slightly. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, he opened the door to the bedroom he shared with Yi Wu. The door creaked open to reveal a scene of utter disarray. The wedding photograph that once adorned the headboard had been violently shattered, shards of glass strewn across the floor. In the image, they had shared a fleeting glance, smiles exchanged during their wedding shoot, now marred by the jagged cuts of a knife, rendering it unrecognizable from its former glory. As he ventured further into the walk-in closet, he found Yi Wu's wardrobe wide open, as if it had been ransacked. Her garments and jewelry had all been taken away. Zhou Jinghuai could not comprehend why, despite having attained everything, and standing at the pinnacle of power alongside his wife, Yi Wu had distanced herself from him and instead chosen to create discord. What is the position of Mrs. Zhou in the dreams of women? Has she relinquished it all? He cannot believe it. Zhou Jinghuai stood amidst the scattered debris, beginning to dial Yi Wu's mobile phone. He had presumed that Yi Wu was merely playing a game of disappearance, seeking validation through her absence. To his astonishment, the call connected, and she promptly answered. Zhou Jinghuai questioned his wife through his phone, expressing his concern that the commotion she had caused would lead to various negative speculations about their marriage from the outside world, ultimately impacting the stock of Rong'an Group. He admonished, recklessness must have its limits. Yi Wu, you must consider the greater picture. Amidst the tranquil night, the calm voice of Yi Wu resonated from the phone. There will be no greater picture any longer. Zhou Jinghuai, I have already had a divorce petition drafted. You will soon receive a summons from the court. Zhou Jinghuai swallowed hard, taking a considerable amount of time to utter a single phrase. What does it mean? After a brief silence, Yi Wu replied coldly, It means exactly what you think it means. Zhou Jinghuai, we are done. Yi Wu ended the call. Zhou Jinghuai dialed again, but the call could not get through. A mechanical voice from the receiver coldly announced, We apologize, but the number you have dialed is currently turned off. Zhou Jinghuai stood for a long time. At the door, the servant cautiously remarked, Miss Bai has called, expressing her desire to speak with you, sir. Zhou Jinghuai's forehead veins bulged as he coldly reprimanded, Tell her to leave. Yi Wu departed. Yi Wu no longer wanted him, his beloved Wu had abandoned him. She had once vowed to remain with him for eternity, promising to stand by Zhou Jinghuai's side through thick and thin, never to part. Zhou Jinghuai suppressed his labored breaths, restraining his fury, when suddenly his gaze flickered and caught sight of a crumpled piece of paper scattered beneath the bed, faintly yellowed, suggesting it had been there for quite some time. Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow. What is this? He bent down to pick it up, and in the next moment, he was stunned. It was a diagnosis from a gynecological hospital. Patient's name, Yi Wu. Chapter 9, Zhou Jinghuai, what brings you here? He scrutinized that piece of paper. Each word etched into his mind, until his eyes grew weary. Suddenly, he comprehended Yi Wu's anguish, her tears. In an instant, he understood why. That night in the parking lot, Yi Wu had frantically interrogated him, demanding, Zhou Jinghuai, why can't you spare me even 5 minutes? Zhou Jinghuai. Are you still the same Zhou Jinghuai from before? His beloved Wu could no longer bear children. He did not love Wu, but she was significant to him. She had stood by him for 4 years, accompanying him through the darkest periods of his life and witnessing his ascent to power. When they wed, they had vowed to have 2 children, one named Zhou Lanan and the other Zhou Yuan. Zhou Jinghuai slowly settled onto the edge of the bed. His typically striking and vigorous visage now bore a hint of despondency. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it with a lighter, and took a deep drag. his gaunt cheeks hollowed, exuding a unique masculine allure. At the threshold of the bedroom, the servant cautiously reported, "Secretary Lin has arrived." Having rushed over from the hospital, Secretary Lin was taken aback by the shards of glass strewn across the floor. It dawned on her that Master Jing had been abandoned. Yet, as a dedicated professional, she swiftly composed herself and inquired with poise about Zhou Jinghuai's next course of action. The pale blue smoke coiled around Zhou Jinghuai's blurred features as he spoke in a subdued tone. "First, we must suppress this. No matter what. The outside world must not learn of Yi Wu's departure." Secretary Lin nodded in agreement. She gazed at her superior, suddenly perplexed. It was commonly said that the Jing couple was bound solely by interests, yet now, with his wife gone, Jing Shao appeared to mourn as if he had lost a vital part of his masculinity. Could it be that Jing Shao truly did love his wife? Meanwhile, Yi Wu moved into an apartment. The following day, she visited her grandmother. Unaware of the tumultuous events between Yi Wu and Zhou Jinghuai, her grandmother cheerfully inquired about her well-being. To spare the elderly woman any worry, Yi Wu smiled gently and replied, "I'm well. Zhou Jinghuai treats me very kindly." Life must go on despite the absence of marriage, and Yi Wu resolved to embrace her long-lost passion for oil painting. Within a week, she sequestered herself at home to paint. It was an unprecedented contentment for her. She even adopted a small dog, not of a prestigious breed, but white and delightful, which she affectionately named Little White. On the weekend, Yi Wu attended an art exhibition showcasing countless renowned paintings. Among them, her heart was captured by a floral piece titled Twin Blossoms. Just as she was about to inquire about its price, she noticed the signature, by Chuanian, the father of Bai Qianqian. A wave of contemplation washed over her, when suddenly a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. "You also admire this painting, do you not?" She turned to find an elegantly dressed woman beside her. The woman exuded grace and beauty, accompanied by two astute assistants who clearly indicated her status as the matriarch of a prominent family. With a soft smile, she introduced herself. "My family name is Chun." In that moment, Yi Wu remembered that this was none other than Mrs. Chen, the wife of Mr. Chun from Maya, who had been conducting business in the south. Their acquaintance had been fleeting, having only met once before. With a Chen in the south and a Zhou in the north, Mrs. Chen's mention of Jinghuai indicated a close relationship between their families, suggesting Mr. Chen's keen interest in collaborating with the Rong'en group. Though Yi Wu had little interest in business matters, she felt an immediate rapport with Mrs. Chen. They chose to discuss art and oil paintings instead, engaging in a delightful conversation. Mrs. Chen invited Yi Wu for a cup of coffee, to which Yi Wu gladly accepted. In the bright CAF, Mrs. Chen stirred her coffee with a silver spoon, her smile serene as she remarked, "Mr. Bai's paintings are quite good, but his character leaves much to be desired. Perhaps it is best not to purchase from him." Yi Wu offered a gentle smile in response. One of the assistants softly consoled, "Madam, do not dwell on sorrowful matters. If your health fails, Mr. Chen will be pained." Overcome with emotion, Mrs. Chen shed tears as she recalled a small, faintly reddish mole on her youngest daughter's waist. That single mark was enough for her to recognize her child. Sharing a bond of loss, as Yi Wu too was an orphan, she instinctively grasped Mrs. Chen's hand, offering quiet comfort. Feeling a sense of relief, Mrs. Chen confided, "I feel such a kinship with you, that I cannot help but share my feelings. Please do not find me tiresome." Yi Wu replied softly, "How could I? I firmly believe that you and your daughter share a profound connection, and you will meet again." Mrs. Chen smiled through her tears, "Thank you for your kind words." Suddenly recalling something, Mrs. Chen exchanged business cards with Yi Wu, emphasizing, "In a while, your uncle will host a banquet at his villa. You must come. I know you are dedicated to your career, but I will introduce you to some influential individuals." Yi Wu, unwilling to dismiss her wishes, accepted the card with gratitude. As her assistant gently reminded her of other matters, Yi Wu stood still, watching the polished vehicle depart. She pondered how deeply Mr. Chen must love Mrs. Chen, providing her with both material comforts and affection, especially since they had chosen not to have children for her sake. Lost in thought, Yi Wu's mind wandered. As night fell at 9 o'clock, Yi Wu completed her final brushstroke and stretched lazily. Her dog, Xiao Bai, wagged its tail excitedly beside her. Yi Wu fed it some dog food, adding a small piece of chicken sausage, which Xiao Bai devoured with delight. After a moment of affection, she headed to the bedroom to retrieve a bathrobe. With the persistent gloomy weather, her bathrobes hung damp on the balcony, prompting her to search for a shirt in her wardrobe to wear instead. Under the bright light, her delicate fingers glided over the fabric until they landed on a black shirt. To her surprise, it was Zhou Jinghuai's shirt, inadvertently packed in her luggage. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to take it, reasoning that Zhou Jinghuai would be none the wiser. 10 minutes later, having showered and donned the men's shirt, she swept her black, damp hair over her shoulder, preparing to dry it when the doorbell rang. Assuming it was Annie, she opened the door without a second thought, only to find herself momentarily stunned. Zhou Jinghuai stood at the doorway, his tall and slender figure casting a shadow over most of the light, leaving Yiwu unable to discern his expression or the purpose of his late-night visit. For an entire week, they had not been in contact. Not even a single phone call. She was convinced that Zhou Jinghuai had received the court summons. What could his arrival signify? Zhou Jinghuai gazed intently at his wife. Yiwu was clad solely in a men's black shirt, exuding an air of tantalizing allure, her figure both concealed and revealed. As his eyes traveled downward, the delicate fabric of the shirt failed to obscure anything, the hem exposing a glimpse of her alabaster thigh. Chapter 10: The Long-Awaited Affection. In Zhou Jinghuai's eyes, there was an unmistakable hint of masculine intent. Yiwu felt a surge of irritation. She had no desire to see him, as their divorce proceedings were to be handled by their lawyer. She attempted to close the door, but Zhou Jinghuai was evidently quicker, swiftly placing his foot to obstruct her. Before she knew it, he effortlessly slipped inside. Just as the door was about to close, Yiwu found herself enveloped in his embrace. Zhou Jinghuai embraced her slender waist, desperately pulling her closer. He kissed her with an almost frenzied passion, and Yiwu found herself unable to break free. Thus, the man and woman, amidst a playful struggle, stumbled towards the sofa. The soft cushions of the sofa provided the man a more advantageous opportunity to express his desires. Zhou Jinghuai had never been this way before. He restrained his heavy breaths, his scorching lips grazing Yiwu's ear, his voice husky and unrecognizable. "Do you like me?" Yiwu's body stiffened. She had harbored feelings for Zhou Jinghuai since she was 20, he was well aware of this, yet he had never inquired until now. His sudden question left her feeling as if he had lost his senses. Naturally, she refused to utter such shameful words. When Yiwu remained silent, Zhou Jinghuai took matters into his own hands. They became entangled on the sofa, and Yiwu grasped his short black hair, gasping softly, "Zhou Jinghuai, please calm down. Today is not my ovulation period. No matter how hard you try, you cannot plant seeds within me." At her words, Zhou Jinghuai's gaze lifted slightly. His profound eyes scrutinized her. Her delicate oval face was pale and exquisite, her slightly damp black hair sprawled across the brown sofa. The black shirt he wore had long since become disheveled, revealing more than it concealed. In that moment, she was undeniably alluring. Yet Zhou Jinghuai felt his eyes sting with unshed tears. He reached out, tenderly caressing her abdomen. It felt soft and flat. "I know," he responded, his voice even hoarser than before. He continued to lovingly stroke her belly, and after what felt like an eternity, he leaned down to kiss her. Their embrace lingering as if they had all the time in the world to indulge in this moment. The man's emotions surged, but Zhou Jinghuai halted, resting upon her, breathless. His rapid inhalations showcased immense restraint and patience. It was the first time he found himself so uncontrollably drawn to Yiwu, and he had truly wanted her desperately. Yiwu pushed him away. Though her appearance was disheveled, she feigned composure, retrieving the divorce agreement and tossing it onto Zhou Jinghuai. Her voice was a whisper. "You can hold my 20% on your behalf, I will only enjoy the dividends." "Zhou Jinghuai, you know all too well the value of my contributions over the past 4 years. "Valuable," he replied, "but I do not wish to give it." Zhou Jinghuai's eyes were profound, harboring meanings that Yiwu could not decipher. She lowered her gaze to examine herself, then boldly wrapped her arms around his neck. Pressing her body closely against his, "If you sign, I will grant you one opportunity. It seems you are quite in need of it at the moment." Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brows and inquired, "Where did you learn such impropriety?" Yiwu chuckled at her own expense and replied, "Zhou Jinghuai, I must admit, the sensation of clinging to your neck for money is rather delightful. In the past, I toiled so hard, what was it all for? In the end, I was merely cast out from the Rongan group by you. I might as well just ask you for money. Zhou Jinghuai turned over and sat up, extracting a pack of cigarettes from his coat and deftly lighting one. It was rare for him to smoke indoors, a clear indication of his inner turmoil. Yet, Yiwu felt a surge of anger. This scoundrel had spent half the day on the sofa with her, while she appeared disheveled, and he remained impeccably dressed, his coat still draped over him. She sensed something was amiss with him. He must have experienced a heartbreak. However, she recognized that she had no right to pry into her soon-to-be ex-husband's private life. This was a necessary quality of a self-aware woman. Unable to send him away, she had little interest in watching him exhale clouds of smoke. Gathering her damp hair behind her head, she secured it simply with a shark clip, slipped on her indoor slippers, and headed to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of plain noodles for herself. Yiwu was actually quite skilled in the kitchen. But since marrying Zhou Jinghuai, opportunities to cook had been scarce. Now, living alone, she managed her simple meals herself. Before long, the aroma of scallions wafted through the kitchen, accompanied by a hint of homely warmth. Zhou Jinghuai sat on the sofa and happened to catch a glimpse of Yiwu's silhouette. She still wore that black shirt, revealing her thighs in an enticing manner, yet as she bent down to chop scallions and ginger, an inexplicable aura of a devoted wife enveloped her. The term beloved wife began to take on a tangible form. Zhou Jinghuai silently mused that a woman like Yiwu must be the dream of many men. This thought caused him to furrow his brow slightly. He leaned forward and extinguished the cigarette between his fingers, then began to survey the small abode. Although modest in size, it was remarkably well equipped. She had even dedicated a small room as an art studio. Zhou Jinghuai lifted the canvas from the easel, revealing an unfinished painting depicting a starry sky over the ocean. It was no longer Zhou Jinghuai, it was a creation reminiscent of Yiwu, who once held a deep affection for painting him. The man gently caressed the brushstrokes, a bittersweet sensation stirring within him. After a moment's pause, he quietly entered the narrow kitchen and embraced the slender waist of the woman from behind, an intimacy they had never shared before as husband and wife. Zhou Jinghuai's alluring thin lips brushed against the nape of the woman's neck, his voice tinged with a slight huskiness. Is this the life you desire? A dwelling of less than 150 square meters, the mundane trifles of daily existence gradually eroding her essence into that of an ordinary housewife. Yiwu exhibited no resistance. Having spent 4 years as a couple, she had long since endured similar moments. This fleeting intimacy was merely akin to a bite from a dog. Zhou Jinghuai was evidently infuriated as he bit down on her neck, declaring, "You are still Mrs. Zhou, but that will soon change." As his words lingered in the air, he turned her body towards him. The man gazed down at her, his eyes so profound they seemed unfathomable. After a prolonged silence, he rasped, "If the primary issue in our marriage is this, Yiwu, I can certainly oblige." In the past, Yiwu would have been utterly captivated by such words. She turned away, resuming her preparation of plain noodles, while the man insisted on another bowl. He entwined himself around her, lamenting his hunger. Yiwu paused, recalling the trivialities between him and Bai Qianqian, and couldn't help but scoff. "Zhou Jinghuai, you are indeed hungry." Zhou Jinghuai caressed her lower abdomen with the delicate pads of his fingers, finding particular pleasure in that area tonight. After a lengthy silence, he spoke in a hushed tone. "I have never touched her." Yiwu fell silent thereafter. That evening, Zhou Jinghuai refused to leave. Even when Xiaobai tugged at his pant leg in an attempt to pull him away, it proved futile. Yiwu was compelled to relinquish half of the spacious bed. Just before sleep, Zhou Jinghuai pressed her down onto the mattress, intertwining their fingers as he kissed her. In her memory, he had only exhibited such fervor on their wedding night. Chapter 11, Too Fragile, This Unquestionable Affection in the Early Morning. The city's first water truck passed by the apartment building, its speakers playing Yiwu's favorite song, "Farewell, Just a Stranger." A sliver of dawn filtered into the bedroom, causing the curtains to flutter gently. Zhou Jinghuai is no longer by the bedside. He appears to have been holding back for quite some time. Amidst the hazy kisses, Yiwu seems to hear Zhou Jinghuai whisper, "Ah, let us begin anew." Begin anew. The 4 characters of Zhou Jinghuai held an immense allure for Yiwu. Yet the tribulations of the past instilled fear within her. That night at the Yin Shi, Zhou Jinghuai's tempestuous demeanor also frightened her. leaving her apprehensive that it might all be but a fleeting dream. Subsequently, Zhou Jinghuai visited for 3 or 4 consecutive days. There was nothing extraordinary about these encounters. He would come late at night, share a bowl of noodles, and embrace her to sleep without crossing any boundaries, departing before she awoke. Their affection reminiscent of newly acquainted lovers. However, Zhou Jinghuai eventually ceased his visits. He did not call Yiwu, nor did she reach out to him. She was preoccupied with establishing her studio, aspiring to open a gallery and, in time, venture into art auctions. She maintained contact with Mrs. Chen, who praised her ambitions, exclaiming, "Mrs. Jinghuai is truly capable." Yiwu refrained from disclosing personal matters to Mrs. Chen, as her relationship with Zhou Jinghuai remained unresolved, making it inappropriate to broadcast. Days turned into weeks, and before long, deep autumn arrived, leaves crisp and withered. One day, Yiwu received a phone call from her aunt, whose tone was urgent. "Grandma has taken a fall. She is now at Rinxin Hospital, Miss Yi, please hurry." At that moment, Yiwu was negotiating for a storefront. But upon receiving the call, she rushed to the hospital. Nothing was more important to her than her grandmother. In the harsh winter months of that year, she and her grandmother relied on one another, the elder having endured many hardships to raise her. After marriage, Yiwu was in a position to provide, purchasing a spacious home for her grandmother and hiring 2 caretakers. Half an hour later, Yiwu arrived at the hospital. Relieved to find her grandmother had merely sprained her ankle. She felt a weight lift from her heart as she squatted by her grandmother's bedside, gently caressing the elder's silver hair, softly stating, "I will go settle the hospitalization paperwork." Nearby, Aunt Hao praised Yiwu to her grandmother, saying, "Missy is truly remarkable. The old lady has the best room in the entire hospital." The director granted this favor upon seeing Missy. Her grandmother beamed with pride. "Our Wu is the most capable." Yiwu affectionately stroked her grandmother's hair once more before rising to leave. The VIP ward of the hospital consisted of 2 historic villas, separated by a beautifully landscaped garden. In the crisp autumn air, the maples blazed like fire. Yiwu found herself lingering a moment longer, but suddenly her gaze froze. At the end of the corridor, Zhou Jinghuai was seen embracing Bai Qianshan, followed by the couple Bai Chunian. As they emerged, Bai Qianshan leaned against Zhou Jinghuai's shoulder, exuding a delicate charm, while he regarded her with an expression of tender concern. Yiwu stood there almost in shock, watching the man who had held her close at night and spoken of new beginnings, now brazenly parading with another woman. Utterly indifferent to the whispers of the outside world, she couldn't help but ponder, how deep must one's love be to dismiss scandal? Yiwu wished to turn away but was interrupted by Bai Qianshan's delicate call, "Mrs. Zhou." Yiwu turned to face the pair, observing Bai Qianshan tightly clinging to Zhou Jinghuai's neck. Again, Bai Qianshan called out, "Mrs. Zhou, Zhou Jinghuai and I are not involved. I am unwell. That is why he is holding me." Yiwu looked at Zhou Jinghuai, who remained encircled around the young woman, his brow slightly furrowed. Yiwu felt no inclination to compete for his affections. Her disgust was directed at the Bai mother and daughter. Thus, she retorted coldly, "Mrs. Bai, your daughter and Zhou Jinghuai are enjoying their secretive affair. Why must you come here to provoke me? My feelings are inconsequential. What matters is whether your daughter is comfortable with a second-hand man." Mrs. Bai, incensed, blurted out, "Indeed, an orphan lacks proper upbringing." Zhou Jinghuai quietly admonished, despite his youth, exuding an air of authority that silenced Madame Bai. Yet, Yiwu gently brushed aside the tension, her gaze fixed on Zhou Jinghuai. Laced with sarcasm, "Is there anything left to explain? Zhou Jinghuai, let us preserve a semblance of dignity and leeway between us. What more is there to elucidate? Beside them?" Bai Chunian attempted to mediate, "It is merely a misunderstanding." "Is it?" Yiwu turned to Bai Chunian. "Can you assure me that your daughter will refrain from any future interactions with Zhou Jinghuai?" For a moment, Bai Chunian hesitated. Madame Bai interjected sharply, "Miss Yi. It is the unloved who play the role of the mistress." Bai Chunian reprimanded her wife. Yiwu, unwilling to entangle herself with such wretched individuals, addressed Zhou Jinghuai directly, "Please consider this carefully. Signing sooner could grant your beloved a rightful place." With that, she turned and departed, devoid of any lingering attachment. Life felt so fragile, unable to withstand her relentless probing. Behind her, Zhou Jinghuai stood amidst the crimson maples, quietly observing Yiwu's retreating figure, his gaze profound, shrouded in inscrutability. As dusk descended upon the hospital rooftop, the sky was ablaze with sunset hues, clouds drifting like flames in the wind, a breathtaking spectacle. Yiwu leaned against the railing, gazing over the sprawling cityscape of Jing, contemplating her future steps. Just as she became lost in thought, a steady footfall echoed from behind. She turned to find Gu Jiu. He approached her under her watchful eye, mimicking her stance at the rusted railing. After a moment, he turned to admire Yiwu's elegant profile, softly inquiring, "Is it about Zhou Jinghuai?" Gu Jiu appeared unfazed, redirecting his attention to the sunset. His voice calm, "It was entirely natural for you to have liked him back then. Among our circle, Jinghuai is truly exceptional, knowing from a young age what he desires. I believed myself to possess a hardened heart, yet Zhou Jinghuai proved even more ruthless. He is merciless not only to others but to himself as well." Upon concluding his thoughts, Gu Jiu quietly regarded Yiwu. The sun cast a brilliant glow, illuminating her finely sculpted nose, slightly reddened as if she had been weeping. Gu Jiu's Adam's apple shifted slightly. Chapter 12, Zhou Jinghuai's intervention. No one dares to take her case. After the car came to a halt, she unfastened her seatbelt, preparing to alight, when her gaze faltered. Zhou Jinghuai's vehicle was parked beneath the sycamore tree across the street. Clad in black, he leaned against the car, gazing upward as he exhaled wisps of smoke, his prominent Adam's apple exuding a captivating allure. The pale blue haze rose, intertwining with his aristocratic and striking visage, only to be gently dispersed by the night breeze. The night was thick and enveloping, rendering him one with the shadows. Upon spotting Yiwu, Zhou Jinghuai's gaze deepened. And after a moment, he discarded his cigarette, extinguishing it beneath his foot, and sauntered toward her. Yiwu, unwilling to engage, hastily made her way to the elevator upon exiting the vehicle, yet the sound of Zhou Jinghuai's leisurely footsteps trailed behind her. Ultimately, he intercepted her at the entrance of the apartment. "Yiwu, shall we converse?" "About what?" Yiwu retrieved her keys from her handbag, her demeanor distinctly frosty. "Is there anything left for us to discuss?" Those damp nights, the man's seductive whispers, had felt like a fleeting dream. Fortunately, she had never taken them to heart. She opened the door and stepped inside, but Zhou Jinghuai wedged his foot against the doorframe. In a dizzying moment, Yiwu found herself pressed against the wall. As the man positioned his hands on either side of her shoulders, his gaze intensely fixed upon her, imbued with an uncommon seriousness. After a brief pause, he leaned in, attempting to kiss her, as he had done in the past. Yiwu resolutely turned her face away, refusing his touch. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at her, his voice husky, "What's the matter?" Under the light, Yiwu's visage appeared as delicate as a cicada's wings. Stripped of her title as vice president of Rong'en, she seemed far more supple and inviting than before, drawing men closer. The man's Adam's apple moved enticingly as he spoke in an even lower, more gravelly tone. "Oh, I am not the man you perceive," Yiwu retorted. "What is that supposed to mean?" She held herself in disdain, knowing her husband had chosen another girl, shamelessly parading his infidelity, and it was ludicrous that he still embraced her, feigning depth of feeling. It was unbearable, and a hint of sorrow tinged her voice. "Zhou Jinghuai, I have told you, it is over between us." As she finished speaking, a glimmer of moisture appeared in her eyes. "Let it be this way. Do not return again." She gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, the bright light spilling out to cast a melancholic glow upon Zhou Jinghuai. Yiwu softly closed the door behind her and looked up at the crystal chandelier, stifling the tears welling in her eyes. Little Bai scampered over, tugging at her pant leg with playful barks. Yiwu knelt slowly, caressing the smooth fur of the little creature, whispering, "Are you hungry? I'll feed you now." Little Bai barked in response. After feeding Little Bai, Yiwu prepared to take a shower. As she reached for her bathrobe, her eyes unexpectedly landed on Zhou Jinghuai's black shirt. Countless nights she had worn it, enveloped in his embrace. Back then, she had felt a slight easing of her heart. After a moment's contemplation, she pulled the shirt out and tossed it directly into the trash. A while later, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom. The moon sank in the west. In the pitch-black night, The sycamore trees on the first floor swayed in the wind, producing a rustling sound akin to a sorrowful maiden silently lamenting her heartache. Inside a sleek black vehicle, the distinguished man perused photographs on his phone. Among them was a wedding photo of him and Yi Wu, with her leaning against his shoulder, a sweet smile gracing her face. At 22, Yi Wu was yet to become vice president of Rong'an, still innocent and fresh. Now, Yi Wu had ceased to harbor any affection for him. When had he lost her love? 3 days later, in the office of the president of Rong'an Group, Zhou Jinghuai's mood was evidently dismal. Upon his desk lay a court summons, with his wife Yi Wu as the plaintiff, who sought a divorce and the division of their shared marital assets. Zhou Jinghuai reclined on the sofa, his long legs crossed elegantly. As he picked up the summons with a single hand, he inquired softly to Secretary Lin beside him, "Has she engaged a lawyer?" Secretary Lin replied candidly, "She has retained the renowned lawyer, Xiao Dezhuang. He is highly capable, and if he takes charge, it is likely that Lawyer Gu may not have a guaranteed victory." Zhou Jinghuai cast a glance at her, his tone indifferent, "Who said I intend to sue Yi Wu? That is merely her unilateral notion. I have no intention of pursuing a divorce." Secretary Lin, Zhou Jinghuai placed the summons on the coffee table, his long fingers lightly tapping upon it. With his brows lowered and eyes cast down, the tip of his prominent nose caught the golden rays of the setting sun, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. After a moment, he spoke softly, instructing, "Arrange a meeting with that lawyer, Xiao. Tell him I would like to treat him to dinner. Additionally, spread the word." Secretary Lin felt a jolt of surprise. It seemed that young Master Jing was serious, as a woman herself. She could not help but sympathize with Yi Wu's years of dedication. Yi Wu's refusal was not a matter of disrespect, but rather a consequence of her overwhelming commitments. She had to seek out other lawyers. And, pressing a tissue to her nose, spoke in a sheepish tone. "No one in the entire capital dares to take on our case. I suspect it must be young Master Jing's influence, no one else possesses such power." Yi Wu offered a bittersweet smile, realizing that Zhou Jinghuai had made up his mind to confront her. After 4 years of marriage, she found herself with nothing. Yi Wu did not blame and, instead, she urged her to continue searching for a lawyer capable of handling the case, offering a generous commission of 2% of the assets at stake. 3 days later, and finally found a willing candidate, a promising young attorney. Yi Wu arranged to meet him at a CAF. In the afternoon, at an upscale streetside CAF, towering phoenix trees shaded much of the expansive glass windows. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting specks of golden light that made the CAF appear as though it were aglow with shimmering reflections. Yi Wu sat face to face with the young lawyer. As she prepared to discuss the documents, the young lawyer quickly interjected, "Mrs. Zhou, I sincerely apologize." Yi Wu's hand froze atop the file, and she lifted her gaze to meet his. After taking a sip of coffee, the young lawyer mustered the courage to explain. "I regret not having inquired about your background earlier. To be honest, no lawyer in the city dares to take your case. No one wishes to offend young Master Jing or the entire Rong'an group, and this case is particularly unfavorable for you." He then stood and bowed deeply, genuinely apologizing. "I am truly sorry." Yi Wu did not hold it against him. In this city, who does not toil for their livelihood? As the young lawyer departed, there was a hint of tragic resignation in his demeanor. It seemed that Zhou Jinghuai had imparted a profound lesson on the burdens of power and wealth. Yi Wu lingered for a moment, quietly sipping the remaining half of her coffee. Suddenly, a familiar male voice broke through her thoughts. "Are you here for a meeting?" She looked up to find Gu Jiucai. Chapter 13, his childhood friend, coveting his wife Gu Jiucai was impeccably dressed in formal attire, a deep blue shirt, a tailored black suit, and a dark tie, presenting an image of refined restraint. He regarded Yi Wu with a gentle smile. "May I sit and share a cup of coffee?" After a pause, Yi Wu replied with a faint smile, "Of course." Gu Jiucai set down his briefcase, and the waiter approached promptly, inquiring politely, "What coffee would you like, sir?" Gu Jiucai tapped his long fingers lightly, "Blue Mountain." The waiter nodded and departed. Once the waiter left, Gu Jiucai leaned back in his chair, instinctively reaching for a cigarette. But upon considering the setting, he frowned and quickly abandoned the notion, turning his attention back to Yi Wu. It had been some time since they last met, and she seemed to have changed considerably. Dressed in a milky tea-colored woolen dress that accentuated her slender figure, her long black hair cascaded freely, adorned only by a delicate chain resting on her fair collarbone. This version of Yi Wu exuded a softness reminiscent of lustrous pearls. "Have you met with the lawyer?" Gu Jiucai inquired. "Is lawyer Gu here on business?" They both spoke simultaneously, creating a moment of subtle tension, which was alleviated when the waiter delivered Gu Jiucai's coffee. He thanked the waiter with a reserved demeanor, taking a small sip before turning to Yi Wu. Instead of broaching the subject of the divorce proceedings, he asked about a different matter. "I heard you recently encountered Mrs. Chun from Maya? I understand you two had a pleasant conversation." Yi Wu stirred her coffee gently, her voice warm. "How did you come to know of this?" Gu Jiucai's gaze remained fixed on her. "Mr. Chen from Maya has certain connections with my family. I should refer to him as my distant relative." Yi Wu looked up, surprised. "That's quite unexpected. Zhou Jinghuai has never mentioned it." Mentioning Zhou Jinghuai brought about a peculiar silence. As a lawyer, Gu Jiucai was astute in reading emotions. Sensing Yi Wu's discomfort, he deftly changed the subject. "I also heard you are considering starting your own venture and searching for a suitable storefront?" Yi Wu responded with a soft acknowledgement. "Yes, that is indeed my intention." He slid a gilded business card across the table, his eyes holding a deeper meaning. "A friend's property, located in the atrium of Jojo Building. It's quite suitable for an art-related business, 800 square meters with an annual rent of 1.2 million. Yi Wu accepted the card, not rejecting Gu Jiucai's goodwill. Although he shared a close bond with Zhou Jinghuai, the social elite of the capital formed a tightly knit circle. One could hardly pursue endeavors outside of it. Yi Wu understood that even with Gu Jiucai's influence, she would not easily sever ties with the Zhou family. Gu Jiucai observed her gentle smile. Feeling an unexplainable flutter in his heart, yet maintaining the facade of a steely lawyer, he offered a faint smile. "That sounds reasonable." Outside the glass windows, sunlight danced, illuminating Yi Wu's delicate nose with a warm glow. She instinctively brushed her fingers against it, turning her face slightly, a hint of rosy color enhancing her feminine grace. The man across from her gazed intently, concealing unspoken thoughts. Outside the CAF, a sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom idled by the roadside, its body gleaming resplendently in the sunlight. Zhou Jinghuai sat quietly in the car, observing Gu Jiucai and Yi Wu, his childhood friend and his wife. Zhou Jinghuai is no fool. Gu Jiucai's gaze towards Yi Wu was anything but innocent. Such blatant interest is only revealed when a man is truly captivated by a woman. If memory serves him right, Gu Jiucai is a workaholic, never having shown any particular affection for any woman before. To find himself smitten for the first time with his own wife leaves Zhou Jinghuai in a quandary. Should he be incensed or take pride in his wife's allure? His wife's attire has also transformed from the rigid suits of the past. Now, her outfit exudes an air of innocence and desire, as if meticulously curated for a romantic rendezvous. Zhou Jinghuai felt quite unwell. He took out his phone and began to dial Yi Wu's number. As soon as Yi Wu answered the call, Zhou Jinghuai coldly inquired, "Where are you?" After a brief pause, Yi Wu responded, "Do I need to report my whereabouts to you?" Zhou Jinghuai, "We are on the verge of divorce." Zhou Jinghuai, "That is merely your unilateral perspective." Yi Wu, stifling her anger, retorted with a hint of irony, "Is that so?" She wished to refrain from further entanglement with him, and suppressing her emotions, she attempted to speak gently. "I no longer hold any value for you. Would it not be better to part amicably?" Zhou Jinghuai, "In truth, I can no longer." Yi Wu. Zhou Jinghuai prevented her from speaking. His voice was rapid and urgent. He forbade her from uttering those two words. 2 children, one named Zhou Leinan and the other Xiao Zhouyuan, were once their cherished aspirations. Without the children, it seemed there was no longer any path forward for him and Yi Wu. At that moment, an inexplicable wave of longing surged over Zhou Jinghuai, catching him off guard, leaving him uncertain of the depth of his feelings for Yi Wu. As the atmosphere grew tense, Yi Wu's phone rang. It was the aunt taking care of her grandmother. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Wu hung up on Zhou Jinghuai and answered the call. The aunt's voice came through, frantically distressed. "Miss Yi, something terrible has happened. A woman just arrived and caused the elderly lady to suffer a heart attack. Fortunately, there was medicine by the bedside, and she managed to take it herself, otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences." Yi Wu's face turned ashen. After ending the call, she said to Gu Jusi, "I have something urgent to attend to." Lawyer Gu. "We shall discuss this another time." Gu Jusi, noticing her pallor, felt uneasy and contemplated escorting her. However, Yi Wu had already hurriedly departed, leaving in such haste that she did not see Zhou Jinghuai. Inside and outside the CAF, two men locked eyes through a pane of glass. Zhou Jinghuai's dark eyes were filled with a chilling indifference and coldness. Individuals of their elevated status do not permit others to covet their spouses, especially when that person happens to be a childhood friend. Yi Wu hurried to the hospital. Fortunately, her grandmother was fine. She had taken her medicine and fallen asleep. Yi Wu gently brushed aside the silver strands of hair on her grandmother's face, revealing an uncommon tenderness on her own. An aunt softly called to her, "Miss Yi, I have something to discuss." Yi Wu slightly raised herself. "Let us speak outside." The two women stepped out together. The aunt recounted the events to Yi Wu. A rather young girl had approached the elderly lady, claiming she was pregnant with Mr. Zhou's child, demanding that Yi Wu step aside. The elderly lady was so enraged that she collapsed on the spot. When the girl noticed the old woman's distress, she callously fled the scene. "Miss Yi, this was all captured on surveillance. I am not fabricating these events." Yi Wu's hands trembled. She made a conscious effort to control her emotions, calmly instructing, "Please take care of my grandmother, I need to step out for a moment." The aunt reassured her. Once Yi Wu had ensured everything was in order, she walked towards the other end of the corridor. The setting sun cast its crimson glow through the window slats, enveloping Yi Wu in a fiery embrace, yet her expression bore the chill of the world. Yi Wu could endure the loss of love, Zhou Jinghuai, and everything else, but she could never part with her grandmother. Her grandmother was her unwavering foundation. Now, Bai Qianqian had encroached upon that foundation. Chapter 14, Zhou Jinghuai. "It is madness that has led me to love you." In autumn, leaves fell like a river. In a villa on the outskirts of the city, a procession of sleek black vehicles arrived, numbering 7 or 8, exuding an air of opulence. The villa's servants attempted to intervene, but how could they stop the 20 or so men clad in black? An elderly servant was forcibly brought before Yi Wu, trembling in fear. With icy eyes, Yi Wu demanded, "Is Bai Qianqian here?" The old servant feigned ignorance, glancing around. Unfazed, Yi Wu brushed past her and entered the villa's grand hall, followed by Annie and a contingent of security personnel. Bai Qianqian was lounging on the sofa, blissfully applying a facial mask when she suddenly found herself surrounded. Startled, she feigned bravado. "What do you want?" "This is trespassing. You are breaking the law." "Breaking the law?" Yi Wu stepped forward from the crowd. With a cold smile, she retorted, "I recall that Zhou Jinghuai and I have yet to divorce. I am still Mrs. Zhou. Moreover, this house is our joint property." Bai Qianqian's face flushed with anger. "Zhou Jinghuai will not spare you." Yi Wu's expression hardened. "Before he arrives, I will not spare you." With that, she seized a glass vase, a masterpiece from a Czech artisan, valued at over 300,000. After all, the villa's total worth was staggering. She had toiled alongside Zhou Jinghuai, only for others to reap the rewards. How ironic. With a resounding crash, the vase shattered, 300,000 reduced to nothing. Yi Wu fixed her gaze on Bai Qianqian's petite face and nonchalantly commanded the men in black, "Smash everything. I do not wish to see even a trace of its current state." Bai Qianqian screamed, "You can't do this. This is my home." Yi Wu delivered a resounding slap. Each time she spoke, she struck her again with fierce intent. Bai Qianqian's face quickly swelled, her hair disheveled, rendering her a pitiable sight. Yet she stubbornly insisted that this was her home and forbade the men from destroying it. However, they were exceedingly ruthless. Within half an hour, the villa was utterly transformed. Bai Qianqian was on the brink of madness. Yet, Yi Wu had a score to settle with her. Yi Wu approached Bai Qianqian, scrutinizing her innocent face. Despite having acted with remarkable restraint upon discovering Zhou Jinghuai's indiscretions, refraining from touching a hair on Bai Qianqian, the girl had overstepped her bounds by involving Yi Wu's family. Yi Wu gently stroked Bai Qianqian's abdomen, her touch deceptively tender. Bai Qianqian trembled in fear, recalling the chaos she had instigated at the hospital. She was oblivious to whether the elderly lady had passed away, but she was determined to deny any responsibility. She possessed something Zhou Jinghuai desired, and he would surely protect her. Yi Wu raised her gaze. I hear you are pregnant? With Zhou Jinghuai's child? Bai Qianqian defiantly replied, yes. I am pregnant with Zhou Jinghuai's child. If you don't believe me, you can wait until the baby is born for a DNA test. Yi Wu scoffed. There is no need for such inconvenience. Modern technology allows for amniocentesis to ascertain DNA results in advance. The doctor will use a long needle, piercing through the abdominal cavity to extract amniotic fluid, which can then be matched with Zhou Jinghuai's hair. Bai Qianqian was rendered speechless. The thought of a long needle piercing her abdomen and extracting amniotic fluid sent shivers down her spine, yet she stubbornly refused to retract her claim of pregnancy. Yi Wu's heart was as hard as iron. Take her to the hospital. The security personnel dragged Bai Qianqian away, showing no mercy. Soon, her delicate arms and legs bore unsightly bruises, her anguished screams echoing throughout the villa. You old woman! Unable to bear children yourself, you envy my pregnancy. Zhou Jinghuai will not spare you, he will cherish me even more. Each word pierced Yi Wu's heart like a needle, causing her profound anguish. Yi Wu stood before Bai Qianqian, poised to deliver a resounding slap, yet her hand faltered mid-air. Zhou Jinghuai arrived. The twilight cast a somber hue upon his darkened visage, instilling a chill within the onlookers. He surveyed the chaos within the villa, Bai Qianqian's swollen face, her arms and thighs, the girl weeping softly in her frailty, while a tempest brewed within the depths of the man's obsidian eyes. In that moment, Zhou Jinghuai's fury reached a crescendo, overwhelming his reason and leading him to commit a grave mistake he would forever regret. A sharp crack reverberated through the air, the sound of a resounding slap. She was in disarray. It was not merely the stinging slap upon her cheek, nor the pain that coursed through her body, nor the shock that wounded her spirit, but rather the sheer turmoil of her existence, a life that had become a grotesque mess. And amidst the deluge of shattering fragments, they surged towards her relentlessly. Such devastation would remain unhealed for a lifetime. Yi Wu smiled. She gently touched the cheek that Zhou Jinghuai had struck, slowly turning her head to gaze up at her enraged husband, as if she no longer recognized him, as if he were not Zhou Jinghuai, as if he were not the man she had once loved so deeply. Zhou Jinghuai supported Bai Qianqian, who took the opportunity to lean into his embrace, casting a provocative glance at Yi Wu, silently mocking her. Yi Wu recalled Mrs. Bai's words, those who are unloved are the true mistresses. So what if she had been married to Zhou Jinghuai for 4 years? So what if she was the legitimate Mrs. Zhou? In this moment, her husband, without discerning right from wrong, struck her across the face. Yi Wu murmured softly, those who are unloved are the true mistresses. It turned out to be true. Zhou Jinghuai failed to comprehend her words, still engulfed in fury, as he interrogated his wife, Yi Wu, what are you doing? Are you not aware of her frail condition? Tears cascaded down Yi Wu's cheeks. Yet, she remained oblivious to her sorrow, softly uttering, the woman you have chosen to support. You may mourn for her as you please. Zhou Jinghuai, do you expect me to share in your lament? Do you not even inquire why I am here? Why I brought her away? Do you not ask what she has done? Zhou Jinghuai gazed at Bai Qianqian, who wept like a delicate flower, her sorrowful appearance evoking sympathy. I did nothing wrong. Truly, I was merely at home applying a face mask when she came to drag me to the hospital, insisting on piercing my abdomen with a steel needle. Zhou Jinghuai's dark eyes blazed with fury. Yi Wu, you have truly lost your mind. Indeed. I have lost my mind. Zhou Jinghuai, it is precisely because I am mad that I once loved you. Yi Wu replied, even managing a smile. Yet, her heart lay in ashes. From this moment forth, she would harbor no vestige of affection for Zhou Jinghuai, otherwise, she, Yi Wu, would find herself engulfed in a lifetime of passionate love, without a beginning or an end. Without offering an explanation, she turned on her heel and departed, choosing to let it be. The entanglements of love and hate ultimately succumbed to a mere resolution of let it be. Yi Wu. Who called her from behind? Was it the youthful Zhou Jinghuai? Yet, the young Zhou Jinghuai had long since perished, all that remained was a mere shell, a form Yi Wu no longer desired. Annie remained steadfastly by Yi Wu's side, supporting her as they exited in silence. Once outside, twilight enveloped the horizon. Yiwu gazed up at the phoenix tree. The wind rustled through the few remaining leaves, producing a sound reminiscent of a weeping maiden. Yiwu stared for a long time before softly murmuring, "The leaves have fallen." Annie felt a pang in her heart and began to cry. Chapter 15, Do I Not Have the Right to Be Clear-Headed? Annie took a deep breath. Her voice trembled as she continued, Bai Qianqian nearly caused the demise of President Ye's grandmother. She deceived the elderly woman into believing she was carrying your child. And the poor soul nearly succumbed to the shock. And yet, you struck President Yi for her sake. Zhou Jinghuai was momentarily taken aback. Bai Qianqian is pregnant? How could that be? His gaze toward Bai Qianqian darkened. Did you tell Yiwu's grandmother that you are pregnant? Bai Qianqian was startled. With a pitiful demeanor, she pleaded with Zhou Jinghuai, I was just so infuriated. She always puts on airs in front of me, so I. Zhou Jinghuai. I did not mean to do it. Zhou Jinghuai abruptly released her and strode outside, leaving behind Bai Qianqian's frantic calls, Zhou Jinghuai. Bai Qianqian was momentarily stunned. This was the first time she had been unable to hold on to Zhou Jinghuai. She was reluctant to accept that Yiwu held a place in Zhou Jinghuai's heart. It was evidently a relationship built on exploitation. How could Zhou Jinghuai possibly develop feelings for Yiwu? Annie spat at her and followed suit, departing soon after. Zhou Jinghuai arrived at the entrance, only to find Yiwu already in the car. The reunion of the couple was marked by an irretrievable shift from their past. Through the barrier of a car window, Zhou Jinghuai spoke in a hoarse whisper, I misjudged you. Yet, what he yearned to express transcended those mere words. In his youth, he had been excessively harsh on himself, and he had extended that same cruelty towards Yiwu, rendering tender sentiments difficult to voice. In the recent nights filled with whispered confessions, after Yiwu had fallen asleep, Zhou Jinghuai often found himself gazing at her serene face, pondering whether his feelings for her extended beyond mere companionship. Indeed, there was an emotional connection, albeit scant. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he did not wish to lose Yiwu. Yiwu did not alight from the vehicle. She refused to look at him. Refusing to acknowledge the man who had shared her bed for 4 years, she regarded Zhou Jinghuai as if he were mere air. Love and hate, when directed at him, were rendered superfluous. In her past, she had been naive and fearless, now, she had awakened to reality. Is awakening permissible? Zhou Jinghuai. Do I not possess the right to awaken? Yiwu maintained a serene expression, devoid of joy or sorrow. As if her love for Zhou Jinghuai belonged to a past life, as if in the next moment she would erase all memories of their shared existence. Zhou Jinghuai felt a sudden pang of anxiety. He had never been an impulsive man. From his youth onward, every step he took was meticulously calculated. Yet, at this moment, he disregarded all restraint and flung open the car door, yearning to grasp Yiwu's hand, to embrace her, to rekindle their relationship. He declared, Ah Wu, I will compensate you. However, Yiwu violently attempted to shake off his hand. Compensation? Zhou Jinghuai, what can you offer me? After all we've been through as a couple, all I require is your signature on the divorce agreement. I merely seek the return of my once stable life. Zhou Jinghuai, I am grateful. Yiwu's voice trembled with emotion. Zhou Jinghuai's palm rested upon the back of her hand. The robust strength of the man intertwining with the softness of the woman, embodying his pleas and her disillusionment. Yiwu gritted her teeth and commanded, Release me. Zhou Jinghuai hesitated, maintaining his grip for several tense seconds before finally relinquishing it. The black car window gradually rose, partitioning the former couple into 2 separate realms. Yiwu slightly tilted her head, her voice firm yet restrained, Drive on. The driver nodded and pressed the accelerator. The sleek black vehicle slowly pulled away, its wheels crunching over the brittle, yellowed leaves, brushing past Zhou Jinghuai. The car continued to recede into the distance. Zhou Jinghuai stood there, his expression inscrutable, leaving others unable to fathom his thoughts. Zhou Jinghuai stood at the door, while Bai Qianqian covered her face, exclaiming, It was Yiwu who did this. Mrs. Bai's arrogance diminished in an instant, but after a brief moment, she coldly retorted, She won't be so brazen for long. Once Zhou Jinghuai divorces her, as a solitary girl, she will be at our mercy. Her husband, Bai Qianqian, with a hint of conscience, frowned and said, Do not speak so harshly, she is, after all, A legitimate spouse of Jinghuai. Mrs. Bai was displeased. Legitimate spouse? I say they are but a sham couple, if it weren't for that incident years ago. Bai Chunyan reprimanded her sharply, causing her to fall silent. She summoned a servant to fetch ice and personally attended to Bai Chanxian's bruises, lamenting. Look at how much Chanxian has suffered. Have you no solutions? Aren't you old acquaintances with Mrs. Chun from Maya? Speak with her, if Mr. Chen considers Chanxian. Her position in the Zhou family will be secure. Bai Chanxian, teary-eyed, implored, Father, please say something. Bai Chunyan's expression turned awkward. Mrs. Bai glared at him. Her voice turning sharp, You still cannot forget her, can you? She is married now. Bai Chunyan snapped, What nonsense are you spouting? Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt. In the dead of night, he often dreamed of his former lover and their child, lost at the age of 5, and despite searching for years, had never found them. It was only 2 years ago that he learned of this truth. He dared not disclose it to his wife. As he stood aside smoking, the swirling smoke blurred his vision, his eyes reddening. Mrs. Bai remained oblivious to her husband's unease, continuing her tirade, I do not care about your past. What matters is that you must plan for our daughter's future. Bai Chunyan took a deep drag of his cigarette, contemplating a future meeting where he might inquire about their daughter's whereabouts. In a VIP hospital room, the elderly lady suddenly asked, How does Jinghuai treat you? Yi Wu hesitated, replying, Zhou Jinghuai treats me very well. Yet the old lady, with penetrating insight, pondered deeply, recognizing the pain of reflection. If you are unhappy, then part ways. We are but ordinary folk. How can we expect everything to go smoothly in such a distinguished family? In the past, I understood your affection for Jinghuai. But now I see your feelings for him have begun to wane. Perhaps it is better to let go. Grandmother, Yi Wu's voice trembled, taken aback by her grandmother's open-mindedness. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Yi Wu turned to see Zhou Jinghuai standing at the threshold, his dark eyes fixed upon her, profound and inscrutable. It seemed he had stood there for some time, having likely overheard the preceding conversation. Yi Wu had ceased to care. Zhou Jinghuai gradually entered, placing the basket of fruit upon the tea table before sitting beside the elderly lady, engaging her in conversation with the ease of someone accustomed to the intrigues of the powerful. Meanwhile, Yi Wu's expression remained indifferent. After 4 years of marriage, the instances of Zhou Jinghuai accompanying her to visit her grandmother could be counted on one's fingers. The contrast between love and indifference was starkly evident. Yet she endured for 4 long years, reflecting on the situation, one might conclude she deserved it. Suddenly, Zhou Jinghuai's voice broke through her reverie. What are you thinking about? Chapter 16, Does it still hurt? Yi Wu, unwilling to confront him, excused herself to the restroom. Leaning against the wall, she drifted into a quiet daze, hoping Zhou Jinghuai would take the hint and leave. After approximately 10 minutes, the restroom door creaked open, a beam of pale light spilling into the dim space. And Zhou Jinghuai quietly entered. In the obscured ambience, it was just the two of them. Yi Wu averted her gaze, resolutely refusing to engage in any form of communication with him. Zhou Jinghuai approached her, his towering figure casting a shadow over her. He reached out, gently caressing her cheek. His voice husky yet tender, Does it still hurt? Yi Wu turned her face away resolutely, her disdain for his touch unmistakable. Yet, Zhou Jinghuai was not a man to be easily dismissed. He positioned himself firmly between her and any escape. One hand gripping her chin while the other delicately stroked her face, an expression of deep affection on his countenance that was, to Yi Wu, deeply ironic. She attempted to swat his hand away, only to have it ensnared by Zhou Jinghuai. He held her slender wrist firmly, silent, his gaze penetrating as it bore into her. In Yi Wu's memory, Zhou Jinghuai had never looked at her with such intensity, but what did that matter now? Her voice shattered, Let me go. Zhou Jinghuai extracted a tube of ointment from his pocket, dispensing a small amount before delicately applying it to Yi Wu's face. She reluctantly acquiesced. Yet her gaze towards him was devoid of warmth, even tinged with a hint of frost. Is it done? If so, then release me. Zhou Jinghuai's dark eyes fixed on her, Is my touch so repulsive to you? Yi Wu replied without a moment's hesitation, Yes. Zhou Jinghuai possesses a formidable temperament. The more she resists, the more he desires her. Thus, within the confines of the narrow restroom, a fervent struggle ensues between the two, culminating in the woman succumbing to the man's strength, compelled to surrender to his caresses and kisses. A dim light dances upon her fair skin, glistening with beads of sweat. Zhou Jinghuai's forehead was adorned with prominent veins, revealing the deep restraint of his emotions, yet this was neither an opportune moment nor a suitable place. After a prolonged silence, he buried his face in the curve of Yi Wu's neck, whispering softly, "I am sorry." Yi Wu, her garments in disarray, trembled as she raised a hand and struck Zhou Jinghuai's handsome face with great force. The crisp sound resonated particularly clearly in the dimness. Zhou Jinghuai refrained from retaliating. Tightly embracing Yi Wu in his arms, leaning close to her ear and whispering with a trembling voice, in Zhou Jinghuai's heart, "A Wu was of utmost importance." Yi Wu raised her head, tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes. After a moment, she gently pushed Zhou Jinghuai away and silently walked out. Some words are best left unheard, some people drift apart as they walk. Now, she no longer desired Zhou Jinghuai, his priorities were no longer her concern. During her grandmother's hospitalization, Zhou Jinghuai frequently visited. Occasionally, when he couldn't find Yi Wu, he would engage the elderly woman in conversation. After 4 years of marriage, it seemed Zhou Jinghuai had finally found the time to accompany Yi Wu's only remaining family member. Yet, Yi Wu felt no sense of gratitude. She was still in search of a lawyer to initiate divorce proceedings. A week later, on a rainy autumn night, the quiet evening was enveloped in darkness. The gray pavement glistening with water, the fallen sycamore leaves drenched by the rain, pitifully melding with the ground. Yi Wu parked her car and saw Zhou Jinghuai standing outside. His vehicle having arrived first, parked beneath the sycamore trees. As Yi Wu exited her car, Zhou Jinghuai blocked her path. "We need to talk." Yi Wu circumvented his figure. Heading towards the elevator entrance, Zhou Jinghuai, "There is nothing to discuss, let us settle this in court." She ascended the stairs with him following closely behind. Yi Wu did not allow him to enter her home. Once inside, she pressed her back against the door. Zhou Jinghuai represented her entire youth, and severing ties with him was, in truth, immensely painful. Yi Wu took some time to compose herself before donning a bathrobe to shower and rest, indifferent to whether Zhou Jinghuai remained. As the night deepened, the lights in the windows extinguished one by one. In a black vehicle on the first floor, dim light flickered, revealing a man dressed in black, seated within. Even with an expressionless face, his noble aura was unmistakable. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at his phone, looking at the photos of Yi Wu. In the images, Yi Wu smiled with a gentle charm. It had been a long time since he had witnessed her smile. Despite their proximity, one above and the other below, Yi Wu had refrained from uttering a single word to him. The night rain fell softly, pattering against the barren leaves of the phoenix tree, sketching a scene of desolate beauty. The silhouette of the man inside the car appeared hazy. Water droplets hung from the branches, cascading down and striking the roof of the car with a rhythmic thud. In the early morning, Yi Wu took Xiaobai for a walk. The air was frigid, and each step she took released a puff of white breath. She wore a delicate knitted dress, layered with a deep brown trench coat that cinched tightly at her waist, her long black hair cascading in soft waves over her shoulders, exuding an air of English rose elegance. Inside the black vehicle, Zhou Jinghuai silently observed. In the past, Yi Wu would never have dressed this way. Now she seemed to relish such attire. Was it for Gu Jiu? Woof! Woof! Xiaobai barked excitedly at the man. Yi Wu glanced down at the heart-shaped breakfast, feeling a sense of irony wash over her. When she was Mrs. Zhou Jinghuai had never shown her any care, he had treated her like a mere workhorse. Now, with a lover outside, he engaged in this elaborate charade with her, leaving her to wonder whom he was trying to impress. Zhou Jinghuai, with deep-set eyes, inquired, "What is suitable for us?" "Yi Wu, speak your mind, and I shall act according to your wishes. From now on, we." Yi Wu's expression grew colder. "There is no we. There is only you, only me." Resolutely, she approached the trash bin and discarded the 2 bags. After casting them away, she turned to face Zhou Jinghuai. "Zhou Jinghuai, let us both strive for normalcy, shall we? You are no longer the Zhou Jinghuai of the past, and I am not the Yi Wu I once was. At this moment, I no longer desire you." Zhou Jinghuai stood beneath the sycamore tree, surrounded by the elegance of orchids and jade. He quietly observed the graceful silhouette of Yi Wu as she departed. Just as a droplet of water slid down the trunk and fell gently at the corner of his eye, then trickled away. Chapter 17, Young Master Jing. You must be magnanimous. A week later, Yi Wu secured the storefront. Despite the unfavorable economic climate, a 5-year contract was signed, much to the satisfaction of the other party. The individual departed early, leaving Yi Wu to savor the remaining coffee, a habit cultivated over many years. Suddenly, a sweet voice echoed in her ear, "Sister Yi Wu." Yi Wu was taken aback. It was Gu Nianen, the younger sister of Gu Jiu. Still in university, Gu Nianen was not particularly close to Yi Wu. Yet today she radiated warmth, running over to embrace Yi Wu's arm and speaking with an affectionate familiarity. The lively and sweet-natured young girl elicited a hint of fondness even from Yi Wu, who typically maintained a cold demeanor. Yi Wu called over a waiter and ordered 2 servings of desserts for Gu Nianen. Moments later, the waiter delivered the treats, which Gu Nianen devoured with sheer delight. Once she finished one, she seemed to recall the matter at hand. "Tomorrow is my brother's birthday, you must join us for the gathering." Gu Jiu's birthday? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Wu politely declined, expressing her inability to find the time. Gu Nianen, with an understanding expression, reassured her, "Don't worry. Zhou Jinghuai definitely won't be attending, he never participates in such dull gatherings. I would stake my brother's life on it." Yi Wu mused that Gu Jiu must possess 9 lives to withstand such a gamble from Gu Nianen. After some contemplation, she ultimately acquiesced, recognizing that she indeed owed Gu Jiu a favor. On her way back, Yi Wu detoured to the mall to purchase a gift for Gu Jiu. Considering the nature of their relationship, she decided on a gold pen, which maintained a social distance while avoiding an appearance of meagerness. After much deliberation, she selected one, its price tag reading 126,000. After completing her purchase, the sales associate eagerly remarked, "Madam, you are preparing a birthday gift for your husband, I presume. Our counter also has a splendid selection of lapel pins and cufflinks, crafted from the finest materials available. Would you care to take a look?" Yi Wu attempted to explain, but the sales associate had already brought over a silver tray. Not wishing to complicate matters for the sales staff, she picked it up casually to examine. Having been Zhou's wife for 4 years, she had managed his clothing and accessories, honing her discerning eye over the years. A gentle smile graced her lips. "This lapel pin is quite nice." The sales associate continued to praise her taste, hoping she would make a purchase. Although 180,000 was not a significant sum for Yi Wu, she studied the pin for a while before softly lamenting, "Unfortunately, I no longer have anyone to gift it to." At the elevator, Zhou Jinghuai stood quietly. A week prior, Rong'en Group had acquired the mall, and he had come for an inspection, unexpectedly encountering Yi Wu. He observed her selecting a lapel pin and could not help but think that she must still harbor feelings for him, purchasing items on his behalf. He reminisced about their past. Their marriage was not entirely dismal. Aside from her coldness in bed, Yi Wu was impeccable in every other regard. Moreover, she had become considerably more graceful and slender over time, evoking a desire in men to embrace her tenderly, to comfort her, and to engage intimately. Presently, he found himself with certain needs regarding Yi Wu. Noticing his distraction, Secretary Lin quietly reminded him, "Young Master Jing, Manager Liu is presenting his report." Surrounded by a group, he departed. As he left, he couldn't shake the thought of the bond forged over 4 years of marriage with Yi Wu, like sinews that cannot be severed. Reconciliation was merely a matter of time. The following day, Yi Wu found herself caught in traffic. By the time she arrived at the private room of the club, she was already half an hour late. Upon entering, she naturally apologized, "I'm terribly sorry for being late." Inside the opulent room, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Gu Jiu sat among a circle of 10 or so childhood friends, all quietly seated, some furtively glancing about, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Zhou Jinghuai's wife, celebrating another man's birthday behind his back. Zhou Jinghuai catches her in the act. Yet, Zhou Jinghuai does not love Yi Wu. It remains uncertain whether he will stir up a scene. Zhou Jinghuai reclined on the corner sofa, clad entirely in black, seamlessly merging with the shadows around him. Even in such an environment, he exuded an air of noble elegance, untouched by the trivialities of the world, resembling a quintessentially aloof and illustrious figure. Zhou Jinghuai's eyes were deep and contemplative as he gazed at Yi Wu standing at the entrance. It was evident that Yi Wu had deliberately adorned herself for this occasion. Donning a misty gray-blue silk dress that cinched at the waist, complemented by a long necklace of white mother-of-pearl draping gracefully around her neck. Her earlobes were adorned with diamond tassel earrings, and she carried a handbag and wore a watch in the same color palette. She exuded an air of opulence, imbued with femininity. It was unclear when Yi Wu had undergone such a transformation. She had become alluring, her every gesture captivating a host of men, including Zhou Jinghuai himself. However, Zhou Jinghuai perceived this enchantment as mere hormonal allure, devoid of any true affection. He believed that once his physiological needs were satisfied, his feelings towards Yi Wu would inevitably diminish. His gaze shifted to Yi Wu's hands, which held an exquisite box, clearly a birthday gift for Gu Jiu. It dawned on him that she was purchasing something for Gu Jiu, not for him, Zhou Jinghuai. The thrill he had experienced upon unexpectedly encountering Yi Wu yesterday dissipated in that moment, and a chill crept into his eyes as he regarded her. Reminiscent of a man who suspects his wife of infidelity. The atmosphere in the private room was undeniably tense. It was Gu Nian who, with a steely resolve, ushered Yi Wu into the space, apologizing, "I truly had no idea Zhou Jinghuai would be here. He has never attended my brother's birthday gatherings before," always claiming they were tedious. Yi Wu held no resentment towards the young woman. She felt no trepidation in Zhou Jinghuai's presence, after all. She was on the verge of divorce, and her associations were her own prerogative. She presented her gift, stating, "Happy birthday, Lawyer Gu." Gu Jiu accepted it with a gentle smile, replying, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Someone dared to jest, Jiu seldom smiles. And yet, his first smile is gifted to Jinghuai's wife. "Young Master Jing, you must be magnanimous tonight, truly magnanimous." Among this circle of childhood friends, such banter was permissible, as they were aware that Zhou Jinghuai harbored no affection for Yi Wu. Who would concern themselves with a woman whom they did not love? Zhou Jinghuai's heart is but a mere pawn to others. Little do they know, the man seated in the corner harbors a chilling gaze, yet his expression remains inscrutable. He takes a languid drag from his cigarette, coldly observing Yi Wu. At this juncture, she has ceased to concern herself with his feelings. She brazenly flirts with other men. Yi Wu pays Zhou Jinghuai no heed, and he, too, refrains from displaying any affection for her in front of outsiders. It seems their relationship has reached an impasse. Those present are astute, speculating that Zhou Jinghuai and Yi Wu's marriage is on the brink of dissolution. And their attitudes towards Yi Wu have shifted, becoming markedly more cordial. This evening, Yi Wu is undeniably captivating. Who could possibly resist the allure of a beautiful woman? Yi Wu is drawn into a game of truth or dare, seated beside Gu Jiu. The mingling of men and women inevitably leads to fleeting touches, hinting at a subtle ambiguity. At the very least, Gu Jiu is not innocent. In the past, he would never indulge in such childish games. Tonight's exception is conspicuously for Yi Wu's sake. Gu Jiu draws a king card, and the atmosphere suddenly grows hushed. They are hardly blind. His intentions are unmistakable. A stark contrast to what one might have believed in the past. Chapter 18, Mrs. Zhou, it's time to go home. In a nearby corner, Zhou Jinghuai leans forward, extinguishing the remaining half of his cigarette. The private room descends into silence. No one anticipated that Zhou Jinghuai would be so sensitive. Was he not indifferent to Yi Wu? Furthermore, Gu Jiu knows how to maintain decorum. Uttering a few ambiguous remarks does not equate to encroaching upon Zhou Jinghuai's cherished sentiments. Why such a strong reaction? In the past, he never guarded anyone in such a manner. Having evidence makes all the difference. Yet, to his surprise, Yi Wu remains unmoved by Zhou Jinghuai's affections. Zhou Jinghuai's dark eyes were imbued with a profound intensity. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly silent, as everyone was acutely aware that this marked the onset of Zhou Jinghuai's fury. Although they were all childhood friends, Zhou Jinghuai's status set him apart. The Rongyan group's prominence in the capital was unparalleled, and given Zhou Jinghuai's demeanor, refined yet ruthlessly decisive, who would dare to offend him? However, this evening, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Gu Jiu reclined against the sofa, his slender fingers idly playing with a king card, a faint smile gracing his lips as he invited. "Shall we play together, Jinghuai?" Zhou Jinghuai cast a glance at Gu Jiu. The golden pen gifted by Yi Wu gleamed conspicuously as it was affixed to the pocket of his suit, radiating an almost blinding brilliance. As if it were declaring war against him, her lawful husband. Was Gu Juicy out of her mind? Given the multitude of vested interests entwined between them, she ought not to entertain notions regarding Yi Wu. Zhou Jinghuai's lips curled into a faint, icy smile, a married man, engaged in other pursuits. He cast a glance down at Yi Wu. Let's go. Yi Wu understood that if she did not follow Zhou Jinghuai's lead, he would likely commit some unforgettable act in public that would haunt her for a lifetime. She rose, ready to depart, yet her heart remained utterly unperturbed. Zhou Jinghuai's domineering nature was something only a young girl could appreciate. Yi Wu, a free spirit, roamed the vast skies and seas, knowing that the wise do not fall into the abyss of love. In the next moment, Zhou Jinghuai grasped Yi Wu's hand, his overwhelming possessiveness palpable to all present. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Yi Wu, feeling embarrassed, remarked, "Zhou Jinghuai, you need not act this way." Yet, Zhou Jinghuai tightened his grip even further. Thus, the two of them ambivalently approached the door of the private room, when suddenly, a cold voice broke the tension, as a divorce lawyer. "I have always wanted to ask Yi Wu, why do you wish to part ways with Zhou Jinghuai?" Silence enveloped every corner of the room, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Gu Jiucai's expression was grave, as if he were solemnly adjudicating the fate of a couple in a court of law rather than at his extravagant birthday celebration. The attendees deemed Gu Jiucai mad. Yet none were aware of what transpired that day. He witnessed Yi Wu beside an elderly patient's bedside, he saw her at the villa, and when she emerged, she appeared lost, with faint marks upon her face, revealing the most vulnerable side of a once proud woman. He refrained from approaching her, fearing it would shatter her last vestiges of dignity. After much contemplation, he ultimately instructed Nianin to invite her to the gathering. He had considered the possibility of Zhou Jinghuai's presence and the potential fallout of confronting him. But none of these thoughts could rival the image of Yi Wu's desolate silhouette. That day marked the first time Gu Jiucai yearned to embrace a woman, not out of romantic desire, but merely to hold her, to wipe away her tears, and to kiss her trembling lips. In the profound stillness, Gu Jiucai inquired once more, "Why do you wish to divorce?" At the entrance, Zhou Jinghuai turned Yi Wu around, his icy gaze fixed on his former friend, his voice frigid to the core. "Gu Jiucai, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? If you remain oblivious, perhaps a visit to the hospital will clear your mind." Gu Jiucai slowly rose, declaring, "I am fully aware. Always have been." "And what of you, Jinghuai? If you are truly aware, then you must recognize that Yi Wu no longer harbors love for you. You may hold her for a year or two, but you cannot confine her for a lifetime." Zhou Jinghuai let out a cold scoff. "She is still my wife." Gu Juicy remained silent. Beside him, Gu Nianan tugged at his sleeve, cautiously inquiring, "Brother, do you have feelings for Sister Yi Mu?" Gu Juicy replied with a subtle affirmative. Shortly thereafter, the cup in Gu Nianan's hand fell to the ground, shattering. Within the confines of the narrow elevator, only Zhou Jinghuai and Yi Mu remained. Yi Mu shook off Zhou Jinghuai's grasp, her voice devoid of warmth. "There is no one else here, Zhou Jinghuai. You no longer need to play the role of a loving couple." In the next moment, she was forcefully pressed against the cold elevator wall. Her former fiancé, with an unrestrained and rough demeanor unlike anything she had experienced before, seemed to be inspecting her as one might a personal item. His actions tinged with a sense of humiliation. The towering figure of the man trapped her, his gaze piercing, his straight nose pressing against hers, the contact unyielding. "Since when have you and Gu Juicy become so close? What does it matter to you?" Zhou Jinghuai's dark eyes bore into her, as if he sought to scrutinize every inch of her flesh with piercing clarity. After a prolonged silence, he let out a cold scoff. "Allow me to remind you. Gu Juicy is our divorce attorney, his duty is to render you destitute. Is such a person truly someone you wish to associate with?" This was the essence of Zhou Jinghuai, blunt and incisive. Yi Wu leaned against the elevator wall, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Tears of laughter welled in her eyes. "Isn't his intention synonymous with yours? Zhou Jinghuai, is it not your desire to leave me with nothing?" With a playful tilt of her head, she continued teasingly, "In truth, I am unfazed. Reflecting on these past years, I have cultivated quite an extensive network. Even if I were to emerge empty-handed from this divorce, I am confident that, should I choose, there would be no shortage of suitors eager to take on the role of Zhou Jinghuai's former wife, whether as a new companion or a subsequent spouse. Zhou Jinghuai was utterly infuriated. He gently caressed her delicate face, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. "Do you truly believe I would allow you to be with another man? Yi Wu, you can forget about it for the rest of your life." Yi Wu retorted with 3 words, "You're insane." Zhou Jinghuai was utterly incensed by her actions. His gaze upon her was frigid, and he subsequently pressed the button for the 32nd floor. Yi Wu remained oblivious to the unfolding events until the elevator doors opened, at which point she was pulled out by Zhou Jinghuai. The hotel receptionist, noticing the arrival of guests, greeted them with a smile and inquired, "Sir, would you like to book a room?" Zhou Jinghuai held onto Yi Wu with one hand while extracting his wallet from the pocket of his coat with the other. "You take the documents and cards yourself, and book the finest suite available." Yi Wu, unable to contain her frustration any longer, exclaimed, "Zhou Jinghuai, have you lost your mind?" Zhou Jinghuai's deep, dark eyes gazed intensely. "What are your thoughts, Mrs. Zhou?" The receptionist promptly processed the transaction, her hands trembling slightly as she returned the wallet. She recognized that the man before her was the president of the Rong'an Group, and the woman beside him was presumably his wife. 4 years of marriage. Yet they still chose to reside in a hotel suite, such a display of affection. Chapter 19, How could I bear to die when I haven't even received my share of the fortune? Zhou Jinghuai, accompanied by Yi Wu, pushed open the door to the hotel suite. It was their inaugural stay in such an establishment. He carried a subtle scent of aftershave, mingled with the fresh aroma of tobacco, all of which invaded her very being through fervent kisses, rendering her legs tremulous and unable to support her weight. The two stumbled toward the sofa, Zhou Jinghuai shedding his overcoat, followed by Yi Wu's stockings, her slender legs brushing against the fabric of his black trousers, quivering with an unbearable restlessness. The man caressed the woman's face, demanding, "Admit that you do not harbor feelings for Gu Jiuzi." Yi Wu was reluctant to concede. While she held no romantic inclinations toward Gu Jiuzi, she also had no desire to pledge her loyalty in front of Zhou Jinghuai. He himself was entangled in both overt and covert affairs. Why should she explain something so unfounded, especially when she intended to divorce him? Yi Wu deliberately sought to provoke him. Imitating his gestures, she lightly traced his sharply defined face, whispering hoarsely, "Perhaps I have developed a fondness after all." Zhou Jinghuai fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes filled with venom. Subsequently, he lifted Yi Wu effortlessly. The disparity in strength between men and women was stark. She could not break free from his grasp. Resigning herself, she turned her face aside and spoke in a detached tone, "Zhou Jinghuai, when did you become so lacking in decorum? There are countless women outside willing to share your bed, why must you coerce me? I refuse to spend the night with you." Coerce? Yi Wu, do you consider it coercion for a husband and wife to share a room? Zhou Jinghuai came to a halt. He fixed his gaze upon her face, observing the beads of sweat that adorned her fair skin. Then he cradled her face and kissed her, murmuring indistinctly, "Yi Wu, have you no physiological needs at all?" Yi Wu gently closed her eyes and replied, "It can be resolved anywhere. She truly is remarkable." Zhou Jinghuai suddenly lost interest. He turned over and sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. Beside him, Yi Wu adjusted her disheveled dress, preparing to leave. However, Zhou Jinghuai reached out to stop her, saying, "I have something to discuss with you." Yi Wu still wished to depart. Zhou Jinghuai tightly clenched his hand into a fist, exerting force that caused her to tumble to his side. Subsequently, her delicate form was enveloped in an embrace, while her mouth and nose were firmly covered by another. Zhou Jinghuai deliberately left her breathless before finally relenting. Letting out a soft huff, "Perhaps it would be better to suffocate you." Yi Wu leaned against the back of the sofa, gasping heavily, "I haven't even received my share of the money, how could I possibly bear to die?" Zhou Jinghuai's voice was icy as he said, "Do not entertain dreams of divorce." Yi Wu offered a faint smile. After the intense struggle moments ago, her brows and eyes possessed an alluring languor that captivated men. As for Zhou Jinghuai's words, she chose to dismiss them as mere scheming. The night was tranquil and serene. Zhou Jinghuai gazed across at the reflection of their desolation in the floor-to-ceiling glass. He spoke softly, "The Maya plan has yet to be finalized, at this juncture. Divorce is not an option for me. After 4 years of marriage, have you truly no lingering affection, Yiwu? None, Yiwu replied, leaving no room for doubt. She reclined on the sofa, her voice a whisper as she recounted, the humiliation I endured that day is etched in my memory forever. I believe you too should not forget it. Each time it resurfaces, it should remind us that we have reached the end. Any attempt at reconciliation seems utterly feeble and absurd. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at her and said, let us discuss finances and cooperation. Yiwu, I can agree to a divorce. But not at this moment, let's postpone it for 2 years. Your demand for 20% of Ron's assets is excessive. How about we settle for 10%? I will transfer 5% of my holdings to you as a gesture of good faith, while the remaining 5% will be settled on the day of the divorce. You are well aware of the market value of 10%, it amounts to at least 30 billion. I believe that even if you were to pursue legal action, you would find it difficult to claim such an amount, given that we have signed a prenuptial agreement. Yiwu was certainly cognizant of this reality. Thus, she did not outright decline his proposal. After all, who would turn away from money? However, she was not naive either. Zhou Jinghuai's substantial offer was not without its strings attached. With a faint smile, she inquired, what obligations must I fulfill? Zhou Jinghuai gazed at her and candidly stated, cooperate with the Maya plan and share my bed. Zhou Jinghuai. I have the physiological needs of a man, Yiwu replied, not directly acquiescing, but rather coolly remarked. I will think it over. Zhou Jinghuai retrieved a document from his pocket and handed it to Yiwu, stating, this is the agreement. You may wish to consult a lawyer regarding its particulars. If you have additional stipulations, we can certainly negotiate further. Yiwu. While there may be no romantic affection between us, we are at least akin to family. Please take your time to reflect on this. Yiwu agreed to contemplate the matter, yet she insisted on departing, expressing her unwillingness to stay the night. Zhou Jinghuai did not attempt to retain her. This evening, he had matters to attend to. As Yiwu descended the stairs, it was already late at night, and the city's neon lights had mostly dimmed, leaving only a few solitary stars twinkling in the sky. Just as she was about to open the car door, she caught an unexpected glimpse of a scene unfolding before her eyes. A couple was entangled in a confrontation, the woman blocking the man's path, refusing to let him leave. Yiwu recognized them. Zhou Jingyao and his girlfriend Su Qihong, the proud and capable head of the public relations department at Rong'an Group, found themselves in a moment of vulnerability as she desperately clung to him, unwilling to let him leave, suggesting that troubles had arisen in their relationship. However, when a man decides to depart, a woman's efforts to restrain him are often in vain. In the ensuing struggle, Zhou Jingyao inadvertently pushed Su Qihong to the ground. Dressed in a winter dress and high heels, her slender calf scraped against the unforgiving concrete, tearing away a patch of skin and causing blood to flow profusely. Zhou Jingyao appeared momentarily stunned. However, he did not linger, nor did he extend a hand to assist Su Qihong. Instead, he cast a glance back before independently opening the car door and departing. The black Cullinan roared to life and swiftly vanished from the scene. Su Qihong erupted in a torrent of curses, exclaiming, Zhou Jingyao, you scoundrel! As her invectives continued, her eyes reddened, and she eventually collapsed onto the cold ground, lost in a daze. Throughout the entire episode, Yiwu observed with acute clarity. Zhou Jingyao's infidelity and romantic nature were abundantly clear to her. No matter how beautiful or capable Su Qihong was, he would never confine himself to a single woman. At this moment, he was likely accompanying another. Upon reflection, it was evident that the men of the Zhou family were of a similar ilk. Yiwu contemplated for a moment before approaching Su Qihong, sighing softly. Allow me to take you to the hospital to tend to your wounds. It would be troublesome if tetanus sets in. When Su Qihong looked up and saw Yiwu, she was momentarily taken aback. President Yi. Yiwu's voice was gentle as she assisted Su Qihong into the car and drove her to the hospital. Being a woman herself, Yiwu understood Su Qihong's predicament. Throughout the journey, Su Qihong wept silently. Yiwu felt a wave of emotion in Su Qihong. She saw a reflection of her own past, desperate and consumed by passionate love. In the stillness of the night, Yiwu's voice took on a slightly husky tone. In truth, marrying into the Zhou family may not guarantee happiness. Without a good partner, no amount of material wealth can bring joy. Su Qihong was taken aback. President Yi. Are you not happy? Chapter 20, Because Yi Wu is my wife. After Yi Wu departed, Zhou Jinghuai made his way to a certain location, the rooftop of the Montong building. The night breeze howled, billowing the black coats of the two men, resembling nocturnal hawks soaring through the darkness, their imposing presence equally matched. Zhou Jinghuai lit a pristine white cigarette against the wind, inhaling deeply as it rested upon his lips. His gaunt visage, marked by the exertion, rendered his features even more striking and profound. After a few puffs, he turned his gaze towards Gu Jiusi, his voice cold and resolute. We shall terminate our collaboration. Furthermore, my divorce case with Yi Wu will also be put on hold for the time being. Should the need arise in the future, others will assume responsibility for this litigation. Gu Jiusi inquired, why? Zhou Jinghuai discarded the remaining half of his pristine white cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it beneath his calfskin shoe. His voice turned even more frigid and detached. Gu Jiusi, you inquire why? In the next moment, Zhou Jinghuai swung his fist, striking Gu Jiusi's jaw with force. Gu Jiusi endured the blow without flinching. Zhou Jinghuai stood firm, his gaze as icy as tempered steel. Because Yi Wu is my wife, you haven't forgotten, have you? Gu Jiusi? Your wife? Gu Jiusi murmured, lowering his head to dab at the blood at the corner of his mouth. To him, that trivial amount of blood was inconsequential. He looked at the vivid crimson and chuckled, Zhou Jinghuai, you are aware that Yi Wu is your wife, so why have you waited so long? A mere Bai Qianshan has already driven Yi Wu to this extent. If she were to learn the truth, do you think she would still choose to remain by your side? Dream on. Zhou Jinghuai, don't assume that money can solve everything. After years of collaboration, the partnership between Zhou Jinghuai and Gu Jiusi had unraveled. Zhou Jinghuai extracted another cigarette with a certain elegance, igniting it with a sardonic smile. Jiusi, we are, in essence, the same. You should know better than anyone that money can often be omnipotent. His gaze locked onto Gu Jiusi's. I will never divorce Yi Wu, never. Yi Wu had not made any effort to reach out to Zhou Jinghuai. Even between spouses, when it comes to the distribution of interests, there exists an element of negotiation. Yi Wu was not one to be easily unsettled. She had heard from Annie that Bai Qianshan was leveraging connections to gain an invitation to Mr. Chen's banquet. Annie expressed her concerns about Bai Qianshan's potential rise to prominence. Yi Wu smiled lightly. Bai Qianshan lacks the capability. Her skills are insufficient to support such a colossal project as Maya, and she will inevitably suffer and question her own worth. Much like I did during my own profound self-doubt within marriage. Her issues with Zhou Jinghuai remained unresolved, compounded by troubling news regarding her grandmother's health brain tumor, poorly situated. Delays could lead to nerve compression, resulting in paralysis. Yi Wu exhausted her entire network, yet no doctor dared to undertake the operation. Partly due to the tumor's precarious location and partly because of the grandmother's advanced age, which posed significant surgical risks. Anxious, Yi Wu set aside her concerns about Zhou Jinghuai. Upon learning of this predicament, Mrs. Chen made a special visit to the hospital, both to check on the elderly lady and to provide Yi Wu with some valuable information. After visiting her grandmother, Yi Wu escorted Mrs. Chen to a nearby CAF. In the bright CAF, they sat across from one another. Mrs. Chen gently held Yi Wu's hand. Speaking with tender concern, do not fret too much, modern medicine is quite advanced, and most ailments can be treated. Upon hearing the news yesterday, I made some inquiries and indeed gleaned useful information from Mr. Chen. He mentioned a prominent surgeon in Jing City named Fu Yu, who seldom makes an appearance. Mr. Chen lacks the influence to summon him. However, this surgeon's ancestors have maintained a long-standing friendship with the Zhou family, and to this day, that bond remains intact. I believe if a member of the Zhou family were to make the request, he would be inclined to perform the surgery. Mrs. Chen had caught wind of Yi Wu's intentions to seek a divorce, and after her remarks, she sipped her coffee to mask her awareness. Yi Wu felt immense gratitude towards Mrs. Chen. Just as she was contemplating her next steps, a call came from the Zhou family residence, with the elder Zhou requesting a meeting with Yi Wu. The call was made by Zhou Yanli, and given the Zhou family's strict etiquette, at this moment, Yi Wu was a guest of the elder Zhou, prompting Zhou Yanli to speak with utmost politeness. Zhou Yanli remarked, regardless of your relationship with Jinghuai, do grant the old gentleman some favor. He has always held you in high regard. Yi Wu acquiesced. The early winter made its entrance. The courtyard of the Zhou family is brimming with charm throughout the year. As Yi Wu parked her car and stepped out, she immediately spotted Zhou Yanli, who had personally come to escort her to meet the esteemed old master Zhou, a clear indication of his significance. During their stroll, Zhou Yanli engaged her in casual conversation, deliberately omitting any mention of Zhou Jinghuai. Yi Wu reciprocated this silence. Upon reaching the old master's study, Zhou Yanli's secretary approached them and whispered a few words to him. While they conversed, Yi Wu scrutinized the secretary's features, and once he departed, she remarked to Zhou Yanli, "Your father's secretary appears rather familiar to me." Zhou Yanli's face bore a hint of hesitation. After a brief pause, he pushed open the small door and glanced at Yi Wu, saying, "The old master is waiting for you." Yi Wu ceased her speculations and walked straight in. The ancient study was filled with the fragrant aroma of tea. Old Master Zhou was sipping tea while gently swinging on a swing, unattended by any servants. Upon hearing the footsteps, the old master chuckled, "Ah Wu has arrived. Come, join me for tea." Yi Wu approached, seated herself, and respectfully addressed him as Old Master, still maintaining an air of formality. Old Master Zhou smiled gently, saying, "Jinghuai is not here. I have sent everyone else away. Today, it is just the two of us, grandfather and granddaughter, to have a conversation." Yi Wu smiled softly, bending down to pour tea for the old gentleman. Among the younger generation of the Zhou family, aside from Zhou Jinghuai, the esteemed elder of the family holds Yi Wu in particularly high regard, even surpassing his affection for his eldest grandson, Zhou Jingyao. This special favor has rendered Yi Wu a source of envy in the eyes of others, a fact that the elder is acutely aware of. After sipping his tea, the elder casually inquired about the matter concerning Zhou Jingyao and Su Qihong, eventually remarking with a nonchalant demeanor, "You and Jinghuai have been married for 4 years. It is indeed time for Jingyao to consider his own marriage." Yi Wu was taken aback, her heart stirred with shock, yet her expression remained inscrutable as she smiled. "Indeed. My elder cousin has reached the age for marriage." Old Master Zhou cast a sharp glance at her. This child, who conceals her talents and does not flaunt her abilities, is indeed worthy of Jinghuai. The old man then shifted the conversation to inquire about Yi Wu's grandmother's health. Yi Wu spoke briefly about it. The old man paused for a moment, exclaiming, "Such a significant matter, why did you not inform Jinghuai to discuss it with me? I understand your anxieties. Believing that Jinghuai does not love you, however, I can assure you, if Jinghuai harbored no affection for you at all, your marriage would not have endured to this day, it would have dissolved long ago." Yi Wu lowered her gaze, acknowledging, "I understand, in the Zhou family, matters of the heart ought not to be discussed." The old man, suddenly incensed, retorted, "Is this nonsense that Jinghuai has fed you? That scoundrel! If there were no feelings involved, how could his parents have brought him into this world? Would that not be mere animalistic coupling?" Yi Wu involuntarily recalled Zhou Yanli's secretary, whose exquisite beauty was no mere coincidence. Nevertheless, she chose to remain silent. Old Master Zhou spoke for quite some time, feeling somewhat weary. In essence, he assured her that he would arrange matters concerning her grandmother. He advised her to further reconcile with Jinghuai, as it is often said that a single night as a couple fosters 100 days of affection. Yi Wu nodded and carefully closed the door behind her. However, as she turned around, she unexpectedly collided with a strong and warm embrace. Startled, Yi Wu instinctively attempted to pull away, but the man held her close, pressing her delicate face against his shoulder. In a husky voice, he inquired, "How did the discussion with the old master go? Have you made your decision?" Chapter 21, Yi Wu, Come Back to Me. Yi Wu struggled slightly, responding, "I haven't made up my mind yet." "Zhou Jinghuai, then think about it now." Yi Wu's voice turned cold, "Is this a threat or a temptation?" "Zhou Jinghuai, do not regard me as a fool." Zhou Jinghuai had yet to utter a word when the voice of the elder Zhou resonated from within, "If you too wish to flaunt your affection, do so at a distance, do not provoke this solitary old man here." A prolonged silence ensued. Zhou Jinghuai lowered his gaze upon Yi Wu, then grasped her hand, leading her towards his vehicle. "I shall take you to meet Uncle Fu." Yi Wu smiled faintly, "Indeed." Zhou Jinghuai was relentless in his pursuit of his objectives. Zhou Jinghuai turned his head to glance at her. The man donned a deep gray shirt, elegantly layered with a lightweight black wool coat. He was tall and handsome, effortlessly exuding an aura of aloofness akin to that of an enigmatic male deity. After observing for a considerable time, Zhou Jinghuai pressed the accelerator, rest assured. I am merely fulfilling a filial duty. Yi Wu chose not to respond, maintaining her silence as they journeyed to Dr. Fu's residence. Nestled amidst mountains and water, it was an idyllic place for retirement. A house of blue bricks and red tiles rose gracefully among the undulating hills, complemented by the autumnal beauty of the flowering crabapple, creating an atmosphere of refined elegance. Zhou Jinghuai's car came to a halt, and Fuyu personally approached to greet him. Just yesterday, your aunt was lamenting that Jinghuai hasn't visited in quite some time. Nor has he brought his wife along for a leisurely visit. Zhou Jinghuai alighted from the car and embraced Fuyu, exclaiming, I have finally arrived, Uncle Fu. After their warm embrace, Zhou Jinghuai introduced Yi Wu. This is Uncle Fu, a distinguished authority in surgery. Aunt Fu's culinary skills are also quite commendable. Do be sure to serve up an extra couple of bowls of rice later. Yi Wu naturally stood beside Zhou Jinghuai, addressing him, Uncle Fu. Fuyu smiled gently, remarking, Jinghuai and his wife share a wonderful bond. It is evident that he has matured considerably and undergone many changes. Fuyu held Yi Wu in high regard, as did Aunt Fu, who emerged from the house, taking Yi Wu to admire her collection of plants and fish. Yi Wu was particularly fond of a tree in the courtyard, its trunk adorned with a small plaque inscribed by Fuyu himself, reading under the osmanthus tree. Noticing Yi Wu lost in thought, Aunt Fu smiled softly. Your Uncle Fu enjoys indulging in calligraphy and painting during his leisure. Yi Wu tenderly traced the characters with her fingers, sincerely praising, Uncle Fu's handwriting is truly exquisite. Yi Wu also cherished her relationship with Aunt Fu. Before dinner, Fuyu reviewed a film of Yi Wu's grandmother, indicating that there were no significant concerns, and tentatively scheduled a consultation date. With her heart set at ease, Yi Wu felt compelled to raise a toast to Fuyu during the meal. Zhou Jinghuai intercepted them. Fuyu felt envious once more of the affectionate bond shared by the youthful couple. Zhou Jinghuai, having indulged in wine, exhibited a subtle flush upon his refined visage, while the corners of his eyes sparkled with an uncommon flirtation. Even Yi Wu, usually composed, felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks as she was playfully teased. Beneath the table, Zhou Jinghuai gently clasped her fingertips. Yi Wu lifted her gaze, and as her brow furrowed, her heart stirred. After 4 years of marriage, this moment marked perhaps their most leisurely journey together, devoid of obligatory social engagements and the intricacies of rivalry, leaving only the tranquility and poise of their secluded retreat. Zhou Jinghuai indulged in a few more drinks, unable to leave for the time being, and was assisted by Fuyu to the bamboo pavilion to rest. The afternoon sun was languid. Zhou Jinghuai lay napping on a bamboo bed, enveloped in the warmth of the room, with only his discarded black cashmere coat draped over him. Yi Wu had removed her outer garment and was quietly reading on a soft couch by the window, patiently awaiting Zhou Jinghuai's awakening. The surroundings were tranquil and silent. At some unknown moment, Zhou Jinghuai stirred from his slumber. Perhaps it was the piercing sunlight that prompted him to shield his eyes, and through the gaps in his fingers, he caught sight of Yi Wu by the window. In the early winter's chill, she wore a long skirt in a delicate lotus pink beneath her coat, exuding a mature femininity. Her long hair was casually braided into a fishtail, accentuating her petite and fair visage. Indeed, Yi Wu was strikingly beautiful. Zhou Jinghuai gazed quietly for a considerable time before softly uttering, Please pour me a glass of water. Yi Wu set down the book she had been reading and looked up. You're awake? She did not exhibit excessive pride, instead, she rose from the soft couch to pour Zhou Jinghuai a glass of warm water. Taking a seat beside the bamboo bed, she handed it to him and remarked gently, You've slept for 2 hours, and it is nearly 4 o'clock now. Are you in a hurry? Do you have an appointment? Zhou Jinghuai took the water cup and placed it on the bedside table. Subsequently, Yi Wu found herself enveloped in his embrace, the thin cashmere coat serving merely as a delicate barrier between them. His body was firm and warm, causing Yi Wu to uncomfortably voice her protest, Let me go. However, Zhou Jinghuai, with his irresistible charm, was unwilling to release her. He leaned closer, their ears nearly touching, his voice imbued with the distinctive huskiness that accompanies intoxication. What are your thoughts on our situation? Yi Wu was reluctant to engage in conversation. Yet Zhou Jinghuai pressed her relentlessly. She genuinely feared his unpredictable behavior. Forced to lean against his shoulder, their bodies intimately entwined. She also insisted on withdrawing an additional 500 million from their joint account for business endeavors. A faint smile graced Yiwu's lips. She realized that after the absence of love, discussing such matters with Zhou Jinghuai had become almost trivial. Allowing her to teasingly inquire about his satisfaction, "Has Bai Qianqian not fulfilled your desires?" Zhou Jinghuai grasped the nape of her neck, kissing her tenderly. His voice a murmur of ambiguity, "I have never been in bed with her." Yiwu maintained a subtle smile, responding to Zhou Jinghuai's kiss. Her expression captivating, "Then that must be true love." "Zhou Jinghuai, I truly envy you." Zhou Jinghuai paused, pressing a gentle kiss, then lowered his gaze to her. His dark eyes shimmering with emotion. As dusk settled, a black car rolled over the dusty ground and came to a slow halt beneath the inpatient department. Yiwu unfastened her seatbelt and softly remarked, "I will go in and take a look myself. I shall return in 10 minutes. Zhou Jinghuai grasped her hand, saying, "Your grandmother is also dear to me." Yiwu offered a faint smile, her tone gentle yet imbued with an unmistakable firmness. Zhou Jinghuai, wishing to avoid further conflict, refrained from opposing her and sat in the car, watching as Yiwu entered the small building. The hospital room was tranquil. Her grandmother lay asleep, with an aunt vigilantly at her side. Upon seeing Yiwu, the aunt promptly rose, her face alight with joy. Director Wu just visited and mentioned that a renowned surgeon named Fu personally called to inquire about the old lady's condition. Director Wu assured us that with his involvement, we can rest easy. Yiwu, fully aware of the situation, seated herself beside the bed, gently stroking her grandmother's silvery hair. The aunt's expression gradually shifted to one of unease. "Miss Yi, did you go to plead with your husband?" Yiwu lifted her gaze to her, softly affirming, "Do not inform my grandmother, I do not wish for her to worry about me." The aunt, feeling a pang of sympathy yet aware of her place as a servant, hesitated to intrude on the family's matters. She merely smoothed her clothing and said, "Miss Yi, allow me to pour you a cup of tea and some pear soup to soothe your throat." Yiwu nodded in agreement. After a moment, the aunt returned with the pear soup and offered it to Yiwu. She took a small sip, finding it refreshingly sweet, and looked up at the aunt, remarking, "This is truly delightful, though it is a pity I cannot indulge in it daily." After sitting for a while, Yiwu decided to take her leave. As she walked down the narrow corridor, dusk enveloped the exterior, and she fancied she heard someone calling her name, Yiwu. Turning towards the sound, she spotted Gu Jiu standing by the window, quietly observing her. Since that fateful birthday banquet where he had spoken such words, they had not crossed paths again. And now Yiwu felt uncertain about how to face him. After a prolonged silence, she continued her way forward, exchanging no words as she brushed past Gu Jiu. Zhou Jinghuai alighted from the vehicle and gently embraced Yiwu, planting a kiss that betrayed a man's possessiveness. Chapter 22, Return to the Villa. Where all is changed after a prolonged absence, the villa felt transformed. The servants, who had always cherished Yiwu, eagerly awaited her return. Forming a line at the entrance to extend their warm welcomes, each exclaiming joyfully, "Congratulations on the reconciliation, sir and madam. Will you be dining together? The kitchen is fully prepared." Though Yiwu smiled softly, weariness lingered in her expression. Zhou Jinghuai gently embraced his wife, embodying the essence of a considerate husband. He instructed the servant, "Allow my wife to rest for a while, let us dine an hour hence." Once the servant had departed, Zhou Jinghuai gazed down at Yiwu and, with utmost tenderness, inquired, "You've had a long day, would you care for a bath?" Yiwu nodded slightly, her demeanor remaining notably aloof. Zhou Jinghuai, typically known for his irascible temperament, managed to suppress his ire this evening. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Yiwu surveyed her surroundings. The only irreparable piece was a painting, now replaced by a blank space adorned with empty branches and willow lane. Yiwu gazed silently for an extended period, her fingertips gliding over familiar spots. The bare walls had been adorned with new artwork. The empty wardrobe filled with fresh garments and exquisite jewels, yet her heart remained desolate. The portion of her soul that belonged to Zhou Jinghuai felt irrevocably vacant, incapable of being filled again. The lights shimmered, and Yiwu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Jinghuai had entered, encircling her slender waist from behind, resting his chin upon her shoulder. His voice, muffled yet intimate, murmured, "Shall we indulge just once? It has been far too long." Without waiting for her acquiescence, he pressed his lips against her skin, seeking to ignite her desires. Yi Wu, momentarily suppressing her sorrow, offered a slight resistance. "Did you not instruct the servant to prepare dinner soon?" The man behind her chuckled softly. A brief separation can rekindle the passion of newlyweds. The household staff are seasoned, they would not intrude unwarrantedly. Yi Wu ceased her objections. Tonight, she would treat it as if she had ordered takeout. However, as she was laid upon the soft bed, tears streamed down her cheeks. She could not forget the countless intimate moments they had shared, all of which were Zhou Jinghuai's attempts to plant seeds within her, an experience that was far from pleasant. Zhou Jinghuai enveloped her in his embrace. He tenderly kissed her tears and softly inquired, "Why are you crying?" "Don't ask," Yi Wu replied, her voice trembling. She clutched Zhou Jinghuai's neck tightly, forbidding him to inquire further. In a bold gesture, she lifted herself to reach his lips, planting kisses upon the man's chin. Zhou Jinghuai's gaze, ablaze with desire, fell upon the woman's visage, stirring emotions within him that had never before been awakened. The two were on the brink of uniting. Zhou Jinghuai's phone rang. At the disheveled foot of the bed, the device vibrated and chimed within the pocket of his black coat. Zhou Jinghuai was at a critical juncture, utterly disinclined to answer the phone. However, the caller persisted, causing the device to ring incessantly, rendering it impossible to ignore. Yi Wu gently pushed Zhou Jinghuai, breathing lightly, "Please answer it." Zhou Jinghuai still wishes to continue. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at her snow-white back, a tightening sensation enveloping his throat, leaving him momentarily hesitant. Yet, ultimately, he ventured forth from the villa into the cloak of night. As darkness descended, in the lavishly adorned bed, Yi Wu lay disheveled, quietly listening to the fading footsteps echoing from the staircase. One by one, they receded into the distance. Zhou Jinghuai had departed. He remained unchanged from the past. Following her dispassion for him, what once pierced her heart with anguish now seemed trivial, even her emotions were scarcely stirred. At the entrance, a servant's knock broke the silence. "Madam, the sir has informed that he will not be dining at home. Shall we commence your meal now?" Yi Wu gently closed her eyes. "In half an hour, please." Outside, the winter night was biting cold. However, within the black Bentley, warmth enveloped him like spring. Before starting the engine, Zhou Jinghuai found himself unable to resist caressing his neck, feeling an inexplicable yearning. It had been ages since Yi Wu had proactively embraced him. The man lowered his eyelids, long lashes casting shadows on his gaunt cheeks, trembling slightly with an unexpressed masculine sentiment. Half an hour later, Zhou Jinghuai's car halted beneath an upscale apartment building. Bai Qianqian had ultimately vacated the villa, relocated to this 260-square-meter residence. She spent her days idly, merely clocking in at Rong'en Group before indulging in beauty treatments and shopping, leading a quintessential mistress's life. Secretary Lin had been waiting long in anticipation. As soon as Zhou Jinghuai's car came to a halt, she promptly opened the door for her employer. Stepping out of the vehicle, Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow slightly, pondering what commotion she was causing this time. Secretary Lin let out a helpless smile and remarked, "Since young Master Jing refuses to answer her calls, she has resorted to refusing food and drink, even resorting to throwing things about. Not even Mr. and Mrs. Bai can manage her." Zhou Jinghuai paused momentarily. Is there truly no solution from the doctor? What about administering a nutritional injection? Or perhaps force-feeding? Secretary Lin was filled with doubts. Having accompanied young Master Jing for several years, she still found herself perplexed by his affections for Bai Qianqian. It wasn't as if he held deep feelings for her. Yet he continued to indulge her. However, as an employee, she dared not voice her thoughts. As they conversed, the two entered the residence of Bai Qianqian, where her parents, Bai Chunyan and his wife, were present, advising their youngest daughter not to act too willfully, lest she truly provoke Zhou Jinghuai's displeasure. As the apartment door swung open, Zhou Jinghuai stepped inside. Upon seeing him, Bai Qianqian rushed towards him like a fledgling bird returning to its nest, yearning to nestle in the man's embrace. Zhou Jinghuai evaded the conversation. The man settled himself onto the sofa, lightly adjusting his impeccably tailored trousers, his voice cool and detached. "We had an agreement. I would provide you with a life of abundance, and you were willing to offer Why the sudden change of heart? Bai Qianqian's face was ashen. Indeed. Bai Qianqian's complexion grew even paler, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Bai Chunyan stepped forward to mediate. Qianqian is merely struggling to comprehend this for the moment. In time, she will understand that you, Jinghuai, are married now, and she can no longer act so recklessly. We will ensure her behavior is in check. Bai Chunyan had long-standing ties with the Zhou family and also held a position of seniority. Zhou Jinghuai's complexion improved slightly, as he deemed it courteous to grant Bai Chunyan a favor. He turned his head and instructed the kitchen maid to prepare a bowl of chicken noodle soup for Bai Qianqian to nourish her health. Without hesitation, Bai Qianqian exclaimed, "Zhou Jinghuai, you should join me for the meal." Zhou Jinghuai remained silent, retrieving a cigarette case from the pocket of his overcoat. He lowered his head to extract a cigarette, lighting it with a leisurely grace, his long legs crossed as he took slow, deliberate drags. Bai Chunyan observed from the side, fully aware of the unspoken understanding between them. From the moment Zhou Jinghuai entered, he remained clad in his overcoat, indicating his unwillingness to linger. Now, as he smoked indoors, it was evident that he was not particularly concerned about Qianqian's well-being. Indeed, regardless of how much Bai Qianqian clung to him, Zhou Jinghuai's demeanor remained exceedingly indifferent. Bai Chunyan speculated that Zhou was preoccupied with thoughts of his wife at home. Once Bai Qianqian finished her meal, Zhou Jinghuai promptly extinguished his cigarette and prepared to leave. Bai Chunyan admonished her sharply, "Be quiet." Mrs. Bai, displeased, shouted at her husband, "What did Qianqian say that was wrong? If it weren't for the past, would Yi Wu be enjoying a life of luxury as Mrs. Zhou?" Bai Chunyan emphasized to his wife and daughter, "She is now the legitimate Mrs. Zhou. Do not go too far." Bai Qianqian, defiantly, declared, "I will earn Mrs. Chen's favor. If I spearhead the Maya project, Zhou Jinghuai will surely change his opinion of me." Beside her, Mrs. Bai praised her youngest daughter, while Bai Chunyan wore a troubled expression. The mention of Mrs. Chen inevitably led him to think of the daughter he had never met, rumored to bear a faint birthmark. Calculating, she would be 26 years old this year. Chapter 23, It has been 3 months, do you not miss her at all? Late at night. The lights had already been extinguished. Zhou Jinghuai gazed into the abyss of darkness, reached for the seatbelt, and unfastened it before stepping out of the vehicle. Zhou Jinghuai said softly, "Please serve a bowl of plain noodles." Zhou Jinghuai removed his coat and casually tossed it onto the back of the sofa. While waiting for a late-night snack, he took his phone to attend to some trivial work matters, but before long, he found himself browsing through his photo album. A servant brought over a bowl of noodles. And unable to resist, she stole a glance at the screen, smiling as she remarked, "Madam looks even more beautiful than before." Zhou Jinghuai smiled faintly, "Is there?" Just as the servant was about to utter some flattering words, Zhou Jinghuai's phone rang. Upon seeing that the caller was Bai Qianqian, he frowned and answered, "I have mentioned before, do not call casually unless it's urgent." Bai Qianqian, seemingly oblivious to this, responded, "Are you afraid she will be upset?" Zhou Jinghuai abruptly hung up the phone. Suddenly, he found himself devoid of appetite, his body and mind weighed down by fatigue. Leaning against the back of the chair, he tilted his strikingly handsome face upwards, raising his hand to shield himself from the harsh glare of the overhead light. He pondered silently to himself. How many years had it been? Just how long had he persevered? The night enveloped him like a spell. Zhou Jinghuai ascended to the second floor. The elongated corridor was enveloped in tranquility, yet he could almost discern the gentle rhythm of Yi Wu's breathing. Upon pushing open the bedroom door, he was greeted by a warmth akin to spring. Yi Wu lay sleeping on her side, having bathed and donned a white bathrobe, her entire being exuding a refreshing radiance in the soft glow. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over the pristine pillow, partially veiling her delicate face. With her elegant nose and crimson lips resembling the finest masterpiece of an esteemed artist. At this very moment, she rested upon Zhou Jinghuai's bed. Zhou Jinghuai's Adam's apple bobbed as he lifted his hand to unfasten the buttons of his shirt, his garments cascading to the floor. Yet, instead of claiming his wife, he strode directly into the bathroom and turned on the cold water. In the early morning, Yi Wu awoke in the embrace of the man. After a night together, Zhou Jinghuai remained refreshingly handsome. The tips of his black hair fell slightly, softer than his usual sharp demeanor, making him appear several years younger. He donned a black bathrobe, the delicate fabric clinging to his well-built physique, exuding an undeniable allure with just a touch. Yiwu found herself unaccustomed to such tenderness. In the winter, being held by Zhou Jinghuai was indeed comfortable. Nevertheless, Yiwu did not forget that despite his perfection, Zhou Jinghuai was ultimately a flawed individual. She murmured softly in his arms, "I must get up." Zhou Jinghuai lowered his head to gaze at her, his eyes profound. In the next moment, Yiwu found herself pinned beneath him, their fingers intertwined as they kissed fervently. The embrace was both passionate and lingering, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Zhou Jinghuai reclined against Yiwu, his powerful back muscles taut, resembling a bowstring poised for release. He responded softly to the bedroom door, "Understood." The servant outside had departed. The atmosphere in the bedroom was exceptionally tranquil, as if only their heartbeats remained audible. Yiwu found such a position unbearable and gently urged the man, "Enough. I must go to the hospital soon." Zhou Jinghuai did not force her, he merely leaned in closer as he released her, whispering a question near her ear. "Have you thought about it at all in these past 3 months?" "No," Yiwu replied, rising to adjust her attire, hastily retreating into the cloakroom, her demeanor suggesting a desire to flee. In the restroom, Yiwu splashed cold water on her face to temper her heated skin. After a moment, she stared at her reflection in the mirror, captivated by the unfamiliar woman before her, disheveled black hair, porcelain skin, and lips slightly swollen from a man's kiss. Yiwu raised a hand to gently touch her cheek. "Is this truly me?" She had secured the promised 500 million in cash from Zhou Jinghuai, along with a 5% stake in the Rong'an Group. This decision caused a tremendous stir within the Zhou family, even bewildering Zhou Yanli and his wife. Yet, it was Zhou Jinghuai who bore the weight of it all. Zhou Jinghuai treated her exceptionally well, perhaps excessively so, and he did not hastily seek to possess her, likely allowing her time to adjust. The surgical plan for her grandmother has been essentially finalized. As for her career, she has not neglected it, continuing to manage it with meticulous care. A week later marks the day of Mr. Chen's banquet. Zhou Jinghuai convened a significant meeting and tasked Secretary Lin with bringing the styling team to Daijing Garden to assist Yiwu in her selection process. The Zhou family is affluent, and naturally, their team is the finest. Upon arriving at the villa, Secretary Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. The 10% of the Rong'an Group represents immense wealth, yet Mr. Yi seemed rather unenthusiastic about it. A servant guided them upstairs, smiling gently as they walked, remarking, "Madam is in the living room reading. These days, apart from visiting the hospital, she has been staying at home engrossed in her books. It seems she's put on a bit of weight, looking rather plump." Secretary Lin mused to himself, it appears that Yiwu is indeed indifferent to power. The servant led them to a private dressing room and soon returned to invite Yiwu. Approximately 5 minutes later, she appeared, draped in a powder pink silk robe, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her complexion was untouched by makeup yet radiantly fair and delicate. Secretary Lin sensed that Yiwu had transformed. She offered a gentle smile, her ethereal beauty accentuated by the simplicity of her demeanor. The stylist, taken with the elegance of this noblewoman, enthusiastically recommended several haute couture gowns, particularly a moonlight white evening dress. Yiwu's fingers delicately traced over a beaded gown from the emerging designer Muse. A meticulously crafted strapless piece adorned with a matching shawl and 3 vintage glass pearl buttons, exuding a retro opulence that felt almost otherworldly. The stylist was utterly astonished. "This dress is simply perfect for Madame Zhou, only someone as slender as her could truly embody its essence." The stylist, an admirer of beauty, lavished praise upon Yiwu's looks while meticulously arranging her hair into intricate braids that accentuated her delicate neck, applying just a hint of powder to enhance her natural allure. As for jewelry, the stylist opted for subtlety, ensuring it did not overshadow her grace. As Yiwu admired her reflection in the mirror, the door swung open, revealing the sound of men's leather shoes. Soon, Zhou Jinghuai's figure emerged in the mirror, his deep-set black eyes gazing at his wife. He approached her from behind, wrapping his arm around her waist without a hint of hesitation, remarking, "You look splendid in this ensemble." Chapter 24, The Banquet. Yiwu's background begins to unravel. Secretary Lin, perceiving the moment, discreetly ushered the styling team out of the room. In the expansive space, only Zhou Jinghuai and Yiwu remained. The man turned his wife to face him, his palm gently caressing her cheek. Taking his time to study her features with a profound gaze. Are you feeling cold? Zhou Jinghuai's dark, profound eyes fixated on his wife's delicate features, embodying a man's flirtatious intent. Yi Wutian offered a gentle smile, responding, I shall don a coat when I step outside. Zhou Jinghuai continued to ensnare her, his palm gliding over his wife's waist, caressing the exquisite gown she adorned. This evening, Yi Wu was undeniably captivating. So much so that he harbored a reluctance to allow her to mingle with others, particularly men. Yet, Yi Wu was unwilling. She tilted her head and gently closed her eyes, expressing concern about soiling her dress. Zhou Jinghuai appeared noticeably lethargic. He grasped Yi Wu's wrist, pressing her against the cool surface of the mirror, asserting himself as he kissed her passionately. Initially, Yi Wu resisted slightly, but Zhou Jinghuai's dominance quickly subdued her. Her delicate white fingers clutched the fabric of his shirt at his shoulders, as she tilted her head back, passively enduring the prolonged kiss. Just as Yi Wu began to feel somewhat disoriented, a cold object slipped onto her fingertip. With a gentle sigh, she lowered her gaze to behold the wedding ring on her ring finger, shimmering brilliantly beneath the crystal chandelier. Zhou Jinghuai pressed his forehead against hers, his deep-set eyes glimmering as he spoke, Tonight, I can no longer contain myself. The night breeze was brisk. Mr. Chen's opulent mansion, cloaked in the evening's embrace, stood resplendent and grand, with an array of luxury vehicles adorning the courtyard. The guests, impeccably dressed, moved gracefully through the scene. A gleaming black luxury vehicle glided into the Chen residence, halting as Zhou Jinghuai stepped out with his wife. She held a 5% stake in the Rong'an group. And her husband, Zhou Jinghuai, treated her with utmost respect. She was no longer the woman who gazed up at her husband but a woman of complete autonomy. This evening, all eyes were on Yi Wu. He held her hand, traversing the crowd adorned in finery, making a beeline for the hosts of the soiree. Their presence dispelled rumors of discord, showcasing a particularly affectionate demeanor. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Chen engaged in social niceties, while Bai Chuanian and his wife, accompanied by their daughter, endeavored to introduce Bai Qianqian to Mr. and Mrs. Chen, relying on their old acquaintance. Bai Qianqian had inquired intentionally, her heart brimming with fantasies as she donned a deliberately sweet smile. Good evening, Mrs. Chen. I am Bai Qianqian, the daughter of Mr. Bai Chuanian. Mrs. Chen's response was frosty. I'm afraid I am not well acquainted with Mr. Bai. Bai Qianqian's face froze, turning crimson from embarrassment. It was indeed an awkward situation. Mrs. Chen exhibited no qualms, extending her indifference towards the Bai couple. Bai Qianqian presumed this was a common trait among the affluent, who looked down upon anyone, regardless of her father's illustrious reputation as a renowned painter. She failed to discern the disdain in Mrs. Chen's eyes. At that moment, Zhou Jinghuai approached with Yi Wu, a stunning couple radiating brilliance. Bai Qianqian yearned to approach them but was restrained by her mother, who whispered, This is not the place for you to vie for attention. Qianqian, you must be mindful of the occasion. Bai Qianqian stood frozen, tears welling in her eyes. She longed for Zhou Jinghuai's compassion, yet he paid her no mind, turning his attention to Mr. and Mrs. Chen, greeting them cordially. Mr. Chen, in his 50s and exuding charm, remarked, Jinghuai is fortunate indeed. A beautiful wife, a glorious husband. Even Zhou Jinghuai could not help but glance at his wife, offering a faint smile. Mrs. Chen took Yi Wu's hand with warmth, saying, I have long heard of your rekindled romance, and I am genuinely delighted for you, though I've hesitated to intrude. Mr. Chen affectionately embraced his wife, laughing heartily. A couple's brief separation can feel like a new marriage, you needn't meddle. His fondness for his wife reflected positively on his impression of Yi Wu. And in a bid to please Mrs. Chen, he candidly remarked, It's rare to see you and Jinghuai's wife resonate so well, upon closer inspection. You share a certain resemblance. Zhou Jinghuai, do you agree? How could Zhou Jinghuai study the beauty of women? Yet, in the realm of business, he effortlessly wove polite remarks. There were indeed some similarities. Mrs. Chen gazed at Yi Wu, her expression dreamy. She admired Jinghuai's wife. How wonderful it would be if she were truly her daughter. But how could that be? The world is vast, such coincidences seem improbable. Leaning against her husband's shoulder, Mrs. Chen appeared delicate and frail. Beside her, Bai Chunyan's demeanor was despondent. How could he not feel sorrow witnessing his former lover now happily married to another? The once gentle and jade-like countenance of his cracked slightly. After a while, Bai Chunyan finally found an opportunity to speak privately with Mrs. Chen on the terrace. He called out, "In Shuang." Mrs. Chen turned around, typically fragile, but at this moment, she was as cold as ice. "Mr. Bai, there is no need for such familiarity. Our relationship has long since vanished, please call me Mrs. Chen." "Love?" Mrs. Chen scoffed, then rebuked Bai Chunyan, "You dare utter that word? You should be ashamed. It sullies my ears." Speaking of her beloved daughter, Mrs. Chen's eyes glistened with moisture. The blizzard of that year had been fierce. Her child was but 5 years old when she went missing during Mrs. Chen's illness. Years have passed, is her child still out there? If so, where? Remembering the past filled Mrs. Chen with bitterness. "Bai Chunyan, that child is mine alone. It has nothing to do with you." Bai Chunyan was filled with regret. "I indeed wronged you back then." After a moment's hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to speak. "The past is behind us. We both seem to be living well now. My little daughter Bai Chanshan wishes." "The past is behind? They both seem to be living well? His little daughter?" Mrs. Chen shook her head repeatedly, realizing she had underestimated Bai Chunyan. Even now, he shamelessly sought advantages for his daughter. What then of her lost child? Just as Mrs. Chen's emotions threatened to spiral out of control, the glass door of the terrace swung open, and Yi Wu entered. Chapter 25. They finally became true spouses. Yi Wu's arrival startled both Bai Chunyan and Mrs. Chen. In this scene, anyone could surmise that there existed a shared history between the two. The evening breeze was scorching, tousling Bai Chunyan's hair and rustling the luxurious fabric of Mrs. Chen's gown, which gently brushed against Yi Wu's arm, the soft texture of mulberry silk delicate and exquisite. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Chen spoke in a dry voice. "I feel somewhat unwell, Mrs. Jinghuai, please assist me inside to rest." Yi Wu smiled and nodded. "That is precisely why I came. I have been worried about your health." Mrs. Chen felt reassured and lightly patted Yi Wu's hand. "With you here, I feel much better." Yi Wu smiled gently, supporting Mrs. Chen as they departed. Behind them, Bai Chunyan watched his former lover leave, pondering when he might again have the chance to converse with her. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and he blurted out, "What he can give you, I can also provide." After saying this, he felt a pang of regret. Mrs. Chen paused, lowering her gaze with a cold laugh. "Do you think you can provide it with mere words?" Nearby, Yi Wu cleared her throat. Bai Chunyan, chastised by his former lover and aware of Mrs. Zhou Jinghuai's presence, felt a burning shame wash over him. Yet, his turmoil was far from Mrs. Chen's consideration. Yi Wu assisted Mrs. Chen into the master bedroom. The spacious room was adorned with white and gold furniture, draped in light-colored organza curtains, exuding beauty and romance. Personal photographs of Mrs. Chen adorned the walls, a testament to Mr. Chen's affection for her. Mrs. Chen lay down to rest, taking Yi Wu's hand and speaking softly. "Today, I made you witness a farce." Yi Wu understood and gently comforted her. Who does not have a past? However, the people and events of the past need not weigh heavily on our hearts. Cherishing the happiness of the present is what truly matters. Mrs. Chen's personal secretary entered, carrying medicine and water. "Madam, it's time for your medication." Yi Wu, feeling it was inappropriate to remain, quietly stepped out. As she gently closed the door, she unexpectedly collided with someone. Gu Jiu. At the evening banquet, while the men donned formal attire, Gu Jiu stood apart in a dark gray shirt, black suit, and tie, exuding a palpable tension. Yi Wu felt a mix of surprise and inevitability upon seeing him. Gu Jiu was Mr. Chen's nephew. The bright lights illuminated the quiet hallway, leaving behind the clamor of downstairs. Yi Wu chose not to feign ignorance any longer. Leaning against the wall, her expression indifferent, she stated, "There is no need for reconciliation. Our relationship has always been mutually beneficial. He requires a respectable Mrs. Zhou, while I seek the wealth of the Zhou family. A woman in my position cannot be solely devoted to matters of the heart." Gu Jiu responded with 2 words, "Is that so?" After a moment, he seemed to contemplate carefully before looking into Yi Wu's eyes and asserting, "What he can offer you, I can also provide." That night, Yi Wu heard this statement for the second time, and a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Just as she was about to respond, footsteps echoed from the staircase. And Zhou Jinghuai's figure came into view. In an instant, Zhou Jinghuai approached Yi Wu. The previous night's altercation seemed to have never occurred. As the man looked at his wife and childhood friend, gently and cheerfully asking, "What are you discussing with Zhou Ci?" Yi Wu's demeanor was frosty, just a few casual remarks. Before she could react further, Zhou Jinghuai grasped her hand firmly, his masculine strength evident. The dazzling lights cast a harsh glow on Gu Zhou Ci's cold visage. Zhou Jinghuai wore a subtle smirk as he brushed past Gu Zhou with his wife. As he passed by, Zhou Jinghuai noticed a slight movement in Gu Zhou's hand, which was tucked into his pocket, as if he intended to reach out for Yi Wu to grasp his wife's hand. Zhou Jinghuai paused momentarily, his tone frigid. "I detest when others covet what belongs to me. Zhou Ci, you should be well aware of this." Gu Zhou Ci met his gaze, her expression equally icy. "Is that so?" "Zhou Jinghuai, I merely fear that you might be overwhelmed." "Zhou Jinghuai, there is no need for your concern." The night was as dark as ink. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along the road, its headlights casting a warm yellow glow that penetrated the windshield, illuminating the faces of the silent couple. Yi Wu felt the car was moving too swiftly. She gazed into the dimly lit abyss ahead and softly urged, "Zhou Jinghuai, could you please drive a little slower?" The man seemed oblivious to her words. Yet he seized her hand, holding it in his and toying with it. "Yi Wu, Zhou Jinghuai." Zhou Jinghuai cast her a glance, his gaze cold and indifferent. "Feeling guilty?" Yi Wu forced a smile. "What do I have to feel guilty about?" She genuinely believed he must have lost his senses. As soon as the car came to a halt, Yi Wu intended to exit and leave, but Zhou Jinghuai was quicker. He grasped her arm and turned to face her. "If you have nothing to feel guilty about, then show me your sincerity." "Sincerity? What sincerity?" Yi Wu was momentarily taken aback. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself in Zhou Jinghuai's embrace, who unreservedly lifted her, traversing the brightly lit living room towards the master bedroom on the second floor. Under the shimmering crystal chandelier, Zhou Jinghuai's countenance exuded an austere allure, though his actions were anything but. Yi Wu pounded on his shoulder, breathless. "Zhou Jinghuai, have you lost your mind?" Zhou Jinghuai cast his gaze downwards, his dark eyes fixated upon her, concealing a hidden fury within. After a brief pause, he spoke in a low voice, "You will understand soon enough." Yi Wu struck a few more punches. Zhou Jinghuai discerned her thoughts, his expression remaining indifferent. The household servants were of advanced age. It was only natural for a young couple to express their affection in the privacy of their home. And they would not speak of it. In just a few words, he had carried Yi Wu into the bedroom, depositing her onto the luxurious bed. Yi Wu sank into the softness of the sumptuous mattress. Zhou Jinghuai stood by the bedside, gazing at her intently as he raised his hand to begin unbuttoning his shirt. Yi Wuxin understood that there was no escape. She turned her face away, refusing to meet his fierce countenance. The tip of her nose was flushed, and her lips were slightly swollen and rosy. "Zhou Jinghuai, I am not a commodity you can purchase. When I do not wish to, you cannot compel me." Unexpectedly, Zhou Jinghuai halted his actions. He lowered his gaze upon Yi Wuxin in his embrace, his Adam's apple moving restlessly, revealing the immense restraint he was currently exerting. After a moment, he withdrew from her, granting her a reprieve. Zhou Jinghuai's expression was faint. "Go wash up." As Yi Wu stood up, she felt her legs trembling. And when she stumbled into the bathroom, she was startled by the disheveled reflection staring back at her. In the bedroom, Zhou Jinghuai turned onto his side. After a brief moment of catching his breath, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the drawer of the bedside table, extracted one, and placed it between his lips. Yet, he ultimately made his way to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, cracked it open, and stood there, slowly inhaling the smoke. The dim yellow light cast a glow upon Zhou Jinghuai's face, leaving areas in light while shadows gathered beneath his eyelids, creating an inexplicably captivating contrast on his gaunt visage. His fingertips trembled, rising and falling, as pale blue smoke curled upward, only to be scattered by the night breeze, obscuring Zhou Jinghuai's features. He gazed into the dense darkness of the night, his heart unsettled. Although it was clearly Gu Zhou Ci who was infatuated, why was he unable to control his emotions? Feeling like a jealous husband who longed to confine his wife at home, wishing she would never see another man again. Zhou Jinghuai was acutely aware that he did not harbor any genuine affection for Yi Wu. It was likely his possessiveness that stirred within him. His feelings were merely rooted in a reluctance to see his wife coveted by others, coupled with a tinge of guilt, nothing more. Yiwu was not of significant importance to him. In the bathroom, the sound of rushing water filled the air. It was Yiwu, indulging in a warm shower. Within the steaming confines, she stood beneath the cascade of the showerhead, allowing the heated water to envelop her body. The crystalline streams meandered down her cascading black tresses, gliding past a small, ruby-red birthmark, ultimately disappearing amidst the undulating hills of her form. Pure water reveals the lotus, unadorned by artifice. Zhou Jinghuai slid open the glass door. And upon hearing the sound, Yiwu turned her gaze in his direction. Zhou Jinghuai's gaze was profound and inscrutable, imbued with a distinctly masculine allure that made Yiwu tremble gently. After a moment, he unfastened the buttons of his shirt and approached her. One hand cradled her face while the other encircled her waist, and he leaned down to kiss her. In the bathroom, the air was thick with the essence of spring. The night unfolded in a tender embrace until dawn. As morning broke, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains into the bedroom. Though veiled, the light felt piercing to Yiwu, prompting her to instinctively burrow into her pillow. However, the moment she moved, her entire body ached. Awake? Came Zhou Jinghuai's voice from beside her, and she was soon enveloped in his warm embrace. Through the thin fabric of his bathrobe, her cheek rested against his chest, inhaling the fresh and pleasant scent that lingered on him. The man was in the prime of his youth, his heartbeat strong and vigorous. For quite some time, Yiwu found herself at a loss for words. After 4 years of marriage, their intimate moments felt entirely natural, and so she adopted an air of nonchalance, giving a soft hum as she attempted to rise from the bed. Zhou Jinghuai, however, ensnared her within his embrace, gazing down at his wife. His voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "How did you feel last night?" Yiwu replied nonchalantly, "It was fine." In truth, Zhou Jinghuai had visited her 4 times throughout the night. Yiwu had relished those moments, yet she could not express it so candidly, for she possessed the modesty inherent to a woman. Although Yiwu maintained a cool demeanor, Zhou Jinghuai remained unfazed, his nose brushing against hers as he chuckled softly. "I felt wonderful." Their noses touched, slowly intertwining, hinting at a spark of unrestrained passion. Yiwu had never witnessed Zhou Jinghuai in such a fervent state. He had always adhered to traditional ways in their intimate encounters. Unlike the unbridled desire he had displayed the previous night, as if he were an entirely different person. At this moment, Zhou Jinghuai gently caressed her lower abdomen. Lost in thought, Yiwu speculated that he was contemplating their son again. Unfortunately, she could not bear children. A wave of melancholy washed over her, leading her to toss aside the covers and rise from the bed. Moments later, a faint voice emerged from the bathroom. "These days, I am not in my fertile period, so I won't conceive." Zhou Jinghuai reclined on the bed, his gaze profound. He subsequently rose and entered the bathroom, where Yiwu was engaged in her morning routine. The man wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice husky and low. "Let us wait a couple of years. Let's have children after I turn 30. Haven't you always desired to pursue your own endeavors?" Yiwu lifted her eyes to meet Zhou Jinghuai's handsome visage in the mirror, as if she had never truly known him. After a moment, a faint smile graced her lips. "Zhou Jinghuai, what trickery are you up to now?" Zhou Jinghuai felt a pang in his heart. The white curtains swayed gently in the breeze, delicate as silk. The couple had only just risen from their slumber in the late morning. Yiwu was to visit her grandmother. Today, Fu Yu would be formulating the surgical plan. Last night, the man had exhibited a fierce demeanor, but today he was particularly gentle and attentive. In the dining room, Zhou Jinghuai placed a piece of sweet and sour fish on Yiwu's plate. His dark eyes deep. "Sister Wu has prepared this dish remarkably well, do give it a taste." Yiwu appeared somewhat disinterested, and Zhou Jinghuai added, "I will accompany you shortly." Yiwu replied, "Let the driver take me, you are not heading in the same direction." Zhou Jinghuai, "I am heading to the hospital to attend to some matters, as it is on my way." Yiwu did not refuse again. She lowered her head and ate delicately. Zhou Jinghuai continued to gaze at her intently until Yiwu could no longer bear it and spoke up, "Last night changed nothing. Zhou Jinghuai, do not employ the same tactics you use on young girls with me, they are ineffective." Upon hearing this, the man let out a light chuckle. After their meal, the two proceeded to the hospital, where Yiwu visited her grandmother's ward, anticipating that Fu Yu would arrive shortly. Zhou Jinghuai arrived at another location. He entered an office building and pushed open the door to the dean's office on the 4th floor. Upon seeing him, the individuals inside immediately stood up and warmly greeted him, saying, "Jinghuai has arrived, please take a seat." Zhou Jinghuai smiled faintly as he leaned back against the sofa. And the individual promptly offered him a cigarette. Zhou Jinghuai gently deflected the remark. Dean Lin was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. "Indeed. It is better to smoke a little less. As for my habit, try as I might, I cannot seem to quit. Your aunt has repeatedly advised me. Yet to no avail, work necessitates it." Zhou Jinghuai's voice was slightly husky. "Could you take a look at this?" Dean Lin adjusted his glasses and examined the document with utmost care, not daring to overlook a single detail. After scrutinizing it for approximately 2 to 3 minutes, he set the paper down and turned his gaze toward Zhou Jinghuai, visibly shaken. This revelation was indeed explosive. He had uncovered a secret that was never meant to be known. Considering the fierce rivalry within the Zhou family and the fact that Zhou Jinghuai's wife was unable to bear children, one could only ponder the potential upheaval in the family's dynamics should this information ever be disclosed. For a long while, Dean Lin found himself at a loss for words. Zhou Jinghuai retrieved a check from his pocket and gently tapped it on the polished coffee table. "I hope Dean Lin can keep this secret for me." Dean Lin, taken aback by the staggering amount of 20 million, stared in astonishment. After a considerable pause, he managed to suppress his excitement and inquired softly, "Jinghuai, what do you mean by this?" Zhou Jinghuai spoke softly, "We are eager to have a child, and we hope to find a solution." Director Lin picked up the paper again, studying it for a considerable time before responding in a hushed tone, "It poses some difficulties. Avoid cold foods. And it is essential for couples to nurture their affection. It would be best if you could bring someone over for a thorough examination." Zhou Jinghuai nodded with a hint of reserve, expressing that he would certainly seize the opportunity. Upon hearing that Dean Lin was involved, it became evident that there was more to the story. He pondered the challenges faced by couples in affluent families, likening their lives to a palace intrigue. Nevertheless, the allure of 20 million was undeniably enticing. Zhou Jinghuai did not linger for long. He has never failed to obtain what he desires. Both the body and heart of Yi Wu belong solely to him. Chapter 27, You Are the Only Woman for Me. Zhou Jinghuai inhaled a cigarette before entering the VIP ward. Coincidentally, Fu Yu was there conducting a consultation. Upon noticing Zhou Jinghuai's arrival, Fu Yu greeted him with a gentle smile. "Jinghuai, come take a look, the preliminary plan is nearly complete, we just need to finalize the date for the surgery. The elderly lady's health is fragile and requires further recuperation." Ultimately, Fu Yu scheduled the operation for 2 weeks later, which alleviated Yi Wu's concerns. Fu Yu also arranged to meet an old friend, and Zhou Jinghuai personally escorted them to the parking lot. Throughout the journey, Fu Yu lavished praise on Yi Wu. And before departing, he patted Zhou Jinghuai on the shoulder, advising, "Treat her well, I can see she is a remarkable young lady." Opportunities like this are rare and should not be missed. Zhou Jinghuai offered a faint smile as he graciously opened the car door for Fu Yu, reassuringly saying, "Uncle Fu, don't worry." Fu Yu returned the smile and entered the vehicle. Moments later, the gleaming car gradually began to move, passing by Zhou Jinghuai. Zhou Jinghuai approached her, gently wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "We are husband and wife, what is there to thank for?" Yi Wu felt the intimacy was excessive and wished to break free. The elderly woman nearby discerned the underlying dynamics, although she had previously advised Yi Wu to pursue a divorce. Zhou Jinghuai's current display of familial devotion led her to hope that Yi Wu could attain a semblance of a normal family life, and thus she remained silent. Only Yi Wu understood that this was merely Zhou Jinghuai's facade of protection, for all his kindness had long been commodified. She possessed what Zhou Jinghuai desired, such as her connection with Madame Chen and her contributions to the Maya project. Indeed, after leaving the hospital, Zhou Jinghuai inquired in the car. Yi Wu replied with a calm demeanor, "Madame Chen has conveyed that Maya is genuinely interested in collaboration, however, they harbor some discontent regarding the personnel at Rong'an, lacking fundamental trust." Zhou Jinghuai drove with ease, naturally interjecting, "Are you referring to Bai Qianqian?" Yi Wu's expression dulled as she replied, I left Romaine Group a long time ago, I am not privy to matters within the company. At that moment, a red light appeared ahead, prompting Zhou Jinghuai to halt the vehicle. Gripping the steering wheel, he turned to Yi Wu and earnestly declared, "Believe it or not, there is nothing between her and me." Yi Wu paused for a brief moment, then smiled faintly, thinking to herself, "A man's words are but deceitful lies." Zhou Jinghuai intends to cultivate a relationship with Yi Wu, and he has resolved to remove Bai Qianqian from the project team, as her presence only evokes feelings of annoyance and irritation. He consulted with his wife. Yet Yi Wu remained indifferent. "I am no longer at Romaine Group, these matters are no longer my concern." The green light illuminated. Zhou Jinghuai pressed the accelerator. His gaze focused intently on the road ahead. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Mr. Zhou is under the guidance of Mrs. Zhou." The man's words were undeniably flirtatious, and the woman could hardly be oblivious to their intent. Yet, Yi Wu chose to feign ignorance. Turning to look at him, she inquired, "Are you unwell?" Zhou Jinghuai unfastened his seatbelt and took his wallet before stepping out of the car, intending to purchase something else. Moments later, he entered the pharmacy and casually selected 2 boxes of contraceptives, deliberately choosing the XL size. As the cashier scanned the items, she inadvertently glanced up, only to find herself unable to look away. Zhou Jinghuai, a rare and exquisite beauty, is undeniably captivating to any woman. The shop assistant, eager to engage, inquires, "Sir, would you like to explore other options? The strawberry and mint flavors are quite popular." "Strawberry and mint flavors?" Zhou Jinghuai wore an air of aloofness, saying, "No need." The shop assistant, feeling somewhat embarrassed, refrained from further conversation. However, as Zhou Jinghuai departed, she couldn't help but steal another glance. His visage was truly handsome, and his legs remarkably long. Zhou Jinghuai entered the vehicle and placed the cover he held onto the storage compartment. Yi Wu, unable to feign ignorance, averted her gaze and spoke in a flat tone, "In truth, we do not require this." Zhou Jinghuai turned to glance at her. Perhaps she had been pampered by a man the previous night, for Yi Wu's complexion was particularly luminous and radiant, strikingly beautiful in its coolness. "Zhou Jinghuai's Adam's apple bobbed," as he remarked, "didn't we agree to wait another 2 years?" That very evening, he indulged himself twice. Perhaps liberated from the pressures of procreation, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his desires, his fervor exceeding the usual bounds. Yi Wu, thoroughly exhausted, caught a chill. Upon awakening early the next morning, she discovered Zhou Jinghuai absent from their bed, yet the sounds of him grooming in the bathroom confirmed his presence at home. Indeed. Moments later, the man emerged, impeccably dressed, holding a slender tie and requesting her assistance in fastening it. Yi Wu, feeling unwell, was reluctant to move. However, Zhou Jinghuai was quite insistent. He bent down to facilitate her, compelling her to rise slightly. This was a motion she had performed countless times before. Even with her eyes closed, she could execute it with remarkable grace. As Yi Wu tied the tie, Zhou Jinghuai gazed down at her, captivated by her gentle demeanor. Her fair, oval face framed by silky black hair cascading over the pillow, and the white bathrobe draped loosely over her figure accentuated her delicate form, stirring memories of the previous night's passionate encounters. 2 consecutive nights of intimacy had rendered him entranced. Were it not for Yi Wu's fragile constitution, he would not have easily relinquished his desires. Such intense cravings astonished Zhou Jinghuai, who was typically of a serene and ascetic nature. In a brief moment, Yi Wu completed the task of tying the tie. She gently smoothed the knot, murmuring, "Zhou Jinghuai, for the past 4 years, we have been unable to act as a loving couple, and now it is even less feasible. Do not squander your efforts on me, regardless of your intentions or desires. It is all in vain." Zhou Jinghuai's gaze was profound. "Yi Wu, do we not even possess this minimal trust between us?" Yi Wu offered a faint smile. Zhou Jinghuai had gone to the office. Yi Wu wished to rise, yet upon awakening, she found herself enveloped in a haze of dizziness. Fortunately, a diligent servant arrived to knock on the door and discovered that her mistress was unwell. The servant fetched a thermometer, and to her astonishment, it registered a fever of 39 degrees. "Madam, you have a high fever," she exclaimed. The servant, being warm-hearted, noted the recent harmony between the couple and thought to further nurture their bond. Thus, while retrieving medicine, she decided to place a call to Zhou Jinghuai. Chapter 28, He admires the unrestrained nature of his wife. In the conference room, Zhou Jinghuai was presiding over the morning meeting when Secretary Lin entered, holding a mobile phone. Zhou Jinghuai cast a surprised glance at her before accepting the phone. On the other end was the voice of a household servant. "Sir, Madam is unwell. Her fever has reached 39 degrees. I fear she may not endure much longer." Though the servant's tone was somewhat exaggerated, the gravity of the situation remained clear. The executives exchanged glances. Had it not been for the recent tumultuous quarrels between the couple, they might have truly believed it. Once the call concluded, Zhou Jinghuai hung up and resumed the meeting. The first announcement was the removal of Bai Qianqian from the Maya project, declaring that she would no longer participate in any meetings or activities related to this initiative, effectively marginalizing her. The senior executives of Rong'an Group were collectively taken aback. It was indeed thanks to President Yi. Zhou Jinghuai certainly would not explain himself to them. Just as he settled into his seat, Secretary Lin pushed the door open. Wearing an expression of distress, Bai Qianqian was causing a commotion outside, demanding an explanation from young Master Jing. Zhou Jinghuai took a sip of his coffee and let out a cold smile. What does she want in terms of an explanation? The Maya plan had never concerned her. The previous agreement was merely a temporary measure. Secretary Lin discerned the truth. Young Master Jing had no fondness for Bai Qianqian. But why? Zhou Jinghuai reclined against the leather chair, pausing in contemplation before quietly instructing, "The team at Maya has expressed some discontent towards her. Kindly inform her not to return to the company henceforth. Her salary will continue to be disbursed monthly." Secretary Lin understood that Bai Qianqian had fallen from grace. Secretary Lin then brought up another matter. "Recently, your collaboration with the MOCI law firm has concluded, leaving certain projects without legal representation for the time being. And you have never relied on the in-house legal team." Zhou Jinghuai, without a moment's hesitation, said, "Please arrange for that esteemed lawyer, Xiao, to meet with me. He possesses considerable skill and has a keen sense of propriety." Secretary Lin nodded and stepped out to fulfill the request. In the midst of this, the clamorous voice of Bai Qianqian could be heard outside, yet it did not disturb Zhou Jinghuai in the slightest. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Zhou Jinghuai left work early. He purchased a bouquet of white roses from a flower shop. Upon returning to his car, he placed the exquisite white roses on the passenger seat, their vibrant beauty reminiscent of a woman replete with charm and allure. Zhou Jinghuai tilted his head and gazed for a while before finally starting the engine. Zhou Jinghuai picked up the bouquet, stepped out of the car with his long legs, and swiftly traversed the entrance hall. The housemaid, upon seeing him, was left utterly astonished. Having served in this household for several years, she had never witnessed the master purchasing flowers for his wife. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. "Zhou Jinghuai's steps remain unceasing. Has your wife's health improved at all?" Zhou Jinghuai paused for a moment, then turned around and instructed, "Please bring a bowl of plain congee upstairs shortly, accompanied by a couple of light side dishes." The servant replied joyfully, "The master truly cares for others." Zhou Jinghuai cast a glance at her before turning to ascend the staircase, his hand gracefully resting on the banister. The light illuminated his refined visage, accentuating the striking contours of his features, making him appear even more distinguished and alluring. Moments later, he pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The room was enveloped in tranquility, a delicate scent of femininity lingering in the air. Further inside, he beheld Yiwu reclining on the bed, seemingly lost in slumber. Zhou Jinghuai approached, knelt beside the bed, gently brushed aside the strands of hair from Yiwu's face, and reached out to feel her forehead. Indeed, there was still a slight fever. Zhou Jinghuai's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He gently caressed his wife's face and murmured, "I will have the servant bring up some congee. Let us eat it before you sleep. Are you feeling unwell?" As he stroked her, it resembled the way one might pet a small dog, which left Yiwu feeling somewhat uneasy. She reached out to feel Zhou Jinghuai's forehead and remarked, "You're not running a fever." Zhou Jinghuai, both exasperated and amused, remarked, "Is it not a concern for you? In the past, did you not complain about my lack of thoughtfulness?" Yiwu leaned against the headboard, her expression imbued with tranquility. Replied, "What was once necessary may not be so now. Zhou Jinghuai, you are not my true love, and I do not embody the ideal wife you envision. Once 2 years have elapsed, our paths are destined to diverge. Zhou Jinghuai's dark eyes bore into her. Do you truly wish to leave me? Just as Yi Wu was about to respond, the bedroom door was knocked upon. A servant from the villa entered, carrying a tray that held not only congee and side dishes but also Yi Wu's medication. The servant placed the items in the living room and discreetly exited, demonstrating remarkable tact. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at Yi Wu and declared, I shall carry you there. Yi Wu barely had time to decline before she was swept into his arms. The bathrobe she wore offered little modesty, particularly her delicate, fair legs. Any attempt to conceal her lower half proved futile. Zhou Jinghuai cast his gaze downward, saying, What is there to hide? Is there any part of you that I have not seen? Yi Wuman fell silent in response. Zhou Jinghuai relished the role of a devoted husband, and she complied, believing that such a life would be a tad more effortless. Thus, when the man cradled her on his lap, she acquiesced. Her fair thighs rested against the charcoal gray fabric of his trousers, creating a somewhat suggestive tableau. Yi Wu felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. Indeed, the man leaned in close, whispering into her ear, These are the pants I just changed into today. Yi Wu found herself at a loss for words. Her head was genuinely spinning, and she could only lean against the man's shoulder as he fed her porridge. After consuming a small bowl of the light broth, Yi Wu felt her strength gradually return. She wished to rise, yet Zhou Jinghuai tightened his grip around her waist, an unmistakable assertion of dominance in his hold. Zhou Jinghuai, Yi Wu exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. The man responded with a leisurely cadence, as if the teasing figure was not himself. He discovered a peculiar pleasure in witnessing Yi Wu's loss of composure, whenever her ebony hair sprawled across the pristine pillow. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Zhou Jinghuai defined it as a physiological reaction. Yi Wu beheld the bouquet of white roses, gently cradling them in her hands as she scrutinized them for an extended period. She mused to herself, if only she and Zhou Jinghuai had just married, and he treated her in such a manner, how wonderful that would be. What am I contemplating? I am merely reflecting on the fact that Zhou Jinghuai, it appears, knows how to charm a woman. Do you not appreciate it? No woman would ever disdain flowers. The woman's evident evasion elicited dissatisfaction from the man. Zhou Jinghuai gently removed the flowers from her embrace, then wrapped his arms around her slender waist, kissing her lips with varying depths. Chapter 29. His obsession with this relationship. Yi Wu fell ill, rendering her unable to engage in the intimate activities of a married couple. The sound of running water from the bathroom filled her ears. Zhou Jinghuai was taking a shower. The soothing sound of the water lulled her into a deep slumber, and before she realized it, she had drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, Zhou Jinghuai continued to pursue her relentlessly. When she awoke again, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. The bedroom was illuminated solely by a reading lamp, and Zhou Jinghuai was reclining against the headboard, engrossed in an important document. His features were exceptionally handsome. Even in a pristine white bathrobe, he appeared far more attractive than anyone else. Yi Wu found herself stealing glances at him. A slight noise stirred Zhou Jinghuai from his concentration, and he lowered his gaze to Yi Wu, asking, Are you awake? Yi Wu nodded and inquired, What time is it? Zhou Jinghuai set aside the documents in his hand, reclining slightly as he wrapped his arm around his wife's delicate shoulders. His voice imbued with a touch of masculine tenderness, It is already 1 o'clock. Yi Wu, unaccustomed to such affection, made an excuse to visit the restroom, seeking refuge from the intimacy of their marital bond. How could a man not comprehend the complexities of a woman's heart? Zhou Jinghuai feigned ignorance. She dared not toss and turn, fearing to disturb Zhou Jinghuai. However, the man behind her noticed her unusual behavior, reached out to turn on the reading lamp, and then extended his long arm to retrieve something from the bedside table. It was rare for him to be so considerate. If you cannot sleep, I shall read to you, it may assist in lulling you to slumber. Zhou Jinghuai cradled Yi Wu in his arms, allowing her to rest her head upon his heart. Her flowing dark tresses cascaded over him, creating a delicate and enchanting scene. As her husband, he couldn't help but lower his gaze upon her for a moment, sharing a gentle kiss. Although Yi Wu had recovered from her illness, she still lacked strength and found herself too weary to resist. Zhou Jinghuai gently touched the tip of his nose and said, Then I shall recite. Yi Wu softly closed her eyes, treating Zhou Jinghuai's words as a soothing lullaby, unrelated to matters of love. Zhou Jinghuai's voice is exquisite, akin to the finest quality of a cello, deliberately deep, and utterly captivating to women. Moments later, Yiwu suddenly opened her eyes, gazing intently at Zhou Jinghuai. He was reciting the love letter she had penned years ago. Yiwu's face flushed with anger. She pushed against the man's chest with one hand, reaching for the paper. Their bodies were in an indescribable proximity, yet at that moment, Yiwu had neither the time nor the inclination to care. Zhou Jinghuai extended his long arm, leaving Yiwu utterly unable to reach, exhausting her to the point of breathlessness. Zhou Jinghuai embraced her, a soft smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "Isn't a love letter still a form of literature?" Not only that, he lowered his head to gently touch her nose, softly reciting the tender words penned by Yiwu long ago. Those once embarrassing phrases, spoken from Zhou Jinghuai's lips, sent delightful shivers down her spine. "Although it is challenging, I still wish to remain by your side. I shall love you through the ages." Round and round. As Zhou Jinghuai finished reading, the bedroom was enveloped in silence, the only sounds being their synchronized breaths. They both reminisced about the past. Uncertain of who initiated the kiss, yet it had ceased to matter, both man and woman felt an undeniable connection. After a prolonged embrace, Zhou Jinghuai reached out and extinguished the bedside reading lamp. Outside the window, the crescent moon hung delicately atop the treetops. This night was perhaps the sweetest of their lives and the closest they had ever been to love. However, in time, they both forgot. A week later, he was taken aback by the intensity of his own physical desires, prompting him to seek the counsel of a psychologist. In a discreet room at a psychological clinic in the capital, thick curtains completely blocked out the light, and the dimness enveloped the space. Zhou Jinghuai sat in a corner chair, recounting the details of his marriage in a detached manner. "My wife is wonderful, one could say she is a truly remarkable woman. Yet, I do not love her. I am certain that I lack romantic feelings for her, my relations with her are merely a means to secure a legitimate heir. Yet, I find myself inexplicably addicted to this arrangement, for I once considered myself a man of simple desires." Zhou Jinghuai found himself in a state of deep confusion. After a prolonged silence, the doctor, having conducted a thorough assessment, remarked, "Mr. Zhou, the first question you must address is whether you truly do not love your wife. The emotions between men and women are the most elusive of all, they are neither entirely subjective nor entirely objective." Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow, reluctant to dwell on such matters, for he had once known the warmth of love in his youth. He was well acquainted with the essence of affection. Upon concluding the consultation, he fastened the buttons of his suit and exited the examination room. Outside, Secretary Lin dutifully awaited at the door, and upon his emergence, she ventured to inquire, "Young Master Jing, has something been troubling you of late?" It was only after settling into the car that Zhou Jinghuai leaned back against the seat, exhaling softly, "It is precisely too pleasant." Secretary Lin appeared bewildered. However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. "The esteemed Shin Man from Rongchuan Group wishes to invite you for a private dinner to discuss potential collaboration between our companies. Should I decline on your behalf?" In the past, Zhou Jinghuai had never accepted such invitations, always opting to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Yet today, he recalled that Shin Man bore a resemblance to Yi Wu, both being ethereal beauties of a chilly disposition. Dining with this esteemed manager would serve as a perfect opportunity to ascertain whether his feelings for Yi Wu were indeed misguided. Zhou Jinghuai contemplated, around 8 o'clock this evening, at the Western restaurant of Taiha Hotel. Secretary Lin was rather taken aback but complied nonetheless. In the evening, Zhou Jinghuai made a phone call, informing Yi Wu of a business engagement. Coincidentally, Yi Wu also had an appointment. A renowned female painter had arrived in the capital and was staying at Taiha Hotel. Yi Wu had arranged to discuss collaboration with her, hoping to establish a long-term partnership. At 7 o'clock, Yi Wu dined with the esteemed painter in the Western restaurant. And by the end of the meal, they finalized their collaboration. After concluding the dinner, Yi Wu settled the bill and prepared to leave. However, as she traversed the executive corridor, she inadvertently spotted a familiar figure. It was her husband, Zhou Jinghuai, the man who had claimed to be engaged in business, dining with another woman. Yi Wu recognized the woman, Shin Man, the capable and striking vice president of Sunak Group. This evening, Shin Man donned a refined shipao in ash gray, adorned with a delicate gold watch on her wrist, exuding an air of feminine elegance. In contrast, Zhou Jinghuai, clad in an impeccably tailored three-piece English suit, unmistakably radiated affluence, every movement embodying an air of sophistication. The ambience of the Western restaurant, naturally, was exquisite, perfectly conducive to subtle flirtation. Zhou Jinghuai leaned back, gazing at the woman across from him with an air of nonchalance. Yet his dark eyes revealed the unique allure of a mature man. Shen Man lightly tossed her hair, flaunting her charm. Yi Wu, not wishing to disturb Zhou Jinghuai's pleasant encounter, stole a few glances before preparing to depart, but Zhou Jinghuai noticed her. Zhou Jinghuai was quite taken aback. How could Yi Wu possibly be here? This evening, he had only discussed matters of collaboration with Shen Man, though she had indeed attempted to charm him. Nevertheless, his mind had been elsewhere throughout the night. Then, he caught sight of Yi Wu. Chapter 30, Zhou Jinghuai, what more could you possibly desire? Zhou Jinghuai approached Yi Wu, his dark eyes penetrating. What brings you here? Yi Wu lifted her briefcase slightly. This is not a date. Zhou Jinghuai's gaze deepened as he extended an invitation to his wife. Shall we share another meal together? Yet, Yi Wu chose not to indulge him. In the next moment, Zhou Jinghuai grasped her wrist firmly. With a subtle frown, he said, Yi Wu. She offered a gentle smile, looking at him as she replied, aren't we discussing a partnership? I am not so narrow-minded as to be troubled by such matters. Besides, we are merely contractual spouses. Once the time is up, we shall part ways. Your associations are, in truth, of no concern to me. Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow even deeper. He was well aware that Yi Wu's words were laced with a touch of petulance. However, finding her tone irksome, he no longer felt inclined to soothe her and simply allowed her to leave. Yi Wu, with no lingering attachment, cast not a glance back and departed without hesitation. Left behind, Zhou Jinghuai's mood was exceedingly grim. Observing Yi Wu's exit, the charming Madame Shen Man seized what she believed to be her opportunity. She approached with an alluring demeanor, offering her consolation. Jinghuai, is Mrs. Zhou upset? Would you like me to personally clarify things with her? Zhou Jinghuai summoned the attendant, extracting approximately 2,000 in cash from his wallet, and handed it over, saying, no need for change. He departed into the night. The winter air was biting, causing the woman to shiver uncontrollably, yet she mustered the strength to inquire, are you angry? Zhou Jinghuai grasped the handlebars with a calm demeanor and remarked, Ms. Shen, we are not that familiar, nor have we reached the point of calling me Jinghuai. He lowered his head in contemplation and murmured, I should not have come tonight. His intense physical desire for Yi Wu was not born out of a preference for such types. At least, he felt no inclination towards this Ms. Shen. Her deliberate display of charm elicited not a trace of admiration from him. Zhou Jinghuai valued his time greatly. After speaking, he promptly opened the door and entered the car, leaving Shen Man in a state of disarray amidst the wind. She replayed the encounter in her mind repeatedly, unable to comprehend Zhou Jinghuai's indifference. And she felt a profound sense of reluctance. As the vehicle came to a halt, Xiaobai joyfully bounded into the car, its snowy white head nuzzling against its owner's arm, accompanied by a couple of gentle barks. Yi Wu cherished the little creature dearly. She retrieved a small treat from the storage compartment, unwrapped it, and offered it to Xiaobai. With a toss of her long hair, she smiled softly and said, please take it to the studio on the 3rd floor. The servant cheerfully acknowledged her request and set to work. Yi Wu first made her way to the master bedroom to change into a different outfit before proceeding to the 3rd floor studio. Upon entering, she switched on the lights, revealing an easel with a partially completed painting titled Lover in the Rain. While Yi Wu painted, Xiaobai nestled obediently beside her, its dark eyes filled with affection. After a while, a knock sounded at the door. Yi Wu initially assumed it was the servant bringing tea, but to her surprise, it was Zhou Jinghuai who entered. She glanced at him briefly before turning back to continue her oil painting. Zhou Jinghuai approached, setting the cup aside, and gently enveloped his wife from behind, murmuring, is it not of concern? If it is not, then why are you confined here? Yi Wu paused, her hand stilling as she replied, Zhou Jinghuai. What do you wish to hear? The man's embrace tightened, his voice low and intense, what do you think? Yi Wu turned in his arms, playfully toying with the meticulously tailored collar of his shirt, her expression tinged with mischief. If I were to say that my love for you is all-consuming, A passion from which I cannot extricate myself. Would you, Zhou Jinghuai, dare to believe it? The man's gaze was profound, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. After a moment of silence, he fixed his eyes on Yi Wu's face, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "You seek death." Zhou Jinghuai was bewildered by the source of his anger, perplexed as to why he felt such fury. Perhaps it was the irreverent words of Yi Wu that had provoked him. She incessantly reminded him of her lack of affection for him. A man's anger often transforms into something else entirely. Yi Wu found herself carried to the second-floor bedroom, where the lights remained unlit, and they became entwined in the darkness. Their forms intertwined, silhouettes dancing in the obscurity. Yi Wu surrendered entirely to his whims, offering no resistance whatsoever, as she clung tightly to Zhou Jinghuai's neck. Embodying the essence of a devoted wife, deeply enamored with her husband. Zhou Jinghuai, however, understood that no matter how fervently he clung to her, Yi Wu remained untouched by affection. After their encounter, he felt as though his body and soul had been utterly drained. Never before had he experienced such a profound sense of dissatisfaction, as if he had lost the very essence of his beloved life. The night lay still and serene. Zhou Jinghuai gently embraced his wife's delicate shoulders from behind. His voice barely a whisper as he spoke softly against the nape of her neck, "Ah Wu, be obedient." After a considerable pause, Yi Wu finally responded in a hushed tone, "Rest assured, I shall play the part of a loving spouse, for I am indeed relying on your wealth, as well as your support for my grandmother's medical treatment." Zhou Jinghuai's body stiffened. Yi Wu turned around and softly nestled into his embrace, her delicate fingers gliding over his striking features. "I have fulfilled all your requests. Zhou Jinghuai, what more could you possibly desire?" Zhou Jinghuai grasped her hand firmly, his gaze inscrutable, insufficient. As to what was insufficient, Zhou Jinghuai could not ascertain. In the early hours of dawn, Yi Wu awoke, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with the magnified visage of Zhou Jinghuai, his eyes fixed intently upon her face, as if he sought to devour every inch of her flesh. An unnerving sight indeed. Yi Wu shut her eyes once more, feigning sleep. However, it wasn't long before Zhou Jinghuai roused her, his fervent kiss descending upon her. Upon awakening in the morning, Zhou Jinghuai was absent from the bed. Leaning back against the headboard, Yi Wu found herself lost in thought. Sounds emanated from the wardrobe. And shortly after, Zhou Jinghuai emerged, impeccably dressed, completely devoid of the ferocity he had exhibited the previous night. Zhou Jinghuai adorned his wrist with a Patek Philippe watch. Gazing at Yi Wu. "There is a charity gala this evening, I would like you to accompany me." Yi Wu acquiesced, having ceased her affection for Zhou Jinghuai. She now regarded the title of Mrs. Zhou as merely a role to fulfill, which was undeniably far more effortless than before. Yi Wu's nonchalance provoked Zhou Jinghuai's discontent, prompting him to lean in and nip at her lips. "At times, I truly wish to obliterate you." Yet, Yi Wu remained unfazed. Life was already arduous, and she had no desire to add to her own burdens. Chapter 31, Zhou Jinghuai's Flattery Rongan Group, President's Office. Zhou Jinghuai reclined against the leather chair, earnestly dissecting his own actions. Everything he undertook was aimed at solidifying his marriage and securing a legitimate heir. He did not harbor any disdain for Yi Wu, in fact. He felt a tinge of affection for her. At least in that regard, they had been cooperating remarkably well of late. A man, being a creature of desire, found satisfaction in the bedroom, which naturally rendered him more magnanimous during the rest of the day. He was inclined to treat her well, allowing her to experience the myriad benefits of matrimony and imparting feelings of love, should this be what Yi Wu desired. However, these sentiments bore no relation to romantic affection. He remained indifferent to any love for Yi Wu. At the moment when Zhou Jinghuai was immersed in contemplation, Secretary Lin knocked and entered. "Young Master Jing. A call has come in from Geneva." Zhou Jinghuai took the phone and nodded slightly, instructing, "You may step outside." The calls from Geneva arrived once a week, and young Master Jing flew to Geneva almost every month. The individuals in Geneva must hold considerable importance. While lost in thought, Zhou Jinghuai re-entered the room and gently tapped on her desk, saying, "Join me tomorrow for a trip to Yunqing. There has been new progress regarding the Maya project." Secretary Lin was filled with delight, inquiring, "Has Mr. Chen relented?" Zhou Jinghuai murmured in acknowledgement, noting that the other side had conceded an additional 2 points, thereby creating ample room for negotiation. Please make the necessary arrangements and have Manager Sue from the Finance Department and Manager Sue from the Public Relations Department prepare accordingly. Tomorrow morning, we shall take a private jet to Yun City. Secretary Lin could not help but interject. The lady of the house is quite articulate when conversing with Madame Chen. Zhou Jinghuai smiled faintly. Although he had to go on a business trip, he still honored his commitment to the evening banquet. As the event was of a charitable nature, Yiwu opted for a modest appearance. Donning a black suit by Micah and adorned solely with her diamond wedding ring, her cool demeanor only served to enhance her allure. Upon catching sight of Zhou Jinghuai, he momentarily paused, only to subsequently embrace Yiwu at the waist and introduce her to the host of the soiree. Having navigated the business realm for many years, Yiwu effortlessly engaged in conversation, displaying poise and grace. The beauty of a wife reflects the glory of her husband. As Yiwu mingled with others, Zhou Jinghuai found himself irresistibly drawn to her. She exuded a striking presence, differing significantly between her public persona and her private self. Nearby, someone called out, "Jinghuai, I didn't realize you were here. Come, let us go. Mr. Wang from Whiting has been eager to connect with you and has come specifically for that purpose. Let us have a chat." Zhou Jinghuai nodded with a hint of restraint, affirming his presence. In the realm of commerce, he was perpetually the center of attention, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. Cradling a glass of red wine, he exuded an air of sophistication, captivating countless women in attendance, including Miss Shen Man, with whom he had dined the previous evening. Miss Shen could not shake off the enchantment of their romantic dinner. Her aspirations for ascendance were palpable. From a single invitation to dinner, she could conjure numerous possibilities. Thus, upon learning of Zhou Jinghuai's attendance at the soiree, she made a concerted effort to secure an invitation, pursuing him to create a chance encounter. This evening, Miss Shen was adorned in a manner that was utterly enchanting. Zhou Jinghuai, inadvertently tainted, coincidentally encountered a passing waiter and set down the glass of red wine in his hand. When he turned his gaze back to Shen Man, his expression was decidedly indifferent. "Miss Shen, I have mentioned before that we are not so intimately acquainted." Shen Man felt quite embarrassed. She still intended to entice him. Yet Zhou Jinghuai walked away in the opposite direction. There, Yiwu, clad in black, held a glass of red wine and had been observing for quite some time. Zhou Jinghuai approached her side. Yiwu gracefully lifted her high-stemmed glass, tilting her chin slightly. "Is there truly no issue? I am concerned that you may have neglected Ms. Shen." Zhou Jinghuai gazed intently at his wife, his dark eyes radiating the allure of a mature man. After a brief moment, he took the cup from her hand and leaned in to press a kiss against her lips. "Shall we depart, Mrs. Zhou?" he inquired. Before Yiwu could fully comprehend the situation, Zhou Jinghuai had already taken her hand and led her away. It was indeed an impolite act. Yet he was resolute in his decision. The crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, casting enchanting shadows around them. Behind them, Mrs. Shen called out with deep affection, "Jinghuai." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Yiwu found herself smiling, which elicited a hint of irritation from Zhou Jinghuai, who redirected his frustration towards her. He pinned her against the wall, kissing her with a punishing fervor. In the bustling hotel corridor, where passers-by could appear at any moment, Yiwu was reluctant to comply. She struggled slightly, but Zhou Jinghuai held her nape, kissing her deeply, as though he intended to consume her entirely. After what felt like an eternity, Yiwu finally succumbed to him, tilting her head to receive his kiss. His voice, husky and low, inquired, "Do you desire this?" With a tremor in her voice, Yiwu replied, "I do not." Zhou Jinghuai suddenly chuckled softly. He possessed an alluring visage, and his smile was truly captivating. Even if Yiwu were to cease her affection for him in the future, she would still be drawn to his exquisite appearance. One might say she has indeed found her fortune in this regard. Zhou Jinghuai caressed his wife's face, and an unexpected sense of tranquility surged within him. A feeling instilled by Yiwu. In a low voice, he remarked, "I was just teasing you, we must head to Yun City first thing tomorrow." Yiwu instantly comprehended. Has there been progress with the Maya project? Zhou Jinghuai gazed at her, his dark eyes gleaming with a blatant flirtation. The woman slightly turned her face away. Upon returning to the Imperial Scenic Garden, Zhou Jinghuai proceeded to his study to commence a video conference. Yiwu busied herself with packing his luggage. This trip to Yun City would last 3 days, primarily involving business engagements. Yi Wu meticulously prepared 2 suits, 3 shirts, and various accessories for Zhou Jinghuai. Aware of the chilly weather in Yun City, she also selected a lightweight long-down jacket. As the man surveyed the open wardrobe, his slender fingers glided across the row of clothing, and he smiled faintly, saying, "When you have a moment, do add a few more shirts for me. It has been quite some time since you last updated my wardrobe." Yi Wu, her mind elsewhere, merely responded with a distracted mm. Zhou Jinghuai approached her and enveloped her in his embrace, remaining silent as he held her quietly for an extended period. Eventually, he leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words, his voice barely audible, yet resonating in Yi Wu's ears as if thunderous. "You are the only woman I have ever loved. If it displeases you, I shall never see her again. Ah Wu, I shall learn to be a good husband. Trust me." Throughout the night, these words echoed relentlessly in Yi Wu's mind, robbing her of sleep. Strong arms cradled her, allowing her face to nestle against his neck. When she awoke once more, it was nearly noon. The adjoining sitting room of the bedroom was filled with exquisite boxes, containing jewelry, designer clothing that Yi Wu frequently wore, and various other costly trinkets, all of which were the favored possessions of a woman. The final box held the love letters Yi Wu had penned, encapsulating her entire youth. In that fleeting moment, she felt a pang of sorrow rise within her. Zhou Jinghuai truly knows how to please women. Chapter 32, Zhou Jinghuai flies to Geneva. On the 3rd day of Zhou Jinghuai's arrival in Yun City, Yi Wu visited a shopping mall. Zhou Jinghuai has a penchant for wearing shirts from the Kidam brand. Yi Wu selected 2 hues for him at the boutique, black and deep gray, as he rarely dons white shirts, which are typically custom-made. At the checkout, the sales assistant's sweet words echoed, "Mrs. Zhou, you truly have an eye for fashion. Next week, we shall receive a new collection. Do ensure to come by and take a look, for Mr. Zhou carries our brand with such elegance." Yi Wu smiled in response, "Certainly." The joy of shopping is a universal sentiment among women, and Yi Wu was no exception. She contemplated inviting Mrs. Chen for a coffee, uncertain of her availability. Just as she was about to make a call, a delighted voice rang out, "Sister Yi Wu." Upon turning, she saw Gu Nianen accompanied by her brother, Gu Jusi. Gu Nianen had long forgotten the events of the birthday banquet and was fond of Yi Wu, who often treated her to sweet delicacies. While others warned against indulging in sweets for fear of weight gain, she eagerly engaged Yi Wu in conversation, their rapport warm and affectionate. Meanwhile, Gu Jusi quietly observed the bag in Yi Wu's hand, containing the Kidam men's shirt. Suddenly, he queried, "Is it a gift for him?" His gaze was profound. After a brief moment, he smiled gently. Since childhood, Zhou Jinghuai has never gone without what he desires. The Ranzhen group, and Yi Wu as well. Yi Wu offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. Only Gu Nianen glanced between her brother and Yi Wu, confused by his words. The chance encounter at the mall did not significantly affect Yi Wu. On her way home, she intentionally purchased a bouquet of white calla lilies, placing them in a crystal vase on her bedside table, creating a refreshing ambience. The household staff praised her taste, saying the lady of the house had a deft touch. Yi Wu twirled the vase, smiling softly. That evening, she unexpectedly received a call from Zhou Jinghuai. In the past, during his business trips, they seldom communicated unless necessary. Yet, that night, Zhou Jinghuai broke the norm. He was currently engaged in a collaboration discussion with Mr. Chun from Maya, who relished the culture of banquets and possessed a formidable tolerance for alcohol. Even Zhou Jinghuai, a man forged in the crucible of experience, found it challenging to withstand Mr. Chen's enthusiastic hospitality. In his ear, a gentle woman's voice interjected, "Jing Shao, allow me to drink with Mr. Chen." It was Su Qihong from the Ranzhen group, also Zhou Jinghuai's girlfriend. Trusting her capabilities, he excused himself to the lounge. However, Secretary Lin, filled with concern, followed him in, closing the door behind her. She approached Zhou Jinghuai and whispered, "You seemed to drink a bit quickly just now, would you like me to fetch a warm towel?" Zhou Jinghuai reclined on the sofa, his long legs stretching languidly, a captivating allure gracing his handsome features. After a moment, he let out a soft hum. Secretary Lin had stepped away to the restroom to warm a towel for her superior. Outside, Zhou Jinghuai's voice, almost a sigh, drifted in, "Just now. Manager Su shielding me from alcohol reminded me of the past. Back then, Yiwu would always do the same at the dining table. Despite her inability to hold her liquor, she would always stand in front of me. The last few words carried a hint of raspiness, which Secretary Lin noted. She reflected quietly, recognizing that even someone like young Master Jing is human, possessing the full spectrum of emotions. He indeed harbors feelings for his wife. Touched by this revelation, Secretary Lin diligently began to massage and wipe Zhou Jinghuai's face. Zhou Jinghuai fixed his gaze upon her. However, instead of erupting in anger, he gently instructed Secretary Lin. There is a violinist performing in the capital on the 12th, and Yiwu is quite fond of him. Please secure 2 of the finest seats for us. Secretary Lin promptly attended to the request, after which she was dismissed by her superior. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night lay still and serene. At this moment, the effects of alcohol had mostly worn off for Zhou Jinghuai. He dialed Yiwu's number, speculating that she had yet to retire for the night. Indeed. Shortly after the call connected, Yiwu answered. Zhou Jinghuai's voice carried a hint of raspiness as he inquired, "Have you purchased the shirt?" "I did. But it is somewhat unattractive," Yiwu replied playfully. She said this intentionally, for such light-hearted banter was a rarity for them, infused with a touch of marital sweetness. Zhou Jinghuai smiled gently. "I trust your judgment, Madame Zhou." Yiwu felt a surge of joy. She had admired that musician for 6 years without having seen him perform live. Yiwu couldn't help but soften a little. "Zhou Jinghuai, thank you for remembering." The night was as if stained with ink. Zhou Jinghuai rose and strode towards the floor-to-ceiling window. From the 32nd floor of the hotel, he could gaze upon the entire nightscape of Cloud City. Suddenly, a wave of longing for Yiwu washed over him. For the first time, he found himself not preoccupied with the allure of Geneva, but rather with the thoughts of his beloved wife at home. Such tender words had never graced Zhou Jinghuai's lips before, yet he felt no remorse after uttering them. When emotions surged, they naturally found their expression. He truly missed Yiwu, the way she tied his necktie, the sight of her languidly reclining on their soft, plush bed. Zhou Jinghuai mused that a gentle embrace indeed has the power to soften a man's resolve, and he was no exception to this truth. Yet, he discerned clearly that desire is one thing, while love is quite another. Yiwu contemplated for a moment before agreeing. The day after tomorrow. She indeed had no particular plans. Zhou Jinghuai sent a QR code to Yiwu, and upon doing so, his expression was one of great delight. Secretary Lin sensed that her superior had fallen in love. She playfully remarked, "You and your wife seem to be getting along splendidly lately. Everyone in the company has noticed that your temperament has softened significantly. You appear to be basking in a gentle spring breeze." "Is that so?" he inquired. Zhou Jinghuai's expression bore a hint of restraint as he deliberately retorted, yet the corners of his mouth, betraying his good spirits, could not be suppressed. Secretary Lin, emboldened, nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. I am certain of it." The call originated from Geneva. When Zhou Jinghuai answered the phone, his demeanor was gentle. However, after a brief moment, his expression grew somber, and he uttered a few words before hanging up. Just as Secretary Lin was about to inquire, Zhou Jinghuai, holding his phone, instructed her to promptly arrange a private jet, as he needed to travel to Geneva. He also instructed her to inform Bai Qianqian to head to the airport. Secretary Lin was momentarily taken aback. Before she could pose her question, Zhou Jinghuai had already made his way outside, hurrying with such urgency that, amidst his numerous instructions, he forgot to mention his wife, neglecting the fact that they had made plans, that she was still waiting for him in the capital, and that they had agreed to meet at the airport the day after tomorrow. He also forgot the tender words he had spoken to Yiwu, expressing his desire to see her sooner. Zhou Jinghuai has forgotten everything. How could he possibly forget? Chapter 33, Zhou Jinghuai's missed appointment. Look, I resemble a jester. In the deep of night, Yiwu found herself unable to sleep. She repeatedly pondered the words Zhou Jinghuai had spoken. He claimed to have known only her, asserted that he would no longer see other women, and expressed his desire to learn how to be a good husband. He urged her, "Trust me." The light was glaringly bright, and Yiwu's expression was serene. "Zhou Jinghuai, can I trust you once more?" At that moment, dark clouds gathered outside, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. In the following 2 days, Zhou Jinghuai did not call, and Yiwu, adhering to the dignity expected of a woman, refrained from reaching out to him. On the third day, she rose early. After descending for breakfast, the household servant was quite surprised. "Madam, are you going to the hospital to visit the elder in-laws?" The servant was filled with delight. The couple truly share a deep affection. Yiwu said nothing in response. After finishing her meal, she personally drove to the airport. After years of marriage, they had developed an unspoken understanding. Zhou Jinghuai preferred the early morning flight at 7 a.m., which would land in the capital city around 9. Departing at this time suited Yiwu perfectly. In high spirits, Yiwu took out the QR code once more, genuinely contemplating attending that performance. Once the car was in motion, she activated the onboard music. The melody flowed gently within the vehicle, soothing her soul. As she focused on driving, the highway suddenly darkened, with ominous clouds enveloping the entire capital. To her surprise, flakes of snow began to fall, despite it being only early December. Fortunately, the snowfall was light, and she arrived at the airport without incident. Although Yiwu could have waited in the parking lot, she decided to exit her car and wait at the arrival hall instead. Zhou Jinghuai expressed his desire to see her sooner. Today, Yiwu had deliberately adorned herself, donning a white cashmere coat with a delicate pearl lily-of-the-valley brooch at the collar, exuding both beauty and elegance. She stood at the exit passage, patiently awaiting Zhou Jinghuai's arrival. As the clock struck 9, he remained absent. Even by 9:30, Yiwu had yet to catch a glimpse of Zhou Jinghuai, prompting her to begin dialing his number. Zhou Jinghuai's phone was turned off, and after several attempts, she was met with the cold voice of the operator. "We apologize. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Frustrated, Yiwu redirected her call to Zhou Jinghuai's secretary. Unfortunately, Secretary Lin was en route to the capital and could not be reached, nor could any of Zhou Jinghuai's accompanying personnel. Yiwu felt an increasing sense of urgency. Is Zhou Jinghuai still in Yun City? Yiwu could not shake off her unease. She utilized all her connections to investigate, only to discover that Zhou Jinghuai had departed from Yun City the previous evening and is currently untraceable. Untraceable. Yiwu clutched her phone, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Memories of that fateful incident from years ago flooded her mind, a time when she and Zhou Jinghuai had narrowly escaped death. Such occurrences were not singular. Zhou Jinghuai is the president of Rong'an, and should anything happen to him, it must remain a secret, otherwise, it would undoubtedly cause turmoil in Rong'an's stock market. Outside the airport, a vast expanse of ice and snow prevails. Heavy snow descends relentlessly, blanketing the ground in a thick layer, making vehicles particularly prone to skidding. As rows of cars crawl along the highway like turtles, Yiwu drives significantly faster than others, showing no regard for her own safety. At the age of 22, she was the brave Yiwu who dared to love fiercely. Suddenly, the white BMW stalls. Despite her repeated attempts to restart it, she is met with failure. An anxiety overwhelms her. Moments later, she opens the car door and steps out into the biting wind and snow to investigate. The frigid, piercing snowflakes hit her face, seeping into her collar and chilling her to the bone, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. To make matters worse, her car is broken down, and her phone is dead. The blizzard continues to fall mercilessly. Yiwu sits quietly in the car for a while, with a few unmelted snowflakes clinging to her eyelashes. It is bitterly cold outside, yet there has been no word from Zhou Jinghuai. After a few seconds, she resolutely pushes the car door open once more, braving the storm as she walks forward. The snowflakes strike her mercilessly, cold and painful, reminiscent of the ache she felt when kicked in the abdomen that night. During the most destitute time of their marriage, when Zhou Jinghuai held her tightly and said, "Ah, we have only each other." Years later, Yiwu again bears the weight for Zhou Jinghuai, fueled by a fervent bravery. Before her lies a vast expanse of white snow, while behind her, the luxury car she has abandoned symbolizes the sacrifices she has always been willing to make for him. Yiwu is unaware of how long she has walked or how far she has traveled. She only knows that her body is nearly numb. Yet, she cannot afford to stop. She fears for Zhou Jinghuai's safety. Along the 6-lane highway, most vehicles have come to a halt, quietly waiting for the snow to cease before resuming their journey. In this wintry desolation, only one figure trudges on alone, reminiscent of a century of solitude. A line of deep footprints marks the traces of Yiwu's profound love for Zhou Jinghuai. A black Mercedes-Benz business vehicle suddenly halts beside her, and the door swings open, revealing Secretary Lin's startled voice, "Madam?" Yi Wu is momentarily taken aback before slowly turning around. Secretary Lin, being astute, promptly jumps out to assist Yi Wu into the car. However, Yi Wu remains still, gazing intently at the vehicle as she softly inquires, "Where is Zhou Jinghuai? Is he in the car?" She presses further, "Where has he gone?" Secretary Lin hesitates to answer, as Zhou Jinghuai has traveled to Geneva with Bai Qianqian. But Yi Wu has never been easy to deceive. She demands once more, "Where has Zhou Jinghuai gone?" Secretary Lin flinches, unable to suppress the truth, "Geneva." She can no longer conceal the information, and bluntly reveals, "Young master took Bai Qianqian with him, it seems to be for an urgent matter." "Madam, I believe." Yi Wu gently interrupts her. Standing in the frigid snow, her body frozen like an ice sculpture, the only sensation she feels is the sharp pain in her heart. In the cold expanse of snow, she worries for Zhou Jinghuai's safety, yet he has flown to Geneva with his lover. Surely, Geneva must be perfect for a vacation at this moment. Zhou Jinghuai is accompanied by a beloved companion, rendering his promises to her nearly forgotten. The sweet nothings he whispered are akin to fireworks that illuminate the night sky, only to vanish without a trace. Yet, Yi Wu took them to heart. With snowflakes adorning her eyelashes, she gazed at Secretary Lin and softly remarked, "Look at me. I resemble a clown." Chapter 34, A Heartache for Men, No Favorable Ending Awaits. Upon returning to the Imperial Scenic Garden, it was already 4 in the afternoon. A sleek black Mercedes-Benz glided over the thick layer of snow, coming to a halt in the parking area of the main residence. As the door swung open, Secretary Lin assisted Yi Wu in disembarking. Despite her desire to stay and care for her, Yi Wu declined. Standing on the steps, she tilted her head to watch the falling snowflakes and murmured, "My heart aches for men, they face no good endings." Secretary Lin could not catch her words clearly and wanted to inquire, but Yi Wu had already ascended the steps. Despite her body shivering from the cold and aching painfully, she held her back straight, unwilling to lose face in front of others, even though her dignity had long been stripped away by Zhou Jinghuai. A servant approached to offer support, but Yi Wu gently pushed them away, insisting, "I wish to walk on my own." The servant, witnessing her plight, could not hold back tears, asking, "Madam, what troubles you?" She feared losing her composure, terrified of displaying her vulnerability. Presently, she felt utterly disheveled and devoid of grace. For Zhou Jinghuai, for a man, she had repeatedly placed herself in precarious situations, descending into disgraceful depths. How utterly humiliating. The lights shimmered. Yet Yi Wu's face appeared as pale as paper. She walked slowly, steeped in sorrow, a sorrow that Zhou Jinghuai had never acknowledged. He always called her Ah when he needed her, yet portrayed himself as the perfect lover when she was not needed. Yi Wu gently closed her eyes, reflecting. In times of trouble, there is Zan Wuyan, in times of peace, there is Xia Yingchun. Upon reaching the second floor, she pushed open the door to her bedroom. It remained unchanged, with a bouquet of pristine white calla lilies on the nightstand and 2 shirts she had specially purchased for Zhou Jinghuai draped over the sofa, alongside a pair of exquisite collar pins she had selected for him. In retrospect, her efforts seemed so tragically foolish, so laughable. She had naively believed that Zhou Jinghuai's sweet words were genuine, truly thinking that love would blossom over time. How utterly ridiculous. Yi Wu fell ill, plagued by a high fever that soared to 40 degrees Celsius. The servants, hesitant to conceal the truth, placed a call to the Zhou family estate. In the dead of night, the stillness of the Zhou residence was shattered by a phone call. The night watchman answered, braving the storm to urgently knock on the door of the elder Zhou. Standing outside, he reported with a mix of urgency and restraint, "Sir, there is an emergency. Young Master Jinghuai's wife is ill, and young master is not at home." Old Master Zhou was taken aback. Through the hazy window, the patriarch of the Zhou family had begun to dress, and voices emerged from within, "Wake up the couple, Zhou Yanli, and tell them to stop sleeping. With their son behaving in such a manner, they still have the audacity to sleep." The old man was enraged, and naturally, Zhou Yanli and his wife did not dare to delay. However, Madame Zhou had her complaints. "How overly sensitive," she remarked. "She does not appear to be a delicate person at all." Zhou Yanli expressed his displeasure. "Have you not heard the saying, Jinghuai is not in the capital? Are you truly unaware of his whereabouts?" It is unjust to make the young lady feel wronged, as parents. It is always wise for us to be a bit more attentive. Madame Zhou scoffed. Is she aggrieved? She is exceptionally skilled at advancing her own interests. She possesses 5% of the shares in Ronan. Do you, Zhou Yanli, possess such a stake? Do I? Do any of the other members of the Zhou family? Zhou Yanli responded with a hint of resignation. That is also something that Jinghuai is willing to offer. Madame Zhou let out a cold snort. Yet, despite her grievances, she dared not go against the wishes of old Master Zhou. In the dead of night, the Zhou family arrived at the villa. Old Master Zhou brought with him the finest medicinal herbs and the most skilled physicians, fearing even the slightest mishap for Yi Wu. Leaning on his cane, he ascended the stairs while reproaching Zhou Yanli. Where on earth has that scoundrel from Jinghuai disappeared to? His wife is gravely ill. And yet he is nowhere to be found. Is he indulging in a life of debauchery, or has he met with a dire fate? Even if he has perished, one would expect to catch a whiff of something. Zhou Yanli bowed his head and replied cautiously, Jinghuai has gone to Geneva. The elderly gentleman was momentarily taken aback. The light illuminated his face, and in an instant, he appeared to have aged a decade. His lips moved as if he wished to utter something, but ultimately, it merely transformed into a soft sigh. Find a way to contact him. Zhou Yanli bowed his head in acknowledgement, vowing to exert his utmost efforts. That evening, old Master Zhou personally kept vigil over Yi Wu, for he safeguarded Jinghuai's humble abode. Should any misfortune befall Yi Wu, Jinghuai's family would inevitably fragment. Who, in the future, could possibly shoulder such a monumental burden for Jinghuai? The light shone brilliantly as old Master Zhou's discerning gaze surveyed the scene. In the dead of night, Zhou Yanli entered the study, hesitatingly remarking, We are still unable to reach Jinghuai. Old Master Zhou hurled a teacup in anger. He pointed at Zhou Yanli and scolded fiercely. Do you think you can undermine my authority? If the Jinghuai family falls apart, I will hold you and your spouse accountable. Madame Zhou entered through the door. Supporting her injured husband, she could not help but retort, If the old man cannot be controlled, how can we manage it? If we had the power to decide, we might as well have married him back in the day. Silence. Old Master Zhou's face darkened with rage. Heartless wretches. Get out. Madame Zhou assisted her husband in departing. The night grew increasingly profound, yet Zhou Jinghuai remained unreachable. With old Master Zhou presiding, by dawn, Yi Wu's fever finally subsided. The household servants, filled with relief, discreetly wiped away their tears. Old Master Zhou strolled by with his hands clasped behind his back. Clearing his throat softly, What is there to cry about? Your lady is fortunate, she will bear a pair of children with Jinghuai, living lovingly together until old age. Beside him, Madame Zhou curled her lip, while Zhou Yanli restrained her. The blizzard had ceased with the dawn. Outside, the world was adorned in a silvery shroud. The barren branches of the phoenix trees were laden with heavy snow, poised to drop at any moment. Inside the master bedroom, it was as warm as spring. After awakening, Yi Wu changed into clean garments, feeling considerably refreshed. A servant fed her warm nourishing congee, gently remarking, Last night, the old master kept vigil and even scolded those two, thus avenging you. Yi Wu remained silent upon hearing this. Having been in the Zhou family for many years, she treaded carefully, fully aware of the underlying complexities. She merely offered a faint smile, neither joyful nor sorrowful. She calmly stated, The congee is getting cold. The servant hastily continued to feed her, secretly observing the lady's demeanor, which appeared serene and unaffected. The servant recalled, in fact, that years ago, the lady had cared deeply for her husband. Chapter 35, She has finally awakened. The snow in the capital began to melt. As Yi Wu perused the calendar, she realized it was already the 12th, the violinist's concert was scheduled for 8 that evening. A sudden desire to attend the concert surged within her, and she wished to go alone. The household servants, concerned, implored her, You have just recovered. If you go out and catch a chill, it would be a misfortune. Yi Wu replied, I will wear a thicker down coat. Reluctantly, the servant rummaged through the wardrobe to find a substantial outfit, personally assisting Yi Wu into it and securing a warm cashmere scarf around her neck. Insisting on notifying the driver to take her, lest she report it to the old master. Yi Wu acquiesced. 5 minutes later, she settled into a black luxury vehicle. After confirming the destination, the driver pressed down on the accelerator. The car glided out of the Imperial Garden, leaving a trail of lights behind, while the city's neon gradually emerged ahead. The neon lights danced brilliantly across the sky. At the Grand Theater of the capital, a black car halted at the entrance, its polished exterior attracting attention and speculation about which prominent lady or young miss had come to witness the performance. The villa's driver and servants treated her with utmost respect, hesitating to oppose her wishes. Though slightly troubled, the driver ultimately consented. Yiwu stepped out, a brisk gust of cold wind striking her face. She hurried into the lobby and retrieved 2 VIP tickets from the ticket machine. As she presented her tickets for verification, the staff kindly reminded her, "The show begins in 20 minutes, you still have time to take your seat. Such fine seats would be a pity to waste." Yiwu's voice was tinged with bitterness. "I am alone." The staff refrained from probing further. After passing through the ticket check, Yiwu entered the performance hall. She sat alone in the front row, savoring the performance she longed to see. Her phone was set to silent, unaware that Zhou Jinghuai had attempted to contact her multiple times. The screen lit up and dimmed repeatedly. Eventually, Yiwu noticed the missed calls but chose not to answer. She was not a mere dog at Zhou Jinghuai's beck and call. Throughout the entire performance, her phone continued to illuminate. When the show concluded, she checked her phone to find that Zhou Jinghuai had called 28 times, his concern evident, yet Yiwu remained indifferent. In a cold tone, she mused, "Is there something of importance?" The lady's fever reached 40 degrees, it was quite alarming. Fortunately, the old master came. Zhou Jinghuai felt a sense of dampness within, uncertain of how to confront Yiwu and how to elucidate his failure to keep his promise. Could he divulge those matters to her? He could not. After a moment of silence, Zhou Jinghuai softened his tone. "If your health is not well, why venture out?" Yiwu responded with remarkable tranquility, neither raising her voice nor causing a commotion. "I came to attend the concert, otherwise, it would be a great waste." Zhou Jinghuai hesitated. Yiwu remained composed and replied, "No need, you may accompany someone else." Yiwu did not expose him, her husband's infidelity was a matter too painful to articulate. For speaking too much would only serve to belittle herself. Zhou Jinghuai wished to express more, yet Yiwu abruptly ended the call. She tucked her phone away and retrieved the 2 adjacent concert tickets. Ultimately, those tickets were discarded into a nearby trash bin by Yiwu. Enveloped in her thick down jacket, she stepped into the frigid night. At times, a man proves less comforting than a mere garment, at least on such wintry nights. Clothing can bestow upon her a modicum of warmth. In the afternoon light of Geneva, a cluster of castle-like edifices towers near the cathedral. This is the city's most renowned hospital, boasting the world's finest physicians, where numerous affluent individuals bring their gravely ill relatives for treatment. Zhou Jinghuai stood quietly at the end of the corridor, inhaling a cigarette. His thoughts lingered on his wife back in the capital. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly. Yet its rays could not penetrate the glass as sharp as ice, nor could they warm his body. He pondered that day when the snowstorm had raged fiercely in the capital, wondering how his beloved had traversed the icy expanse. Was she very cold at that moment? Was she in pain? Zhou Jinghuai, with his elongated fingers delicately clutching a cigarette, exhibited a faint tremor, his eyes revealing an even greater depth. At that moment, the sound of a woman's sobs pierced the air. "I don't want to go over there. I want to find Zhou Jinghuai. Where is he?" He said that as long as I obediently comply, I could remain in the capital city. Bai Qianqian, however, caught sight of Zhou Jinghuai. She broke free from her restraints and, barefoot, dashed swiftly to his side. The hospital gown she wore hung loosely on her frail frame, rendering her fragile and stripped of her former innocence. Grasping the cuff of Zhou Jinghuai's coat, she implored desperately, "Zhou Jinghuai, please do not be so cruel. I have always been obedient. I promise I will not be willful again. I will not change the blood bag anymore. Please do not leave me here." Zhou Jinghuai turned around, his face devoid of expression as he gazed at her. "Can I still trust you?" he inquired. Bai Qianqian's tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential downpour. She clutched Zhou Jinghuai's sleeve with fervor, as if seizing the sole lifeline in her existence. She repeatedly offered her apologies, fervently asserting that she would never dare to do so again, that she would no longer harbor jealousy towards her sister. Zhou Jinghuai did not relent. A person of his caliber would not have ascended to his current position if he were easily swayed by sentiment. He cast a cold smile at Bai Qianqian, saying, "Your reckless behavior nearly cost a life. Bai Qianqian, there must be limits to your caprice. I do not wish to witness such incidents again." At that moment, the Bai couple approached, and Bai Chunyan's expression was one of profound discontent. Zhou Jinghuai cast a glance, prompting the nurse to swiftly usher Bai Qianqian away. Mrs. Bai, with tears in her eyes, followed closely behind. In the corridor, only Zhou Jinghuai and Bai Chunyan remained. Zhou Jinghuai extended a cigarette towards Bai Shu. Bai Chunyan accepted it, ignited it, and took a deep drag, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "I truly owe you an apology, Jinghuai. Over the years, you have given so much, both financially and emotionally. Without your unwavering support, it would have been impossible to reach this point. It is Qianqian's lack of understanding that has caused you considerable trouble. I hope the ladies in Jing City have not placed any blame upon you?" Zhou Jinghuai naturally refrained from discussing the privacy of their marriage, merely offering a bitter smile. Men would surely understand. Bai Chunyan expressed his comprehension, remarking, "It is only fitting." "Quite so." After the consumption of a single cigarette, Bai Chunyan took his leave. Zhou Jinghuai stood alone for quite some time. He occasionally took out his phone to check if Yi Wu had sent him any messages. Chapter 36, Surgical Mishap. Zhou Jinghuai. "I implore you on behalf of Yi Wu." The elderly patriarch of the Zhou family was in a fit of rage. To underscore his regard for Yi Wu, he personally came to oversee matters, accompanied by the couple Zhou Yanyu and Zhou Yanli. Upon their arrival at the hospital, it was unavoidable to extend hospitality. Fortunately, the aunt beside the matriarch was adept in her manners, ensuring every courtesy was observed. Yi Wu, however, was indifferent to such formalities at this juncture. Her sole desire was to remain by her grandmother's side, allowing the wayward man outside to fend for himself. Old Master Zhou graciously exited the hospital room, leaving Yi Wu alone with her grandmother. The warm yellow light illuminated the elderly woman's silver hair, each strand shining like new. Leaning against the headboard, she tightly grasped her granddaughter's hand. She was unafraid of death, having lived most of her life. She no longer feared the end. Her only concern was for her beloved granddaughter, fearing that Yi Wu would face solitude and betrayal. Tears glistened in the old lady's eyes as she quietly recounted a dream from the previous night. "I dreamt my father came to take me away, riding in a splendid white gilded carriage, spacious and magnificent. My father looked so youthful, not a single gray hair in sight, yet here I am, my hair completely white. I saw him and felt a surge of excitement. I rushed towards him, calling out 'Father.' I longed to climb into that carriage, but my father could not see me. He passed by in that white carriage, oblivious to my presence." Her voice trembled. "Has it been too long, that my father has forgotten me? Yet I live in this world to accompany my Yi Wu." Yi Wu leaned against her grandmother, weeping uncontrollably. "Grandma." The old lady's face was awash with tears. She trembled as she reached out, gently caressing Yi Wu's dark tresses. "Do not fear, Grandma will be fine. I will continue to protect you." Yi Wu sobbed, "Yes. Grandma will be fine." At that moment, the door swung open. The director and the head of the department entered, personally coming to apologize to Yi Wu. "Mrs. Zhou, an unexpected situation has arisen. Dr. Fu can no longer perform the surgery for your grandmother. However, there is no need for concern. Dr. Fu's most esteemed student, an authority in surgery, will undertake the operation. The chances of success remain high, so please do not worry too much." Yi Wu stood in shock. "What are you saying? Where is Dr. Fu?" The director, steeling himself, replied, "He has gone to Geneva. He was just taken away for an important surgery." He did not deny that Mr. Zhou had arranged everything. Yi Wu began to dial Zhou Jinghuai's number. Since that day, she had not contacted him once, but now, for her grandmother's sake, she was willing to do anything, even to humble herself before him. She could not bear the thought of her grandmother facing any misfortune. The phone connected, and Zhou Jinghuai answered personally. With a trembling voice, Yi Wu implored, "Zhou Jinghuai, we have been married for 4 years, and I have never asked you for anything. But now, I beg you, grant my grandmother a chance to live. Do not let her pay the price for your love. At her age, she should not have to shoulder such risks." I beseech you, this is Yi Wu's plea. Zhou Jinghuai, you once said, we may not be lovers, but we should be family. On the other end, there was a prolonged silence. Yi Wu's heart began to chill. She anticipated Zhou Jinghuai's decision. Suddenly, she smiled. Indeed, she was not his beloved. How could she expect him to change his mind at her request? He had always been as unyielding as stone toward her. Finally, Zhou Jinghuai spoke softly, Yi Wu, I am sorry. Bai Qianqian had committed suicide, her life hung by a thread, and only Fu Yu could perform the surgery. Zhou Jinghuai, after careful consideration, opted for this outcome, arranging for Fu Yu's student. He reassured Yi Wu numerous times, yet she could not absorb a single word. The phone slipped from her grasp, and her entire world crumbled before her. It became evident that in Zhou Jinghuai's heart, she amounted to nothing. The hardships she endured over the years paled in comparison to the tender affections of a young girl, rendering her sacrifices insignificant. Yi Wu, you truly have chosen poorly in your encounters. The dean hesitated momentarily. Now is the most opportune moment. It is likely unwise to delay further. Old Master Zhou was infuriated. Ultimately, it was the matriarch who made the decision herself. She grasped Yi Wu's hand with poise and fortitude, stating that if heaven showed her mercy, she would be granted a few more years with her beloved granddaughter. Conversely, if heaven were to withhold its compassion, she wished for Yi Wu to live freely and unfettered. The elderly lady's face radiated with a serene glow as she uttered, life and death are dictated by fate. Yi Wu, every journey must eventually reach its destination. Yi Wu buried her face in the matriarch's palm, tears streaming down her cheeks. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke hoarsely, prepare for the surgery. The operation lasted 12 grueling hours. With the old master personally overseeing the proceedings, no member of the Zhou family dared to stray. Later, Madame Chen arrived, accompanied by the Gu siblings, all standing silently outside the operating room, guarding the flicker of life that remained within the matriarch. Only Zhou Jinghuai, her direct grandson-in-law, was far away in Geneva. From dawn until deep into the night, Yi Wu remained standing, unwilling to take a moment's rest. Madame Chen supported her, tears brimming in her eyes. Earlier, she had overheard a private conversation between Mr. and Mrs. Zhou, in which Mrs. Zhou made disparaging remarks about Yi Wu, labeling her a lonely orphan. Madame Chen's heart ached. Had Yi Wu possessed a maternal family, she would not have endured such indignities. Yet, for the greater good, she chose to remain silent. At 10 o'clock that evening, the surgery finally concluded, and a student of Dr. Fu emerged to announce its success. Yi Wu breathed a sigh of relief, only for the doctor to deliver grave news: the patient had yet to awaken. If she remained unresponsive for more than 48 hours, there would be no chance of revival, and she would become a mere shell of her former self. Reeling from the news, Yi Wu nearly stumbled. But Madame Chen steadied her, offering solace through her tears, you must be strong now. How heart-wrenching it would be for the matriarch to see you in despair upon awakening. Clenching her fists until her nails dug painfully into her flesh, Yi Wu fought to maintain her composure. You cannot falter, she reminded herself. Her grandmother had once said that her purpose in this world was to accompany Yi Wu. Chapter 37, Zhou Jinghuai returns. The matriarch remained unconscious in the ICU. And through the transparent glass, Yi Wu stood outside, lost in a daze as each passing moment felt like an eternity of torment. Madame Chen, filled with concern, frequently brought nourishing soup to fortify Yi Wu, but her appetite had waned. In just 2 days, she had lost considerable weight, her chin becoming notably sharper. Despite Madame Chen's gentle encouragement, Yi Wu remained silent, seeking solace in her company. The Gu siblings occasionally visited, lending a helping hand. Observing Yi Wu's declining state, Gu Nianan leaned on her brother's shoulder, her voice tinged with sorrow. Sister, Yi Wu is so pitiful. Why did Zhou Jinghuai act in such a manner? It is utterly cruel to her. Gu Jiucai was aware of the reasons but could not speak them aloud, for the truth was even more harrowing. In the afternoon, Old Master Zhou sent for Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Yanli to come. Zhou Yanli treated Yi Wu with warmth and courtesy. However, Mrs. Zhou was far less amiable. She openly and covertly reproached Yi Wu for her inability to properly oversee her husband, which led to her son facing the old gentleman's censure. At that moment, Mrs. Chen happened to be present and was instantly incensed by these idle remarks. She confronted Mrs. Zhou, exclaiming, "You are a woman too. How can you utter such twisted and unfounded accusations? Madame Zhou chuckled coldly. In Shuang, our families have always maintained a cordial relationship. Let us not allow outsiders to sow discord among us. Mrs. Chen responded with an even more frigid and noble smile. Who exactly is the outsider? The women beyond Jinghuai are your true kin, are they not? Madame Zhou, feeling culpable, refrained from further speaking. Zhou Yanli could only muster a couple of lines. Madame Zhou, increasingly enraged, cast a fierce glare at her husband before sweeping away in a huff. Zhou Yanli once again approached Mrs. Chen to offer his sincere apologies. His tone remarkably gentle. Madame Jinghuai is in a poor mood, please do not take it to heart. Mrs. Chen let out a soft hum, choosing to remain silent in response. Zhou Yanli gazed upon the exquisite visage before him, momentarily lost in reverie as memories flooded his mind. A sigh escaped his lips. And soon he pondered the necessity of offering a few comforting words to Yi Wu. Zhou Yanli's lips quivered slightly as he made his final gesture. Go and speak with your wife. Zhou Jinghuai called out, Father, and then approached Yi Wu. She did not recognize him. The Zhou Jinghuai she had once loved was not like this. On their wedding night, he had vowed, from now on we are family. I will cherish you in our marriage. Zhou Jinghuai would never cause awe or sorrow. Yet, not only did he bring her distress, but he also took her grandmother's life. Zhou Jinghuai found himself at a loss for words. He yearned to take Yi Wu's hand, only to have it swiftly withdrawn. She was unwilling to be touched by him. Her voice dripping with icy disdain. Cease your pretentious charade, Zhou Jinghuai. You cannot steal from others and simultaneously seek to maintain a facade of virtue. Zhou Jinghuai felt a pang in his heart. Our relationship is not of that nature. Yi Wu lowered her brows and scoffed. Lovers, infidelity, extramarital? What is your relationship? No one cares. Zhou Jinghuai, no one is obstructing your pursuit of excitement, but must you bring it before me in such a repulsive manner? And do not offend my grandmother. You refer to her as grandmother, claiming she is a kin of yours, yet what have you ultimately done? Shall I recount it for you, Zhou Jinghuai? If you possessed even a modicum of dignity, you would not dare to show your face here. For you truly do not deserve to be present. Zhou Jinghuai had something to convey. Gu Jusi approached, gripping Zhou Jinghuai's collar and pinning him against the wall. Demanding with fervor, she pleaded with you so desperately, she, a proud person, wept and implored you in front of so many. Zhou Jinghuai, are you made of stone? If you possessed even a modicum of humanity, you would not forget that Yi Wu is your wife, your companion through 4 years of mutual support. Is love truly of such insignificance? Zhou Jinghuai, do you even comprehend the essence of love? Gu Jusi stepped back a few paces, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips, glaring fiercely at Zhou Jinghuai. This was the second time they had fought over Yi Wu. Zhou Jinghuai's chest heaved violently as he pointed at Gu Jusi with a cold sneer, declaring, Yi Wu is my wife. What right do you have to meddle in the private matters of our marriage? Gu Jusi chuckled lightly, responding, I like her. Is that reason sufficient? Meanwhile, Mrs. Chen stood frozen in shock. Fearing an escalation, she coaxed and deceived Gu Jusi into leaving, and soon the corridor returned to an eerie silence. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at his wife, who had grown remarkably thinner in such a short span of time. A myriad of emotions surged through his heart, compelling him to call out, oh! Yet, Yi Wu did not require his presence. She softly instructed him to leave. Her head rested against the cold glass, tears welling in her eyes as she beheld her grandmother's serene face in slumber. The air conditioning gently stirred the strands of her grandmother's silver hair, causing them to quiver delicately. Although Yi Wu had never believed in deities, she found herself yearning for their existence in this moment. Zhou Jinghuai, upon seeing her countenance, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Yi Wu refused to cast a glance in his direction. Zhou Jinghuai felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and replied with a soft grunt, I have been to the hospital. The servant, sensing the gravity of the moment, dared not speak further and hurried to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of dumplings. Zhou Jinghuai ascended the stairs with his luggage in tow. Upon reaching the second floor, he spotted Xiaobai sprawled at the bedroom door, its tiny paws resting atop one another, and its dark, soulful eyes brimming with a sense of grievance. Upon noticing Zhou Jinghuai, Xiaobai let out a soft whimper. Zhou Jinghuai set down his suitcase and gently patted the little dog's head, its white ears drooping. Upon entering the bedroom, he found it empty, as the mistress was absent, yet it felt somewhat altered. A crystal vase on the bedside table held a bouquet of pristine calla lilies, though time had rendered them wilted. An English-style sofa bore a shopping bag, from which Zhou Jinghuai retrieved 2 shirts from the Kidam brand, one in black and the other in grey, hues he favored. Zhou Jinghuai held these items, his expression wan and desolate, quietly pondering the emotions that prompted Yi Wu to acquire them. Surely, they were infused with a sense of exhilaration. He dared not contemplate the possibility that if Yi Wu's grandmother were to awaken no more, how she would regard him. Would she choose to sever their ties forever? In the bathroom, the sound of rushing water echoed. Through a veil of misted glass, a masculine figure emerged, partially obscured yet undeniably present. Zhou Jinghuai turned off the showerhead, vigorously wiped his face, and casually wrapped a white towel around his waist as he emerged from the bathroom. While selecting attire from the wardrobe, he pondered briefly before donning the new shirt that Yi Wu had gifted him, opting for the black one. Just as he fastened his belt, a voice from outside called out, "The estate is on the line, sir. Please make your way over." Chapter 38, Pray Tell. Who resides in Geneva? At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Jinghuai's car arrived at the Zhou family mansion. As the vehicle came to a stop, the old master's attendant approached to open the door, wearing a cheerful smile as he remarked, "The old master seems quite irate this time. Young Master Jinghuai, do be understanding and refrain from adding fuel to the flames." Zhou Jinghuai alighted from the vehicle, deftly closing the door behind him, and proceeded to follow the individual ahead. Old Master Zhou met him in the study. Zhou Jinghuai dared not act recklessly and stood with his head bowed, addressing the elder. Elder Zhou sat sipping tea, his aged eyes scanning his grandson like a hawk. After a moment, he turned to those beside him and said, "Bring me the rattan, I must invoke the family rules." As soon as he spoke, the wailing of Madame Zhou echoed from outside. Zhou Jinghuai's Adam's apple bobbed, yet he obediently removed his coat, revealing a black shirt beneath. He remarked, "The shirt must remain unsoiled, it was purchased for me by Ou." Old Master Zhou gazed at his grandson, adorned in splendid attire, and sneered. "Did your wife purchase that for you? If so, she truly has fed you to the dogs. Allow me to administer a well-deserved punishment on her behalf." A rattan switch, as thick as a thumb, was handed over, fitting comfortably in his grasp. Old Master Zhou struck with great intensity, leaving no room for leniency as he fiercely lashed out at Zhou Jinghuai's back. Soon, crimson welts began to rise upon his skin, a sight both shocking and harrowing. As he continued to strike, the old man demanded, "Who was present in Geneva? What caused you to lose your very spirit there?" Zhou Jinghuai knelt in silence. The old master grew increasingly furious, striking even harder. Outside the study, Mrs. Zhou's sharp calls echoed, yet the old master remained deaf to her pleas. He berated her as a person devoid of moral principles, ordering her to leave at once, threatening that if she did not, he would beat her son to death that very day. Old Master Zhou has aged. After a brief moment of exertion, he finds himself gasping for breath. Yet, he still possesses the power of speech. He points an accusatory finger at Zhou Jinghuai, berating him fiercely. "Jinghuai, it has always been difficult to please both sides. Where are all these idyllic scenarios you envision? In the past, you chose power, and now, with that individual in Yi Wu, you are making yet another choice. Can you honestly claim that you have treated Yi Wu fairly?" "Ha! I know your retort, love is inherently inequitable. Then let me ask you. Have you shared a bed with your wife? If your affection for that person were truly profound, how could you possibly maintain a genuine marital relationship with Yi Wu? Reflect deeply upon your own heart. When you and your wife present yourselves as a couple, have you truly never felt a flicker of desire? Have you genuinely never entertained even the slightest sentiment?" Zhou Jinghuai's crimson blood seeped steadily into the thick carpet, quickly forming a small, dark patch. He remained stoically silent. The words of the old Master Zhou left him in profound shock, evoking memories of the past and how he had chosen Yi Wu. The autumn leaves shimmered in golden hues, and Yi Wu, clad in a flowing white gown, was truly enchanting. She possessed a vibrant vitality, reminiscent of the most resilient blades of grass. That year, he was smitten with another, and he envied Yi Wu's exuberance for life. Pondering how delightful it would be if the woman he adored could radiate such brilliance. Alas, fate did not align with his desires. Eventually, he effortlessly won Yi Wu's heart. After their marriage, however, Yiwu no longer donned her white dresses. Instead, she opted for cold, business-like attire, accompanying him to various events in the commercial realm, transforming into the quintessential daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. Zhou Jinghuai remained silent. The elder, possessing great wisdom, believed that his grandson could still be salvaged. Jinghuai pondered deeply. Love is not a static asset, immobile and fixed. The human heart is susceptible to change. Zhou Jinghuai gritted his teeth. The old man is imparting a lesson. Old Master Zhou was exasperated once more. Get up and go to the hospital to atone for your sins. Your wife will not easily forgive you. She possesses such remarkable qualities. Why should she remain loyal to you? What exceptional traits do you possess? Aside from a handful of ill-gotten wealth, what virtues do you have? This mere appearance? Ha, there are plenty of handsome male stars nowadays. Perhaps you should reflect on your shortcomings. Zhou Jinghuai nodded. He struggled to rise, and the elder's attendant reached out to assist him, cautioning, Young Master Jinghuai, be careful. Zhou Jinghuai casually interjected, a minor injury is of no consequence. Old Master Zhou snorted coldly, expressing a sense of resilience. Zhou Jinghuai remained silent as he propped himself up, meticulously cleansing the bloodstains before donning the black shirt. Just as he had slipped it halfway on, Madame Zhou burst into the room. As Madame Zhou entered, she caught sight of the bloodstains behind Zhou Jinghuai. She momentarily froze, then let out a heart-rending cry, Jinghuai. Old Master Zhou was displeased. A teacup fell to the ground. Where is that soul? The car came to a halt, and he sat inside, savoring a cigarette before alighting. The hospital at night was exceptionally tranquil, eerily devoid of any signs of life, evoking a chilling sensation. Zhou Jinghuai brought the kanji that Yiwu cherished, yet upon his arrival at the ICU ward, he found Yiwu absent. Instead, he was met by Aunt Wu, whom Yiwu had engaged. Aunt Wu informed Zhou Jinghuai that Miss Yi had gone to a temple to make a wish, and she had been away for over an hour. Wiping away her tears, she remarked, Miss Yi has reached a point of desperation. All she can do is hope for divine mercy. Her heart bears immense sorrow, something a man like you cannot fathom. Zhou Jinghuai hurried to Lingmiao Temple, his feet barely touching the ground. Nestled at the northernmost edge of the capital, Lingmiao Temple stands majestic and imposing, allowing vehicles to ascend directly to its heights. Zhou Jinghuai arrived at the temple and, guided by a young monk, pushed open the great door of the main hall. The night wind howled as Yiwu, clad in simple white garments, knelt before the Buddha. With every verse of scripture she recited, she fervently bowed her head in reverence. The sound of her prostrations echoed, a resounding thud reverberating through the air. Yiwu was oblivious to how many times she had bowed. Her fair and smooth forehead bore traces of blood. Yet, she remained unaware of her wounds. She implored the myriad deities and Buddhas above to show mercy and grant her grandmother a few more years of life. She was willing to bear all selfish and vain desires alone, even if it meant sacrificing everything she possessed. Zhou Jinghuai, with a heart full of anguish, called out softly, Yiwu. As he attempted to approach, Yiwu gently halted him, saying, Do not come any closer, Zhou Jinghuai. I fear that your tainted body may disturb the Buddha and defile this sacred hall. Zhou Jinghuai's complexion was ashen, a striking testament to the depths of his despair. The act of murder, aimed at the very heart, could not be more devastating. Zhou Jinghuai refrained from entering. He stood quietly outside the main hall, patiently awaiting Yiwu. He observed as Yiwu knelt before the Buddha, fervently bowing her head in reverence time and again. Again and again. As the clock struck midnight, a delicate mist enveloped the mountains, and the temple resonated with the sound of bells. Yiwu completed 500 prostrations. After burning the scriptures, she rose unsteadily, nearly losing her balance in that fleeting moment. Zhou Jinghuai's indescribable emotions resembled the sensation of a precious treasure being regained, for Yiwu had consented to converse with him. Outside the main hall, a Beijing-registered Maybach stood, its body gleaming with opulence. Yiwu approached and caressed the car's surface, murmuring softly, So, you drive this vehicle? Zhou Jinghuai spoke, and Yiwu gazed intently at him. Do you truly believe that grandmother will awaken? Zhou Jinghuai's Adam's apple bobbed as he said, She will awaken. Miaowu has bowed countless times before the deities for the old lady. He wished to wipe away the bloodstains for Yiwu. Yiwu turned her face away and spoke softly, I wish to visit Yinjiang. Zhou Jinghuai, would you accompany me there? Zhou Jinghuai turned his head to gaze at her. Her behavior was indeed peculiar, yet he found himself unable to refuse her. Moments later, Zhou Jinghuai pressed the accelerator and drove towards the river. In the deep of night, amidst the howling winds, the river was the very spot where Zhou Jinghuai had proposed to Yi Wu, renowned for its breathtaking sunsets. There, he had once professed that in his heart, his beloved Wu held the utmost significance. After more than half an hour, the road widened, revealing an expanse of darkness by the riverside. The same location, the same vehicle, the same man. The foundation of love is kinship, yet Zhou Jinghuai. It seems we have lost even that fundamental bond. Get out of the car. Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brows. Yi Wu's voice grew even more frigid. Zhou Jinghuai. Exit the vehicle. Zhou Jinghuai, fearing to provoke her, could only exit the vehicle. He assumed that Yi Wu would drive away, yet she too alighted from the car. The river surged tumultuously, its waves raging. A flicker of flame ignited in Yi Wu's hand as she set her bag ablaze and hurled it into the interior of the Maybach, subsequently closing the door. The flames rapidly consumed the luxurious leather upholstery, and within moments, a fiery inferno erupted, piercing through the darkness and soaring into the sky, illuminating a significant portion of the night. Yi Wu had incinerated the car. Zhou Jinghuai was rendered speechless, profoundly shaken by Yi Wu's love and her hatred. Zhou Jinghuai. From this moment forth, I harbor no love for you, only hatred. The flames illuminate Yi Wu's visage as she gazes upon her husband. Tears cascade down her cheeks. Yet her expression is one of laughter. Zhou Jinghuai, I wish you and Bai Qianqian a lifetime of entanglement and affection. May you no longer bring misfortune to others. Zhou Jinghuai's face turned pale. For the last time, Yi Wu gazed at the man she had deeply loved, turning away without a trace of reluctance. Just 2 steps later, she collapsed straight to the ground. Yi Wu fainted. Chapter 39, Zhou Jinghuai, do not touch me, you are filthy. In the early hours of the morning, Yi Wu awoke. Is this real? Leaning against her pillow, tears cascaded down her cheeks, unstoppable. Old Master Zhou tucked her in and assured her, it is indeed true. Do not be in haste to move, there are professional doctors and caretakers attending to you. You, my dear child, must take the time to rest, as your blood sugar levels are alarmingly low. Fortunately, Jinghuai is here with you, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as he spoke of him, Xiao Chao arrived. Zhou Jinghuai pushed the door open and stepped inside. His gaze collided with Yi Wu's. The reunion of husband and wife rendered everything ineffably poignant. The tragic spectacle of Yi Wu setting fire to the car lingered like an unquenchable flame by the riverbank. Even at this moment, Zhou Jinghuai's heart remained in turmoil. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a hushed tone, I just came from Grandma's place, she is quite well, so you need not worry about your health. With that, he made his way to the bathroom. Zhou Jinghuai donned a pale gray shirt, presumably changed in the dead of night. An exquisite garment that clung to his flawless physique. However, upon turning around, one could discern the fabric marred with splotches of blood on the back. Yi Wu couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Old Master Zhou touched his nose and remarked, I take the blame. Jinghuai has also admitted his mistake. You young couple should continue to cherish each other. Yi Mu and Zhou Jinghuai had been married for many years, and she was well aware of his intentions. He was merely employing a strategy of emotional manipulation. Unfortunately, Yi Mu was no longer susceptible to such tactics. With her grandmother on her mind, she decided to go and check on her after a brief pause. No one could deter her, and ultimately, old Master Zhou had to acquiesce to her wishes. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of traversing a hospital building, so she simply donned a coat and set off. As Yi Mu removed her foredrip and prepared to leave, she overheard Zhou Yanli and her husband engaged in a heated argument, the subject of which was directly related to her. Madame Zhou indignantly exclaimed. She harbors no affection for Jinghuai, her sole interest lies in the shares of the Zhou family. She is merely after the wealth of the Zhou clan. Zhou Yanli felt quite helpless as he attempted to reason with his wife. She is not a fairy who can sustain herself on dew alone. Reflect on your conscience. Without her, can Jinghuai truly thrive in such comfort? Perhaps we would still be at the mercy of the elder couple's whims, and would that bring you joy? After a moment of contemplation, he continued gently, I understand your sentiments, you favor the daughter of the Bai family. But how could that ever be possible? Such a frail constitution is hardly suited to propagate the Zhou lineage. The old master would be the first to object. Madame Zhou retorted. Hasn't Yi Wu been married for several years without bearing a single child? Zhou Yanli suddenly found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Yi Wu emerged, followed closely by Zhou Jinghuai. The atmosphere became exceedingly delicate. Madame Zhou harbored a disdain for Yi Wu, yet with the presence of old Master Zhou, she refrained from provoking Yi Wu, knowing well that it would not bode well for her. Just as Madame Zhou found herself in a quandary, Zhou Jinghuai spoke with a nonchalant tone. We have been practicing contraception all alone. Zhou Yanli and his wife exchanged glances. After a moment, Mrs. Zhou, with a sharp tone, expressed her skepticism. Jinghuai, you are already 28, how could you not desire children? Zhou Jinghuai remained silent as he accompanied Yi Wu to the ICU ward. Once they departed, Mrs. Zhou turned to her husband and said, Jinghuai has been deceiving us, hasn't he? Just 2 years ago, I observed his obsession with wanting a child. Although he clearly harbors no affection for Yi Wu, he still shares a bed with her each month, all in the pursuit of procreation. Zhou Yanli expressed his disapproval, remarking that matters concerning young couples should not be broadcasted indiscriminately. Madame Zhou scoffed, and what about your affairs? They can be made public? Zhou Yanli, do you think I am unaware of the sordid dealings between you and your secretary? You spend 15 hours a day in her company, you might as well marry her. Recently, Zhou Yanli, dissatisfied with his wife, blurted out, I actually would. Madame Zhou was on the brink of an outburst. Old Master Zhou stepped out of the hospital room and cast a disdainful glance at the couple. You complain that Yi Wu cannot bear children, yet what have you accomplished? After more than 30 years, you have only produced this one child, and yet you dare to criticize others. The couple fell silent, deterred from further argument. In the dimly lit hospital building late at night, it felt as if phantoms lingered. Yi Wu, frail and weak, needed to lean against the wall after walking just a few steps. Zhou Jinghuai reached out to assist her, but Yi Wu sharply rebuffed him. Zhou Jinghuai, do not touch me, you are filthy. Zhou Jinghuai's eyes were deep and dark, akin to ink-stained pools. He gazed at Yi Wu and spoke in a tone imbued with a sense of plea. Shall we postpone our matters until Grandma is discharged from the hospital? Let us refrain from further distressing her. Yi Wu offered a fleeting, dazed smile. Distress? Zhou Jinghuai, how else could one provoke? Without another glance at him, she leaned against the wall, making her way slowly to the entrance of the ICU. Through the glass door, she beheld her grandmother lying serenely, silver hair billowing softly, with her wrinkles deepening with time. Tears streamed down Yi Wu's face as she gently pressed her palm against the glass in the closest position to her grandmother. Her voice was hoarse and silent. Grandma, Grandma Ah Wu, my dear Ah Wu has come. Yi Wu wept uncontrollably, alternating between laughter and tears. 3 days later, her grandmother was moved to a VIP ward. In the subsequent week, Zhou Jinghuai was either at Rong'an Group or at the hospital, hardly parting from the elderly lady's side. Unable to drive him away, Yi Wu chose to ignore him, treating him as if he were mere air. The elderly lady remained remarkably composed. The ward was tranquil as she leaned back against the headboard, eyes closed in repose. Yi Wu sat beside her, meticulously peeling apples, having lost track of time while preparing 4 in a row. The elderly lady sighed softly. I know you harbor resentment toward Jinghuai. But, Ah Wu, we did not come into this world to love or to hate anyone, we are simply ourselves. Do not allow hatred to govern your life, look forward. The elderly lady grasped her hand tenderly and said, that is wonderful. As the grandmother and granddaughter conversed, Zhou Jinghuai entered the room. Upon his arrival, Yi Wu fell silent, retreating to the restroom with a tray to wash it, seeking to evade any interaction with him. They danced around each other, one hiding, the other pursuing. The elderly lady, however, was not oblivious, she merely feigned ignorance. While washing the dishes, Yi Wu overheard their conversation, her mind drifting. She had brought up the divorce, stating that she would relinquish her remaining 5% of the company's shares, urging Zhou Jinghuai to reflect carefully. He came daily, bearing supplements for her and her grandmother, presenting a facade of gentleness and consideration. Yet, Yi Wu never partook. In Zhou Jinghuai's presence, she disposed of them all into the trash bin. Chapter 40, Torturing the Scoundrel. Zhou Jinghuai, is this not what you desire? The door swung open as Zhou Jinghuai stepped inside. Recognizing him, Yi Wu turned her back. Her tone flat, "Do not come here again. Your feigned compassion is of no interest to anyone." Zhou Jinghuai stepped forward, intending to grasp Yi Wu's shoulder. But she deftly evaded his touch. Zhou Jinghuai raised his hand into the air, and after a prolonged silence, he softly uttered, "I will not divorce. Yi Wu. There exists a pact between us. I am aware that I signed for 2 years. Zhou Jinghuai, if you stubbornly refuse to divorce, then I too can endure, at worst. When the 2 years are over, I shall take my money and my shares and depart, which will not alter the outcome." Yi Wu displayed an air of indifference. Zhou Jinghuai spoke with a heavy heart, "Yi Wu, it should not be like this between us." Yi Wu retorted, "Then how should it be? Zhou Jinghuai, apart from money, what else can we do?" As she exited the hospital building, she noticed a black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked by the roadside, where Zhou Jinghuai stood elegantly beside the vehicle. A cigarette delicately held between his long fingers, appearing as though he was waiting for someone. Yi Wu chose to ignore him and brushed past. In an instant, the man's arm caught her, his dark eyes penetrating, his voice lowered, "I want to take you somewhere." Yi Wu declined, "I do not wish to go." Yet he would not accept her refusal. Zhou Jinghuai was inherently assertive, but alongside his dominance lay a hint of tenderness, as if he feared her aversion. After a pause, Yi Wu found herself seated in the passenger seat. "Zhou Jinghuai, I do not have time for your romantic pursuits. If you are lonely, I do not mind if you seek out by Chanshan or Li Chanshan." Zhou Jinghuai fastened his seatbelt and softly remarked, "Tonight is Christmas Eve, let us celebrate it together." Yet, Yi Wu remained unmoved. Zhou Jinghuai's voice had softened somewhat as he inquired, "Do you truly find me so distasteful now? Is my presence with you so unsettling?" Zhou Jinghuai fell silent, gently pressing the accelerator. The city's neon lights swiftly filled their view, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the luxurious car's exterior and illuminating the darkened windows, rendering the two figures within a flickering silhouette. Perhaps it was the ambience that stirred Zhou Jinghuai's desire to touch Yi Wu. The warmth of the man barely grazed the softness of the woman before she withdrew her hand, her voice icy and indifferent. "Zhou Jinghuai, I have stated that I do not mind you spending money to seek companionship. A woman's indifference often inflicts the deepest wounds upon a man's pride." As night descended upon the grand theater of the capital, the golden outlines of the building shimmered magnificently in the twilight. The entrance was adorned with pull-up banners, featuring the violinist Yi Wu admired. Zhou Jinghuai, having spent a substantial sum, arranged for a private performance, the cost amounting to an extravagant 60 million. He believed that a fortune was worth the smile of a beautiful woman. He gazed at his wife with tenderness, saying, "Today, I shall make amends for the performance I owe you." Yi Wu did not smile. She delicately traced the posters as if reminiscing about her past foolishness. And after a long pause, she softly replied, "Zhou Jinghuai, the debt you owe me can never be repaid." Zhou Jinghuai found himself momentarily taken aback, as he presumed Yi Wu would turn and depart. Yet, Yi Wu chose to remain. Seated together, they listened to the violinist perform a piece they had heard previously. Several times, Zhou Jinghuai yearned to grasp her hand, but each time, Yi Wu gently evaded him. She refrained from speaking to him or even glancing in his direction, treating him as though he were a stranger. As the performance drew to a close and the violinist came out to take a bow, Yi Wu quietly left. She walked beneath the dazzling neon lights, contemplating the notion that life, too, must come to an end, much like her relationship with Zhou Jinghuai. Behind her, someone called out, "Yi Wu." Amidst the haze, Zhou Jinghuai's trembling voice pierced through, "Do you still love me? Yi Wu, can you still love?" Yi Wu responded with serene detachment, "I do not know if I can still love. However, I shall no longer love you, Zhou Jinghuai. Zhou Jinghuai. Loving you once has exhausted all my strength. Zhou Jinghuai, I have invested an overwhelming amount in loving you just once. Zhou Jinghuai, with each love I bestow upon you, I find myself becoming a stranger to my own essence. Zhou Jinghuai, I can no longer harbor love." As the white mist dissipated, Yi Wu beheld the man's reddened eyes. In the next moment, Yi Wu found herself tightly embraced in the man's arms. Zhou Jinghuai, reluctant to let go and unwilling to embrace divorce, held Yi Wu close, repeatedly whispering apologies in her ear. He fervently promised that such occurrences would never happen again, beseeching her to trust him once more. The man's solemn oath struck Yi Wu as utterly ludicrous. She lifted her gaze to meet her husband's eyes, softly inquiring, "What were you doing all this time, Zhou Jinghuai? You chose Bai Qianqian over your grandmother, you haven't forgotten, have you? You selected your mistress." With a resounding slap, she unleashed all her strength in a single blow. Naturally, Yi Wu refused to cooperate. When they entered the car, both were panting heavily. Yi Wu ceased to resist. Leaning against the leather seat, her midnight-like eyes fixed on the road ahead, she calmly stated, "Find the nearest five-star hotel." "However, Zhou Jinghuai, I am pressed for time. I only have an hour to spare." Zhou Jinghuai's deep-set black eyes held a profound intensity. Yi Wu let out a barely perceptible chuckle. Her tone laced with mockery, "Zhou Jinghuai, is it not this that you seek me for? Aside from this, what other purpose could I, Yi Wu, possibly serve for you?" Zhou Jinghuai felt his heart shatter. At that critical moment, his phone rang, revealing a call from Bai Qianqian. Yi Wu sneered, "You might as well accompany her." This remark utterly provoked Zhou Jinghuai. He turned off his phone and fixed his dark gaze on Yi Wu, asking, "You said it yourself, shall we book a hotel room?" In the next instant, the black car roared to life, and Zhou Jinghuai remained silent throughout the journey, clearly infuriated. However, Yi Wu exhibited no such signs. She pressed herself against the wall, resembling a perfectly still fish out of water. "What you desire, Zhou Jinghuai, I shall provide. We will secure a hotel room. But my time is limited, I can only spare you an hour." Zhou Jinghuai suddenly halted. He buried his face in Yi Wu's neck, breathing in a restrained yet sensual manner. After a moment, his voice, hoarse and nearly trembling, broke the silence. "Ah Wu, will you hold me?" Chapter 41, Does it hurt? Zhou Jinghuai, do you also feel pain? Yi Wu leaned against the wall, tears mingling with a soft laugh. She held no forgiveness, why should she? In her moments of despair, Zhou Jinghuai had been with Bai Qianqian. Had he ever considered her heartache? Had he ever thought of the agony she endured from losing her loved ones? Yi Wu lowered her gaze, studying Zhou Jinghuai's face. She extended her delicate, pale fingers, gently caressing the man's visage as if he were a beloved. Her voice was tender and filled with emotion as she inquired, "Does it hurt? Do you also feel pain?" In the depths of night, it seemed the lament of love began to resonate. Zhou Jinghuai encountered a setback. Nevertheless, he proceeded to the hospital to accompany the elderly lady, imploring for Yi Wu's forgiveness. As dusk fell, with the smoke of cooking rising into the evening air, a gleaming black Lincoln car glided into the villa of Di Jingyuan, coming to a halt with a soft screech. The driver alighted and retrieved a suitcase from the trunk. Zhou Jinghuai alighted from the vehicle, and the driver softly inquired, "Shall I carry the luggage upstairs for you?" Zhou Jinghuai replied softly that it was unnecessary. Shortly thereafter, he took the luggage and headed towards the lobby. Zhou Jinghuai unfastened the buttons of his coat and inquired casually, "Where is Xiao Bai? Has he been discharged from the hospital?" Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow. Yi Wu had not divulged the information to him. Zhou Jinghuai tidied up briefly and proceeded to the residence of the elderly lady. It was a standalone villa, accompanied by a 200-square-meter courtyard, perfectly suited for the elderly to enjoy their twilight years. Due to the lady's illness, Yi Wu had additionally hired 2 nursing aides. The original caregiver felt quite content, believing that Miss Yi acted with fairness and reason. Zhou Jinghuai's car drove into the courtyard and came to a halt. He immediately spotted a familiar vehicle, a black ghost. It belonged to Gu Juicy. Zhou Jinghuai glanced for a few seconds and inquired of the new aunt, "Is lawyer Gu here? How long has he been here?" Zhou Jinghuai was somewhat displeased, yet his aunt remained oblivious to his mood. After a while, he entered the grand hall, setting down the tonic he had brought. He glanced around while removing his overcoat, noticing that Gu Jiu and her brother were busy making dumplings with their aunt, but he did not see Yi Wu. Zhou Jinghuai smirked coldly, pondering when Gu Jusi had ever made dumplings. Now, he was ingratiating himself at his wife's family home, revealing a treacherous intent. Gu Jusi had also noticed him, and for a moment, the atmosphere became exceedingly delicate. Zhou Jinghuai and Gu Jiucai were once close collaborators. Yet their partnership was irrevocably severed due to Yi Wu. Upon their encounter, neither exchanged a word. Zhou Jinghuai merely scoffed before sliding open the kitchen door. Inside, Yi Wu was occupied with slicing fruit. In the early evening, the Goose siblings unexpectedly paid a visit. Though taken aback, she felt it impolite to decline their kindness, thus inviting them to join her for a meal of dumplings. Zhou Jinghuai leaned against the sliding door, lowering his voice to question Yiwu. What do you mean? Yiwu set down the fruit in her hands and countered with a question of her own. What do you mean by that? Zhou Jinghuai approached her, leaning against the dark countertop, his sharp brows and profound gaze surveying Yiwu from above. I am referring to Jiu. Yiwu. Are you searching for a horse while riding a donkey? Yiwu lowered her head, continuing to arrange the fruit. Are you the donkey? Zhou Jinghuai, filled with anger, reached out to grasp Yiwu's chin, intending to kiss her. However, Yiwu bit down on the corner of his lip, and amidst their struggle, the stainless steel kitchen utensils clanged noisily. After a brief moment, Yiwu managed to escape from the kitchen, declaring, Zhou Jinghuai, I am not as despicable as you. Zhou Jinghuai lingered in the past, the Goose siblings having already departed, leaving the living room desolate. Yiwu gazed for a while, her expression tinged with melancholy, which in turn displeased Zhou Jinghuai. Are you reluctant? Since when have their relations become so intimate? Aunt Wu had long harbored a disdain for him. As she carried the wrapped dumplings to the pot, she chattered away while working. Lawyer Gu is truly commendable. The Gu family appears steadfast. Whoever marries him will undoubtedly be fortunate. If you ask me, Lawyer Gu would never neglect his mother-in-law while attending to outside trifles. Zhou Jinghuai has been subtly mocked. Yet as a scion of a wealthy family, it is beneath him to engage in verbal sparring with an aunt. He cast a glance at Yiwu, who continued to rebuff him. At that moment, a small, snow-white creature scampered over, wagging its tail and playfully circling around Zhou Jinghuai's long legs, seeking affection. He bent down to lift the pup, gently stroking its head. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Aunt Wu, who clucked her tongue, remarking that even dogs possess emotions. Her words rendered Zhou Jinghuai unable to enjoy the dumplings, especially since they were prepared by Gu Jiu, making them even harder to swallow. After consuming only a few, he excused himself to keep the elderly lady company as she slept. Aunt Wu whispered to Yiwu, questioning whether he was still uncomfortable, declaring he deserved it. Yiwu's expression remained tranquil as she contemplated calling Gu Jiu later to offer an apology. Zhou Jinghuai's behavior is indeed quite disrespectful. In the bedroom, the elderly lady is peacefully slumbering, rejuvenating her spirit. After entering, Zhou Jinghuai takes a seat on the single sofa beside the bed, casually attending to some trivial work on his phone. However, his mind is troubled, and soon he sets the device aside. Under the dim, warm light, the elderly woman's silver hair flows like silk, and her tranquil visage exudes a gentle serenity. In truth, Zhou Jinghuai harbors little affection for her. A man so devoted to power often remains distant even from his own kin, let alone the relatives of his wife. Yet, in this moment, he feels a twinge of guilt towards the elderly lady. Zhou Jinghuai, with his deep-set eyes, murmured softly, thankfully, I must express my gratitude to the old lady for living well. A gentle hand clasped his. Jinghuai. Zhou Jinghuai noticed that the old lady had not yet awakened, likely lost in a dream, and he gently leaned closer, speaking softly, I am here, my dear lady. The Zhou family, affluent and prestigious, offered little support aside from the old master's kindness. No one else could be relied upon. My beloved has no one to depend on. Zhou Jinghuai's throat felt as though it were constricted. Chapter 42, Zhou Jinghuai, you scoundrel. The old lady's words lingered in Zhou Jinghuai's mind for quite some time. As the year drew to a close, Rongyan Group was inundated with affairs, with negotiations for collaboration with Maya intensifying. Zhou Jinghuai had not seen Yiwu for half a month. The president of Rongyan was in a marital crisis, and women eager to ascend were relentless in their pursuits. Secretary Lin dispatched them one by one. In a corner of the banquet hall, Zhou Jinghuai held a tall glass, silently gazing at the nightscape of the capital. When a slender figure approached from behind, Su Qihong, Zhou Jingyao's girlfriend. Jing Xiao, how has Yizong been lately? Zhou Jinghuai's inquiry came rather abruptly, in truth. He himself could not fathom the reason behind his question. Perhaps it was due to the uncanny resemblance of Su Qihong to Yiwu. Su Qihong offered a faint smile and replied, I have no plans to marry. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinghuai felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. As the soiree drew to a close, he settled into his newly acquired Rolls-Royce Phantom, a vehicle worth a staggering 100 million. Zhou Jinghuai contemplated a gift for Yi Wu. He had heard from Secretary Lin that her gallery was about to open, and he thought it would be a perfect gesture to present it as a congratulatory gift for her grand opening. The interior of the car was dimly lit. Zhou Jinghuai unfastened his suit jacket, leaning back against the plush leather seat with his eyes closed, seeking a moment of tranquility. Having indulged in a few glasses of fine liquor, a delicate flush adorned his face, rendering him quite captivating. In the front seat, Secretary Lin caressed the luxurious interior, her heart racing with astonishment. Is this truly a car worth 100 million? Zhou Jinghuai instructed the driver to head to Yi Wu's apartment. However, Secretary Lin interjected, recalling, I just encountered Mrs. Chen. Under her auspices, the lady has arranged a meeting tonight with a secondary-tier male star to discuss endorsement collaboration. In Zhou Jinghuai's perspective, a secondary-tier male star is synonymous with a young heartthrob. Zhou Jinghuai felt a twinge of discontent as he instructed Secretary Lin to obtain the location, subsequently directing the driver to proceed there without delay. The venue was the Hidden Retreat Club. Yi Wu had engaged in negotiations with a young male star for 2 hours, ultimately finalizing a contract worth 3 million per year for a 2-year endorsement. The young star, innocent and naive, had conversed with Yi Wu and her manager before sharing a drink together. Acknowledging Yi Wu's prowess, he respectfully addressed her as sister, despite the fact that she was merely 2 years his senior. Yi Wu refrained from commenting, as she was not particularly familiar with the entertainment industry. However, just as the young star called her sister, Zhou Jinghuai arrived, and upon entering, overheard the exchange. Men often possess an inexplicable sense of possessiveness. Yi Wu was indifferent to him. The young star's manager, a seasoned veteran of the industry, immediately recognized Zhou Jinghuai's demeanor as one of jealousy. He hastily offered explanations and ultimately sought to exchange WeChat contact information with Zhou Jinghuai. Zhou Jinghuai remained silent. His position was of considerable stature, and he seldom shared his WeChat with others. Secretary Lin, perceptive as ever, discreetly requested the two individuals to leave, thereby allowing space for the boss, consumed by jealousy. The spacious private room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Zhou Jinghuai endured for a considerable time before launching his attack. I do not oppose your desire to engage in certain activities, but is it truly necessary to sign such a young and inexperienced celebrity as a spokesperson? And indulging in champagne? What if he drinks too much and takes advantage of the situation? Lu Wu leaned against the screen, tilting her head back with a light laugh. Zhou Jinghuai, in the past when I accompanied you to social gatherings, we only drank plain liquor. At that time, I did not see you worry. As for the young celebrity, you are free, and I am free. There is no need for me to remain chaste for your sake. Today it could be Lin Xiao. Tomorrow it could be Wang Xiao, as long as I desire. Lu Wu's body swayed slightly, her crimson lips slightly parted, clad in nothing but a delicate dress, exuding an allure that was utterly captivating. Yet, there was a glimmer of tears in the corners of her eyes. This shimmering tear strangely soothed Zhou Jinghuai's fury. He approached her, gently caressing her cheek, his voice low and tender. Do not utter such angry words. Lu Wu, deep down, you still care for me, do you not? Lu Wu replied hastily, I do not. Zhou Jinghuai lowered his head to capture her crimson lips, engaging in a restless kiss with her. Yi Wu struggled fiercely against him, prompting him to seize her wrist and lift it high. He then picked up the slender champagne bottle from the dining table, feeding her the remaining half of the exquisite drink in sips, effectively intoxicating her. The woman's lilac gown became drenched in the golden liquid, rendering it lustrous and alluring. Her voice transformed into a sultry whisper. Zhou Jinghuai, you scoundrel. The night was enchanting. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked beneath the apartment building. Despite the late hour, passers-by couldn't help but glance, captivated by the opulence of the vehicle. The driver, sensing the atmosphere, stepped out for a smoke. Yi Wu had fallen asleep in the car, nestled against Zhou Jinghuai, draped in his lightweight wool coat. She slept soundly, her face buried in his chest, warmth radiating through the fabric of his shirt, creating a tingling sensation against his heart. The car was imbued with an enticing fragrance that seemed to tempt any man to transgress, especially for Zhou Jinghuai, a man who had long suppressed his desires. In the past, he remained indifferent, but after experiencing such pleasures, forgetting them became impossible. In this moment, with soft jade warmth cradled in his embrace, he found himself yearning for her. Yet, Zhou Jinghuai restrained his impulses. He lowered his gaze, observing Yi Wu's face. Only in her intoxicated state was she so compliant. Otherwise, she would never willingly nestle in his embrace. In the past, he had failed to cherish such moments. And now he found himself needing to intoxicate her just to steal a fleeting moment together. Zhou Jinghuai felt a tumultuous emotion within. Yet, he would rather have Yi Wu harbor resentment towards him. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Yi Wu awoke, nestled in Zhou Jinghuai's embrace. They were intimately entwined, sharing a coat and the warmth of their bodies. Yi Wu was no longer the innocent young girl, she was acutely aware of the changes in Zhou Jinghuai's physique. At that moment, the man stirred, his dark eyes fixed upon her with an unmistakable intent. Zhou Jinghuai did not stop her, he merely spoke softly. "This car is a gift for you, and the transfer procedures have already been completed. In a moment, I shall have Xiao Lu hand you the keys." Yi Wu gently caressed the vehicle, recognizing its model, valued at 100 million. However, she declined, stating, "Such an exquisite car is beyond my needs." Zhou Jinghuai's gaze was profound. Was it unnecessary or simply undesirable? The answer encompassed both. Yi Wu, eschewing any cryptic exchanges, spoke candidly, "I shall not adopt a false sense of nobility by refusing what Zhou Jinghuai rightfully deserves. However, the so-called gestures of appeasement and compensation that you offer are unwelcome. Zhou Jinghuai, they are futile." In the back seat of the car, Zhou Jinghuai sat in silence. Clad in the black shirt that Yi Wu had gifted him, its buttons casually undone, exuding a languid, domestic charm. The intimacy they had just shared lingered in the air, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. Meanwhile, a phone rang from within his coat, a call from Geneva. Zhou Jinghuai glanced at it but chose not to answer, allowing it to ring on. For the first time, he refrained from responding to the call from Geneva. Zhou Jinghuai did not leave. He remained beneath Yi Wu's building, standing vigil throughout the night. Yi Wu was well aware of his penchant for employing the tactic of feigned suffering. She refused to be deceived any longer. As time passed, news of this situation reached the Zhou family mansion. The elder patriarch personally called, berating him as a worthless individual, lamenting that at the age of 28, he was incapable of even engaging in a romantic relationship. The elder opined that a fierce woman fears a persistent suitor. Zhou Jinghuai, however, was acutely aware that clinging to Yi Wu was futile, her love for him had waned. He couldn't help but muse that if they had a child, perhaps Yi Wu would reconsider her resolute desire to leave him and her unwavering intent to seek a divorce. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Wu had become an affliction to his heart. Chapter 43, Zhou Jinghuai, Mind Your Dog. A year prior, Yi Wu's gallery had opened its doors. Spanning 800 square meters and costing a staggering 20 million for its lavish decor, the establishment exuded an air of affluence, quickly becoming a favored venue for the elite to showcase their status. Purchasing art had transformed into a new trend, and the value of works by emerging artists exhibited at Yi Wu's gallery skyrocketed, thanks to her securing long-term contracts with them. Naturally, Yi Wu had her own methods. Should greed take hold, she would cease collaboration. At noon, the gallery closed for a 2-hour intermission. After a thorough inventory, a total of 32 paintings had been sold, not including prospective contracts. Yi Wu deemed this result beyond her expectations and opened a bottle of champagne to celebrate with her 12 employees. Annie was particularly elated, having ventured out on her own under Yi Wu's guidance, which proved to be a fortuitous decision. Yi Wu offered her an annual salary of 800,000. A 20 increase from her previous earnings, leaving Annie thoroughly satisfied. Yi Wu lightly swirled her wineglass, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "This is only the beginning. In the future, we shall establish our own auction house, showcasing outstanding artists and enticing the world to covet their works." Annie immediately showered her with flattering remarks. Yi Wu set down her glass, announcing, "There are 12 red envelopes over there, each containing 20,000. Consider it your hard-earned wages for this month." Instantly, a chorus of gratitude erupted. "Thank you, Yi Zong." Yi Wu chuckled, "We are engaged in legitimate business, so let us not behave like we're in a nightclub. Now, Take a proper rest, and let us return in the afternoon with renewed vigor. Her generosity towards her subordinates earned her their respect. Later, Yi Wu retreated to her private office. Annie entered, struggling under the weight of a pile of boxes, her pencil skirt nearly tearing. Yi Wu frowned. What on earth is this? It's so heavy? Annie placed the boxes on the desk, dusting off her hands. These are congratulatory gifts for you, Yi Zong. Take your time to peruse them. Yi Wu nodded, seizing the opportunity to open the gifts, knowing she would eventually have to reciprocate these gestures of goodwill. She meticulously noted each one in a small ledger. Mrs. Chen, a pair of pure gold lion paperweights. Gu Jiu Ci, an authentic Mingqing masterpiece. Old Master Zhou, a statue of the Guanyin of childbearing. Yi Wu gazed at the entries, feeling somewhat at a loss. Simultaneously, she felt guilty towards the elder. As she not only intended to divorce Zhou Jinghuai but also faced the reality of being unable to bear children. The old man would likely be disappointed. The next gift was from Zhou Jinghuai, a key to the villa in Daijinjuan. Yi Wu questioned her ability to accept it. In the past, she might have feigned civility. But after the ordeal with her grandmother, her aversion towards him had intensified, making any intimate connection unthinkable. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside. Yi Wu discerned a woman weeping, prompting her to hastily set aside her belongings and venture out. The scene outside was chaotic. Bai Qianshan, clad only in a flimsy dress amidst the winter chill, was in tears, seemingly unhinged, calling out Zhou Jinghuai's name. Upon seeing Yi Wu, she threw herself into a fit, demanding, "Where is Zhou Jinghuai? Why won't he see me? Yi Wu, have you hidden him away? Is it you who forbids him from meeting me?" Two female attendants rushed in, restraining Bai Qianshan to prevent her from causing a scene. Yet, Bai Qianshan's voice remained unrestrained, even as they attempted to silence her. It was too late. Everyone present, including the arriving Bai Chunian couple and Zhou Jinghuai, heard her. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Yi Wu's pride was once again trampled upon. Zhou Jinghuai's Adam's apple bobbed as he called out, "Yi Wu." Yi Wu first cast a glance at Bai Qianshan. Then shifted her gaze to her husband, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Zhou Jinghuai, you have not erred, you do not love me. Dare you utter a single word? That you love me?" Yi Wu released his hand, the warmth of her smile turning icy. "Is there something you wish to say? Yet dare not share with your mistress? Zhou Jinghuai, we are bound by marriage, and while I do not demand your fidelity, I implore you to keep your dog in check. Now that she has come to confront me personally, I shall not disappoint you. I will file a lawsuit. Every penny you have squandered on Bai Qianshan will be meticulously accounted for by the court. Yes, you may not care for the money, but I intend to affix Bai Qianshan to the pillar of shame. I want the world to know she is merely your Zhou Jinghuai's mistress." A round of applause erupted. Annie clapped with fervor, her palms nearly raw. "Yi, you are truly magnificent." Bai Chunian and his wife appeared pale. Bai Chunian, a man of renown, valued his reputation. Even though Zhou Jinghuai and Qianshan were innocent in their affairs, the expenditures were far from justifiable. Before Bai Chunian could speak, Mrs. Bai rushed forward. Positioning herself before Zhou Jinghuai, ready to unleash her fury, "Jinghuai, your wife is truly formidable, she is now overseeing your finances. My suggestion is to simply inform her." "And Bai." Zhou Jinghuai's tone was icy, laced with a stern warning. Mrs. Bai was momentarily taken aback. She still wished to speak, but was firmly restrained by Bai Chunian. Zhou Jinghuai's voice was soft yet firm. "Whoever dares to utter a word in front of my wife shall face the consequences." Bai Chunian and his spouse were taken aback. Zhou Jinghuai gently parted Mrs. Bai and stepped forward to Yi Wu. With the passage of time, how could there be no lingering feelings? Zhou Jinghuai gently embraced Yi Wu, his entire body trembling. In a luxurious apartment, the doctor administered a sedative to Bai Qianshan, and she finally settled down. Zhou Jinghuai had not visited for quite some time, prompting a discussion between Bai Chunian and his spouse regarding certain matters. The couple could distinctly sense Zhou Jinghuai's noticeably aloof demeanor. In the dead of night, they invited him to share a late-night meal before departing, and after much fatigue, he consented. He dozed off on the sofa, his elongated frame sprawling across the entirety of the couch, a black coat haphazardly draped over his body. As the pockets of the coat sagged, a yellowed piece of paper quietly slipped to the floor. Bai Qianqian awoke and, with cautious steps, approached to retrieve the paper lying on the ground. Chapter 44, A father and daughter meet, yet remain strangers. The tumult caused by Bai Qianqian reached the Zhou family. In the dead of night, Old Master Zhou summoned Zhou Yanli and his wife, unleashing a torrent of scorn. That girl named Bai Qianqian appears utterly bewitched. Look at the disgraceful scene she has created. Madame Zhou defended herself. Jinghuai does not hold her in favor. Old Master Zhou sneered. The one he fancies must have been born from the same womb as this bewitched creature. I reckon neither of them is of good character. Madame Zhou dared not utter another word. The old gentleman waved his hand dismissively, ordering the two to depart. As he observed the unpleasant figures leave, Elder Zhou finally took up his phone and personally dialed Yiwu, who was taken aback by the unexpected call. Old Master Zhou uttered a couple of murmurs and decided to cast aside his aged dignity, praising Yiwu for her commendable actions. He explicitly stated, I've long harbored a discontent with the Bai family. Yet, Jinghuai's mother, with her misguided principles, insists on maintaining ties with them. Yiwu understood that the events of the day had become common knowledge. She felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation, yet a flicker of warmth resided within her. Old Master Zhou truly treated her well. The following day, an unexpected guest arrived at the gallery, renowned artist Bai Qianqian. Once again, he was awestruck by the grandeur of the establishment. The gallery's substantial investment imbued it with an air of sophistication, ensuring that the masterpieces showcased here would retain their value. However, his visit today was to discuss personal matters. Yiwu met him in the tea room. Annie, harboring disdain for the Bai family, deliberately served the tea with a touch of force, her demeanor unwelcoming. Drink up. Bai Qianqian, being in need, had no choice but to endure. He raised his teacup and, assuming a tone of civility, remarked, Qianqian and Jinghuai have been acquainted for quite some time. I can assure you with my integrity that nothing inappropriate has transpired between them, so Miss He, I hope you can show a bit of tolerance. Yiwu responded coolly. Is this about continuing to spend Zhou Jinghuai's money? The expenses in Geneva are insatiable. No matter how tirelessly you paint, you cannot recoup such sums. Artists are particularly sensitive about their pride. Bai Qianqian, feeling the sting of her words, could not help but retort in anger. If it weren't for my daughter's frail health, you wouldn't be enjoying such a life, Miss He. Surely, one should show mercy where it is due. As Bai Qianqian perceived her unwavering stance, his annoyance grew. And he shifted to an uncharacteristically blunt attitude. Miss He, can you not empathize with the feelings of us parents? How can you be so heartless? Just as Yiwu was about to respond, Bai Qianqian's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression changed dramatically, revealing a hint of vulnerability. He stepped aside to answer the call. The woman on the other end was sobbing uncontrollably. Bai Qianqian lamented, I have learned that an elderly woman has taken the child. It is said that she lives in modest circumstances, scavenging for bottles to make ends meet. 5 years later, the elderly woman had moved away. My poor daughter. I wonder if she has warm clothing, whether she is cold to keep warm in winter, and whether she has been able to attend school and learn to read. Bai Qianqian felt a pang of sadness, his phone slipping from his grasp. As he looked around the gallery, it now appeared to him as a den of extravagance. Further fueling his disdain for Yiwu, Miss He, individuals like you will never be able to empathize with the suffering of others. Yiwu offered a faint smile. Is that so? After hanging up on Mrs. Chen, Bai Qianqian stumbled out of the gallery, desperate to uncover his daughter's whereabouts. If he could find her, he would surely cherish her and be a good father. Once Bai Qianqian departed, Annie entered and discarded the teacup he had used. Muttering a curse under her breath, bad luck. Yiwu chose to remain silent. With her grandmother's health improving and her own career flourishing, she found little to be discontented about. Only those consumed by rage would be unhappy. Ultimately, the matter concerning Bai Qianqian had tarnished the Zhou family's reputation, causing the stock of Rongen Group to decline for several days. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, Old Master Zhou visited the house in the southern suburbs to pay a personal visit. Coincidentally, Yiwu was present, reading to the elderly lady. Aunt Wu rushed over. Breathless, the old master of the Zhou family is here, Miss Yi. You must go and receive him. Old Master Zhou? Yi Wuman was taken aback. The elderly lady hailed from humble beginnings, yet she was acutely aware of the importance of not embarrassing her granddaughter. Thus, she maintained a dignified composure. And Wu, being particularly astute, arranged the seating in such a manner that the couples Zhou Yenyu and Zhou Yanli were placed at the lower end of the table, making their social standing unmistakably clear. Old Master Zhou couldn't help but glance aside. He took a sip of tea and smiled at the old lady, saying, "The ladies of Jinghuai are adept at nurturing others. She is indeed indispensable in the household. My dear madam, I hold this granddaughter-in-law in high esteem. Alas! Jinghuai is not particularly bright, and his parents are utterly irresponsible. I can only implore you, dear mother-in-law, to be more accommodating and help us navigate through this new year." Zhou Yanli and his spouse faced criticism, their expressions reflecting displeasure. Madame Zhou Yenyu stifled a chuckle, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction within. As the elders spoke, Yi Wu refrained from interjecting. The elderly matron observed her, then glanced at old Master Zhou, understanding that a retreat was necessary. She gently remarked, "I comprehend the old master's sentiments. This new year, Wu should indeed take charge of the household affairs, providing a semblance of accountability. As for their marriage, I believe it is best left to the younger generation to decide. After all, it is their lives to lead. Wouldn't you agree, old Master Zhou?" Old Master Zhou's gaze was piercing. He regarded the matriarch of the Yi family with immense respect, yet, having weathered many storms, he resolutely declared, "What my dear mother-in-law says is true. The private lives of the younger generation should be determined by themselves." The old lady lifted her hand. "The tea has cooled. Master Zhou, please have some." As evening descended, the setting sun illuminated the horizon with a dazzling radiance. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom glided slowly into the courtyard. The door swung open, and Zhou Jinghuai stepped out, exuding an air of nobility that rivaled the brilliance of the sun. Upon entering the hall, Aunt Wu was once again making dumplings. Spotting Zhou Jinghuai, she couldn't resist teasing him. "The son-in-law has a keen nose. He has come again, drawn by the aroma of dumplings." Zhou Jinghuai did not hesitate. Instead, he removed his overcoat and offered his assistance. "Last time, the aroma was delightful. So I made a special trip to savor your culinary skills once more." Aunt Wu cast a glance at him, contemplating the remarkable qualities of this son-in-law. Capable of both humility and assertiveness, it was no wonder that Miss Yi had fallen for him in her youth. With such prowess, what woman could resist? Upon seeing Zhou Jinghuai, Xiaobai immediately approached, wagging its little tail in a display of affection. Zhou Jinghuai bent down, cradling the little white creature in his arms. Then turned to Yi Wu, saying, "I will give it a bath later." Aunt Wu remarked, TSK, little white, quickly acknowledge your good father." Her words were a veiled reprimand directed at Zhou Jinghuai, which he discerned but chose not to react to, instead gazing at his wife. Moments earlier, Yi Wu had smiled briefly. In the deep of night, under a sky adorned with countless stars, Yi Wu settled into the car. Just preparing to fasten her seatbelt when the man, anticipating her needs, had already secured it for her. A faint sound echoed in the stillness. He did not rise but instead maintained his position, gently enveloping her in his embrace, softly murmuring an explanation about his fidelity concerning Bai Qianshan. The man yearned to articulate his sentiments, yet Yi Wu simply listened in silence. Once he finished, she pushed him away, her expression serene. She had grown weary of Zhou Jinghuai's reassurances, for the truth of the matter was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that their relationship could no longer endure. Zhou Jinghuai. At times, emotional infidelity could be more unbearable than physical betrayal. Zhou Jinghuai's gaze was profound. In the end, he uttered no words and simply pressed the accelerator. Chapter 45, the climax, revealed the truth Yi Wu was unable to conceive. In the final days of the year, Zhou Jinghuai and Yi Wu resided in the ancestral home. With Yi Wu as adept management, the Zhou household was well ordered, and all affairs, both internal and external, were handled with finesse. The elite circles of the entire Jing city were well aware of Zhou Jinghuai's capable wife. Madame Zhou felt a sense of discontent in her heart. Zhou Yanli, feeling quite at ease and in high spirits, specifically instructed his secretary to deliver a New Year's red envelope, which contained a check for 5 million. Yi Wu was taken aback. This was indeed a generous gesture. Zhou Yanli's secretary smiled and said, "Mr. Zhou insists that you accept this gift, as it is a token of goodwill from an elder." Yi Wu discerned Zhou Yanli's intentions. Zhou Yanli was likely quite vexed by the Bai family. Weighing his options, he chose to support her, Yi Wu. Yi Wu left a check behind and discreetly prepared a red envelope containing 100,000 for Zhou Yanli's secretary. The secretary was taken aback, gazing silently for a moment before accepting it. As she departed, the secretary casually remarked, "Sir mentioned that I bear a resemblance to Mrs. Chen." Yi Wu was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhou Jinghuai entered the living room and inquired nonchalantly, "What are you pondering?" "I just saw Dad's secretary leaving here. What was her purpose?" Yi Wu replied with a faint smile, "She came to deliver a check. Dad has given me 5 million. Zhou Jinghuai's heart stirred. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice from outside the door announced, "Second young master, second young mistress. The New Year's Eve dinner is ready. The old master has sent word for you to come downstairs to dine." Zhou Jinghuai tilted his head and acknowledged her. Once the servant had departed, he gazed tenderly at Yi Wu, saying, "I have prepared a red envelope as well, which I shall give to you before we retire for the night." Yi Wu chose to ignore him. Making her way to the dressing room to change into a beige dress, adorned with a set of exquisite Australian white jewelry, she was ready to descend for the New Year's Eve dinner, only to find Zhou Jinghuai still lingering. His penetrating gaze met her as she emerged, and he remarked, "You look quite lovely, though it lacks the essence of the new year." Yi Wu replied indifferently, "It is not for your viewing pleasure." Zhou Jinghuai. They descended the stairs together, a strikingly handsome man paired with an exceptionally beautiful woman, much to the delight of the elder Zhou, who beckoned Yi Wu to sit beside him, a clear display of favoritism. The restaurant buzzed with lively chatter, as everyone at the table sought to curry favor, largely motivated by the 10% stake in the family business held by the elder. Aware of their intentions, the elder chose to remain silent, handing out generous red envelopes to each guest while saying nothing about the distribution of shares. It was widely speculated that this 10% would be bestowed upon Zhou Jinghuai's eldest son. Consequently, Zhou Jinghuai was fervently trying to embrace his son. Throughout the meal, Zhou Jinghuai treated Yi Wu with utmost consideration, resembling the epitome of a perfect husband, while his brother Zhou Jingyao, devouring a piece of braised pork, muttered, "Has Jinghuai truly turned over a new leaf?" Zhou Jinghuai served vegetables to Yi Wu, his tone as gentle as a spring breeze, unlike his cousin, who, despite his age, still contemplates marriage alliances. He is indeed willing to make sacrifices for the family. Zhou Jingyao let out a scornful laugh. Old Master Zhou, displeased, admonished, "It is a rare occasion for our family to gather for a reunion dinner. If one cannot hold their tongue and must speak out, I am tempted to reach for the stick in my study." Instantly, the dining room fell into a profound silence. Old Master Zhou became even more displeased, his face reddening with anger. "Do you think I would resort to eating you?" Zhou Jinghuai's mother murmured softly, "Father, your manner of striking others is scarcely different from that of a cannibal." Old Master Zhou. In the dead of night, as the revelry subsided, Yi Wu, clad in a delicate and sheer bathrobe, leaned against the terrace, gazing at the distant trees. The stark branches, stripped bare, cast a deeper and heavier shadow upon the night. Zhou Jinghuai entered the bedroom and discovered Yi Wu lost in thought. He approached her gently, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her slender shoulder, his voice a low and husky murmur, "What are you pondering?" Yi Wu struggled slightly, "Release me. We are not that intimate." Zhou Jinghuai refused to relent. Were his thoughts lingering on Gu Jusi? How absurd! Yi Wu forcefully freed herself from his grasp, intending to retrieve a blanket from the bedroom to sleep in the guest room. However, her wrist was caught by Zhou Jinghuai. His voice tinged with resignation, "All the guest rooms are locked." In other words, they were destined to share the same space for the night. Yi Wu discerned the old man's intentions but chose to remain silent, merely casting a frosty glare at Zhou Jinghuai. Zhou Jinghuai, his head brimming with warmth, retrieved a red envelope from the pocket of his overcoat and solemnly placed it in Yi Wu's palm. "A Wu, Happy New Year." Yi Wu, however, had no desire to accept it. Zhou Jinghuai unwrapped the red envelope, revealing a jade lock of exquisite emerald green, both precious and aesthetically pleasing. Zhou Jinghuai personally adorned Yi Wu with a talisman, stating, "I specifically sought the wisdom master to bless it for safety. It is said to be quite effective." Yi Wu wished to remove it, but Zhou Jinghuai restrained her hand, his gaze profound. I beseech the Buddha, desiring for you, to be safe and joyful, free from worries year after year. Yi Wu turned her face away, avoiding the depth of Zhou Jinghuai's affectionate eyes. As night fell, they were compelled to share the same bed. The lights in the bedroom extinguished one by one until complete darkness enveloped them. The obscurity heightened one's senses. Particularly for Zhou Jinghuai, who had abstained for an extended period, the woman he desired lay beside him, and it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. He sensed that Yi Wu was also awake and, reaching out, pulled her into his embrace. Yi Wu remained silent. The man inquired once more, do you desire it? I certainly do. Yi Wu turned her back to him, her tone frigid. I have said I do not mind you seeking others for your needs. Zhou Jinghuai. If you have physiological desires, go find someone else, we are on the path to divorce. Zhou Jinghuai, having endured for quite some time, assertively pressed down on his wife, passionately kissing her in an attempt to ignite her fervor. Yet, Yi Wu lay there like a lifeless fish. She understood Zhou Jinghuai well. He had little tolerance for a woman's indifference. Zhou Jinghuai, after a brief kiss that yielded little satisfaction, held Yi Wu tightly in his embrace, his throat bobbing incessantly. Wasn't everything fine before? Ah Wu, we once shared moments of great joy. Yi Wu remained silent throughout. Zhou Jinghuai could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. He leaned against her neck, breathing heavily for a moment, before rising from the bed and retreating to the bathroom for a cold shower. At this moment, he was reluctant to force Yi Wu, fearing that it might further incite her aversion towards him. Throughout the night, Zhou Jinghuai endured great difficulty, occasionally tempted to take decisive action. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the sky, he began to feel drowsy. However, a cacophony of noise erupted from downstairs, and a servant ascended to announce, "It is unfortunate, but Miss Bai has come to cause a disturbance." Zhou Jinghuai suddenly sat up. Bai Qianqian? Zhou Jinghuai promptly donned his attire. He wished to conceal his state from Yi Wu, yet upon turning, he was met with her clear gaze. As Zhou Jinghuai and Yi Wu descended the stairs, the entire Zhou family was already awake, with the elder Zhou impeccably dressed. On the first day of the new year, at the early hour of 6, Bai Qianqian arrived well prepared, bringing with her a significant revelation. She specifically requested to meet with the elder Zhou, the parents of Zhou Jinghuai, as well as Zhou Jinghuai and his wife, Yi Wu. A servant brought a chair for the elder Zhou. Despite the biting cold, Bai Qianqian remained clad in a simple garment. She turned her head, fixating her gaze upon Yi Wu, and coldly declared, "What I am about to announce is that Yi Wu is incapable of bearing children, she is utterly infertile. This is the evidence she has been unable to conceive for 4 years, deceiving everyone." Yi Wu's face turned ashen. The wound of her past was laid bare before the public. The pain of that night as vivid as if it had occurred yesterday, though her love for Zhou Jinghuai had waned. What woman would wish for her privacy to be exposed and her dignity trampled? Seeing her silence, Bai Qianqian became even more triumphant, almost delirious with glee, as she sang. Yi Wu cannot bear children, she cannot be Zhou Jinghuai's wife, but I can. I am capable of bearing his children. Everyone believed Yi Wu's fate was sealed. Her inability to conceive would render her a discarded pawn. Zhou Jinghuai will no longer desire her. Old Master Zhou would grow increasingly disdainful of her. Zhou Jinghuai's gaze was profound as he prepared to step forward. Old Master Zhou commanded someone to stop him. The elder rose slowly from his chair and walked deliberately to Bai Qianqian, his voice heavy with gloom as he inquired, "Do you intend to bear children for Jinghuai?" Bai Qianqian continued to sing softly, "Yes, I can bear many children for Zhou Jinghuai." A resounding slap struck her face with force. Old Master Zhou snickered coldly, his countenance resembling an impending storm. "What are you even worth? Do you think you are worthy?" Chapter 46, The Climax, Who Dares? Who dares to harm my granddaughter-in-law? A resounding slap left Bai Qianqian's ears ringing. She covered her face, staring incredulously at old Master Zhou, murmuring softly, "How can this be? Yi Wu can no longer bear children, she has lost her value." The atmosphere grew somber, overshadowed only by the grim expression of old Master Zhou. Old Master Zhou scoffed. "What value does my Wu possess, if it is merely to bear children?" Everyone was taken aback. In the past, The old master had been the most fervent advocate of procreation. Bai Qianqian, indignant, braved the cold in her thin attire during the new year, seeking a different outcome. Convinced that old Master Zhou was skeptical, she presented a piece of paper to him, her urgency palpable as she declared. I found this in the pocket of Zhou Jinghuai's coat. If you doubt me, ask Zhou Jinghuai himself and ascertain its authenticity. Zhou Jinghuai stepped forward, snatching the paper from Bai Qianqian's hand and tearing it apart with a swift motion. He spoke calmly, it is not true. In that moment, Zhou Jinghuai's emotions were tumultuous. His act of tearing the paper was not motivated by concerns over shares, but rather for Yi Wu. He could not bear to see his wife humiliated. For the matter of having children was a private affair between them. Bai Qianqian screamed, Zhou Jinghuai, why are you helping her? Zhou Jinghuai's gaze was as cold as ice. He turned his head and calmly instructed the steward of the residence to bind the individual and return them to Bai Chunian and his spouse, cautioning that no one should be allowed to enter the premises indiscriminately in the future. The steward quickly apologized, acknowledging his failure in fulfilling his duties. With a mere wave of his hand, Bai Qianqian was silenced and dragged away, her pristine instep leaving a faint trail of blood on the ground. A sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Zhou Jinghuai stood beneath the banyan tree, his face devoid of any expression. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed through the courtyard. Tinged with a hint of bitterness, Old Master, are we to let this matter go just like that? For 4 long years, the truth about Yi Wu's inability to bear children has been concealed, and you intend to let it pass so lightly? Old Master turned to see that it was Zhou Jinghuai's mother. Zhou Jinghuai's mother harbored a dislike for Yi Wu, seizing the opportunity to voice her grievances. Old Master, if the Zhou family cannot flourish, then a divorce is inevitable. No matter how astute or capable one may be, it remains the same. What do you say, Old Master? Old Master Zhou chuckled, do you truly believe the words of a madman? Madame Zhou Yan, you also spoke, if it's true or not. A trip to the hospital will reveal all. However, please do not lend your support, Old Master, nor you, Jinghuai. There is no need for a hospital visit. Yi Wu slowly emerged. She approached Zhou Jinghuai and softly declared, you need not shield me, I do not seek your sympathy. She gazed upon the entire Zhou family and raised her voice, resolute yet dignified, indeed, I, Yi Wu, can no longer bear children. 4 years ago, after a brutal kick to my abdomen, I lost the right to become a mother. Am I at fault? I am not. Do I regret it? I do not. For at that time, I was deeply in love with Zhou Jinghuai. To say I would take a blow for him is an understatement. I would willingly sacrifice my very life for love. Is that not the essence of love? To wager everything, without reservation. Why should I conceal this? Why should I stand here and accept your judgment simply because I sacrificed my ability to bear children for the one I love? Mrs. Zhou, from this moment forward, I shall address you as Mrs. Zhou. Rest assured, I shall not cling to your son. I will divorce him and distance myself, allowing him to embrace a family of his own without my interference. I have no desire to remain in the Zhou household, subject to your scrutiny. The title of Mrs. Zhou is of no value to me. I, Yi Wu, have never coveted it. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was left stunned by Yi Wu's fierce declaration, unable to regain their composure. Zhou Jinghuai's Adam's apple bobbed, overwhelmed by his emotions. Only Madame Zhou, unwilling to concede, wore a cold smile and said, these are your own words, now you should tidy up and prepare. Old Master Zhou suddenly spoke, what are you tidying up? He approached his second daughter-in-law, his expression frosty, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. It seemed that if Madame Zhou dared to utter another word, he would swiftly deliver a resounding slap in her direction. Zhou Jinghuai's mother refrained from being presumptuous, saying, it's nothing. Old Master Zhou extended his hand, pointing at the group of individuals. His aged face set in a stern expression as he declared, let me see who dares. As long as I draw breath, she shall remain the daughter-in-law of the Jinghuai family. You may leave, but she will continue to reside at the Zhou household. He then turned his gaze towards his second son, Yanli. Accompany me to the study, the rest of you shall wait in the parlor. Zhou Yanli hesitated for a moment, glancing at his wife, who seemed to harbor a hint of reproach. In the early morning, the study was filled with lingering fragrances. After much toil, the elderly Mr. Zhou felt exhausted, yet he persevered, tending to household duties. With Jinghuai's marriage encountering difficulties, he felt compelled to safeguard their little family. Zhou Yanli poured tea for the elder gentleman, his demeanor particularly cautious and attentive. The elder first berated him, "It is one thing to be mediocre yourself. But how could you choose a wife who is equally clueless? You possess little talent in your daily life, yet during critical moments, you become arrogant within your own home. It is truly infuriating." Zhou Yanli stood before the desk, repeatedly expressing his agreement, and he extolled Yiwu with great fervor. Old Master Zhou sighed, "Jinghuai's standards for a wife are impeccable. The child has made tremendous sacrifices. She possesses a fiery temperament, and one cannot speak ill of Jinghuai." On the desk, a glass lamp flickered gently. Old Master Zhou gazed in silence for a long while, until his eyes began to sting. And then he spoke softly, "Yanli, we are a family of knowledge and propriety. I shall not inquire further into Yan Yu's affairs. Given what Yiwu has done to Jinghuai, any compensation I offer is hardly excessive. You and Yan Yu must not hold it against me. That 10% was originally intended as your inheritance, but now, I wish to bestow it upon Jinghuai's wife." Zhou Yanli was genuinely taken aback. It was not that he was greedy for wealth, but rather that he had not anticipated such a decision from his father. He gazed at his father in silence for an extended period. Old Master Zhou, aware of his confusion, sighed and said, "Jinghuai has feelings for her." Chapter 47, The Climax. "Yiwu, I do not wish to divorce." Old Master Zhou remarked, "You should summon her to come over." Zhou Yanli nodded. As he exited the study, his emotions swirled in complexity. As a father, he yearned for his son's happiness, however. It appeared that Yiwu would no longer wish to remain in the Zhou household. Reflecting further, he loathed his wife's incessant prattling and her inability to tolerate others. In the grand hall of the Zhou family, an eerie silence prevailed. Everyone sat in stillness, devoid of any appetite for their morning meal. Zhou Yanli entered. Gazing at Yiwu with gentle warmth as he spoke, "Please proceed to the study, the old master is awaiting your arrival." His wife immediately inquired, "Has the old master come to a decision?" Jinghuai cannot be without an heir. Zhou Yanli maintained a serene expression, asserting that when the old master speaks, it is only Yiwu who is not to be associated with Jinghuai, rather than Jinghuai being excluded from Yiwu. Zhou Jinghuai's mother sat despondently in the chair. Zhou Yanli gently beckoned Yiwu to come closer. Just as Yiwu took a couple of steps forward, Zhou Jinghuai rose from his seat and said, "I shall accompany you." Zhou Yanli gazed at his son, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "The old master summoned not you, but only Ah Wu." Zhou Jinghuai, however, refused to relent. He grasped Yiwu's hand firmly, determined to accompany her. He had a foreboding that Yiwu was bound to make a significant decision, one that Zhou Jinghuai himself did not wish to witness. Zhou Jinghuai held on tightly. Yet Yiwu lowered her gaze and whispered, "If you truly cared for me, how could our marriage have come to this point? That diagnosis report from Bai Chanxian was even obtained from you. Zhou Jinghuai, I have devoted my heart and soul to you, yet you have brought me endless turmoil." With that, she gently withdrew her hand. Zhou Jinghuai found himself empty-handed as he gazed at Yiwu's retreating figure. Noting how she leaned against the door frame as if expending the last vestiges of her strength, a sudden memory of the setting sun over the Yangtze River flashed through his mind. In those days, Yiwu was full of life and spirit. Asking him if they were destined to be together for eternity, unwavering and inseparable, if they were indeed the most significant people in each other's lives. He recalled the love letters she had penned, reading them aloud to her on the grand bed in the Imperial Scenic Garden. "Though it is difficult, Zhou Jinghuai, I still wish to remain by your side. I will love you slowly and profoundly, round after round." Indeed, there was a time when they shared happiness. Overwhelmed by a tide of emotions, Zhou Jinghuai blurted out, "Yiwu, I do not wish for a divorce." Yiwu halted in her tracks. She turned to face the man she had once loved deeply, offering a faint smile before decisively turning away. Moments later, she found herself in the study of the elder Zhou. The room was filled with the fragrant aroma of tea, and a small table was adorned with exquisite pastries and 2 bowls of auspicious congee. The elder Zhou rose to personally attend to her. His voice warm and gentle, "Ah Wu, come, have breakfast with your grandfather." Yiwu obediently joined him, but she could discern that his mood was far from pleasant. After their meal, as she contemplated speaking, the elder Zhou raised his hand, indicating his intention to offer her shares from his estate. Yi Wu was taken aback. She sat in silence, tears welling in her eyes. She was all too aware of how cautious the elder had been during her 4 years in the Zhou family. Shares worth 30 billion offered without hesitation, how could she remain unaffected? After a long pause, she spoke softly, I understand you wish to compensate me, but this was my choice. And it is Zhou Jinghuai who owes me, not the Zhou family. Therefore, I cannot accept these shares. Upon hearing this, the elder Zhou realized her resolve. The girl had made up her mind. Yet, he still felt the need to inquire, what about Jinghuai? Do you not intend to keep him? Yi Wu lowered her gaze, stating, I will observe his intentions and see when he is ready to let go, then we shall proceed to obtain the divorce certificate. Her words were clear. And the elder Zhou felt a wave of despondency wash over him. However, he could not blame Yi Wu throughout this ordeal. She had committed no fault, Zhou Jinghuai was to blame. Summoning his spirits, the elder Zhou forced a smile, then perhaps you should consider again. Our Zhou family has other eligible bachelors, ones you might find appealing. Yi Wu could only laugh in disbelief, grandfather. Old Master Zhou felt a profound sense of sorrow, I cannot bear to part with you. How could Yi Wu bear it either? Rising from her seat, Yi Wu approached the old gentleman and presented him with a teacup. With the first cup, she expressed her gratitude for the 4 years of nurturing he had bestowed upon her. With the second, she acknowledged his boundless tolerance. With the third, she honored the bond they shared, not as a granddaughter, yet he treated her with greater affection than a true granddaughter. Yi Wu bowed deeply to old Master Zhou, proclaiming, I sincerely wish for you, dear elder, to have all your desires fulfilled and to enjoy peace and tranquility with each passing year. Her head remained bowed on the ground for a considerable time, unmoving. Old Master Zhou could no longer contain himself. Despite his advanced age and having weathered many storms, he found himself moved to tears by a young girl. With a hoarse voice, he waved his hand and urged, Get up, quickly. It's the new year. The ground is cold. Having enjoyed his tea, the old gentleman fished out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Yi Wu. There was no one else present, only Ah Wu, his capable granddaughter-in-law, received this token. With tears in her eyes, Yi Wu tightly grasped the envelope, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, grandfather. She did not linger long and gradually made her exit. At the door, she unexpectedly ran into Zhou Jinghuai. Zhou Jinghuai received the news. His expression a blend of complexity. Upon seeing Yi Wu emerge, he could not help but sneer, you and Zhou Jinghuai truly embody the essence of a couple. Putting on quite the performance. By Qianqian must be an actress you've both hired, right? A grand spectacle yielding 30 billion, what a lucrative transaction. Before Yi Wu could respond, the elder Zhou spoke up from within. The old man scolded vehemently, are you a dog, with such a keen nose? Zhou Jinghuai touched his nose and pushed the door open. Inside the study, old Master Zhou was engaged in conversation with his trusted confidant. Gesturing towards the entrance as he spoke incessantly, Jinghuai's wife is undeniably open and generous, and among the entire gathering of grandchildren, few can compare. Zhou Jinghuai felt quite uncomfortable. The old man's gesture of gifting shares was much more straightforward. Old Master Zhou sneered, they did not ask for it. Zhou Jinghuai was taken aback, unable to fathom how it could be possible that Yi Wu would not want it. Old Master Zhou slowly took a seat and sighed softly, initially. She entered the family for the sake of Jinghuai, and now she wishes to leave, also because of Jinghuai. The truth is, she has never cared for the Zhou family's wealth and status. Zhou Jinghuai, with a tone of cynicism, remarked that it was all for his cousin. Although he feigned indifference, a sense of discomfort brewed within him, even stirring a twinge of envy towards Zhou Jinghuai. Why should Zhou Jinghuai be the one to obtain the control of the Ran group and to experience the affections of Yi Wu? Chapter 48, Zhou Jinghuai. Do you love me? Morning light pierced through the thin mist, spilling into the bedroom. Yi Wu busied herself packing her belongings, aside from a few changes of clothes. There was only little by. She swiftly gathered her things, ready to depart from the Zhou residence. As the bedroom door swung open, Zhou Jinghuai entered. Moments earlier, he had engaged in a heated argument with his mother, who reproached him for concealing matters regarding Yi Wu, while he felt that she was being unreasonable. Upon entering, He found Yiwu bent over, folding the bedding. The sheets from last night still retained the warmth of their entangled forms. Zhou Jinghuai stepped forward and gently embraced Yiwu's slender waist. He remained silent, yet Yiwu understood his sentiment. He did not wish for a divorce. Zhou Jinghuai's voice was hoarse. What will happen after leaving? Yiwu pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps I shall live as an ordinary woman. I may remarry. Or perhaps I shall not. In any case, I will no longer be Zhou Jinghuai's wife. Zhou Jinghuai's voice was a shade more hoarse than before. What if I were indifferent? What if I did not care about having children? Yiwu was initially taken aback, followed by disbelief. Zhou Jinghuai serves as the president of the Rong'en Group, and it is only natural for him to seek an heir. Moreover, he has never been a man who prioritizes love above all else, and their relationship lacks genuine affection. Words spoken in a moment of impulse by a man cannot be taken seriously. Yiwu merely smiled faintly. Zhou Jinghuai held her tightly, the bitterness and pain lingering in his throat. Oh, that night was indeed painful, wasn't it? Yiwu found solace in his warm embrace, which alleviated some of the agony brought forth by the past. Yet, she was not enamored by this warmth. The rift between her and Zhou Jinghuai had deepened over time. Not merely a fleeting chill. After a moment, her expression grew distant, the pain long since faded. Zhou Jinghuai, now that everything is laid bare, I feel surprisingly liberated and at ease. I no longer need to conceal anything, nor worry about others uncovering our secrets. Letting go of you, I must take my leave. Zhou Jinghuai opposed the divorce, yet he expressed a willingness to grant Yiwu some space. Initially, Yiwu intended to have the driver take her away. But Zhou Jinghuai insisted on escorting her himself, asserting that they were still husband and wife, and it would be unreasonably cold-hearted for her to depart from their home alone. Yiwu ultimately acquiesced. After all, they had shared a bond of marriage, and she wished for an amicable separation, just as her grandmother had advised. One does not come into this world to harbor hatred towards others. Forgetting, indeed, is the most profound form of healing. Yiwu's belongings were minimal, just a small suitcase and a little dog. As she descended the stairs, the household staff, with tears in their eyes, expressed their reluctance to see her go. Yiwu paused and gently remarked, the New Year red envelopes for everyone are with Butler Lin. They will be distributed during lunch. Several servants could not hold back their tears, lamenting Yiwu's departure. Yet, she had come to terms with it, and as she carried her belongings away, she caught a glimpse of Zhou Jinghuai's mother. Zhou Jinghuai's mother stood at the staircase, her expression solemn. She addressed Yiwu, saying, in truth, I do not harbor any animosity towards you. However, Jinghuai does not love you, and my foremost desire is for my son's happiness. Yiwu responded with a faint smile, you too have not received the affection of your husband, thus, I bear no resentment towards you. Madame Zhou's face was ashen. Yiwu, feeling a sense of satisfaction after confronting others, strolled leisurely towards the parking lot. In the distance, Zhou Jingyao quietly observed Yiwu, still struggling to believe that she would willingly depart from the Zhou family and abandon this intoxicating realm of fame and fortune. Yet, Yiwu truly had left. Zhou Jinghuai awaited her downstairs, beside the phantom he often drove. He stood by the car, smoking, as a gentle ray of morning sunlight illuminated the smoke, rendering the surroundings hazy and softening the man's striking features. Upon noticing Yiwu approaching, Zhou Jinghuai discarded the cigarette butt, extinguishing it with the tip of his fine leather shoe. He stepped forward and took her luggage, saying, I'll handle it. As their fingers brushed, Yiwu's touch felt icy and cool. Zhou Jinghuai could not help but gently envelop her, his dark eyes fixated upon her fair visage. His voice low and tender, the spring air is cool, a woman must take care to keep warm. Yiwu felt the intimacy was excessive, after all. They were on the brink of divorce, and such closeness seemed unwarranted. She withdrew her hand and took a seat in the car, speaking softly. Let us go to the apartment. She wished to keep the events of the day from her grandmother for the time being, to spare her from unnecessary worry. Zhou Jinghuai, discerning the situation, refrained from further inquiries and gently pressed the accelerator. He deliberately drove at a leisurely pace, transforming the half-hour journey into an extended 50 minutes. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the vehicle came to a halt beneath the apartment building. With Yiwu cradling a small dog, managing her luggage proved cumbersome. Zhou Jinghuai affectionately patted the little white dog and said, "I shall assist you with your belongings." 2 minutes later, Yi Wu unlocked the apartment door, instructing, "Just place the luggage in the foyer." She then proceeded to the kitchen to turn on the main water supply. Zhou Jinghuai set down his luggage and quietly slipped into the kitchen. As Yi Wu straightened up after turning on the faucet, she was embraced from behind by the man. It was broad daylight, and given the events of the day, Zhou Jinghuai found himself devoid of any particular thoughts. Yet, he yearned to hold Yi Wu close. In that tranquil embrace, it felt as though the world contained only the two of them. In such solitude, the man felt liberated to utter the softest of words. His lips brushed against the delicate skin behind Yi Wu's ear as he sensually murmured, "Ah, let us start anew." Start anew? Yi Wu mused that perhaps she should have never allowed him in. She had forgotten that Zhou Jinghuai was never one to be easily dismissed. She did not resist. Nor did she agree or disagree, she merely pondered for a moment before softly inquiring, "Zhou Jinghuai, do you love me?" Zhou Jinghuai remained silent. Yi Wu offered a faint smile. At times, a man's silence is tantamount to denial. She paid no heed, her tone nonchalant. "Look, you do not love me. In the future, I will still be placed at the back when matters arise. Zhou Jinghuai, perhaps you harbor a slight affection for me. But that is merely a choice based on weighing pros and cons, devoid of any connection to love." As Yi Wu uttered these words, her expression was serene, as if she had come to terms with the complexities of romance. Zhou Jinghuai's Adam's apple bobbed as he cradled her face in his hands, leaning in to share a kiss with her. Zhou Jinghuai pursued her, intent on entangling her further. Yi Wu suddenly pushed him away with force. Raising her voice, tinged with indignation, she exclaimed, "Zhou Jinghuai, I am telling you to leave. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Or do you believe that the torment you've inflicted upon me is insufficient, that I have not been humiliated enough?" Chapter 49, Zhou Jinghuai, please sign the document. Zhou Jinghuai was taken aback. He gazed into Yi Wu's glistening eyes, observing the sorrow etched upon her face, and suddenly realized just how deeply she cared. She was not as resilient as she appeared on the surface. At merely 27, she had accompanied him through countless tribulations. And the debt he owed her was one that could never be repaid in this lifetime. Yet now, all he could utter was a simple, "I am sorry." Tears traced the contours of Yi Wu's cheeks as a fleeting smile crossed her lips. "Zhou Jinghuai, I do not seek your apology. I only wish for you to leave this place and grant me peace. If you truly feel remorse, then please sign the documents." Zhou Jinghuai was reluctant to sign. He did not wish to divorce, yet he departed from the apartment. Below, his car remained unstarted as he sat within, a pristine white cigarette poised between his lips, on the verge of igniting it. However, his attention was captivated by a child in the distance. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the child was playing with small firecrackers, intermittently releasing bursts of joyful sounds. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at the innocent faces before him, momentarily lost in thought. In truth, Yi Wu held a deep fondness for children. Zhou Jinghuai gazed for a prolonged moment, then wearily reclined against the back of the genuine leather chair, shielding his eyes with the back of his hand. His elongated, captivating phoenix eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. Just as the vehicle came to a halt, those accompanying the elder Zhou had already been anticipating his arrival, beckoning him to the study, stating that the elder had something to discuss. Zhou Jinghuai alighted from the vehicle and gently closed the door behind him. "Uncle Su, what did the old gentleman say?" Su Huainan replied with a faint smile. He hardly spoke a few words, yet he shed tears for quite some time. It is evident that he was genuinely moved. A person like him is truly rare. Zhou Jinghuai said nothing further, maneuvering past 2 rows of rime-covered branches, and strode directly towards the old gentleman's study. He pushed open the door to the study, which lay in serene silence. Old Master Zhou was engrossed in his chess game, not even lifting his head at the sound, "Have you sent off your wife?" Zhou Jinghuai let out a soft sigh and took a seat opposite the old gentleman, casually picking up several chess pieces. "I shall play a game of chess with you." "Sir." A sharp slap landed on the back of his hand. Old Master Zhou scoffed, "At such a young age, instead of spending time with your wife, you choose to play chess with an old man like me. How commendable." Zhou Jinghuai set down his chess piece and, with a wry smile, remarked, "Didn't my wife leave?" Zhou Jinghuai did not conceal his feelings. I do not wish to divorce, I desire to continue my life with her. Upon his declaration, the elder gentleman revealed his thoughts candidly. If you truly do not wish to part ways, then you must embody the essence of a man. Should you be unable to bear children, consider adopting one from the family. Such fortunate opportunities will present themselves, and allow Wu to select one whom she finds pleasing. Zhou Jinghuai was utterly astonished, for the elder gentleman placed great importance on bloodline. Old Master Zhou has not forgotten his eldest grandson. The child of Jingyao takes precedence. As for that 10%, your wife is unwilling to accept it, and your father has also expressed his willingness to relinquish it to the eldest branch. Once I depart from this world, let it be bestowed upon Jingyao, for he has harbored much discontent over the years. Zhou Jinghuai expressed no objections. The old gentleman toyed with the chess piece in his hand and after a moment of contemplation, spoke thoughtfully. It would be prudent for you to sever ties with Geneva sooner rather than later. Zhou Jinghuai forced a bitter smile. Remarking that he had once let her down, and due to her prolonged illness, he had taken extra care of her, asserting that there were no ulterior motives. Such evasive words were displeasing to the elder Zhou, who tossed the chess piece onto the ground and retorted, if there are no ulterior motives, why do you treat her like a deity? Her illness is inherent, yet your wife's affliction stems from you. Be more mindful. Zhou Jinghuai bowed his head, acknowledging the elder. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Yiwu received a gift, a small dog tag. The silver round emblem bore the initials WW, signifying Zhou Jinghuai and Yiwu's puppy. Yiwu pondered, Zhou Jinghuai does not strike me as a person of such triviality. However, over the course of the following week, she received daily gifts from him, items of little monetary value yet imbued with thoughtfulness. Among them was a delicate diamond chain that Yiwu found rather appealing. Nonetheless, she refrained from using any of these gifts, simply depositing them into a box. Despite her avoidance of Zhou Jinghuai and her cold demeanor, she could not extinguish his ardor. On the night of January 14th, Zhou Jinghuai inundated her with calls until she could no longer bear it and answered, "What is it that you want?" On the other end, Zhou Jinghuai's voice was gentle, "Are you attending the New Year's Eve banquet in the capital tomorrow night?" Yiwu was indeed planning to go, as Mrs. Chen was set to introduce two individuals she had long wished to meet. However, she did not wish to disclose this to Zhou Jinghuai and replied curtly, "Whether I go or not is of no concern to you." Zhou Jinghuai was well aware that she would undoubtedly attend, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After hanging up the phone, he found the pursuit of Yiwu to be rather delightful. Even the household servants remarked that he radiated a refreshing aura. He mused that, aside from guilt and responsibility, he indeed harbored a fondness for Yiwu. On the 15th day of the first month, a grand New Year banquet was held in the capital city, adorned with elegance and frequented by luminaries. That evening, Yiwu had the opportunity to meet towering figures from the art world. She sought endorsements from the renowned artists she had engaged, knowing that their acclaim would significantly elevate her own standing. Naturally, she was prepared to offer a 7-figure commission. Dressed modestly in a flowing black silk gown, she accessorized with a pair of handcrafted bijou heart earrings, the pigeon blood-red tassels accentuating the delicate whiteness of her neck. As she sipped champagne and mingled, she had likely sealed important agreements within half an hour. Zhou Jinghuai stood a few meters away, observing his wife as she engaged with others. The skills that Yiwu possessed were imparted to her through his guidance. Her decisive nature concealed the influence of Zhou Jinghuai himself. This sensation was subtle, tinged with a hint of sweetness. He and Yiwu were entwined as one. Zhou Jinghuai's eyes were profound as he concluded his observation and prepared to approach Yiwu for conversation. However, an unexpected incident unfolded. Mrs. Bai burst into the banquet with an air of fury, directing a scathing tirade at Yiwu. "Miss Yi, allow me to clarify, those funds were willingly given by Jinghuai. And his relationship with Shanshan is entirely innocent. On what grounds do you dare to bring us to court?" "Oh, I see. It is because you are unable to bear children, akin to a hen that lays no eggs. You occupy the latrine without contributing. Consumed by envy of our Bai family's esteem from Jinghuai." A profound silence enveloped the banquet hall. Mrs. Bai's lack of decorum was astounding. She publicly aired private matters. Many anticipated that Bai Chuanian would reprimand his wife, yet to their surprise, he approached and added, "Miss Yi, your demeanor is excessively aggressive. Compassion for Yi Wu filled the room, confirming the rumors she had indeed lost her ability to conceive. This sympathy was, for Yi Wu, more painful than death itself. Betrayed by Zhou Jinghuai and lashed by the scrutiny of the world, she could not succumb to self-pity. She must uphold her dignity and grace in public. Yi Wu fixed her gaze on Mrs. Bai and pronounced each word deliberately. Do not presume that your humiliation will compel me to withdraw my lawsuit. Not only will I not retract my claims, but I shall also add allegations against your Bai family for defaming my character. In due course, Mr. Bai will not only face financial repercussions but will also be required to publicly apologize to me on social media for a month. Mrs. Bai's expression shifted to one of regret. Staring at Yi Wu's retreating figure, she stood dazed for a moment before murmuring, Jinghuai, will you allow her to humiliate us thus? Zhou Jinghuai approached slowly, his gaze fixed upon the couple, Bai Chunyan and his wife. Once, he held them in high regard. But he never anticipated their public humiliation of his beloved wife. Their harsh words resonated like the quarrels of street vendors, leaving him to ponder whether he, Zhou Jinghuai, had perished. In the ensuing silence, he spoke softly, Yi Wu's ailment stems from my actions. From this moment forth, should I hear anyone speak ill of my wife, I, Zhou Jinghuai, shall ensure that they find no place to sweep the streets of the capital, let alone be regarded as a revered artist. This declaration was a direct slap to Bai Chunyan's face. Bai Chunyan understood well that times had changed. Zhou Jinghuai's heart was now firmly anchored with Yi Wu. After Zhou Jinghuai made his remarks, he went off in pursuit of Yi Wu. Mrs. Bai, having committed a misdeed, wept inconsolably. Bai Chunyan, finding her presence irksome, chose to retreat and indulge in a cigarette, only to inadvertently encounter Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen shared a close friendship with Yi Wu and had always harbored a deep-seated disdain for Bai Chunyan. Upon seeing him, she coldly reprimanded, your moral compass is increasingly askew. If our daughter were to have her husband taken from her and endure such injustice, would you still deem her aggressive? Bai Chunyan's face paled, our daughter would never be as cruel as Yi Wu. Mrs. Chen scoffed, I find her admirable, far surpassing your shameless daughter by countless measures. Had these words come from another, Bai Chunyan would have surely erupted. Yet, as Mrs. Chen was his former love, he felt a sense of guilt towards her, thus suppressing his anger to inquire about their daughter's whereabouts. Mrs. Chen covered her face, tears cascading through her fingers as she spoke in a fractured voice, my child. Her name is Wu. Chapter 50, Zhou Jinghuai, upon reflection, I truly detest you. Zhou Jinghuai pursued into the underground parking garage. This evening, Yi Wu had driven a sleek white car, yet the interior was desolate, devoid of her presence. Zhou Jinghuai tugged at the car door, only to relent. He settled into his vehicle, preparing to drive in search of Yi Wu, his heart filled with an acute sense of urgency and an earnest desire to locate her. Just as Zhou Jinghuai was about to start the engine, his phone rang, displaying a call from Geneva by Ruan. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at the name for a few seconds before answering the call. Soon, a soft and gentle female voice emerged from the other end. Jinghuai, I sincerely apologize. Xianxian has caused you trouble again. I am aware of what transpired tonight. My parents, in their concern, inadvertently offended your wife. I beg your forgiveness on their behalf. Please do not hold it against them, they have sacrificed so much for me over the years. Jinghuai, had it not been for my health issues back then. Zhou Jinghuai did not allow her to continue speaking. Holding his phone, his handsome features displayed no semblance of emotion. His tone gentle yet devoid of tenderness, I will handle this matter, I must hang up now. In Geneva, beside the cathedral, a private hospital housed a young woman clad in a white dress. She stood on the terrace of the ward, holding her phone, lost in contemplation. In the past, Zhou Jinghuai had never hung up on her. He was upset with her for Yi Wu. Zhou Jinghuai discarded his phone and pressed the accelerator. The gleaming black van emerged from the underground garage, cruising through the streets of Beijing, with the windows rolled down, icy winds rushing into the vehicle. Zhou Jinghuai drove through the vast expanse of the city, searching for Yi Wu. However, navigating the 8 lanes of the bustling metropolis at night in pursuit of a single woman felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After 2 hours of circling the vicinity, he finally caught sight of Yi Wu in a narrow alley. She appeared utterly disheveled. Lacking any warm attire on this chilly spring night, her makeup a mere shadow of its former self. Clutching her delicate high-heeled shoes in her hand, she wandered the streets in a daze. Exhausted, she would occasionally crouch by the roadside, resting her hands on her knees, her body trembling incessantly. Zhou Jinghuai sat within the confines of his vehicle. The neon lights outside flickered upon his handsome visage, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that obscured the true nature of his expression. He gazed at his wife, tears streaming down her face, her sorrow palpable. It became apparent that his beloved all was not without flaws. She too would retreat into solitude to weep. Her strength, it seemed, was but a facade. And she was deeply affected by the unkind words of Madame Bai. Zhou Jinghuai was engulfed by an indescribable turmoil within. He opened the car door and stepped out, striding towards Yi Wu, towards his wife. In that moment, he desired nothing more than to envelop her in his embrace, to reassure her that everything would be all right, to convey that even without children, they could lead a fulfilling life, and to affirm his commitment to her. At that instant, Yi Wu shattered his heart. Fearing to startle her, he cautiously called her name. Yi Wu lifted her gaze, her makeup had long since smudged, and dark circles marred her eyes. She stared blankly at Zhou Jinghuai, the man she had once loved and suffered for. After a moment, her lips trembled as she softly implored him not to approach. "Zhou Jinghuai, please don't come any closer," she uttered. With her makeup ruined and her feet sore, she felt less than beautiful. Tonight had already stripped her of dignity, and she wished to spare him the sight of her disheveled state. Her voice turned sharp. "Do not come near, Zhou Jinghuai, I implore you." The night wind howled, tousling the man's dark hair. He bent down, grasping his wife's shoulders, and abruptly pulled her into his embrace. He held her tightly, ceaselessly whispering apologies, repeatedly asserting that it was all right. How could it possibly be all right? Yi Wu buried her face in his shoulder, her palms digging painfully into his back, nearly tearing through the fabric of his coat. In his arms, she wept with a raw intensity, finally allowing herself to acknowledge her despair. It was the first time she had lost composure, the first time she dared to admit her sorrow. Yi Wu bit down on Zhou Jinghuai's shoulder, her cries piercing the night air. "Zhou Jinghuai, I will never have my own children. Zhou Jinghuai, why have you done this to me? Zhou Jinghuai, sometimes I think I truly hate you." Zhou Jinghuai endured the agony. His heart felt damp, and his throat seemed constricted, as he repeatedly uttered, "I understand, oh, I understand." How could he truly comprehend? If he had, he would not have allowed her to suffer. Yi Wu's sorrow was gently dispersed by the night breeze. In the late hours, within the emergency room of the hospital, Yi Wu, barefoot, had her feet pierced by shards of glass. Zhou Jinghuai escorted her here for treatment. And while the doctor attended to her, he stepped into the corridor to smoke. Even now, his heart remained in turmoil. He had realized the depth of Yi Wu's hatred for him. Grant her freedom, allow her a semblance of happiness. A gust of night wind swept by, the delicate smoke caressing Zhou Jinghuai's face, provoking a soft cough. Behind him, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Zhou Jinghuai turned his head to glance back. And Yi Wu emerged from the emergency room, draped in his black thin overcoat, standing there, slender and delicate. Zhou Jinghuai spoke, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. "Does it still hurt?" Chapter 51. Zhou Jinghuai released his grip and signed the divorce agreement. Yi Wu lowered her brows. "It hasn't hurt for a long time." Zhou Jinghuai's eyes were deeply expressive. "Why do you still crouch on the street and weep if it no longer hurts?" Yi Wu retorted. "Am I to cry in your embrace?" Zhou Jinghuai replied, "Your presence in my arms is too suffocating." He wished to explain, yet ultimately relinquished the effort. Yi Wu had lost all trust in him. Further explanations seemed futile. Besides, he genuinely desired for her to live freely. Just as he had professed during their courtship, Maya Wu will stand at the pinnacle of power, admired by all. The love they once shared had dissipated into disillusionment. The night was enchanting. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom gradually came to a halt beneath the apartment building. Zhou Jinghuai unfastened his seatbelt and gazed at Yi Wu. "Allow me to carry you inside." She declined. Yet he lifted her from the car and strode purposefully towards the elevator. On the day of their wedding, he had similarly cradled her, adorned in her bridal finery. As they walked down the aisle, he had been resplendent that day, the young man she cherished the most. During the brief journey, silence enveloped them until Zhou Jinghuai gently placed Yi Wu on the bed. Her arms still clung to his neck. The man, with a lingering affection, caressed her lightly before gently removing her grasp, whispering, "I must go." Yi Wu made no attempt to retain him. She watched as Zhou Jinghuai turned to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly inquired, his back still turned, "That day at the old residence, you professed your love for me, declaring that you would sacrifice everything without regret. Was that truly sincere?" Zhou Jinghuai seldom experienced moments of deep emotion, yet at this instant, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. He turned to gaze at his wife, and all the warmth and joy he had ever derived from Yi Wu surged forth in that singular moment, striking his heart with the force of an electric shock, as though his very soul had been unmoored. Zhou Jinghuai was unaware of this sensation, for he had never experienced it before. He only knew that he felt an overwhelming reluctance. Zhou Jinghuai has departed. The spring night breeze lifts a corner of the curtain, carrying with it the fragrance of the wisteria. Yi Wu leans against the headboard, lost in thought. After a long pause, she gently pulls out a delicate chain from around her neck, on which hangs a jade piece lock, a gift from Zhou Jinghuai on New Year's Eve. He had said, "I prayed before the Buddha, wishing for your safety and joy, free from worries year after year." Yi Wu clutches the emerald lock tightly, her slender neck quivering with emotion. 6 years of love, 4 years of marriage, how could it not be heart-wrenching? The car comes to a stop, and a servant approaches the house, inquiring if the master would like a late-night snack. Zhou Jinghuai stepped into the foyer, the bright lights illuminating the gloom on his face. After removing his overcoat, he hesitated for a moment before softly uttering, "Another bowl of vegetarian noodles, please. Is there any of the meat sauce my wife usually prepares?" The servant paused in surprise. "There is still half a bottle left. I shall prepare it for you, sir." Zhou Jinghuai nodded as he entered the dining hall, sitting quietly while smoking. Zhou Jinghuai. I will no longer have my own children. Zhou Jinghuai, sometimes I think about it and truly despise you. Zhou Jinghuai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was only natural for Yi Wu to harbor resentment towards him. Shortly thereafter, a servant brought forth a bowl of vegetarian noodles, generously topped with a savory meat sauce, which was enough to awaken one's appetite. Zhou Jinghuai extinguished his cigarette and lowered his head to savor the noodles. Zhou Jinghuai's hands came to a halt, leaving the servants hesitant to inquire further. A bowl of plain noodles, adorned with a meat sauce crafted by Yi Wu, was consumed entirely by him. The collaboration between Rong'en Group and Maya had nearly reached its conclusion, and by the end of the month, he was set to travel to Yun City for the signing. However, before embarking on that journey, he felt compelled to resolve the matter of his divorce. Perhaps, liberated from their union, she would find a semblance of happiness. Would her tears cease to flow once they were no longer tethered? A servant caught a glimpse of the glimmer of tears in the corners of the master's eyes. The ambient light was soft and alluring, reminiscent of silk nightwear draped upon a woman, delicate and enchanting. Zhou Jinghuai gently pushed open the bedroom door. He had spent the night in sleepless contemplation, quietly seated within the confines of the room, perusing the love letters penned by Yi Wu, gazing at their wedding photograph, and then wandering into the wardrobe, tenderly caressing the belongings once cherished by his wife. Memories, more intense than any wine, seared through Zhou Jinghuai's heart. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in the president's office of Rong'en, Zhou Jinghuai cancelled all his appointments, sitting alone in his office with an expressionless demeanor. The door to the office was gently pushed open, and Secretary Lin entered. "Young Master Jing, Lawyer Xiao has arrived." After delivering her message, Secretary Lin offered a polite smile to the esteemed Lawyer Xiao, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, I shall step out for a moment." Lawyer Xiao, understanding the gravity of the situation, softly closed the door to the president's office and turned his gaze toward the formidable President Rong'en. Before collaborating with Zhou Jinghuai, he had long been aware of Zhou's notorious reputation for being ruthless and cunning. Not only was he formidable on his own, but he also had a formidable wife, who within a few years had rendered the Zhou family's main branch powerless, ultimately securing the throne of President Rong'en. It was evident that the cold and ruthless young Master Jing was in a foul mood. Zhou Jinghuai perked up and called over Xiao Dezhuan, saying, "Please come here. I would like your assistance in drafting a divorce agreement." Xiao Dezhuan was taken aback, but he promptly took a seat and assured, "Rest assured, young Master Jing. I will ensure your interests are maximized." Zhou Jinghuai raised his hand, declaring, "No need. Drafted according to my dictation." In the sunlit office, Zhou Jinghuai stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his silhouette forlorn. In a low and husky voice, he conveyed his intentions, stating that apart from the 5% stake already held by Yi Wu, he would also directly transfer the remaining 5% into her name. Lawyer Shao hesitated for a moment, remarking, "In truth, you are not obligated to grant this 5%. Zhou Jinghuai remained resolute in his convictions. He had long been entrenched in the realm of the powerful, never once showing mercy to anyone. Yet now, he found himself contemplating that if money could bring a semblance of happiness to Yi Wu, he would willingly oblige, burdened as he was by an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her. Zhou Jinghuai's voice was faint, "Right as I say." Chapter 52, Jealousy. Zhou Jinghuai tore up the agreement. In the afternoon, Yi Wu ascended the trending topics. Mrs. Rong'an, facing infertility, Zhou Jinghuai's unwavering devotion, a bond stronger than gold. Accompanied by a blurry photograph, presumably taken clandestinely last night, showing Zhou Jinghuai embracing her. In an instant, the topic surged to the top of the charts. The public relations department of Rong'an Group acted swiftly, expending resources to remove it. Yet, within a mere half hour, the topic garnered an astonishing 78 million views. With 40,000 original contributors, each woman envying Yi Wu for having a husband who adored her. Yi Wu found the situation deeply ironic. Feeling discontented, she left the gallery early, meandering along the streets in her white sports car, eventually halting in the plaza outside an amusement park, sitting atop the hood of her vehicle, gazing at the continuously spinning Ferris wheel. At 4 p.m, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, the season's first snowfall. The biting cold enveloped her as she wrapped herself in a white down jacket, reluctant to leave. She quietly observed the Ferris wheel, witnessing the colorful lights illuminate one by one, along with the departing children. In the stillness of the world, silence reigned, only the snowflakes descending softly to the ground. A cup of milk tea was offered to her. Yi Wu gently blinked away the snowflakes resting on her eyelashes and turned to see Gu Jiu. Dressed in a formal suit and draped in a deep gray overcoat, snowflakes lightly adorned his dark hair. He smiled softly, saying, "That milk tea shop is quite popular. I waited 10 minutes. Drink it while it's hot." Yi Wu hesitated briefly before accepting the cup. In this frigid weather, a cup of milk tea was indeed enticing. Gu Jiu tossed his briefcase onto the hood and sat beside her, both gazing up at the grand Ferris wheel. He refrained from inquiring about the trending topic or her private life with Zhou Jinghuai, instead sharing amusing anecdotes from his childhood. "When I was young, I attended school nearby with Nianin. Nianin was in kindergarten while I was in 6th grade. Nianin felt unclean and cried heartily." As Yi Wu envisioned that scene and thought of Gu Nianin, she couldn't help but smile lightly. Gu Jiu turned to her, his gaze profound and his voice gentle. "Sometimes, children can be quite troublesome, like Nianin." Yi Wu was taken aback. Turning her gaze back to the Ferris wheel, her mood inexplicably brightened. She conversed with Gu Jiu about Nianin, sharing her own childhood memories of being reliant on her grandmother. In the past, she had wished to share these stories with Zhou Jinghuai, but his heart was consumed by power, showing no interest in her past. Consequently, she had never mentioned it to him again. In Zhou Jinghuai's eyes, she was merely Mrs. Zhou, the esteemed Yi of Rong'an, not the person Yi Wu. A luxurious black limousine had been parked by the roadside for quite some time. The rear window lowered slightly, revealing a distinguished man within, his gaze deep as he observed his wife from afar. She sat beside Gu Jiu, engaged in conversation amidst the falling snow, holding the milk tea gifted by another man, even smiling at him. How long had it been since she had smiled so genuinely? Yet now, it was directed at Gu Jiu. Zhou Jinghuai sat quietly, the dimness of the car casting a shadow over his expression, rendering his true thoughts inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, he scoffed lightly and tore up the divorce agreement he had meticulously prepared. Regret washed over him. He suddenly found himself unwilling to let Yi Wu go. As the window ascended, Zhou Jinghuai addressed the driver in a detached manner, "Drive." At 10 o'clock that night, Yi Wu had just finished her shower and donned a set of silk loungewear, feeling relaxed and at ease. She sat before her vanity, applying skincare products. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed at the door, reminiscent of a key entering a lock. As Yi Wu contemplated stepping into the living room to investigate, the uninvited guest had already entered unannounced. It was none other than Zhou Jinghuai. Snowflakes rested on his shoulders, and his hair glistened darkly, indicating he had been standing in the snow for quite some time. Yi Wu inquired softly, "Where did you get the key?" Zhou Jinghuai placed the key on the vanity before her and confidently declared, "I am deserving of this." Yi Wu scoffed, "You are truly inconsiderate." Zhou Jinghuai approached her from behind, his hands resting upon the back of the chair, his penetrating black eyes surveying her reflection in the mirror, as though seeking to unveil the very essence of her being. After a moment of silence, he leaned closer to her ear and murmured, "Tonight? I do not wish to be courteous." "What does that imply?" "It signifies precisely what you are contemplating, engaging in intimacy and fulfilling the obligations of marriage." Yi Wu, however, was resolute in her refusal, coldly asserting, "I do not feel anything." Zhou Jinghuai's hand gently caressed the nape of her neck, akin to the tender whispers exchanged between lovers, "I shall awaken your senses." Moments later, he lifted himself and began to unfasten the buttons of his coat. Yi Wu was lifted onto the vanity, her surprise evident as she grasped the man's dark hair tightly, her breath erratic. "Zhou Jinghuai, are you out of your mind?" Zhou Jinghuai raised his gaze to her, his eyes deep and profound. The lighting was soft and enchanting, and their intertwined shadows suddenly lost all sense of propriety. Afterward, with her hair disheveled and beads of sweat glistening, Yi Wu, wrapped in a delicate sheet, rested her head on the pristine pillow. Softly catching her breath, "You may leave now." Surrounded by the tender warmth of her presence, how could Zhou Jinghuai bring himself to depart? Though he harbored resentment towards Gu Jusi in his heart, he refrained from spoiling the moment of spring's embrace. Instead, he gently held his wife's shoulder and tenderly remarked, "Wasn't just now quite delightful?" Zhou Jinghuai, filled with anger, turned her body towards him. "Shall we continue?" "Yet." Yi Wu pushed him away, wrapping herself in a sheet, and barefooted, she entered the bathroom to take a shower. After a moment, her voice faintly emanated from within, "Had it not been for your possession of the key, nothing would have transpired tonight. Zhou Jinghuai, could you not be more straightforward? This is not characteristic of you." Zhou Jinghuai, captivated by the sound of running water, found himself irresistibly drawn into the bathroom. He had broached the subject of Gu Jusi, his words laced with a palpable jealousy, demanding that Yi Wu sever ties with him. Yet, Yi Wu remained indifferent to his pleas. She understood Zhou Jinghuai's intentions. His desires were insatiable, and he yearned for more. Turning off the hot water, she wrapped herself in a towel, stating, "I have a social engagement tomorrow and lack the energy to indulge your whims." "What sort of engagement?" "In the past, during my time at Roman Group, I frequently attended social gatherings, and you never raised an objection. Must you now behave as if we are in a romantic relationship? Zhou Jinghuai, could you not be more reasonable?" With that, Yi Wu picked out a robe to don. Zhou Jinghuai gently took the bath towel from her, tenderly draping a robe over her shoulders and fastening the sash at her waist. With a lingering gaze, he said, "I shall take a shower and then prepare a midnight snack for you." Yi Wu felt as if Zhou Jinghuai had been enchanted. The night grew ever more profound. Zhou Jinghuai emerged from the shower, donning the attire he had arrived in, a gray shirt gifted to him by Yi Wu. He stood in the kitchen, preparing a midnight snack, a dish of pasta that he excelled at. The narrow confines of the kitchen did not diminish his elegance in the slightest, the stark white light accentuated his features. Resembling a masterful ink painting, each stroke a testament to divine craftsmanship. Yi Wu, cradling a cup of hot cocoa, leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the man's slender silhouette. It was the first time she realized that Zhou Jinghuai possessed culinary skills. Chapter 53, Yi Wu, come with me to Yun City. Zhou Jinghuai sensed the watchful gaze behind him. Yi Wu refrained from probing further. Their current relationship was ambiguous, a single encounter held no significance. She had no intention of confiding in him. However, she felt somewhat weary and wished to avoid any confrontation with him. Zhou Jinghuai's pasta was exquisitely prepared, and Yi Wu devoured nearly half of it. Subsequently, she asked him to leave. As he departed, Zhou Jinghuai's gaze lingered deeply. "I shall return tomorrow." That bottle of red wine, a cherished possession of Yi Wu, remained untouched, now breathing on the dining table. Yi Wu slowly closed the door. Casting a glance at her soon-to-be ex-husband, tinged with a hint of sarcasm, "To nestle here like a little snail, truly a disservice to your noble lineage, Zhou Jinghuai. Are you not terribly busy? Why do you keep coming here?" Zhou Jinghuai emerged from the kitchen, clad entirely in black, exuding an air of understated elegance. He gazed intently at Yi Wu, as if appraising a finely crafted work of art. And then spoke in a voice as soothing as jade, "Meeting you brings a sense of timelessness. The dog had just been taken for a walk. And I've already called Grandma, it will be just the two of us tonight." Yi Wu discarded her briefcase and settled onto the sofa. Scrutinizing him, "When will you sign?" The man deftly sidestepped the question, "Let us eat." Yi Wu retorted, "Zhou Jinghuai, can't you see that I'm annoyed with you?" Zhou Jinghuai gazed at her intently and remarked softly, "Then let it be until you grow weary." Yi Wu remained at a loss against Zhou Jinghuai, resorting to coldness in hopes he would take the hint and leave. Yet, he clung to her like a stubborn adhesive plaster, refusing to budge and even encroaching on her sleeping space at night. Thus, Yi Wu dedicated herself to her work, avoiding any physical contact with him. In the tranquil night, beneath the warm glow of the desk lamp, Yi Wu meticulously perused the account books. The gallery was merely a starting point. Her ambition was to establish her own auction house and eventually ring the bell upon its listing. Yi Wu aimed to achieve this goal within 2 years, leaving no room for complacency. After a prolonged period of concentration, her eyes began to feel strained when a cup of man-holding coffee appeared before her. Looking up, she found Zhou Jinghuai watching her from a height, his expression gentle as he said, "Just a little pick-me-up." This was a shared understanding from their past. Yi Wu did not accept the coffee, and Zhou Jinghuai gently set it down before leaning in to kiss her softly, the kiss devoid of any physical demands between them. After a while, he quietly inquired, "How do you feel?" Yi Wu replied, "Not particularly well." Zhou Jinghuai had never been rejected by a woman until now. This was his first experience. Instead of reacting angrily, he spoke gently, saying, "I shall return tomorrow, do rest early." Yi Wu averted her gaze from him. After a moment, the sound of his departing footsteps echoed behind her, and the apartment door opened and closed, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Yi Wu stared at the coffee on the table, slightly tilting her head to suppress her emotions. She had resolved to forget Zhou Jinghuai, yet he refused to let her go. The following day, Zhou Jinghuai did not come, and Yi Wu paid him no mind, she had her own affairs to attend to. A week later, on a night filled with promise, Yi Wu signed a new artist who, though not yet renowned, captured her keen interest with his soulful creations. She purchased 20 of his works and wrote a check for 30. The artist was immensely pleased. Yi Wu smiled faintly. Once he departed, she explained to the puzzled Annie, "I understand your confusion regarding the low price I offered. I do not wish for money to prematurely diminish his creative spirit. Among this new generation of artists, I hold the highest hopes for him, surpassing even by Chunian from years past. When the time is ripe, I shall present him to the world, and by then, his artworks will be priceless, even the smaller pieces will command at least $1 million. Annie had always held Yi Wu in high regard. After concluding their business, they left the venue and bid farewell in the parking lot. Just as Yi Wu opened her car door to enter, a familiar voice taunted from behind. "Have you reconciled with my cousin?" Yi Wu turned to face Zhou Jingyao and coldly replied, "What does that concern you?" Zhou Jingyao scoffed, "It is of no consequence. However, I had forewarned you that my cousin is as ferocious as a wolf, merciless in his pursuits. At the end of the month, he is set to sign a contract with Maya. Do you truly believe that once you have outlived your usefulness, he will still cherish and coddle you?" Zhou Jingyao's expression turned fierce. "At that time, you will merely become an unsightly stepping stone." Yet Yi Wu remained unfazed, even if that were true. "It has nothing to do with you." The myriad of neon lights cast fragmented reflections upon Yi Wu's face, animating her otherwise indifferent demeanor. Zhou Jingyao gazed intently at her face, unexpectedly pondering what expression Yi Wu might wear beneath Zhou Jinghuai's embrace, and whether her emotions might reveal a hint of confusion. Upon this realization, a flicker of annoyance stirred within him. He had always harbored disdain for Yi Wu. Yet, at this moment, jealousy towards Zhou Jinghuai crept into his heart. Soon, Yi Wu drove away. That night, she ascended to the rooftop of her apartment, 2 cans of beer in hand. The spring evening air was fragrant with the scent of locust blossoms. As she tilted her head to gaze at the starry sky, her mood gradually settled. She reflected on the past and the future, allowing a serene smile to emerge. Indeed, time has the power to soothe all wounds. Zhou Jinghuai. Let it be regarded as a fleeting dream of her youth. Just as Yiwu began to reminisce about Zhou Jinghuai, he appeared, holding 2 cans of beer. The same brand as hers. Yiwu turned her head to gaze at him, the night breeze tousling her long hair, lending her an air of youthful innocence. Zhou Jinghuai, disregarding his expensive bespoke suit, took a beer and sat beside Yiwu, gently opening a can and saying, "Yiwu, let us go to Yun City. Bring grandma along as well." Yiwu remained silent. Zhou Jinghuai cast his gaze into the boundless night, continuing, "I have reservations about entrusting the Maya project to anyone else. I anticipate that I must remain there for at least 6 months. Yiwu, I am even more uneasy about leaving you in the capital. Come with me." Yiwu smiled lightly. "Zhou Jinghuai, we are on the verge of divorce." "I love you," he replied. "Yiwu, I love you." Zhou Jinghuai's eyes were profound as he earnestly declared, "You are not merely a companion in the realm of power, nor are you just the matriarch of the Zhou family. You are my beloved wife, for all eternity, never to be forsaken." Yiwu was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Jinghuai's voice carried a hint of bitterness. "Ah Wu. The finest years of our lives were those we spent supporting each other. My affection is genuine, and it endures. Ah Wu remains paramount." Yet, Yiwu no longer dared to believe. She offered a serene smile, tilting her head to gaze at the star-studded sky. Zhou Jinghuai removed his coat and gently draped it over Yiwu's shoulders. As his fingers brushed against her, a warmth surged within him. Yiwu had always been home to Zhou Jinghuai. Now, he yearned to provide her with a home of her own. Chapter 54, The Beauty in the Realm. Who will Zhou Jinghuai choose? At the end of the month, in Cloud City, at the Cloud Peak Hotel, a grand banquet was held on the eve of the signing ceremony between Rong'an Group and Maya, attended by the mid to senior level executives of both corporations. Zhou Jinghuai, donned in a timeless black and white suit, exudes elegance and refinement, becoming the aspiration of numerous women. However, with a wedding ring adorning his finger and an air of aloofness about him, no one dares to offer him a room key. Zhou Jinghuai smiled gently and replied, "Mr. Chen, you are being overly kind." Mr. Chen then patted his wife's hand, signaling that he had something private to discuss. Mrs. Chen offered a polite smile and gracefully stepped aside to attend to other matters. Once she had departed, Mr. Chen turned to Zhou Jinghuai with a serious demeanor and said, "Please do not take offense regarding Juicy's situation. It is quite natural for a young person to be momentarily overwhelmed by their emotions. Given some time, Juicy will undoubtedly regain his composure. Moreover, considering the close bond you two once shared, it is understandable that certain matters cannot be entirely entrusted to outsiders." Zhou Jinghuai extended a modicum of courtesy. "Judging by Juicy's words, I find no issues here." Mr. Chen exclaimed, "Magnificent. Jinghuai, our meeting feels long overdue. Tonight, let us indulge in a few more cups, come what may." Zhou Jinghuai raised his glass and smiled faintly. Indeed, he was inherently handsome, and when he smiled, he radiated the unique charm of a mature man, captivating any woman who beheld him. Yet, Zhou Jinghuai's heart was solely occupied with his wife in the capital. Amidst the revelry of the banquet, he strolled to the deserted terrace and dialed Yiwu's number. After a few rings, she answered. "Just half a year. That's all it takes. Ah Wu, let us consider this an opportunity for us, shall we?" Yiwu did not respond. Zhou Jinghuai seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of patience as he gently remarked, "Take your time to ponder, I await your favorable news." After ending the call, he tenderly caressed his phone, convinced that in the end, Yiwu would acquiesce, for their bond was forged over many years. In the capital city, Yiwu sat quietly in her car, gazing into the enveloping darkness outside. After a moment, she loosened the high-neck woolen dress she wore and retrieved a slender platinum chain, from which dangled the jade safety lock that Zhou Jinghuai had gifted her, its verdant hue glistening in the dim light. On that day, Zhou Jinghuai had expressed his heartfelt wish, "May my Ah Wu remain safe and joyful, free from worries for years to come." She was uncertain of the origins of Zhou Jinghuai's affections, yet it felt as though their time had passed. As Yiwu succumbed to her melancholy, the car door swung open, and a damp cloth was abruptly pressed against her mouth and nose. Struggling momentarily, her hands fell limply to her sides as she lost consciousness. When she awoke, it was in a desolate warehouse, permeated by the scent of mildew. Before her stood a towering figure, Zhou Jinghuai. Yi was strained against her bonds. But her body was firmly restrained to the chair, rendering her utterly powerless. Zhou Jinghuai, have you lost your mind? This is abduction, it is a crime. Zhou Jinghuai looked down at Yi Wu with a mocking sneer, beginning to enumerate kidnapping crimes. I should have done this long ago. If I had acted sooner, the Zhou family would not have fallen into your hands as a couple. I am the eldest grandson, raised as the premier heir. In what aspect am I inferior to him? Yet, it matters not. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, the Rongen group will sign a contract with Maya. I shall present Zhou Jinghuai with a splendid gift. Does he not seek your forgiveness and desire to rekindle your relationship? Now, we shall see whether he chooses the kingdom or the beauty. Yi Wu gritted her teeth in anger. Zhou Jinghuai, you are truly insane. Zhou Jinghuai stepped forward, gently patting her cheek, exclaiming, your stubbornness is utterly futile. I eagerly anticipated the decision of my fiercely ambitious cousin. Would he choose his devoted wife, who had stood by him through thick and thin, or the power he so ardently coveted? Yi Wu responded with a cold laugh, regardless of his choice. It seems you will reap no benefits. Zhou Jinghuai's gaze was profound, yet I can perceive his suffering. He has always been so proud. How can he endure such a dichotomy? He then gently tapped Yi Wu's face. Now, we shall commence the countdown. Yi Wu kicked at the dust. I wish to use the restroom. Zhou Jinghuai, endure. Yi Wu was acutely aware of Zhou Jinghuai's ruthless demeanor. He would not grant her the slightest opportunity to escape. Thus, she could only wait, patiently anticipating Zhou Jinghuai's arrival to rescue her. Yet, would Zhou Jinghuai come? Between the control of the Rongen group and her, whom would Zhou Jinghuai choose? This night marked the most agonizing ordeal of Yi Wu's life. As the first light of dawn tinged the horizon with a silvery hue and the sky was awash with vibrant clouds, Yi Wu wearily opened her eyes. It seemed that day had finally broken. Zhou Jinghuai, will you come to my rescue? On February 26, in the Cloud City. At the top-floor conference room of the Cloud Summit Hotel, Zhou Jinghuai donned a formal suit, accompanied by a legal team from the Rongen Group and several senior executives. Opposite them sat Mr. Chen, leading the representatives from Maya. At precisely 10 o'clock, the lawyers from both sides unfurled the contract. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Chen. It is time to sign. Mr. Chen was the first to inscribe his name on the document, gently raising his hand. Jinghuai, it is now your turn. Zhou Jinghuai smiled lightly, just about to sign his name, when Secretary Lin hurried in, her expression exceedingly grave. She leaned close to Zhou Jinghuai's ear and whispered a few words. Zhou Jinghuai was momentarily taken aback. He then said to Mr. Chen, please allow me to take a phone call. Mr. Chen, with an air of elegance, replied, there is no rush. Zhou Jinghuai took Secretary Lin's phone and swiftly exited the conference room. Zhou Jinghuai's Adam's apple bobbed as he heard Yi Wu's voice emanating from his mobile phone. Zhou Jinghuai's countenance was grim as he pronounced each word with deliberate emphasis. Zhou Jinghuai, have you lost your mind? Are you attempting to threaten me with this? The failure of the Maya contract, do you comprehend the repercussions it will entail? Thousands of individuals will be left unemployed. Zhou Jinghuai also sneered, I am aware that you, Zhou Jinghuai, will lose the authority to make decisions regarding Rongen. Chapter 55, the climactic torment of scoundrels. The dazzling display of fireworks was his awe. Zhou Jinghuai is placing a wager, banking on the notion that Zhou Jinghuai would not dare to act recklessly. The brothers have engaged in countless games of chance, and Zhou Jinghuai has never once tasted defeat. Yet this time, he finds himself bested by an unforeseen occurrence. Zhou Jinghuai cast a glance at Secretary Lin. Taken aback, Secretary Lin understood immediately and promptly arranged for someone to rescue Yi Wu. Zhou Jinghuai calmed his tone and spoke softly to Zhou Jinghuai, I will not relinquish the contract. If you release Yi Wu now, I will not pursue the matter further. However, should you remain obstinate, I must inform you that Yi Wu is merely a tool for my quest for power. Jinghuai, you are aware that within the Zhou family, there has never been love. I do not harbor any affection for her, so do not think you can use her as leverage against me. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Jinghuai scoffed. Truly, you are Zhou Jinghuai. You are remarkably heartless. Zhou Jinghuai found himself momentarily stalled within the confines of an abandoned warehouse. Zhou Jinghuai lowered his gaze to his phone before shifting it back to Yi Wu. Did you hear what he said? There's no need for me to reiterate, is there? She is merely a tool for my power struggles. There has never been love in the Zhou family. I do not love her. Do not think you can use her to threaten me. Yi Wu chuckled softly, laughing at her own foolishness, at her own naivete. How absurd, how innocent. Recently, Zhou Jinghuai has uttered countless sweet words. Surely you have not forgotten that his slight affection for you has always been a calculated decision, weighed against benefits and detriments. How could the Zhou family experience love? How could you believe that Zhou Jinghuai possesses the emotions of a normal person? He has always prioritized power above all else. The corners of Yi Wu's eyes glistened with moisture. Zhou Jinghuai's expression was even more intricate. He found himself outmatched by Zhou Jinghuai's ruthless demeanor, which was truly unparalleled. Zhou Jinghuai willingly conceded defeat. At the entrance of the dilapidated warehouse, a woman stumbled in, exclaiming, "Jinghuai, stop!" It was Su Qihong, who had stealthily followed him. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at the woman and, with a sense of desolation, uttered, "I have succumbed." Zhou Jinghuai gazed at Yi Wu, and after a moment, he approached her. In the desolate warehouse, a piercing female voice suddenly echoed, "Do not come any closer. If you do, none of you will escape. I have planted a bomb in this warehouse, and it will detonate in 50 seconds. This wretched woman is destined to perish in the explosion. If you wish to avoid being buried alongside her, you must flee now while there is still time." It was Bai Qianqian, clad in a tattered white dress. Her expression was disturbingly frenzied as she chanted the countdown, 40 seconds, 39 seconds, 38 seconds. Zhou Jinghuai's eyes were filled with anguish. Su Qihong clasped his arm, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Shall we save President Yi? Jinghuai, we cannot abandon her." Zhou Jinghuai yearned to save her. Yet as he beheld the crimson digits on the bomb, he realized there was no time left. He dragged Su Qihong in a frantic flight towards the exit. His mind racing with thoughts, he did not wish for Yi Wu to perish. As the red numbers dwindled to the final seconds, Bai Qianqian quietly retreated. Inside the desolate warehouse, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Yi Wu stumbled against a chair, collapsing onto the cold, unyielding ground. The slender chain around her neck slipped away. Glimmering emerald green, a peace lock gifted by Zhou Jinghuai on New Year's Eve. "I had the wise master consecrate it, it bears great significance. I wish for Ah Wu to be safe and joyful, free from worries year after year. Ah Wu, come with me to Yun City. Consider it our chance, Ah Wu. In my heart, you remain of utmost importance." Yi Wu's face was awash with tears, longing for safety and joy, free from troubles for all her days. "Zhou Jinghuai, is this your peace and joy, devoid of worries year after year?" She truly refuses to accept it. Her birth was fraught with hardship. Her grandmother toiled tirelessly to raise her. How could she perish here? Who would honor her grandmother in her stead? Who would provide for her grandmother in her twilight years? A solitary tear fell upon the verdant peace lock. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated, and a warm body enveloped her tightly. A deep voice seemed to echo in her ear, "Do not be afraid, I am here." Who was it? Who shielded her? Who stood steadfastly against the searing flames? Who clung to her with unwavering resolve, drenched in blood yet sheltering her from the impending destruction? Outside the warehouse, Zhou Jinghuai stood in a daze. When the explosion occurred, tears streamed down his face. He did not comprehend why he wept. Was it for his own malevolence or for Yi Wu's tragic fate? He even recalled the day of Jinghuai's wedding, when Yi Wu affectionately called him brother. Yet now, with his own hands, he had taken her life. He had murdered Yi Wu. In the distance, the wail of sirens pierced the air, the sounds of ambulances and fire trucks echoed incessantly. Suddenly, Zhou Jinghuai felt as if he had lost himself. Yun Qing, Secretary Lin, followed closely behind him. As they stepped outside, they beheld the display screen at the conference room entrance, where a female anchor switched to footage of the explosion, her tone grave as she interrupted with breaking news. At 10 a.m. a major incident occurred in Jing City. The wife of the president of the Rong'an Group has been caught in an explosion at the Taigu warehouse. Her current condition is unknown. Reports indicate that 128 police officers have been dispatched for an exhaustive search, yet no signs of life have been found. We will continue to monitor the situation concerning Mrs. Zhou. Zhou Jinghuai gazed silently, his face ashen. He remained in a daze for a considerable time before softly inquiring of Secretary Lin beside him, "Is this about Yiwu? Has Zhou Jinghuai captured Yiwu at the Taiku warehouse? Could there be a mistake?" Zhou Jinghuai would not dare undertake such a grave action. He repeated once more, "Is this truly Yiwu?" Chapter 56, The Climax of Retribution. Zhou Jinghuai returned, kneeling in the rain. At noon, the rain fell, and the explosion site was in utter disarray. Over 100 rescue personnel were diligently working, accompanied by 10 search dogs, however. The overpowering stench at the scene severely hindered the working dog's sense of smell. As Zhou Jinghuai alighted from the vehicle, he beheld Zhou Jinghuai, his hands shackled in silver cuffs, being escorted away, lost in a daze. "You wretched fool, Zhou Jinghuai!" Zhou Jinghuai struck with a powerful punch, causing Zhou Jinghuai's mouth and nose to erupt with a torrent of blood. Yet, he refrained from retorting, stepping back only to continue gazing blankly in the direction of the abandoned warehouse. Time was of the essence. Zhou Jinghuai had neither the luxury nor the inclination to settle scores. He plunged into the muddy ground, conferring with the rescue team leader to personally orchestrate the operation, augmenting the original team by an additional 80 rescuers, along with specialized life detectors. The rain intensified, soaking him to the bone, yet he remained unprotected by a raincoat, his attire caked in mud. He excavated the crumbling walls with his bare hands, laboring alongside the rescue personnel to lift the heavy concrete beams. As time wore on, his palms became bloodied, yet Zhou Jinghuai was oblivious to the pain. Yi Wu was beneath the rubble. His beloved Wu was below, and with every brick he moved, her chances of survival increased. In the distance, Madame Zhou sheltered under a black umbrella, her heart aching as she called out to her son, Jinghuai. "The rain is so heavy, you should seek shelter." Zhou Jinghuai feigned ignorance. Madame Zhou intended to seek support from others, but Zhou Yanli restrained her, asserting that Yi Wu was his wife, and whatever he did was merely his duty. Upon finishing his words, Zhou Yanli unexpectedly cast aside his black umbrella and plunged into the rain to offer his assistance. Madame Zhou gazed in astonishment at her husband's reckless determination, realizing for the first time the depth of Yan Li's affection for Yi Wu. Why did Yi Wu remain empty-handed? Amidst the rain, a heart-wrenching voice echoed, revealing that Yi Wu's grandmother had arrived. Though the elderly woman was frail, she persevered, calling out her granddaughter's name through the downpour, each utterance filled with anguish. "Ah Wu, my dear Ah Wu. Ah Wu, your grandmother is here." Madame Chen's tears fell freely as she turned to her husband, whispering in despair, "You must think of something." The heavens were overcast, darkness gradually enveloping the sky. The rain fell in torrents, pouring down like a relentless cascade. 8 hours had elapsed since the incident, and the rescue team leader felt a sense of hopelessness creeping in. He wiped the mud from his face and subtly conveyed his sentiments to Zhou Jinghuai. Zhou Jinghuai stumbled and unexpectedly found himself kneeling directly in the muddy water. Beneath him, a delicate little flower was crushed by the muck, yet it still retained a hint of its vibrant hue. Zhou Jinghuai, his hands stained with blood, plucked the delicate flower. In his ears lingered the gentle voice of Yi Wutian, "Everyone loves flowers, Zhou Jinghuai, no woman exists who does not." Zhou Jinghuai's face, smeared with mud, was streaked with 2 lines of hot tears. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, staggering towards the Zhou family's vehicle. He reached out to open the door and climbed inside. Moments later the car sped away through the muddy waters. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Some speculated that the esteemed President Rongan had lost his mind due to the death of his wife. Dark clouds swirled with the night, advancing swiftly. The black vehicle came to a halt, and he emerged, cradling a small white dog, precisely the one Yi Wu had nurtured. The little white dog, with its dark, bewildered eyes, looked around in confusion as Zhou Jinghuai gently patted its head. He held the small creature close, treading through the mud until he reached the site of Yi Wu's misfortune, where he finally set it down. The little dog seemed to understand. With urgency, it began to search through the debris, sniffing intently from side to side. 10 minutes later, it dug fervently at the base of a collapsed wall, its tiny claws working frantically, soon becoming stained with blood. The little white dog whimpered anxiously, its dark eyes gazing up at Zhou Jinghuai, glistening with moisture. Zhou Jinghuai bent down to lift it and handed it to Mrs. Chen. He stood silently before the collapsed wall for approximately 2 seconds, and then spoke in a hoarse voice, "Right here. Be careful. Don't hurt her." No one believed that Ji Woo had any chance of survival, yet they all proceeded with utmost caution. The tower lights illuminated the rainy night with a blinding brightness. An hour later, the wall was finally cleared, revealing the individuals beneath. It was Ji Woo. She was tightly shielded beneath Gu Jusi, both of them covered in blood. With Gu Jusi's arm a gruesome mess. The sight was utterly heart-wrenching. The scene was enveloped in a profound silence. They were uncertain whether Yi Woo and Gu Jusi were still alive, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward to check. Zhou Jinghuai knelt partially in the muddy water, cautiously probing the tip of Yi Woo's nose. A warm breath was felt. Zhou Jinghuai tilted his head back, gasping for breath beneath the night sky. Overwhelmed with emotion, he could hardly contain himself. His Awu was still alive. His Awu was still alive. Yi Woo slowly opened her eyes. The light was blinding, piercing through her senses. Where was she? Her mind was still clouded. And she murmured the word she had pondered countless times that fateful night, "Zhou Jinghuai, will you come to save me when dawn breaks?" "Zhou Jinghuai, dawn has arrived." Zhou Jinghuai wished to lift her into his arms, yet Yi Woo gently shook her head. She slowly opened her blood-stained palm, revealing the shattered peace lock within. Yi Woo's gaze fell upon Zhou Jinghuai's face as she softly spoke, "The gift you bestowed upon me, I now return to you." Chapter 57, The Climactic Torment, Zhou Jinghuai. I do not wish to see you. At the first hospital of Jing City, in the early hours, Yi Woo lay in a pristine ward, yet remained unresponsive. Her face and body bore numerous abrasions, and a large area on her lower back was marred with deep bruising. Fortunately, no serious internal injuries were present. The doctor deemed it a miracle. Zhou Jinghuai meticulously organized everything and then positioned himself by the bedside, awaiting Yi Woo's awakening. Old Master Zhou entered, leaning on his cane. And upon seeing him, couldn't help but sneer, putting on such a sentimental facade, yet alas, no one appreciates it. "Come out here." Zhou Jinghuai glanced at Yi Woo, wiped his face, and followed her outside. Upon reaching the exterior, Old Master Zhou gazed at his most esteemed grandson with a serious expression. "Jinghuai, as the president of Rong'en Group, you have indeed acted correctly. Abandoning the contract would result in the unemployment of thousands. However, Jinghuai, beyond being the president of Rong'en, you are also Yi Woo's husband. I understand that you have your own judgments, believing that Jingyao would not act foolishly. Yet, unforeseen circumstances may arise that you cannot anticipate. If you truly love her, there should be no hesitation, nor should you be willing to take even the slightest risk. Imagine if you were in danger. I believe Yi Woo would unhesitatingly choose you. Reflect on this carefully. If you do not genuinely love her, do not prolong her wait." Old Master Zhou, who had always sought to unite them, spoke thus, revealing the deep sorrow in his heart. Zhou Jinghuai remained silent. Zhou Yanli understood his son's intentions and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Take good care of her, and when she awakens, provide a thorough explanation." Zhou Jinghuai nodded. Zhou Yanli accompanied the elderly gentleman downstairs. At this moment, the eastern horizon was tinged with a delicate hue of dawn, surrounded by a splendid array of clouds. Old Master Zhou stood before the black van, gazing vacantly at the clouds, murmuring softly, "Jingyao cannot be protected any longer. I just wonder how many years he will be sentenced. How will his parents endure such a blow?" Zhou Yanli also finds himself in a difficult situation, remaining silent for an extended period. The old gentleman lets out a soft sigh and says, "Accompany me to the detention center, Yen. You cannot appear in person." Zhou Yanli bent down to open the car door, urging the elderly gentleman to enter. Upon arriving at the detention center, they found themselves awaiting the visiting hours. The old man, steadfast and resilient throughout his life, patiently lingered at the entrance until 8:30 in the morning, when Zhou Yanli finally approached to negotiate, allowing for a private meeting with Zhou Jingyao. After a long night, Zhou Jingyao was far from his usual splendor. The deep blue prison uniform, worn by his tall frame of 185 centimeters, appeared constricting. Unshaven stubble marred his face, lacking the means for grooming, and his eyes were bloodshot, revealing profound fatigue. Old Master Zhou's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud, echoing his profound anguish. With a swift motion, he delivered several stinging slaps to his grandson. "Zhou Jingyao, have you lost your senses?" he exclaimed. What relation does Yi Wu hold to you? She is your sister-in-law. The one who respectfully serves you tea and calls you elder brother. Yes, it was that lunatic who caused her distress. However, your actions in binding her cannot escape the consequences of this imprisonment. As for that lunatic, once she is captured, I shall ensure she faces severe retribution. Zhou Jinghuai received a slap and remained silent. Only after the old master vented his anger did he fix his gaze upon him and inquire, "How is she? Is she seriously injured?" The old master replied indignantly, "Fortunately, she is unharmed. Otherwise, you would be finished." Thankfully, our ancestors blessed us. At that moment, Su Qihong called Gu Jusi, who rushed over just in time to avert a tragedy. Otherwise, the Zhou family might have faced a calamity. Zhou Jinghuai once again fell into a profound silence. As he was about to depart, the elder Zhou spoke in a grave tone, "Jinghuai, do not blame me for being cruel. You must understand that without your involvement, the shareholders' ire cannot be quelled. Moreover, I cannot justify this to your second uncle's family. Jinghuai, at such a tender age, nearly lost his wife, and all of this stems from your actions. Additionally, I sense your lingering discontent. Nevertheless, that 10% of shares is also supported by Jinghuai to be bequeathed to you." In that fleeting moment, the elder Zhou appeared to age considerably. Fully aware that his eldest grandson was likely to face a sentence of at least 3 years. As the elder was leaving, Zhou Jinghuai hurriedly interjected, "Please convey my sincerest apologies to her." Old Master Zhou gently shook his head. As he stepped out of the dimly lit detention center, his heart throbbed with a piercing pain, a dark crimson hue lingering in the corner outside. It was Su Qihong. Old Master Zhou had long been prepared. He approached the person, his voice deep and hoarse, "I must express my gratitude for saving the entire Zhou family. Without your call, Yi Wu would have truly lost her life, and the Zhou family's reputation would have plummeted." Beside him, Zhou Yanli presented a property deed. Old Master Zhou held a notebook. Contemplating how to speak, "Your fate in Jinghuai is already sealed. As for your decision to stay or leave, that is for you to ponder. However, as an elder of Jinghuai, I wish to extend my heartfelt gesture." The old gentleman presented a luxurious flat in the capital, worth over 100 million. Su Qihong, refusing to accept, tearfully replied, "I truly cherish Jinghuai, and I am willing to wait for his return." Old Master Zhou was deeply saddened. After a long while, he spoke in a hoarse voice, "That scoundrel is not worthy of such devotion from you. Yet, when it comes to matters of the heart, reason cannot dictate one's feelings." Old Master Zhou sought solace in material means, resolutely transferring the ownership of this residence to Su Qihong, thereby providing the young lady with a semblance of security. In the tranquil hospital room, Zhou Jinghuai sat on the edge of the single sofa by the bed, his arm resting against his knee. Fingers arranged in a pyramid shape supporting his chin. Having just showered, he donned a fresh outfit, the impeccably tailored shirt accentuating his well-proportioned physique. His gaze was fixed intently upon Yi Wu's face, fearful of missing the moment she awoke. Everyone urged him to let Yi Wu go. However, he was unwilling to relent. At that moment, he was certain that Zhou Jinghuai would not dare to act. It was not that he was indifferent to Yi Wu's fate, but the current situation left him at a loss for words. Suddenly, Yi Wu emitted a faint murmur. Zhou Jinghuai hurriedly leaned closer, and Yi Wu instinctively grasped his arm tightly, murmuring in her sleep, "Zhou Jinghuai, the dawn has come, will you come to rescue me?" Zhou Jinghuai, the dawn. She repeated these words, ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. Slowly, Yi Wu opened her eyes, tears still glistening within them. And she quietly gazed at Zhou Jinghuai, as if beholding him for the very first time. After a prolonged moment, she gently pushed him away, asking, "I must see Gu Jiu. Where is Gu Jiu?" Yi Wu recalled how Gu Jiu had fiercely protected her, shielding her from the searing flames. "Gu Jiu, where are you?" With determination, Yi Wu struggled to sit up, abruptly yanking the four from her hand, and leapt from the bed, intent on rushing outside. Zhou Jinghuai felt an unbearable ache in his heart as he embraced her from behind, softly reassuring her that he had escaped the clutches of death and was now in a sterile ward. Yet, Yi Wu was resolute in her desire to see Gu Jiu. With determination, she broke free from Zhou Jinghuai's grasp and dashed towards the door. After navigating through several corridors, she finally arrived at the entrance of the sterile room. Through the transparent glass, she beheld Gu Jiu lying in tranquility, his arms swathed in white bandages. Yiwu gently pressed her palm against the glass, tears welling in her eyes. Nearby, Gu Nianan, who had been lingering in the vicinity, rushed over upon hearing the commotion, sobbing as she revealed the grim news: her brother's left arm was completely shattered, and the doctors had stated that it would require more than 10 surgeries for recovery. Additionally, her brother had lost hearing in his left ear. Yiwu trembled uncontrollably, suppressing her tears as she softly tapped on the glass. The debt she owed Gu Jiu was one that she would never be able to repay in this lifetime. Behind her, Zhou Jinghuai appeared pale, his heart heavy at that moment. Once, Yiwu's heart had belonged solely to him, but now there was a fissure within her heart that had allowed Gu Jiu to enter, regardless of the affection or obligations she felt. Yiwu's heart now harbored Gu Jiu, as well as the presence of other men. Zhou Jinghuai took a step forward, yearning to embrace her. Yet, Yiwu softly spoke, "Do not touch me. Do not seek me out again, I wish to never see you. Zhou Jinghuai, I do not wish to see you. Do you comprehend this clearly? If not, allow me to reiterate, I do not wish to see you." Chapter 58, The Climax of Heartache, Zhou Jinghuai. There is no turning back. Zhou Jinghuai, however, was unwilling to let go. Yiwu, shattered in spirit, retorted to Zhou Jinghuai with a stinging remark, a slap across the face: "Half of my grandmother's life, half of Gu Jiu's hearing. Zhou Jinghuai, by what right do you think I should still want you?" Zhou Jinghuai found himself at a loss for words, for Yiwu spoke only the truth. He had consistently let her down, inflicting wounds upon her heart, yet now he yearned to make amends. Yiwu slowly turned, her tone drenched in sorrow, and then, "Shall I continue to endure your hurt, along with that of your indiscretions?" Zhou Jinghuai, there exists a phrase: "Spilt water cannot be retrieved," and this aptly describes our situation. She averted her gaze from him, her palm pressed against the glass, observing the man who fiercely protected her. Though her heart did not belong to Gu Jiu, the debts of gratitude she owed him were insurmountable in this lifetime. Yiwu refused to depart, resolutely insisting on waiting for Gu Jiu to awaken. It felt as if she had been waiting for an eternity when, at last, Gu Jiu's eyelashes fluttered, and he gradually opened his eyes. Gu Jiu had awakened. Yiwu's palm remained against the glass, gently tapping, her lips trembling as she hoarsely called out his name: "Gu Jiu, Gu Jiu." It seemed he heard her, as he slowly turned his head, quietly gazing at Yiwu outside. She tapped the glass once more, tears mingling with laughter. Gu Jiu struggled to offer her a faint smile, his gaze radiating warmth, while beside him, Gu Nianan stifled a sob, covering her mouth in muffled distress. In the dimly lit corridor, Zhou Jinghuai appeared pale and drawn. She refrained from conversing with him, rejecting his concern. In her heart, she had erected an island, a sanctuary where she permitted no entry to Zhou Jinghuai. She continually urged him to leave, to go away. For the first time, Zhou Jinghuai felt a sense of powerlessness. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a nurse entered with a silver tray and said to Zhou Jinghuai, "Madame Zhou has an injury on her lower back, could you please assist her in applying the medication?" Zhou Jinghuai nodded. After the nurse departed, he gently patted Yiwu and softly said, "I will apply the medicine for you." Yiwu remained unresponsive. Zhou Jinghuai turned her body, intending to help her remove the hospital gown, but Yiwu felt a strong aversion and swiftly brushed his hand away, exclaiming, "Do not touch me." Zhou Jinghuai stood there, utterly mortified. The ward was enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, the door swung open as a maid, dispatched by Mrs. Chen to deliver some supplements, entered. She was quite perceptive and immediately grasped the situation, thus she courteously offered, "Men have coarse hands, allow me to assist Mrs. Zhou with the application of the ointment." Zhou Jinghuai, not wishing to provoke Yiwu, pondered briefly before acquiescing. He stepped out of the hospital room and made his way to the end of the corridor. Standing in the breeze to smoke, a pale blue haze rose, obscuring the contours of his face. After a considerable time, he retrieved an object from the pocket of his trousers. It was the safety lock he had gifted to Yiwu, now shattered beyond repair. He had attempted to piece it back together, yet a broken object remains irreparably fractured. Much like emotions, spilt water cannot be gathered again. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Zhou Jinghuai turned around and beheld the couple by Chunyan approaching. Mrs. Bai cried out with a piercing voice, Jinghuai. For the sake of Ruanan, please spare Qianqian. She was merely momentarily confused. Zhou Jinghuai was aware that in the evening, Bai Qianqian had been apprehended. The offense she committed was likely to incur a sentence of no less than 20 years. The night breeze howled, tousling the dark strands of Zhou Jinghuai's hair and caressing his profound gaze. Zhou Jinghuai's voice was icy. Did I hear incorrectly? Due to her obstinacy? My wife nearly lost her life in an explosion, and you still have the audacity to plead for her mercy. I shall not forgive her, neither will the judiciary. She and Zhou Jinghuai should prepare to languish in prison. Mrs. Bai remained in sorrow. Bai Chunyan hesitated for a moment, aware of his own despicable nature. Yet still voiced, let it be for Ruoan. Ruoan is still awaiting Qianqian's blood, as a kidney transplant is needed in the future. Zhou Jinghuai paused for a moment. The past, akin to strong liquor, burned intensely. After a long while, Zhou Jinghuai let out a cold laugh. I believe Uncle Bai will have a solution. Bai Chunyan felt a twinge of resentment. Jinghuai, have you forgotten your connection with Ruoan? Zhou Jinghuai's gaze turned exceedingly sinister. And Bai Chunyan dared not mention that name again. Yet, he could not help but voice his grievances. Jinghuai, you are being excessively heartless for the sake of your current wife. At that moment, Madame Chen hurried over and fortuitously overheard the conversation. Although her understanding was limited, it did not hinder her from expressing herself vehemently. She berated Bai Chunyan, exclaiming, your precious daughter, raised without a mother's guidance, has now committed such a grave offense. And you still have the audacity to plead for her. I say, just give her a bullet to end it swiftly. Madame Bai, who harbored long-standing resentment towards her, shot back, Xiang Yingchuan, do not kick someone when they are down. Madame Chen sneered. Such a daughter should have been discarded at birth to spare the world from her pollution. Madame Bai was infuriated to the point of illness. Bai Chunyan quickly retrieved a heart-saving pill and administered it to his wife before carrying her to the emergency room. Zhou Jinghuai summoned Secretary Lin and arranged for 20 security personnel to guard the entrances and exits of the floor, prohibiting any unauthorized individuals from entering. Once everything was in order, he and Mrs. Chen entered the hospital room to visit Yi Wu. In the VIP ward, the maid that Mrs. Chen had appointed was meticulously applying medicine to Yi Wu's wounds. Observing the bruises on her back, which were dark and purple, the maid felt a pang of sympathy and used a gentler touch. Despite her carefulness, Yi Wu still inhaled sharply in pain. Understanding her discomfort, the maid cheerfully remarked, you have a particularly lovely faint mole on your waist. At that moment, the door to the ward was pushed open. The maid hurriedly helped Yi Wu adjust her clothing. Fearing that Zhou Jinghuai might catch a glimpse of the woman's body, it was better for a husband to see such things in private. Chapter 59, A Climactic Revenge. On their wedding anniversary, she was accompanying another. Zhou Jinghuai sought the finest specialists to treat Gu Jusi. The Gu family harbored some grievances. Yet the ties between the Zhou and Gu families were as intricate as sinews binding bones, making it unwise to sever their relationship lightly, especially with Mr. Chen now positioned between them. However, Gu Jusi's hearing remained impaired, and Yi Wuxin's emotional wounds had yet to heal. Throughout Gu Jusi's arduous recovery, Yi Wuxin steadfastly stood by his side. Before each surgical procedure, she would craft a paper airplane for him. From the window of the VIP ward, the stars in the night sky were visible. Yi Wuxin would fold a paper airplane and place it in her palm. Gu Jusi gently took it, and together they gazed at the nightscape outside. After a prolonged silence, he spoke softly. In the past, Nianan thought I was akin to a cold-blooded creature, incapable of stirring passion for anything. Now I realize that this is not the case. I too possess human emotions and impulses. I still have one ear. It will not hinder my life. Losing half my hearing in exchange for your life is a worthwhile trade. I cannot afford to be overly sentimental any longer. He offered Yi Wuxin a warm smile, and at that moment, any additional words seemed superfluous. Yi Wuxin returned his smile gently. If it could be said that her past life contained only a hint of sweetness, with the remainder steeped in bitterness, Gu Jusi's presence had diluted that bitterness. Yi Wuxin clenched her fist and touched his, exchanging soft smiles. They had become kindred spirits. At the doorway of the hospital room, Zhou Jinghuai stood quietly, watching for an extended period. He observed Yi Wuxin folding paper airplanes for Gu Jusi, her radiant smiles directed at him. And their playful fist bumps, moments that had once belonged solely to him during their happiest times. Now, all of that was bestowed upon Gu Jusi. Zhou Jinghuai wore a sullen expression. Secretary Lin noticed this and cautiously spoke, "Young Master Jing, the private jet is scheduled to take off in an hour. Yun City is still awaiting your leadership. The madam will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. I have arranged all matters meticulously, so you may rest assured." Zhou Jinghuai's expression remained tense. How could I possibly ease my mind? Secretary Lin dared not utter another word. After a moment, Zhou Jinghuai walked towards the elevator. His mood undeniably somber. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Gu Nianen stepped out. Zhou Jinghuai typically exudes an air of aloofness. Rarely engaging with someone as youthful as Gu Nianen. Yet today, he displayed an unexpected gentleness. "I must make a trip to Yun City, Nianen, please look after Yi Wu." Gu Nianen was utterly perplexed. Secretary Lin couldn't help but think how cunning young Master Jing truly was. On the first floor, the spring night was suffused with the fragrance of locust blossoms. A black luxury vehicle awaited beneath the trees, the driver already poised for action. Upon seeing Zhou Jinghuai descend, he promptly opened the rear door. "Mr. Zhou, please enter." Zhou contemplated the approaching month, as it would mark their wedding anniversary, and decided to devise a plan for that occasion. Zhou Jinghuai settled into the car and began to peruse the documents, immersing himself in his work. However, after a short while, he recalled the intimate demeanor shared between Yi Wu and Gu Jusi, which stirred a sense of anger within him. He set aside the papers in his hands and, after a moment's contemplation, could not resist inquiring of his assistant, Secretary Lin, seated in the passenger seat, "Surely their relationship is merely platonic, isn't it? Yi Wu must only feel gratitude towards Gu Jusi, as I discern no signs of romantic affection between them." Secretary Lin, amused at his naivete, feigned a contemplative expression, deliberately obfuscating her superior's intentions. "Ah, that is indeed difficult to ascertain. The nature of romantic love is intricate. It may very well blossom over time. Moreover, considering you are situated 1,000 miles away in Yun City, there are many nuances you may remain oblivious to." Zhou Jinghuai leaned against the back of his chair, exuding an air of nobility, yet his mood was profoundly dismal. In truth, he harbored dark thoughts. He contemplated sending Yi Wu abroad, ensuring she would never encounter Gu Josie again. However, reason restrained him, for such an act would irrevocably sever their marital bond. Yi Wu had always possessed a fiercely independent spirit. Upon arriving in Yun City, he was inundated with countless affairs requiring his personal attention, leaving him perpetually on the move. Yet, despite his frenetic schedule, he made it a point to call Yi Wu each evening, only to be met with her unwavering refusal to answer. In April, the roses bloomed. The Rong'an Group's office building, situated in the heart of Yun City, towered majestically against the skyline. Secretary Lin glanced at the itinerary and remarked, "You have a banquet to attend this evening. Please reschedule it," he replied. Secretary Lin, sensing his relief, added, "Your wife will surely be pleased." Zhou Jinghuai smiled modestly, calculating that it had indeed been 2 months since their last encounter, and she was likely still upset. On this day, he finished work early, donning a meticulously tailored three-piece suit that accentuated his handsome demeanor. He had reserved a table at the finest restaurant in the capital. Surely, Yi Wu would be pleasantly surprised. After all, women are often fond of romance. As twilight descended, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom halted beneath a towering sycamore tree. Zhou Jinghuai alighted, cradling a bouquet of white roses, with an exquisite gift tucked away in his pocket. He was confident that Yi Wu would undoubtedly appreciate his thoughtful gesture. Zhou Jinghuai descended to the lower level and gazed up towards the balcony of Yi Wu's apartment. He retrieved his phone, but in the next moment, his movements halted. He beheld Yi Wu, accompanied by Gu Jusi. Together, they marveled at the stars adorning the night sky. In Yi Wu's hand, a fairy wand sparkled, as Gu Jusi, with a smile, ignited it with a lighter held in one hand. The glow of the wand illuminated Yi Wu's face, and she radiated pure joy. Zhou Jinghuai had always known that when Yi Wu smiled genuinely, a hint of her small canine teeth would show, adding a touch of youthful innocence to her expression. Surely, she must be exceedingly happy now, reveling in her time with Gu Jusi. The night enveloped him like ink, concealing the shadows on his face. He refrained from making another call, standing there in a self-inflicted torment, watching Yi Wu and others gaze at the stars and twirl their fairy wands. Moments later, Gu Nianan bounded out, exclaiming, "The dumplings are ready." I tasted one, and it was absolutely delicious. In the darkness, Zhou Jinghuai's gaze deepened. Chapter 60, Yi Wu. I miss you so much. At 9:30 in the evening, Yi Wu bid farewell to the Gu siblings. She was momentarily taken aback. Then, she locked eyes with Zhou Jinghuai amidst the night breeze. He stood beside a sleek black Rolls-Royce, clad in a meticulously tailored three-piece suit. Yet, Yi Wu could easily perceive that Zhou Jinghuai had lost weight and appeared somewhat darker. The ache of brokenness and the 2 months apart felt as though a century had passed. After a prolonged gaze, Zhou Jinghuai approached Yi Wu. Pausing to glance toward the direction of her apartment, and softly spoke, "I arrived at 7, but seeing you with Gu Jusi enjoying the fairy wands, I chose not to intrude." Yi Wu remained silent. Zhou Jinghuai opened the car door and retrieved a white rose from the passenger seat. He then took out an exquisite velvet box. Upon opening it, he revealed a stunning pink diamond ring, a magnificent 6-carat masterpiece. Zhou Jinghuai's gaze was profound as he grasped Yi Wu's hand, intending to adorn her with a ring. "Happy 5th wedding anniversary," he uttered. Yet, Yi Wu gently curled her fingers, refusing his gesture. Her voice was soft but resolute. "Zhou Jinghuai, I do not wish to accept your belated gift. If you truly desire my happiness, then kindly sign the divorce papers. Perhaps Secretary Lin neglected to inform you that our divorce proceedings commence the day after tomorrow." Zhou Jinghuai's elegant brows were lightly furrowed as he pondered the upcoming court hearing. The night breeze rustled, caressing the dark tips of his hair. He lowered his gaze and inquired softly, "Do you have feelings for Gu Jusi?" Their relationship had unraveled, and she felt no obligation to explain anything to him. Yi Wu turned to leave, contemplating that her affections had long been extinguished by Zhou Jinghuai. In this world, he was the least qualified to question her. The night loomed eerily, and from behind, Zhou Jinghuai's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "Yi Wu, I miss you. Life in Yun City is exceedingly busy and arduous." He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet none mirrored the current moment. Yi Wu hesitated for a brief moment before hastening her departure. Upon returning to her apartment, she leaned against the door, tilting her head back, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. The dining table remained cluttered with unwashed dishes, a half-consumed bottle of champagne standing testament to her solitude. Xiaobai scampered over, wagging its tail, and Yi Wu bent down to embrace it, burying her face in the softness of the little creature's belly. In the Jingpei garden, Zhou Jinghuai nodded, unfastening the buttons of his suit as he made his way toward the brightly lit entrance hall. The villa appeared unchanged, yet it felt uninviting. Perhaps due to Yi Wu's absence. In an effort to please him, a servant casually remarked while taking his suit jacket, "Would you like a bowl of vegetarian noodles, sir? I specifically learned how to make the sauce from Madame." The servant shook his head slightly. Zhou Jinghuai felt a profound sense of desolation and refrained from inquiring further. Proceeding directly to the study on the second floor, everything remained as it had been. Yet upon the polished desk lay a subpoena from the court, with the hearing scheduled for the day after tomorrow. The floor-to-ceiling windows stood pristine as mirrors, reflecting the illumination and his own despondency. Despite his meticulously tailored bespoke suit and the carefully styled wax in his hair, everything appeared flawless. However, within him, there existed a barren wasteland of emotions. Zhou Jinghuai retrieved a cigarette case from his desk, extracted a solitary cigarette, and lit it with a leisurely grace. The pale blue smoke began to waft through the air, enveloping him in an ethereal haze. His gaze, deeper than ever before, reflected a profound contemplation. After consuming roughly half of the cigarette, he arrived at a resolution. He turned slightly, extinguishing the cigarette, and then picked up his phone to dial a long-anticipated number. "Zhou Ci, let us meet." 30 minutes later, at the Yin Quan restaurant in Jing City, adorned with sleek black Italian decor and a grand floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the city's nocturnal splendor, Zhou Jinghuai had invested 300,000 to reserve the space. When Gu Jiu arrived, Zhou Jinghuai stood by the window, his silhouette exuding an air of solitude. Gu Jiu offered a calm smile. "How could I ever forget?" Zhou Jinghuai's voice is deeper than the night itself. "Zhou Ci, from childhood to adulthood, we have been inseparable. In business and connections, there has never been a conflict. You can have whatever you desire, but I will not relinquish Yi Wu to you. Zhou I owe you a favor, but I may have to let you down. Gu Zhou has never dared to underestimate Zhou Jinghuai. Look. Even when laying his cards on the table, he is gentle and amiable, as if reminiscing. It is hardly surprising that Yi Wu fell into his hands. With just a few simple words, Gu Zhou discerned Zhou Jinghuai's intentions. He was aiming to deal with him. He felt no fear, rather. He approached Zhou Jinghuai and stood beside him, gazing at the night scenery outside. After a moment, Gu Zhou spoke calmly, I saved her. My presence by her side is not for the sake of winning her heart. I merely wish to help her escape a loveless marriage. Zhou Jinghuai. You are utterly unworthy of her affections. Do you dare to reveal your true secrets to her? Are you bold enough to acknowledge the existence of Bai Ruoan? The night was as eerie as a specter. The entire city appeared to be shrouded in phantoms and spirits. Zhou Jinghuai, adorned in elegant black, stood illuminated by the light, casting a delicate silhouette reminiscent of a masterful ink painting, as exquisite as the finest orchid. He turned to Gu Zhou, his gaze profound. Indeed, I am unworthy. Yet, I yearn to possess it. Chapter 61, Divorce. Zhou Jinghuai's heartbreaking confession. Beijing court. Journalists from across the city had gathered. The entrance was congested with throngs of people, countless flashes aimed at a black luxury vehicle. All hoping to capture the moment Zhou Jinghuai would alight, destined to set the internet ablaze. Within the vehicle, Secretary Lin turned to him and asked, Young Master Jing, shall we deploy security to prevent any disturbances? The journalists are currently live streaming, and I fear it may tarnish your reputation. Zhou Jinghuai lightly adjusted the straightened pant legs. His tone indifferent, no need. The driver opened the car door for him as Zhou fastened his suit button and strode purposefully towards the courthouse. The flashes of cameras illuminating the sky behind him. Mr. Zhou, will you agree to the divorce? It is said that you and your wife are separated. After the divorce, will you remarry? He entered courtroom number 2, where every seat was occupied. The Zhou family has arrived. Old Master Zhou and his wife, Zhou Yanli, as well as Zhou Yanyu and her husband, arrived. With Zhou Jingyao facing sentencing, Zhou Yanyu and her husband could hardly wait for Yi Wu to be cast out from the Zhou family. Yi Wu's relatives also came, including the Gu siblings, Madame Chen, and their grandmother. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Jinghuai caught sight of Yi Wu. Today, she donned a little black dress, eschewing extravagant jewelry. Save for a handcrafted brooch from a British brand, her expression resolute and unwavering. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at her quietly, his eyes reflecting a man's tenderness. His lawyer, Xiao Dezhuang, whispered, as long as you assert that the emotional bond remains intact, the court will not grant a divorce. If Mrs. Zhou wishes to proceed with the separation, she must continue her litigation, at which point you may appeal to the judge for discretion. Xiao Dezhuang handed a manuscript to Zhou Jinghuai, urging him to read it with passion, confident that a divorce could be avoided. Zhou Jinghuai, however, set aside the manuscript. He fixed his gaze upon Yi Wu's eyes and spoke softly, I consent to the divorce. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Everyone was rendered speechless by Zhou Jinghuai's unexpected acquiescence to the divorce. Yi Wu was momentarily taken aback as well. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at her with tenderness, reiterating, I am willing to divorce. If given a chance to start anew, I would not take such risks. Ah Wu, if it would bring you solace, I would willingly accept a divorce. As for the division of assets, aside from 10% of the Rong'an Group's shares, all my property shall belong to my wife. Yi Wu. I only wish to retain our residence at Daijing Garden and a few changes of shirts. Ah Wu, those shirts were purchased by you for me. Zhou Jinghuai spoke with profound emotion. In the audience, the elder Zhou turned to his younger son, Zhou Yanli, and inquired, when did he become so flamboyant? He never professed his feelings this way during his wedding, did he? Is this a divorce, Yanli? This must be a divorce, right? Old Master Zhou, with his emaciated fingers gently caressing his cane, spoke with an expressionless demeanor. He must have studied acting abroad, his performance is so remarkably lifelike. Zhou Yanli cleared his throat softly, finding it difficult to respond. Madame Zhou was both astonished and delighted. Jinghuai had finally come to a realization. After the conclusion of the trial, both parties privately signed the divorce agreement. Perhaps it came too easily, for when Yi Mu affixed her signature, a hint of hesitation lingered. Zhou Jinghuai gazed deeply, gently inquiring, "Do you find it difficult to part with?" "You're overthinking it," came the response. Zhou Jinghuai fixated on her, as if attempting to discern the very essence of her being. He could distinctly perceive the glimmer of moisture at the corners of Yi Wu's eyes. Abruptly, he spoke, "Do you still harbor feelings for me?" The court staff nearby felt a palpable discomfort. Yet, President Rome's brazen words, laden with embarrassment, carried an unexpected allure. One could scarcely fathom how it would sound if uttered by another. Yi Wu signed her name, pushing the divorce agreement towards Zhou Jinghuai, and coldly remarked, "Zhou Jinghuai, I have told you before, you are overthinking." Zhou Jinghuai gazed at her deeply before accepting the agreement, inscribing his name upon it. After signing, he lingered over the document for a while. This was the final moment, their names intertwined for the last time. Henceforth, they would no longer be husband and wife, embarking on separate paths, each leading their own lives. Zhou Jinghuai closed the agreement and turned to Yi Wu, speaking softly, "Ah Wu, you are now free." Yi Wu's lips quivered slightly, yet she ultimately said nothing and departed directly. Zhou Jinghuai remained standing there, gazing at Yi Wu's silhouette. His demeanor captured by the camera, handsome yet haggard. As evening descended, the photograph ignited a frenzy online, eliciting a wave of sympathy from women across the city. Zhou Jinghuai looks as though he is on the verge of breaking. Just grant Zhou Jinghuai a Yi Wu, he is not asking for the moon. Oh, my future New Year's wishes for Zhou Jinghuai and Yi Wu to reconcile. Meanwhile, in a hospital in Geneva, a slender woman set down her phone and stood on the terrace, gazing towards the east. It was Bai Ruoan. Ever since Bai Qianxian committed her foolish act, Zhou Jinghuai had seldom called. At times, he would not even answer her calls, just like today, when she dialed 3 times, he did not have the moment to respond. Was it truly a matter of lacking time, or did he simply wish to avoid her? It had been 2 months since he last visited Geneva. Had he fallen for Yi Wu? Why had he uttered such words in court, and why did he display such tenderness when looking at Yi Wu? In the past, that tenderness had solely belonged to her, Bai Ruoan. Zhou Jinghuai, what does our youthful romance amount to? Chapter 62. Zhou Jinghuai, even if we part, I will still pursue you. On a serene night, a black Rolls-Royce glided into the Zhou family estate. As the door swung open, Zhou Jinghuai emerged, tall and elegant, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. He pushed open the study door, embraced by the gentle night breeze. Zhou Jinghuai noticed it early in the morning. He took a seat opposite the old gentleman, engaging him in a game of chess, expressing his distaste for the frivolous. Old Master Zhou scoffed, "Ah Wu is not frivolous. Yet I have not seen you cherish her much, you ended the marriage in an instant." Zhou Jinghuai remarked with a sense of finality, "She will always be my wife." The old gentleman's eyes sparkled with intrigue, "What do you mean?" At that moment, Su Huainan entered, his gaze upon Zhou Jinghuai filled with complexity. Zhou Jinghuai toyed with the jade chess pieces, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What troubles you, Uncle Su? You appear quite perturbed. I assure you, I mean no harm." Su Huainan offered a wry smile in response. "Young Master Jing, you exaggerate." He composed himself and reported to the elder Zhou, "The Gu family is in turmoil. A significant crisis has struck Gu Juxi's father's company. I believe that not even Mr. Chen, despite his familial ties, could cover the losses, let alone fill the gap with MOC's profits." The bright lights illuminated the room, but the elder Zhou's expression darkened. In a sudden outburst, he slammed the chessboard on the table, sending pieces scattering across the floor. "Zhou Jinghuai, do not tell me this is your doing. Emotions and business should remain separate. To intertwine them is a grave error." Zhou Jinghuai, with a gentle disposition, picked up the scattered chess pieces. His tone was warm and respectful, it has long been impossible to distinguish them. "Please, sir, do calm down." Having said this, he departed. Old Master Zhou was infuriated. Pointing towards the doorway and questioning Su Huainan, "What does he mean by this? What does he mean by this? It must be that scoundrel's doing, right? It must be his handiwork." Su Huainan dared not utter a word. Wasn't the situation quite apparent? That night, Zhou Jinghuai stayed at the ancestral residence. In the dead of night, Madame Zhou arrived. Zhou Jinghuai was in the living room, addressing official matters with his notebook. Upon noticing Madame Zhou's entrance, he merely lifted his gaze slightly. Madame Zhou was unperturbed by his indifference. With Jinghuai's divorce, she would no longer have to encounter Yi Wu. And the mere thought of it filled her with joy. Madame Zhou presented several photographs of young ladies, neatly arranged before Zhou Jinghuai. She lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled gently, saying, "If Ruan's health is not satisfactory, then we shall disregard her. I have found several commendable young women for you, their family backgrounds and appearances are impeccable. What is most important is that they are all well-behaved and accommodating. Truly suitable for establishing a home." Zhou Jinghuai, however, did not even glance, merely uttering softly, "There is no need for concern. I have no intention of parting ways with Yi Wu." Madame Zhou was taken aback. "But you are divorced, aren't you?" Madame Zhou was infuriated. She abruptly rose to her feet and exclaimed, "Jinghuai, have you lost your mind? A father knows his son best. If Jinghuai truly harbored no feelings for Yi Wu, he would not have exhibited such a despondent demeanor at the warehouse that day. This divorce merely serves as a temporary measure, otherwise, are we to truly accept Gu Jiu as a male mistress? Once the divorce is finalized, everything will be laid bare and justified." At times, Zhou Yanli finds his son excessively scheming. Zhou Yanli leaned against the headboard, a serene smile gracing his lips. "I find him rather normal. That child, Yi Wu, is quite admirable. Instead of fixating solely on his shortcomings, one should reflect on her merits." Madame Zhou continued to voice her grievances, while Zhou Yanli, finding her incessant chatter irksome, decided to silence her by taking decisive action. Madame Zhou had long been deprived of the pleasures of intimacy, and when the moment finally arrived, the sweetness was almost unbearable, leading her to indulge in a passionate embrace. The following morning, Zhou Jinghuai departed for Yun City. However, a tempest was brewing in the capital. The Gu family enterprise faced a grave crisis. With the media sensationalizing the situation, an unceasing cycle of news reports throughout the day, emphasizing the severity of the matter. Yi Wu paid a visit to the Gu residence. Gu Juxi's parents were under investigation, and Gu Juxi, with an incompletely healed arm, was reluctantly thrust into the chaos of the Gu family business, leaving behind a bewildered Gu Nianan, who could articulate nothing. In the afternoon, Yi Wu dialed Zhou Jinghuai's number. The phone rang for 6 seconds before he answered. His voice smooth and warm as jade, "Your call was a delightful surprise, like a gentle spring breeze." Yi Wu was well aware of the man's typical tactics. She cut straight to the chase. "The troubles of the Gu family, you orchestrated them, did you not?" In Yun City, at the Rong'an Group building. Zhou Jinghuai stood before the expansive window, holding his phone, his voice imbued with a tender warmth. "Yi Wu, you have truly misjudged me. Public matters are separate from private ones, I am quite capable of distinguishing between the two." Yi Wu replied with a cold laugh, "Zhou Jinghuai, I know you all too well." The man smiled lightly, "If you truly wish to inquire, come to Yun City." Chapter 63, Is it worth it for Gu Juxi? Yi Wu had no intention of traveling to Yun City. She promptly ended the call. Moments later, she stared at her phone in a daze for a prolonged period, realizing that Zhou Jinghuai's declaration of divorce was not genuine. His seeming willingness to let go was merely a temporary tactic. His impassioned words in court were nothing more than a performance. He truly is a remarkable actor. As dusk approached, Yi Wu made a visit to the Zhou residence. The evening glow was resplendent, the horizon resembling a vibrant tapestry, while the 2 rows of French parasol trees stood majestically, their foliage lush in the fading sunlight. The butler, receiving Yi Wu with utmost respect, informed her, "The old master has gone fishing with a few old friends and may not return tonight. However, Mr. Zhou Yanli is at home, would you like to meet him?" His words seemed to convey Zhou Yanli's wishes. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Wu agreed. Zhou Yanli met with his former daughter-in-law in his study, treating Yi Wu with the same warmth as before. He thoughtfully had someone brew a cup of mandheling coffee and personally served it to her, gently saying, "These are new beans, do give them a try." The two sat side by side, and Zhou Yanli did not feign ignorance. Instead, he spoke candidly, "Since we are family, I shall be straightforward with you. This matter is beyond my control, and it is likewise beyond the old gentleman's reach. Jinghuai holds 30% of Rong'an's shares. And the 10% that the old gentleman allocated to Jingyao is currently held in trust by him. In other words, aside from the constraints imposed by the Zhou family lineage, the old gentleman finds himself powerless against Jinghuai. Anticipating your visit, the old gentleman has chosen to avoid us. At these words, Yiwu felt a heaviness in her heart. Zhou Yan presented a cup of coffee. His voice warm and amiable. Perhaps you should have an earnest conversation with Jinghuai, he might reconsider his stance. Yiwu offered a bitter smile. Declining Zhou Yan's invitation to stay for dinner, and departed from the Zhou residence as dusk enveloped the surroundings. No sooner had she left than Mrs. Zhou entered. Madame Zhou, in a state of discontent, addressed her husband, "What is her purpose for coming here? Has she not divorced Jinghuai?" Zhou Yanli remained seated gracefully upon the English brocade sofa, savoring the remnants of his half-filled cup of coffee. As he listened to his wife's words, he raised his gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. Divorce? I implore you, open your eyes and assess the situation. Presently, your beloved son is pursuing someone fervently, begging for her attention, nearly causing a commotion in the capital. Yet here he is, having committed such a folly, retreating to Cloud City, merely waiting for his wife to come knocking on his door. Madame Zhou felt quite aggrieved. How shall I continue to play cards with Mrs. Gu from now on? Zhou Yanli, playing cards? Ha, it's fortunate you haven't. As the lights begin to twinkle, Gu Jusi's secretary gently pushed open the office door, whispering, Lawyer Gu has spent the entire afternoon poring over the accounts. At this hour, he hasn't even had dinner. Yi Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Behind the desk, Gu Jisi wore a frown, his left arm wrapped in pristine bandages, concealed beneath a tailored suit jacket, while his uninjured right hand held a small stub of a cigarette, drawing intermittent puffs. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his gaze and extinguished the cigarette. What brings you here? Yi Wu placed the dinner she had brought, roasted duck from Su Fu Jing, on the table. Gu Jisi, in a foul mood, nonetheless appreciated the gesture. Just as I was feeling hungry, you brought this. He pushed aside the scattered documents. Yi Wu joined him for the meal. The Gu family was weathering a storm, yet Gu Jusi refrained from mentioning it, instead engaging in mundane conversation. The more he acted this way, the more Yi Wu felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. She retrieved a check and gently placed it on the polished desk, representing her entire savings, over 2 billion. Gu Jusi gazed at the check, questioning softly, what is this for? Yi Wu lowered her head to eat, just a small favor. Furthermore, he could not accept Yi Wu's money, for the reasons behind it were mutually understood. He would scorn himself otherwise. After a moment of silence, Yi Wu finally voiced the words that had weighed heavily on her heart, Jusi, I owe you an apology. Gu Jusi hesitated briefly but then reached out to tousle her hair. What are you saying? It has nothing to do with you. Yet Yi Wu knew it was connected to her, stemming from Zhou Jinghuai's actions. For the following week, the media was rife with negative reports about the Gu Corporation. However, since the turmoil originated from her, she could not remain passive. In the stillness of the night, Yi Wu stood on the balcony of her apartment, letting the night breeze tousle her long black hair, carrying with it a faint woody fragrance that was refreshing. Yet, her heart was in turmoil. After consuming 2 cans of beer and contemplating, she finally dialed Zhou Jinghuai's number. The phone rang for a few seconds before he answered. Yi Wu, lacking preamble and bearing a hint of fatigue, stated directly, Zhou Jinghuai, let us negotiate a deal. I will transfer 10% of my shares in the Rong'an Group to you, along with 20 billion in cash from my account, even an auction house, all yours. In return, you will leave me and Gu Jusi alone. Is that acceptable? On the other end, Zhou Jinghuai let out a cold laugh. Yi Wu, without hesitation, replied, it's worth it, I owe Gu Jusi. Zhou Jinghuai seemed to have subdued his anger, his tone returning to its usual warmth. But Yi Wu, is this what I truly desire? You know what I seek by engaging in these actions. To reiterate, if you genuinely wish to converse, come to Yun City. He appeared genuinely upset, and after saying this, he hung up the phone, leaving only the hurried beeping on the other end. The phone slipped from Yi Wu's grasp as she gently blinked. Yes, she understood. Chapter 64, Zhou Jinghuai steals a dog. A reunion in Yun City. Yi Wu did not travel to Yun City. She was acutely aware of Zhou Jinghuai's intentions. He had orchestrated this scenario to lure her in. step by step dismantling her psychological defenses. However, the situation at Gu's enterprise was perilous. Yiwu received a phone call from Madame Gu Jiuxi's mother, inviting her for coffee. Despite the Gu family's troubles, Madame Gu maintained her usual elegance, adorned in designer attire and exquisite jewelry. Seated in an upscale CAF, Yiwu gazed at the weary noblewoman across from her, knowing that some unkind words were inevitable, yet she felt compelled to attend. As expected, Madame Gu stirred her coffee slowly and remarked, "In the past, I did not oppose Jiuxi's association with you because you were Jinghuai's wife. And I believed Jiuxi would exercise discretion. Even when Jiuxi suffered due to you, I did not blame you, as it was his own choice. However, now that you are divorced, it would be best for you to cease your interactions, lest others speculate." Yiwu replied calmly, "Rest assured, I merely wish to offer assistance." Madame Gu's eyes sharpened with scrutiny. "Let me be blunt. I am aware that Jiuxi holds affections for you, but I cannot condone your union. Regardless of your marital status, even if you had never been with Zhou Jinghuai, I would still be unable to accept your background." Madame Gu paused. "My husband and I place great importance on social standing." The sting of derision was difficult to bear, yet Yiwu endured it. She owed Gu Jiuxi a debt of life. She suppressed her feelings, but Mrs. Chen, passing by, could not remain silent. Madame Gu's face paled as she stood to leave. It is always prudent to guard against potential issues. Who knows if she might harbor ulterior motives to entice our Jiuxi? Mrs. Chen attempted to reason with her, but Yiwu gently grasped her sleeve, shaking her head. Understanding her intent, Mrs. Chen sighed, "Do not take it to heart, consider it for Jiuxi's sake." Yiwu smiled serenely, "No matter how harsh the words, I shall not internalize them. I have endured far worse than this countless times." Mrs. Chen, filled with empathy, clasped her hand gently. "If your parents were aware, they would undoubtedly feel heartbroken." Yiwu smiled lightly, for she had never known her biological parents and was unaware of their identities. By chance, Mrs. Chen settled down to share a cup of coffee. When parting ways in the evening, as the sun dipped low, she drove slowly towards the small villa. Upon arriving, Aunt Wu rushed over, eager to report a grievance. Even now, Aunt Wu had yet to recover her composure. At 2 this afternoon, Zhou Jinghuai suddenly appeared, claiming he had come to visit the old lady. Assuming you parted amicably, I allowed him entry. However, after visiting the old lady, he left with Xiaobai. Now both he and the dog are in Yun City, and Zhou Jinghuai even made a phone call to assure us of their safety. Yiwu stood there, incredulous, in the dimming twilight, and called Zhou Jinghuai. She was at a loss for words. "Zhou Jinghuai, is this a matter of concern?" "Xiaobai is my dog." "You have stolen my dog." Zhou Jinghuai still exuded an aura of warmth and gentility. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of it," he assured her before ending the call. He then sent Yiwu a photograph. On the verdant grass, a small white dog was joyfully bounding towards the camera, a red ball clutched in its mouth. It was evident that the little one had grown fond of its new master. Yiwu felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Beside her, Aunt Wu hesitantly remarked, "Are we to allow Zhou Jinghuai to simply take our little boy away?" Yiwu pocketed her phone and replied coolly, "From now on, refer to him as Zhou Jinghuai." Aunt Wu fell silent, not daring to utter another word. 3 days later, Yiwu made a trip to Yun City. It was a Thursday, and at 4:30 in the afternoon, she confirmed that Zhou Jinghuai would not be home. A blue taxi halted in front of a red and white villa. After settling the fare, Yiwu knocked on the ornate black door, which was promptly opened by a servant. "Miss Yi, I presume? Mr. Zhou is at home, please, step inside to speak with him." "Zhou Jinghuai is at home." Yiwu hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed the servant inside. Although this was merely a temporary residence, it was exquisitely appointed. With a sprawling villa of approximately 800 square meters, staffed by 4 housekeepers, 2 drivers, and a gardener. Wherever Zhou Jinghuai resided, it was always with an air of elegance and distinction. The interior of the villa boasted a French decor, exuding a refined taste. The servant smiled and informed Yiwu, "Mr. Zhou is on the 2nd floor." Yiwu had long since lost her temper. She ascended the staircase slowly behind the servant and arrived at the door of the easternmost bedroom, where the servant knocked gently. Zhou Jinghuai was in the living room, seated upon a dark-hued sofa. Beside him, a standing lamp cast a warm glow, elongating the shadows of his eyelashes and adding a touch of fragility to his sharply defined features. Little Bai lay nestled beside him. Zhou Jinghuai perused the documents, his slender fingers gently stroking the fur of the small dog, Xiao Bai, whose dark, lustrous eyes were filled with adoration. Hearing a sound, Zhou Jinghuai turned his gaze towards the doorway, locking eyes with Yi Wu. He observed her quietly for a moment before softly instructing the servant, "You may leave." The servant departed swiftly. Once the ordinary presence had vacated, Zhou Jinghuai gestured for Yi Wu to enter and take a seat. Initially hesitant, Yi Wu was encouraged by Xiao Bai, who wagged its tail, eyes brimming with affection. She approached and embraced the dog. Suddenly, a masculine arm firmly grasped her wrist, and she found herself pressed against the plush sofa, the man's body looming over her, effortlessly entrapping her beneath him. It was none other than Zhou Jinghuai. As Yi Wu sank into the softness of the couch, the firmness of his body pressed against her. She placed her palm against his chest and gently pushed, exclaiming, "Zhou Jinghuai, let me go. I came here to find the dog." Zhou Jinghuai's dark eyes were profound and enigmatic. He neither uttered a word of release nor restraint. After a moment, he reached out and removed her hair tie. The woman's ebony tresses cascaded freely, the delicate strands intertwining with their bodies, evoking a sensation both tantalizing and ticklish. Zhou Jinghuai fixed his gaze upon her, his dark eyes profound, radiating unmistakable masculine intent. Yi Wu instinctively turned her face away, feeling a sense of discomfort. Zhou Jinghuai, with his handsome visage, pursued her, one hand cradling the back of her neck, his voice low and gentle, akin to a lover's whisper. "Perhaps Xiao Bai prefers to stay with his father." Chapter 65, Zhou Jinghuai, I merely wish to see you. Yi Wu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her inability to bear children remained a lingering sorrow in her heart. The ambiguity dissipated. Zhou Jinghuai's nose brushed against hers, his voice deepening slightly. "Have you begun to cry before anything has even happened?" In moments of overwhelming emotion, he would tease her with a morsel of tender flesh, compelling her to utter his name. "Zhou Jinghuai, Zhou Jinghuai." Zhou Jinghuai gently stroked the dog's fur with his long fingers, a casual smile gracing his lips. "Have you truly come to find the dog, or is it for Gu Jiu Ci?" After hanging up the phone, he turned his gaze towards Yi Wu, his voice returning to its usual warmth. "It has been 3 months, we have finally met in person. Shall we share a meal together?" His demeanor was tender and considerate, as if he had never endured past hurts, as if the divorce had never occurred. The servants in the villa, having deduced Yi Wu's identity, treated her with utmost respect. Mr. Zhou gazed lovingly at his wife. The servant showcased his culinary skills, preparing a dozen exquisite dishes representative of Yun City, artfully arranged on the dining table. A feast for the senses. However, Yi Mu found herself lacking in appetite. Zhou Jinghuai removed his suit jacket, revealing a pristine white shirt. Under the crystal chandeliers of the restaurant, his handsome features appeared even more defined and pleasing to the eye. The man courteously placed a piece of salmon into Yi Wu's bowl, stating, "Caught fresh this morning, do give it a try." Yi Wu, however, refrained from touching the exquisite salmon. She gazed at Zhou Jinghuai and, with a cold tone, replied, "Zhou Jinghuai, I did not come to Yun City to rekindle our past." Zhou Jinghuai gazed at Yi Wu for a few moments before pouring himself a glass of red wine, observing her intently. "Is that concern for Gu Jiu Ci?" he inquired. "I read the news in the media. The Gu family's situation seems dire, which has stirred your sympathy." What a farce, like a cat weeping for a mouse, feigning compassion. Yi Wu's expression remained tranquil. "Gu Jiu Ci and I are merely friends." Zhou Jinghuai's gaze was profound. "What kind of friend are you referring to? A companion who would stand by you through thick and thin, or one with whom marriage could be contemplated?" He had been speaking in veiled terms. Yi Wu suddenly rose. No longer willing to engage in his cryptic riddles, how can we let him go, and release the Gu family from this predicament? "Zhou Jinghuai, do you not cherish wealth and power above all else? Wouldn't a 10% stake in Rong'an Group captivate your interest?" Zhou Jinghuai gently placed the wine glass in his hand upon the dining table. A glass of red wine spilled over Zhou Jinghuai's head. Yi Wu set down her glass, her voice icy. "Zhou Jinghuai, you truly are despicable." The servant beside them was taken aback. Zhou Jinghuai gestured for them to withdraw. and he himself leisurely took a tissue to wipe away the red wine stains on his attire. However, no matter how diligently he scrubbed, the marks remained stubbornly intact. Zhou Jinghuai relinquished his hold, discarding the crimson-stained tissue. With an air of calmness rather than fury, he spoke, "Is this your attitude when seeking a favor? Yi Wu. You cannot take Xiaobai, just as Gu Jiu cannot take you from my side. We have sworn an oath." "Is that so?" Yi Wu retorted with a cold laugh, articulating each word with precision. "Zhou Jinghuai, no matter how cunning your schemes or how eloquently you speak in court, our divorce certificate is genuine. I, Yi Wu, am no longer your wife. There is nothing to be taken or left behind. I am free. If you cherish Xiaobai, then care for him as you wish." Zhou Jinghuai unexpectedly smiled gently. His smile was extraordinarily charming, accompanied by a rare hint of affection. And his voice was soft and deeply emotional. "You truly dislike me, don't you? Yet, all I have done is merely to catch a glimpse of you. Ah Wu. It has been such a long time since we last met. Just like now, sitting together and enjoying a meal. Is this small wish too much for you to grant me?" Yi Wu's response was to leave without hesitation. Zhou Jinghuai made no effort to intervene. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed at Yi Wu's figure as it gradually faded into the deepening twilight. His vision was limited to a lush green meadow where a delicate little yellow flower swayed gently in the evening breeze. This sight evoked memories of that stormy night. Even now, his heart felt as if it were being pounded by torrential rain. Xiaobai circled around his legs, emitting a soft whimper, and then pressed its little head against Zhou Jinghuai's suit trousers with fervent affection. Zhou Jinghuai lowered his head, gazing into the dark, glistening eyes of the little white dog, which were filled with moisture. A servant approached cautiously and inquired, "Mr. Zhou, would you like me to reheat the dishes?" Zhou Jinghuai spoke softly, "A bowl of plain noodles, topped with fried sauce." The servant promptly acknowledged. Yi Wu spent a night at the Conrad Hotel in Yun City. At 9 o'clock in the evening, she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, clad in a bathrobe after her shower. Opposite her was a towering building, the office of the Rong'an Group in Yun City. Standing silently in the darkness, Yi Wu gently rested her head against the glass. Though she had moved on, Zhou Jinghuai refused to let her go. Behind her, her phone, resting at the foot of the bed, buzzed incessantly. She knew it was Zhou Jinghuai calling, yet she refrained from answering. She did not wish to hear his voice. Chapter 66. Are you concerned for her, or for Gu Jiu? Zhou Jinghuai seemed to have vanished from her world. In early July, Yi Wu's auction house conducted its inaugural transaction, achieving a staggering turnover of 160 million, with commissions that were notably lucrative. That evening, a celebration banquet was held, attended by a plethora of social elites, with Yi Wu's close friends showing their support. Standing beside her was Gu Jiu, who, clad in a black velvet suit, exuded an air of striking elegance that accentuated the woman's delicate grace. Yun City. The president's office in the Rong'an Group's Yun City building was shrouded in darkness. Zhou Jinghuai sat upon a circular sofa, a glass of red wine cradled in his hand, quietly gazing at the news displayed upon the wall opposite him. He observed Yi Wu and Gu Jiu standing side by side, exchanging smiles from time to time. Her laughter was enchanting. Alas, it was directed at another. Zhou Jinghuai raised his hand and slowly sipped half of the red wine, his dark eyes fixated on the news broadcast. Zhou Jinghuai cradled his dog in his arms and rose, making his way towards the door. The light outside illuminated his face, while behind him lay a realm of shadow and the bluish glow of the curtains. In Yun City, the preliminary project had concluded. However, the issues surrounding the Gu Corporation remained unresolved, with Mr. Gu periodically under investigation. Gu Jiu refused to accept the check. Yi Wu discreetly registered 20 of the shares from the Insua auction house in Gu Jiu's name, as a gesture of friendship. That day, she had arranged to dine with Mrs. Chen. After their meal, she visited the restroom. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze faltered as she unexpectedly encountered two individuals. Zhou Jinghuai and Gu Nianan. They sat at an exquisite table, its dark black crystal surface illuminated by a solitary silver candle, creating a scene of enchanting romance. The man exuded an air of sophistication, his striking features captivating, with even the tips of his black hair radiating the allure of a mature gentleman. The girl wore a delicate light lotus-colored gown, her complexion flawless and radiant. Exuding an aura of youthful innocence, however, her eyes glistened with tears, and her voice quivered slightly as she spoke. Jinghuai, I am genuinely afraid that something might happen to my father. Zhou Jinghuai offered a gentle smile, leaving Gu Nianan at a loss for words. Her lips trembling more intensely as her fingers twisted the napkin in a display of utter helplessness. At that moment, Zhou Jinghuai casually lifted his gaze and caught sight of Yi Wu, who gazed back at him with quiet intensity. Both remained remarkably composed, while Gu Nianan's face blushed crimson. And in a flurry of panic, she stood abruptly. Sister Yi Wu. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. She felt an overwhelming shame. Almost too bashful to meet Yi Wu's eyes. Yet, what was there left for Yi Wu to comprehend? She understood all too well that with Zhou Jinghuai's charm and adeptness, he could easily enchant Gu Nianan, assuming the role of a savior, deftly navigating between the Gu family and Gu Nianan. Gu Nianan would likely fall prey to his feigned innocence, ultimately opposing her entire family. She would become another Yi Wu, a moth drawn to the flame, consumed by fervent love. However, Gu Nianan was so young, so innocent and harmless, Yi Wu could almost foresee the tragic fate that awaited her, inevitably catastrophic in nature. Zhou Jinghuai maintained his usual demeanor, even flashing a gentle smile. Upon learning of an incident at Zhou Si's home, he invited Nianan out for several meals at a rather pleasant venue. If it were possible, Yi Wu truly wished to seize a candlestick and strike him on the head. However, she refrained, leading Gu Nianan out of the restaurant instead. Gu Nianan was picked up by Zhou Jinghuai for their meal, while Yi Wu hailed a taxi, providing the driver with the address. Overcome with shame, Gu Nianan tearfully addressed her, Sister Yi Wu. Yi Wu chose not to respond. Nianan was far too young, and Zhou Jinghuai's trap was not surprising. Gently brushing aside the strands of hair on her face and tucking them behind her ear, she softly urged, Get in the car. Your mother is waiting for you at home. As Gu Nianan climbed into the vehicle, realization dawned upon her, and she buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Ashamed of her own infatuation. The night was enchanting. Yi Wu stood beneath the myriad of neon lights, feeling a chill envelop her. She understood Zhou Jinghuai all too well. As well as Gu Nianan's innocence. In this moment of clarity, she recognized the danger, yet a single call from Zhou Jinghuai could plunge her back into confusion, transforming her into a naive lover once more. A sleek black van rested beneath a banyan tree. The window lowered, revealing a long, elegant hand holding a cigarette. The crimson ember dancing with the rhythm of his palm, a sight both pleasing and captivating. Yi Wu knew Zhou Jinghuai had come seeking her. His pursuit of Gu Nianan was merely a tactic to compel her compliance. She approached, opened the passenger door, and settled beside Zhou Jinghuai. He turned to glance at her, extinguishing the cigarette after a moment, and with a warm tone, remarked, It truly is not easy to meet you. Yi Wu, staring into the dark expanse ahead, replied with an impassive expression, Do not involve Nianan. Zhou Jinghuai chuckled lightly, What do you mean by that? In my heart, Nianan is merely a child. I am simply concerned about the Gu family's matters. Aren't you equally invested? Yi Wu replied with a hint of weariness, Zhou Jinghuai, can we avoid beating around the bush? Can we not be more candid? Zhou Jinghuai's smile gradually faded. Do you feel sympathy for her, or for Gu Jiu? Yi Wu replied, Both. After she spoke, she attempted to exit the vehicle, yet her wrist was firmly grasped by the man. A faint sound echoed as the locks inside the car were secured by Zhou Jinghuai. Zhou Jinghuai firmly grasped her wrist, pressing it forcefully against the seat. From an outsider's perspective, it would be impossible to discern the intensity of his grip. Within the dim confines of the car, one's senses, particularly the sense of smell, became markedly heightened. The scent of aftershave clung to Zhou Jinghuai, mingling with the fresh aroma of tobacco, forcefully enveloping Yi Wu. She languidly sank into the leather chair, murmuring, Zhou Jinghuai, what is it that you truly desire? Zhou Jinghuai gently inquired, Have you developed feelings for him? 5 months, 150 days. And both of them remained single. Zhou Jinghuai could not help but inquire. Yi Wu's eyes glistened with a watery sheen as she quietly gazed at Zhou Jinghuai and softly replied, What does it have to do with you? He raised his hand and gently caressed her fair cheek, declaring, I will not allow you to like him. Chapter 67, Farewell, Gu Juicy. On a summer night, cool and refreshing, Yiwu stood quietly on the rooftop, clad in a light jacket. A slender cigarette dangled between her delicate fingers, unlit, merely smoldering as she let it burn. The fine rain fell like silk, extinguishing the cigarette in her grasp. She paid it no mind, placing the extinguished butt on the grey railing, soon bespattered with raindrops, adding a sense of despair akin to her lost love and the friendship she was compelled to sever. On the large screen of the opposite building, the latest news of the Gu family enterprise rolled by, revealing that Gu Juicy's father was under investigation. Gu Nianan. What would come next for Gu Juicy? To this day, she had genuinely conceded to Zhou Jinghuai, in terms of ruthlessness, none could rival him. Yiwu did not indulge in self-delusion, believing Zhou Jinghuai held profound affection for her. To her, she was merely an unforeseen occurrence in his life, one who had genuinely loved him but suddenly found herself devoid of that love, leaving the esteemed Jing Xiao displeased. And that was all. The rain fell incessantly, and the small crimson mole at the corner of Yiwu's eye shone with a vibrant clarity, indistinguishable from tears. She retrieved her phone, scrutinizing the string of digits before finally dialing. When the man answered, Yiwu feigned nonchalance. Juicy, shall we dine together? They agreed to meet at a renowned Italian restaurant. At 7 in the evening, they sat across from one another, the restaurant exclusive to them, free from interruptions. This night, she had dressed with intention, donning a brown floral chipa with a lace hem paired with black stilettos. Adorning her ears were pearl studs, and on her wrist, a chopard diamond watch. Gu Juicy appeared more meticulous than usual. Despite the summer warmth, he wore a tailored three-piece suit, exuding an air of refined restraint, drawing the attention of even the young female server. Dishes arrived in succession. Gu Juicy raised his pre-meal drink, taking a sip, and with a gentle smile remarked, "The cheese ham and black truffle here are exquisite, do savor them." Yiwu responded with a soft lowering her head to savor the food. She truly made an effort to relish the meal, knowing that such moments together would soon be scarce. Gu Juicy had saved her life. She regarded him as a friend and did not wish to burden him further. She remained focused on her plate, while Gu Juicy inquired softly, "Is it delicious?" Her voice trembled slightly as she replied, "Delicious." Then, silence enveloped them. In truth, how could Gu Juicy not discern the truth? Her sister's evident peculiarities and occasional shyness did not escape his notice. He held no blame against her. Knowing that even Yiwu's cold demeanor had been enchanted by Zhou Jinghuai, let alone the innocent Nianan. Neither spoke of the preparations he made to send Nianan abroad. They sat in tranquil silence, relishing their singular Italian meal, as if they had never shared such an intimate dinner as man and woman since their acquaintance. No matter how grand the gathering, farewells are inevitable. As they exited the restaurant, the vibrant neon lights twinkled like a dream. And Gu Juicy produced a few sparklers for Yiwu, igniting them with a single hand. The flames illuminated her exquisite face, enhancing the allure of her attire. Gu Juicy watched her intently. Through the flickering light of the sparkler, Yiwu softly said, "Gu Juicy, you are a wonderful person." Gu Juicy, unable to hear clearly, gently touched his left ear and smiled tenderly at her. Yiwu stepped closer, the sparkler in her hand losing its significance, and gently touched his left ear, repeating dreamily, "You are a wonderful person." Gu Juicy chuckled, "Few have said that to me." Yiwu smiled softly, "Now there is." Upon finishing her words, a glimmer of tears welled in her eyes. Her background was so distinctly cold, her circle of friends limited. She cherished the bond with the Gu siblings, one of the few warm connections in her life. As the night sky drizzled with rain, the droplets dampened the sparkler, the flames gradually extinguishing. The streetlights dimmed, the atmosphere growing increasingly desolate, signaling the curtain fall on their encounter. They stood on the somber street. "I will see you home." Gu Juicy did not insist. He likely foresaw their conclusion. In truth, no matter the depth of affection, in such a predicament, it would seem trivial. He bore the weight of the Gu family's responsibilities. Yet he never regretted the sacrifices made for a woman he cherished. He departed first, his broad silhouette receding into the distance. Yiwu, holding a black umbrella, walked in the opposite direction, the small crimson mole at the corner of her eye shining brightly in the rainy night. "Farewell, Gu Juicy." A black Rolls-Royce idled at the roadside, Zhou Jinghuai seated within, observing them, watching Gu Jusi's tenderness and Yi Wu's allure, as well as their reluctant parting. He maintained a stoic expression. The rain-soaked ground mirrored his dampened spirits, filled with a sense of decay. He pondered, had he not intervened, Yi Wu might have been Gu Jusi's wife. Zhou Jinghuai tilted his head slightly, his Adam's apple moving incessantly. Zhou Jinghuai had been waiting for her. And as he stepped out of the car, he regarded her with an inquiry, "Will you invite me up for a moment?" Yi Wu remained silent. For sometimes a woman's silence speaks volumes. The two ascended the stairs in succession, exchanging little conversation. Upon reaching the apartment, both were somewhat damp from the rain. Yi Wu set down the room card and softly remarked, "I will fetch a dry towel for you and brew a cup of coffee." Just as she turned, her hand was grasped firmly. In a swift motion, she found herself pressed against the wall by Zhou Jinghuai. One hand clasped her slender waist while the other pinched her chin, and he kissed her with an unrestrained ferocity. The feminine dress she wore was forced upward at the hem, appearing vulnerable in the dim light. Chapter 68. Her dress bore the scent of Zhou Jinghuai. He leaned in, his athletic frame hovering near her ear, his voice unusually stern. "You have developed feelings for him, haven't you? This dress was chosen for him. Was it not? Tell me, was it for him? Speak quickly." The lighting was chaotic. Yi Wu tilted her head back. Her delicate neck taut as she glared at the furious man, deliberately adopting a tone intended to provoke. Indeed, it was worn for Gu Jusi. The man's dark eyes narrowed as he cradled the back of her neck and coldly uttered, "You seek death." The night rain persisted, falling relentlessly like a barrage of beans, accompanied by a fierce windstorm. It was not until the early hours that calm returned. In the dimly lit bedroom, Yi Wu lay under a light blanket. Her slender form turned away from Zhou Jinghuai as she coldly declared, "You have obtained what you desired, you may leave now." Zhou Jinghuai had abstained for over half a year, and tonight he found solace. Even in the face of lingering anger, it had dissipated significantly. He gently grasped the woman's fragrant shoulder, resting his face against one side of her neck, his tone tender. "When shall we obtain the marriage certificate?" Yi Wu stiffened momentarily. Then, she sat up, reaching for a lady's cigarette, one she ordinarily would not smoke, but in this moment, she felt the need for the pretense it provided. Leaning against the headboard, her expression remained indifferent. "Isn't this quite satisfactory? You have your needs, and I shall accompany you. It is a mutual ease. Zhou Jinghuai, for heaven's sake, do not conflate this physical desire with emotions. You are not worthy of such sentiments." Zhou Jinghuai pinched away her cigarette, frowning. "A woman should not smoke. If we are not remarrying, what do we call this?" Yi Wu turned her head to look at him, a faint smile gracing her lips. "A lover, an affair." Zhou Jinghuai was evidently agitated. Yet, considering their recent union, he did not wish to dampen the mood excessively. So he shifted the conversation. "I have heard your auction house is thriving. Are you not contemplating an initial public offering? I would be willing to invest 1 billion. Acquiring 30% of the original shares." Yi Wu seemed somewhat distracted. She lifted the thin blanket and rose from the bed, donning a bathrobe as she made her way to the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, the sound of running water filled the air, accompanied by Yi Wu's indistinct voice. "Public matters are public, private matters are private. I can discern between the two. Given our current relationship, it is best not to entangle ourselves too deeply to avoid complications in the future." On the bed, Zhou Jinghuai's expression darkened. Yi Wu repeatedly emphasized the distinction between public and private, yet she had transferred a portion to Gu Josie. If Gu Josie was permissible, why could he not be? However, Zhou Jinghuai refrained from expressing his discontent or revealing the truth. He even chose not to mention Gu Josie again. He entered the bathroom, gently attending to Yi Wu's bath like the most considerate of husbands, reaching a point of intimacy as he cradled the nape of her neck, clearly desiring more. Yi Wu declined, retreating into the dressing room. "I am weary and lack the energy to indulge you further." Zhou Jinghuai did not press her. He merely held her waist while she donned a pristine bathrobe and inquired, "There is a banquet on Saturday evening. Will you accompany me?" Yi Wu gazed at their intimate reflection in the mirror. The man appeared gentle, yet after years of marriage, she was acutely aware of his cunning nature. His thoughts were not difficult to decipher. With a faint smile, Yi Wu replied, "Gu Josie and Nianen will also be attending, correct?" In the mirror, Zhou Jinghuai chuckled softly, a tacit acknowledgement. Yi Wu lowered her gaze, no longer regarding him, her voice barely above a whisper. I will accompany you to the banquet. Zhou Jinghuai, I feel somewhat weary now and wish to rest. This was a clear dismissal. How could the man fail to perceive it? Yi Wu remained standing until the sound of the door closing reached her ears. Only then did she numbly remove her bathrobe and scrutinize the traces of intimacy that adorned her skin. Due to Gu Jiuzi, Zhou Jinghuai had been particularly rough that night. As if he sought to brand her with his exclusive mark. Yi Wu took another shower, scrubbing herself vigorously with body wash 3 times. The brown silk dress, imbued with Zhou Jinghuai's scent, was discarded into the trash bin. At 3 in the morning, she ascended to the rooftop of her apartment. She stood quietly, watching the city succumb to slumber, savoring the solitude of being alone. Years prior, Zhou Jinghuai had transformed her into Mrs. Zhou, her world devoid of anyone but him. As the years passed, he once again claimed her, rendering her existence desolate. On the surface, it seemed she had acquired wealth and connections. In truth, she possessed nothing. And her desires had never been truly fulfilled. With moist eyes, Yi Wu mused, look, the city is asleep. Just then, a black Rolls-Royce came to a halt. And Su Huainan opened the door, respectfully stating, Young Master Jing, the old master is waiting for you in the study. Zhou Jinghuai stepped out of the car, furrowing his brow. Is the old man not asleep at this hour? Zhou Jinghuai smiled gently and followed Su Huainan into the study. Within the study, an air of antiquity and the fragrance of sandalwood enveloped the space, while the shadows of literary bamboo danced gracefully by the window. How could Zhou Jinghuai fail to perceive it? He gestured for Su Huainan to exit first, then took a seat opposite the old gentleman. Offering a faint smile, it is merely a modest achievement, not worthy of pride. Old Master Zhou gazed at him, and no matter how he looked, it seemed as though he were bewitched by a ghostly allure. Old Master Zhou let out a soft snort, remarking, You truly are quite humble. You nearly set the Gu family's house ablaze, not to mention meddling in their affairs, and yet you also dare to pursue Gu Juicy's sister. With just a few meals, you've enchanted her to the point of bewilderment. Aren't you concerned about inciting your wife's ire? Zhou Jinghuai smiled gently. You flatter me, old man. It's merely a matter of concern regarding the incident at the Zhou family. There is no question of any inappropriate entanglement. However, Yi Wu does seem a bit upset. But a little coaxing will suffice. The old gentleman, feeling rather dispirited, set down his chess piece and sighed softly. Jinghuai, I have always taken pride in your capabilities. Yet at times I worry that your relentless calculations may be burdensome. When such meticulousness is applied to your wife, who could possibly endure it? In life, it is often wise to leave a little room for grace. Zhou Jinghuai smiled gently, acknowledging, Your words of wisdom are duly noted, esteemed elder. Old Master Zhou cast a glance at him and brought up another matter. Just a few days ago, Jing Yao and the young lady from the Bai family had reached a verdict. Zhou Jinghuai smiled gently. I understand, rest assured, old sir. Chapter 69, Climax, The Banquet. Yi Wu's small mole is revealed. Saturday, 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Jinghuai drove over to pick up Yi Wu, leaning against the car, smoking as he waited for her to descend. It was only after 2 cigarettes that Yi Wu finally appeared. Since it was a private gathering, Yi Wu opted for a more casual attire, donning a modest Celine dress complemented by understated jewelry, which pleased Zhou Jinghuai. He appreciated her delicate beauty, knowing it was sufficient. Once in the car, Zhou Jinghuai inadvertently turned his head, a slight frown creasing his brow as he noticed the neckline of Yi Wu's dress, revealing a hint of her allure. Zhou Jinghuai fastened his seatbelt, his dark eyes exuding a captivating masculinity. Soon, the banquet hall became quite chilly. And you draped my coat over your shoulders. How could Yi Wu be oblivious to the man's shadowy intentions? She merely smiled faintly. Zhou Jinghuai pressed the accelerator, guiding the car onto the road, conversing gently with Yi Wu along the way. The woman remained aloof, yet he paid it no mind. At precisely 8 o'clock, the luxurious vehicle glided into a stately mansion, where the evening's banquet was to be held. Zhou Jinghuai alighted from the vehicle and proceeded to the other side to open the door for Yi Wu. The attendant approached briskly, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Wang has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Zhou Jinghuai smiled faintly, handing the post to the attendant. while he took Yi Wu's hand and walked into the brightly lit main hall. As they made their entrance, the lively atmosphere of the hall abruptly fell into silence, with everyone taken aback by the unexpected appearance. Has Zhou Jinghuai reconciled with Yi Wu? People often aspire to ascend the social ladder, and once they reconcile, Yi Wu will once again assume the title of Mrs. Zhou. Thus, the previously cool relationship suddenly reignites with warmth. Yi Wu understands the fickleness of human emotions and does not take it to heart. This evening, Zhou Jinghuai, strikingly handsome, seems to radiate charm, perhaps due to the enchanting lady by his side. When he smiles, dimples subtly emerge on his cheeks, rendering him particularly captivating. He is remarkably affable. The socialites affectionately call him Jinghuai, and he bears no ire. Yi Wu perceives him differently than others, remaining unaffected by his masculine allure. As Zhou Jinghuai mingled with others, she took a glass of champagne to the terrace for a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, a cautious voice, tinged with moisture, called out behind her, "Sister Yi Mu." Yi Mu turned her head and saw Gu Nianan. This evening, Gu Nianan looked stunning, adorned in a pale yellow cake dress that perfectly complemented her youthful figure. The delicate fabric embraced her slender frame, while diamond pendants dangled from her ears, making her radiate brilliance. Yet, her eyes glistened with the threat of tears as she leaned against Yi Mu's shoulder. She felt utterly embarrassed, overwhelmed by shame as her mother scolded her for being shameless. Yi Mu was at a loss. Gently, she caressed the girl's hair and softly reassured her, "Going abroad will be wonderful, just take good care of yourself." Gu Nianan bit her lip, questioning, "Everything at home will be all right, and my brother will be fine, won't he?" A wave of dampness washed over Yi Mu's heart as she replied, "Yes, everything will be fine." Unable to contain herself any longer, Gu Nianan clung to Yi Mu and wept inconsolably. Regret coursed through her. She should not have let herself be so easily swayed, yet she could not help it. Even today, the sight of Zhou Jinghuai still sent shivers through her. Fear gripped her. Yi Mu continued to comfort her gently, understanding that this was not Gu Nianan's fault. Just then, someone stepped onto the terrace. It was none other than Zhou Jinghuai. As Zhou Jinghuai entered, he spotted Gu Nianan cradling Yi Wu, softly weeping. His gaze darkened slightly. Upon seeing him, Gu Nianan turned, startled like a bird released from a bough, hastily wiping her reddened eyes before departing in a hurry. Zhou Jinghuai cast a glance, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What is it with Nianan? She looks at me as if she has seen a ghost." Yi Wu retorted, "Zhou Jinghuai, do you not think you are being rather cruel to Nianan? Zhou Jinghuai's smile is utterly enchanting, isn't it? Shall I continue to amuse her?" Yet, Yi Wu, unable to endure any further, swung her hand in a swift motion towards him. Zhou Jinghuai caught her gaze, unperturbed, and looked at her with profound eyes. "I understand that you harbor resentment, but are you truly willing to relinquish me to another woman? The intimacy we share. Do you desire me to replicate it with someone else?" Yi Wu scoffed in anger. Zhou Jinghuai is indeed a master of logic. She found herself disinclined to engage in a debate with him. Zhou Jinghuai, however, shifted the topic and said, "Mrs. Wang invites you to the private room for a game of cards. You will find familiar faces there, including Mrs. Chen." Yi Wu, wishing to avoid solitude with him, decided to join. Zhou Jinghuai was to engage in a collaboration with Mr. Wang, leaving Yi Wu behind with substantial stakes in the matter. As several esteemed ladies shuffled the cards, Mrs. Wang smiled, revealing a charming dimple. "Yi Wu, your Jinghuai is truly handsome. Several ladies tonight are nearly ready to devour him. You ought to keep a watchful eye." Yi Wu replied with a gentle smile, "Let him be, it wouldn't do to tether a man at his waist." Mrs. Chen jested. "Perhaps Jinghuai would appreciate that, he certainly seems quite attached to you." This gathering, in essence, was merely a social engagement. Yi Wu was adept at navigating such affairs, winning the approval of those around her. Yet, she now found herself longing for the tranquility of home, a cup of tea, and the solace of a book. Especially with Mrs. Chen present. After a brief card game, the ladies showed signs of fatigue, yet the men's business discussions remained unresolved, compelling them to muster their spirits for another round. At that moment, the door to the small private room swung open, and Mrs. Gu entered, her heart brimming with indignation. She believed that Zhou Xiai and Nianan had fallen under Yi Wu's spell. Despite Yi Wu's clear advantages, Nianan still praised her, claiming she acted for the benefit of the Gu family. Yi Wu rose slowly, Do you genuinely care for Yearning? Mrs. Chen, equally incensed, retorted. You wish for Yearning to marry Jinghuai, but what sort of man is Zhou Jinghuai? Can Yearning handle him? You are utterly confused. Mrs. Gu felt her thoughts laid bare, losing face in the process. To avert further conflict, Mrs. Chen led Yi Wu to the lounge, instructing someone to bring a fresh outfit. Personally assisting Yi Wu in changing as an apology, Nianen's mother was momentarily foolish, do not hold it against her. Yi Wu managed a bittersweet smile, I won't. It is Zhou Jinghuai's fault, how can I blame others, especially since I owe Gu Jiu my life? Mrs. Chen perceived her distress. The debt of life was one that remained uncertain in its repayment. Yi Wu stood clad only in her undergarments when suddenly, Mrs. Chen's gaze lingered on a faint reddish mole on Yi Wu's lower back, glowing under the light. Trembling, Mrs. Chen delicately touched the small mole. Addressing Yi Wu with a name she had not used before, Mrs. Jinghuai, are you 27 this year? Chapter 70, Climax, the DNA results, Yi Wu's true identity. Yi Wu held no suspicion, she did not correct the address and merely nodded in affirmation. Mrs. Chen's hands trembled even more as she, the wife of the wealthiest man in Yun City, cautiously brushed her fingers against the mole, as if touching a rare treasure. Is it you? My lost precious daughter? Hope surged within her, yet she feared it might be a misunderstanding. Her fingers grazed the back of Yi Wu's head as she murmured, Mrs. Jinghuai. I see a white hair, let me help you pluck it. Yi Wu paused, I had not noticed any white hairs before. Mrs. Chen gently pulled, extracting a single soft black hair, and then helped Yi Wu into a new outfit. As she fastened the buttons, her movements slowed, tears welling in her eyes. Before her stood Yi Wu, who, if indeed her daughter, was now 22 years removed from the last time she had fastened buttons for her. Nuan, after 22 years. Mother finally touches you again. Memories flooded back of that fateful morning, when the dew turned to frost. Mother, I want candied hawthorn. All right. Mother will buy it for Nuan, hold my hand tightly. Mother, the candied hawthorn is so sweet, I want to be with you forever. As she reminisced, Mrs. Chen found it difficult to contain her emotions, yet she exerted every effort to remain composed. Just then, Zhou Jinghuai entered, likely having overheard the conversation. Mrs. Chen quickly concealed her tears, just in time, Jinghuai. Please keep Yi Wu company, I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave. Zhou Jinghuai nodded as he escorted Mrs. Chen out the door. Given the circumstances, it seemed pointless to linger any longer. He and Yi Wu also bid farewell to their host, while Mr. and Mrs. Wang repeatedly apologized, assuring that Mrs. Gu would not be invited to future gatherings. Once settled in the car, Zhou Jinghuai felt an urge to inspect the situation. Yi Wu turned her face away, gazing into the night beyond the window. Her tone indifferent, it's merely a glass of red wine. Besides, it was indeed your fault, so it is only natural for Mrs. Gu to be upset. Yet you choose to take it out on me. The man caught the woman's hand and playfully waved it toward his handsome face, her fingertips grazed his cheek. But she refrained from striking him, rather pointless. Yi Wu smiled faintly, Zhou Jinghuai, is that all that occupies your mind? Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow slightly. His gaze darkening, Yi Wu, you underestimate me. Do you think my intention in being alone with you was merely to share your bed? Whether it was true or not. Yi Wu was indifferent. Leaning back against her chair, she replied coldly, I have an auction tomorrow night, let us postpone this. Zhou Jinghuai. I have come to realize that since you will not let me go, we might as well satisfy each other's needs. After all, you are not unpleasant to behold. And I have nothing to lose. However, let us not discuss love or affection, such sentiments belong to the affluent, and I, Yi Wu, am but a lonely girl. Unworthy of your esteemed company. Naturally, Yi Wu had her own thoughts. The night was tranquil. Mr. Chen quickly supported his wife, asking, what is wrong? Was the gathering unpleasant? Mrs. Chen sank onto the sofa, clutching her husband's clothing tightly, her voice hazy as she said, Mingshang. I believe I may have found my daughter. I told you, my daughter has a small mole on her waist, and today I saw the same mole on O. Mingsheng inquired urgently, did you ask her about her background? Mrs. Chen nodded, she only knows that she relies on her grandmother. What a remarkable coincidence. Proof? Mrs. Chen produced a silk scarf from her handbag, trembling as she unveiled a long strand of hair, saying through tears, Mingshang, I held back and discreetly plucked a hair to facilitate recognition. Mr. Chen approached and embraced his wife. Then what are we waiting for? I will arrange for a car to take you to the testing center. Mrs. Chen leaned against her husband, weeping. I dread that she is not my daughter. That this is just a dream, like so many times in these past years. Mingsheng, I am filled with both hope and fear. Mr. Chen comforted her. If she isn't, I will help you search again. He held her close as they walked outside, their shadows elongated by the light. An hour later. At a certain identification agency in the capital, wealth could indeed move mountains. Even at midnight, there were those ready to assist. Mrs. Chen handed the hair to the doctor and drew a sample of her own blood, convinced that sincerity would yield results. The doctor meticulously prepared the samples, informing her that the results would be available by tomorrow afternoon. Mrs. Chen appeared visibly disheartened. Mr. Chen wrapped his arm around her shoulder, gently saying, "We will return after dinner tomorrow." Reluctant to leave, she remained, and he, too, would not depart, spending a substantial sum to secure a resting room. Night turned to day. And after a grueling 16 hours, Mrs. Chen finally received the DNA test results the following evening. The doctor expressed joy for her. After testing, Mrs. Chen, you and Missy are confirmed to be biological mother and daughter. Mrs. Chen took the certificate, examining it closely as tears streamed down her cheeks. Laughing and crying simultaneously, she exclaimed, Mingsheng, look! She is my daughter, the girl I lost for 22 years. I have finally found her. I have finally found her. After 22 years. My daughter has grown so much, and she has been right beside me without recognition. Mr. Chen, pained, embraced his wife. From now on, mother and daughter shall never be separated again. Mrs. Chen sobbed. What hardships had her daughter endured? As a solitary girl marrying into the Zhou family, she could scarcely fathom the disdain her daughter had faced, much like Mrs. Gu had yesterday, ready to erupt at any moment. With tears in her eyes, Mrs. Chen gazed at her husband. Now, I want to see my daughter. Chapter 71, Climax. She is my daughter, the daughter of Xiang Yinfang. In a small villa on the outskirts, as evening descended, the sun cast its rays through the black fence, illuminating the endless summer blooms. An elderly lady reclined in a bamboo chair, leisurely enjoying the evening breeze. An aunt sat nearby, peeling tender water chestnuts for her. A shiny black car was parked outside the yard, and Mrs. Chen, supported by Mr. Chen, walked into the garden. The elderly lady looked up and smiled. What brings you here? Are you looking for all? Mrs. Chen, her hair disheveled, stumbled forward, kneeling beside the elderly lady's bamboo chair. Suppressing her emotions, she trembled as she asked, You once lived on Gengzi Street, where the rent was 200 yuan a month, and in winter there was no hot water. One had to travel several kilometers to bathe. The elderly lady was taken aback, seeming to understand something, and nodded gravely. Mrs. Chen dug her nails into the bamboo chair, tears streaming down her face as she continued, 22 years ago, you took in a 5-year-old girl who must have been wandering the streets with a candied hawthorn, searching for her mother. The elderly lady stood up, trembling. How do you know this? Mrs. Chen, weeping profusely, helped the elderly lady sit down and then knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head, crying out, Because that was my lost daughter. Oh, is my daughter. Elderly lady, you showed great kindness by taking in my daughter and raising her. It is only through your goodness that we can reunite today. Mrs. Chen continued to weep on the ground, lamenting the countless tears she had shed over the years, finally reaching this day. The elderly lady, touched by her reverence, said, When I found her, she had been lost on the streets for 5 days, so thin that I feared she would not survive. Xiang Yinfang struck herself across the face in despair, her hair disheveled yet her eyes resolute. Mr. Chen, ever the rational one, helped his wife up and bowed to the elderly lady. We are immensely grateful to you. Please, if you have any wishes, do not hesitate to voice them. The elderly lady, sitting in the summer breeze with her silver hair flowing, smiled through her wrinkles. Just love all. Knowing she is cherished brings me joy. I have received all the material things I need. Mrs. Chen knelt again, solemnly bowing her head 3 times. With tears in her eyes, she said, You are my benefactor. She then rose, leaving with her husband, eager to find her daughter. At the airport, as dusk fell, Yu watched a plane ascend into the western sky. Nianen had departed for Germany. Before leaving, Nianen had called to say she wanted to see her one last time. They bid farewell in the airport CAF, where Nianen gifted her a harmonica, a cherished possession from childhood. Yiwu gently embraced her, watching as she boarded the plane. As the sun melted into gold, the clouds converged. Nianen, may you embrace freedom in the vast expanse. The harmonica lay quietly on Yiwu's office bookshelf, tucked away in a corner. As night fell, Annie knocked and entered. President Yi, the auction is about to commence. There are a total of 30 items, and the guest seats are fully occupied. The auctioneer is the renowned Ms. Tang Yun, favored by the wealthy for her style. Yiwu nodded, thoroughly satisfied with Annie's meticulousness. She changed into a dark-hue traditional dress, styled her hair into an elegant bun, touched up her makeup, and stepped into the auction hall. As anticipated, tonight's auction would set new records, propelling her into the upper echelons of the auction world. Indeed, the auction proved to be exceptionally lucrative, with several renowned collectors sending representatives to bid high on various items. Such monetary excitement delighted the public, quickly trending on social media. A round of applause erupted as Yiwu took the stage with a glass of champagne to express her gratitude. Thank you all for your profound affection. Henceforth, we will bring you even more valuable treasures. Thank you. The elegant host led the applause. Yiwu set down her goblet, clasped her hands together, and bowed deeply on the stage. Just as Yiwu basked in her glory, a commotion arose from the audience, with a woman shouting, "Yiwu! She owes her position to men. If it weren't for Zhou Jinghuai, she wouldn't be where she is today. But the position of Mrs. Zhou rightfully belongs to my unfortunate daughter." Amidst this cacophony of gossip, the couples by Chunian and Zhou Yenyu shamelessly ascended the host's platform. The children of these two families, sentenced to punishment, had secretly colluded. They could not bear to see Yiwu thrive. Particularly, Mrs. Zhou Yenyu was filled with rage. Her son had committed no heinous acts. So why should he languish in prison for 4 years? Not a single person from the second family had come forth to plead for Jingyao. She was determined to bring Yiwu down, to expose the true nature of this orphan. Madame Zhou Yenyu pointed at Yiwu, declaring, "She is an orphan who climbed into Zhou Jinghuai's bed, resulting in the failure of the marriage between the Zhou and Bai families. Her entire career is built upon the backs of men. The events of years ago are well known to all. Yet, when one seeks to cast blame, words are never lacking. Passers-by are indifferent to the truth, for they prefer gossip and the salacious tales whispered from the corners of beds. Moreover, since this scandal was revealed by the Zhou family, it must be deemed credible." Mrs. Bai lamented, "It was Yiwu who seduced Zhou Jinghuai." She nudged Bai Chunian, knowing that once he spoke, the matter would be settled. Bai Chunian gazed at Yiwu, his lips moved, and after a struggle, he uttered a disingenuous statement, "Indeed, Jinghuai was meant to be my son-in-law, but this shameless woman has usurped my daughter's position." An uproar ensued. Yiwu lowered her gaze, for being an orphan, all her sacrifices went unacknowledged, and she was to be nailed to the pillar of shame by vicious rumors. The artists she once admired turned out to be mere hypocrites. Fortunately, she had preserved the recording from that time. She had once loved Zhou Jinghuai deeply, capturing his proposal words, reluctant to delete it until she no longer loved him. Just then, a piercing voice echoed from the entrance, "Who says Yiwu is an orphan? Who says she must be a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family?" The lights brightened, revealing Madame Chen standing there, her face stained with tears. Madame Chen held a pristine sheet of paper, gently shaking her head. "She is not an orphan. She is a precious jewel, a woman worth her weight in gold. Not only Zhou Jinghuai but even princes and heirs would be worthy of her." Onlookers believed she had lost her senses. Mrs. Bai scoffed, "This is our private matter. Xiangning Shuang, spare us your meddling." Madame Chen slowly approached, standing before Bai Chunian, and delivered a resounding slap across his face, chastising the scoundrel. Then, she raised the paper, enunciating each word. "Yiwu is the daughter of me, Xiangning Shuang. She is the apple of the Chen family's eye." Chapter 72, Climax. Mother and daughter reunited. Bai Chunian was stunned by the slap. It took him a moment to comprehend the truth. Yiwu was his daughter, the child he shared with Ying Shuang. Overwhelmed, he gazed at Yiwu with tears in his eyes, increasingly recognizing the resemblance to his former beloved, and he trembled as he called out, "You are my girl. My daughter." His wife was poised to explode with rage. Madame Chen coldly retorted, "What right do you have to claim your daughter? Have you forgotten what you just said? You and your wife have repeatedly humiliated my daughter, and I will hold you accountable. Moreover, my daughter has only one father, and that is Chen Mingshang. And it can only be him." Bai Chunyan appeared utterly defeated. What had he just said? It seemed he had merely echoed a few statements, but at that moment, he had not known Yi Wu was his daughter, his little girl. Now that the truth was revealed, he wished to make amends. A family should be bound by love and affection. Yi Wu was equally bewildered. She stared at Madame Chen, who stood before her like a protective lioness. And for the first time, she felt she need not strive to be extraordinary, nor toil endlessly to receive affection. Were they truly mother and daughter? After dealing with Bai Chunyan, Madame Chen approached Yi Wu, unable to contain herself any longer, trembling hands gently caressing Yi Wu's face. "You've grown up so well. Your brows and eyes are just like mine. 22 years have passed. How many times have I awakened from nightmares, dreaming that you were gone, my tears soaking countless garments? How many times have I wished to end it all, yet feared that in death, I would never again see you, never be able to mend our bond? Forgive me, my dear, for it was my fault. I should never have lost you." Madame Chen embraced her daughter tightly. A clean and tidy house, where mother is an accomplished artist. The bedroom adorned with exquisite kipeos. That early morning, she held a candied hawthorn, but suddenly, her mother collapsed. And someone rushed her to the hospital. She followed behind, yet those people did not see her. "Mother, where did you go?" She wandered the streets, weary and drowsy, yet dared not sleep. The night wind was frigid, her stomach ached with hunger. She did not know how far she had walked or how long she had waited, but her mother never appeared. The mother from her memories overlapped with the woman before her. Yi Wu quivered her lips, unconsciously whispering, "Mother." Madame Chen held her close, tears streaming down her face. "My dear." Separated by bone and flesh, they were finally reunited today. Chen Mingsheng, too, was moved. He stepped forward, gently wrapping his arm around his wife's shoulders and lovingly patting Yi Wu. Years ago, his wife had married him in search of their daughter. He cherished her talent and treated her like a treasure. Now, his wife returned his devotion wholeheartedly, and their family would be complete. He planned to take a Wu to Yun City to show her to the elderly matriarch, who would surely be delighted. The scene fell into a profound silence. The women, having long been moved to tears by this mother-daughter bond, wept openly, while the typically stoic men discreetly wiped away their dampened eyes. Mrs. Zhou Jinghuai remained in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend how Yi Wu had transformed into a scion of a wealthy family. Glancing at her husband, Zhou Jinghuai abruptly departed. The Bai family was equally disconcerted. Bai Chunyan fixed his gaze intently on his beloved daughter, yearning to approach and acknowledge her. Yet he was hindered by the throngs of people, forced to merely catch a distant glimpse through the sea of onlookers. In a secluded corner, a tall figure emerged, Zhou Jinghuai. Upon hearing of the incident, he had hastened over, arriving just in time to witness the poignant reunion. He observed Yi Wu silently, contemplating the disarray of her life as it began to realign. He mused that had she not gone missing, she would have never become his wife. Instead, she would have received the finest education from a young age and lived a more splendid life. Perhaps in this lifetime, their paths would have never crossed, one in the capital city and the other in Yun City, merely familiar with each other's names. He chose not to intrude upon her moment, quietly departing and taking his seat in the car. The night loomed like a specter. Zhou Jinghuai, adorned with an air of elegance, sat in the rear seat of the car and softly instructed Secretary Lin, "Please get in touch with the public relations department of the group. I wish to post a public relations photograph." Secretary Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Jinghuai sent the proposal to Secretary Lin. Upon reviewing it, Secretary Lin was momentarily taken aback, truly astonished by young Master Jing's audacity. 10 minutes later, Rong'an Group released a public relations piece, a rather straightforward composition. The featured public relations photograph depicted the former president's wife, Yi Wu, engrossed in a book on the sofa, embodying serene tranquility. This urgent PR effort swiftly ascended the trending charts, and Zhou Jinghuai acquired a new moniker, Zhou Lianlian. As he alighted from the vehicle, Su Huainan disclosed a piece of information. The old master was currently reprimanding the elder couple, extremely incensed. In my opinion, the elder was quite foolish. Zhou Jinghuai fastened the buttons of his suit and strode swiftly towards the study. Upon pushing open the door, he indeed found the old master administering his family discipline. Old Master Zhou alternated between mercilessly thrashing his eldest son, Zhou Yinyu, and vehemently berating his wife, "You two heartless wretches. Jing Yao nearly brought ruin upon Ao Wu. It is already a mercy that I did not let you fall into the abyss of despair. How dare you conspire with the Bai family to create such chaos? Are you both weary of life, or have you grown tired of good fortune? If you find the Zhou family intolerable, then pack your belongings and depart, sparing me the shame of constantly cleaning up after you." Zhou Yanli remained silent, his gaze fixed on his nose, and his nose directed towards his heart. Madame Zhou felt a sense of satisfaction. Among sisters-in-law, how many truly share a close bond? Old Master Zhou indiscriminately opened fire. "And you? It was you who deceived Yi Wu back then, was it not? The creatures you have raised." At that moment, Zhou Jinghuai approached. Madame Zhou held a silk cloth covering her nose. Old Master Zhou gazed at him, letting out a cold sneer. "I have worked up a sweat. Are you deliberately wishing for my demise? What nefarious scheme do you have in mind now?" Zhou Jinghuai smiled faintly, saying, "Some matters may require the esteemed elder to intervene." Old Master Zhou chuckled. "Ha! The sun must be rising from the west. Isn't our young Master Zhou quite capable? Why is he resorting to seeking help? Your schemes have proven ineffective, haven't they? Afraid that their parents might disapprove, so you thought to drag this old skeleton of mine into the fray, is that it?" Zhou Jinghuai lowered his brows and gazed calmly, acknowledging the wisdom of the esteemed elder. Old Master Zhou, holding a rattan stick as thick as his finger, pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you truly wish to become husband and wife with Ao Wu, to spend a lifetime together?" Zhou Jinghuai nodded without hesitation, affirming his agreement. Old Master Zhou cast another glance at him. "Madame Zhou appears to be rather awkward." Old Master Zhou shot a glare at the two of them, exclaiming, "Incapable creatures. I knew I couldn't rely on either of you." With that, he cast aside his rattan cane, realizing that he must personally make the journey to Yun City. Chapter 73, Climax, Reunion in Yun City. In the Chen family of Yun City, the house was ablaze with light deep into the night. The matriarch of the Chen family personally came to the door to greet them. She was an enlightened woman who respected her son's feelings. Yet she harbored a lingering regret over his lack of heirs. As she gazed upon Yi Wu, she found her to be exceptionally refined, possessing both beauty and intellect, truly a remarkable combination. Madame Chen was immensely satisfied and couldn't help but murmur, "Ming Sheng finally has a worthy partner. The child has been raised splendidly. The education from the matriarch in the capital city has truly paid off. She looks like someone destined for greatness." She feigned reproach towards her daughter-in-law, saying, "With such a great fortune, why haven't you brought her over for us to celebrate together?" Xiang Yinxing hurriedly explained, "Mother, the matriarch in the capital has just undergone major surgery and is still recuperating. Once she is fully recovered, I will invite her over for a gathering. Just now, in your name, I sent her some nourishing supplements, and I heard she was quite pleased." Madame Chen chuckled, saying to Yi Wu, "Do not be deceived by your mother's frail appearance, she is quite capable. Follow her lead." As she examined Yi Wu's hands and attire, her satisfaction began to wane. She turned to her son, exclaiming, "Too simple. It is far too plain. What young lady dresses in such modesty? She does not even possess a decent piece of jewelry. I suspect the Zhou family has mistreated her. You and your wife must take her shopping tomorrow and spare no expense." Chen Mingsheng agreed readily. He and his wife exchanged glances filled with sweetness and affection. Yi Wu, new to this family, could hardly contain her joy. Madame Chen summoned all the household servants and instructed them to refer to Yi Wu as Miss Yi. After a moment of contemplation regarding Yi Wu's name, the matriarch decided it must remain unchanged, for the kindness of the matriarch from the capital should never be forgotten. She would carry the Yi surname for life. In such a household, who would not feel cherished? Yi Wu felt as though she were in a dream. That night, Madame Chen personally led her to the bedroom, a tender compensation from a loving mother, adorned in a soft pink princess theme. At long last, the mother and daughter had the opportunity for private time together. In this comfortable setting, Madame Chen embraced her beloved daughter, reluctant to let her go. Yet she understood that her little girl had grown up, no longer the 5-year-old baby she once was. Madame Chen cupped Yi Wu's face, studying her closely. "You are truly beautiful. The matriarch adores you, and from now on, you shall not suffer any hardships." Yi Wu allowed her mother to touch her. Her heart brimming with admiration, she finally had a mother, and such a wonderful one at that. That night, the two shared endless conversations. Mr. Chen, having removed his suit, gently placed his hand on his wife's shoulder, saying, "The matriarch wishes to host a 3-day banquet at the finest hotel in Yun City, inviting the entire town to share in our joy and bless our child with long life." Madame Chen was naturally delighted. She turned to her husband, unbuttoning his shirt collar. "I was previously worried that the matriarch might not favor Wu, but now my heart is at ease." Chen Mingsheng took his wife's hand and placed it over his heart, his gaze filled with deep affection. "Place it here." After many years of marriage, they shared an unspoken understanding. Moreover, the heart beneath his palm was strong and vibrant, he was still in the prime of life. Madame Chen melted into her husband's embrace, her hair cascading loosely, as he carried her to the soft bed. Having fulfilled a long-held desire, the intimacy of that night was more exquisite than ever before. The Chen family welcomed the daughter, and the entire city rejoiced. The following day, Old Master Zhou timed his arrival perfectly, reaching the home of Chen, the wealthiest family in Yun City, at 3 o'clock. 10 gleaming black cars lined up, entering the Chen residence in a display of grandeur. A servant cleared his throat, announcing, "Old Master Zhou has come to propose." Madame Chen scoffed, "What a shameless man." However, given the deep cooperation between the two families, it was no small feat to transport an elderly gentleman from the capital to Yun City. And thus she reluctantly agreed to meet him. After a brief interval, guests began to enter the hall, bringing gifts each one more exquisite than the last. Madame Chen sipped her tea, maintaining her composure. Once the gifts were arranged, Old Master Zhou entered with his descendants, greeting her warmly, "Dear in-laws, we finally meet." Madame Chen did not even glance up, replying, "I cannot accept such a title. You are the previous in-laws." Upon hearing this, Old Master Zhou immediately recognized that he had encountered a formidable opponent. When had he ever been met with such coldness? However, lacking any grounds for argument, he could only sheepishly acquiesce to the situation. The two children were embroiled in a conflict, and he had specifically summoned Jinghuai to offer an apology, along with his ineffectual uncle and aunt, to present themselves before the elderly matriarch. With a mere glance from the old master, Zhou Yenyu and his spouse stepped forward, stiffly offering their apologies. The old master retorted with a scathing remark, "You worthless wretches." Madame Chen set down her teacup, unleashing a torrent of scorn. "How is it that old Master Zhou presides over his descendants yet finds himself in our Chen household? Our humble abode cannot accommodate these two living bodhisattvas." Addressing the matter of their children's marital affairs, she continued, "Since the two have divorced, it is best they cease all interaction to preserve their reputations. There are plenty of fine young men in Yun City. Her mother intends to take her on a matchmaking visit tomorrow." The two elderly figures were indeed evenly matched in their verbal sparring. Old Master Zhou found himself at a disadvantage, losing face as he cast a fierce glare at Zhou Jinghuai beside him. He was adept at playing the good guy, remaining silent while waiting for this old man to charge into battle on his behalf, truly despicable. At a critical moment, a servant from the Chun family hurried into the hall, announcing, "A gentleman named Bai wishes to meet the young lady. He claims to be her close kin, Bai Chuanian." Yi Wu's complexion turned pale. Xiang Yinfan's expression was equally grim, harboring deep resentment towards the scoundrel. Matriarch Chen, with clarity in her heart, scoffed at the reporting servant. "What kin is he? Let him in, I shall greet him. I want to see how much audacity and capability he possesses." Chapter 74, Climax, Bai Chuanian humiliated and expelled from the door. Shortly thereafter, the servant led Bai Chuanian and his wife into the manor. Mrs. Bai was displeased. In her youth, Xiang Yinfan was nothing compared to her, yet time had turned the tables, and now she found herself in a position to demand from this wretch. Bai Chuanian attempted to mediate gently. Mrs. Bai sneered, "Now you know how to be a good person. In terms of talent, you could never match her. Were it not for my father's favoritism, the grand prize would have gone to that wretch instead of you, Bai Chuanian." Baichuanian hesitated. Please, let it go. That was in the past. Mrs. Bai coldly replied, sometimes, I pity her for having misjudged you, this hypocrite. In a few exchanged words, they entered the Grand Chen residence. The Chen family estate was the most opulent in Yun City, and from the entrance, it was a sight to behold. With a living room exceeding 100 square meters and a dining room featuring a dome-like design with 360-degree lighting and automatic elevation. The Bai couple was awestruck by the wealth. They were further astonished to see that the Zhou family had arrived earlier, evidenced by the numerous black luxury cars parked outside, all bearing capital city license plates. Upon seeing Yi Wu, Baichuanian felt a surge of paternal affection. He thought to himself, the Chen family, being of such high standing, must be reasonable. Thus, he respectfully addressed Matriarch Chen, I apologize for the intrusion today, I come to fulfill a long-held wish of finding my long-lost daughter. Baichuanian, filled with emotion, declared, she is my flesh and blood. Matriarch Chen expressed her disbelief, your flesh and blood? Is she not in prison? What business do you have here? Tell me, have you ever cared for her, fed her, or seen her off to school? Baichuanian, filled with shame, admitted, I have not. Yet he still yearned to acknowledge his daughter, looking at Yi Wu with moist eyes, but father will make it up to you. Matriarch Chen sipped her tea. Make it up? Did you bring any sweets or treats? You come here empty-handed? Baichuanian's face turned a mix of red and white. The Zhou family members, secretly reveling in the moment, particularly Zhou Yanyu and his wife, who had previously fallen for the Bai couple's tricks, wished for Matriarch Chen's scorn to be even harsher. Just then, a commotion arose in the courtyard, the faint sound of cars approaching. Matriarch Chen stood up, smiling brightly, let us go take a look. Baichuanian visibly relaxed. As they all stepped outside, for luxury cars lined up in front of the Chen residence, a pink Rolls-Royce, a black Cullinan, and 2 supercars worth 50 million each, totaling over 100 million in value. The luxury vehicles gleamed under the light. Matriarch Chen feigned ignorance, Mingsheng, is this your doing? Chen Mingsheng, wrapping his arm around his wife, smiled elegantly, just added a few vehicles for convenience, little toys for all. If the child likes any new models in the future, we will buy them. Matriarch Chen rarely praised her son, you handled this well, children deserve to be cherished. With that, she turned her piercing gaze towards Baichuanian. Baichuanian hesitated again, his reputation was well known, yet he had nothing extravagant to purchase such luxurious cars. He remained silent. Matriarch Chen sneered. I thought you were here to treat all well. It seems you come empty-handed, seeking to swindle the Chen family into acknowledging you as a father? I see. You are afraid of aging without support, hence your desire to recognize this kinship. Baichuanian, a man of renown, had never faced such disgrace. After a struggle, he finally stated his intent, Ao and Shanxian are half-sisters, I hope, considering this blood relation, we might find common ground. What nonsense! Matriarch Chen spat at Baichuanian. You vile creature, take your wife and leave at once, lest you offend my eyes. Do you think I am unaware? Back in the day, you pursued Yin Feng. But when your wife's father became a judge, you abandoned her for another, falsely accusing Yin Feng of infidelity. Baichuanian, you have caused great suffering to Yin Feng and her daughter. Yet you dare to come seeking your daughter? Your family deserves to rot in prison. Matriarch Chen, resolute and decisive, commanded the servants, sweep these vile creatures out the door. The Chen family's servants immediately acted, expelling the two from the premises. Baichuanian and his wife left in utter disgrace. Old Master Zhou, having witnessed the situation, rubbed his nose and turned his gaze towards Zhou Jinghuai. This matter now rests upon your shoulders. Old Master Zhou has departed, leaving behind a multitude of descendants. Madame Chen gently pats Yi Wu's shoulder, suggesting that her mother should select something more to her liking, if not, they could remain single. Yi Wu offers a faint smile. Her fondness for the Chen family does not stem from their immense wealth, but rather from their genuine care for her. During dinner, Madame Chen engages in lively conversation, continuing until late into the night, around 10 o'clock, when they finally disperse. Yi Wu bids farewell to her mother and strolls down the tranquil corridor to the southern bedroom, the finest on the second floor, specially adorned in soft pink. Although Yi Wu has long outgrown such whims, she is willing to indulge her elders. As she opens the bedroom door and prepares to turn on the light, a warm hand suddenly covers her mouth and nose. The familiar breath of a man instantly revealing his identity. It is Zhou Jinghuai. Yiwu finds herself pressed against the wall. Her voice muffled, "How did you get in?" She suspects that this despicable man must have bribed a servant. However, Zhou Jinghuai replies, "I crawled through a dog hole." Just as Yiwu is about to retort, she feels a warm little creature in her arms. Looking down, she sees the small black and white dog gazing up at her with affectionate eyes, letting out a soft whimper. Anyone's heart would soften at such a sight, especially since Xiaobai had once saved her. Yiwu struggles slightly, and Zhou Jinghuai readily releases her, his voice tender as he softly inquires, "These days, Xiaobai has missed you dearly. Do you not miss him at all?" Of course, Yiwu does, but Zhou Jinghuai is relentless. The light is bright, and Zhou Jinghuai gazes at Yiwu. Filled with longing, "Are you truly going on a blind date? Have you genuinely ceased to like me?" As she brushes the dog's fur, Yiwu replies in a calm tone, "What is there to like about you? Your infidelities? Your cold demeanor? Your fixation on wealth?" Zhou Jinghuai paused. "Oh, there are no broken shoes." Yiwu chose to ignore him, continuing to groom the dog fur of her little white companion. The man beside her, filled with emotion, spoke, "If you truly wish to go on a blind date, I will let you. You shall come to realize that no one else is suitable but me." Chapter 75. He had been waiting to meet someone. Xiang Yinshuang had arranged a blind date for her. Yiwu, not wishing to disappoint her mother's intentions, still attended. Yet she had not encountered anyone fitting. A month later, at the Inquan restaurant, another blind date had concluded. The lights were bright, and in the mirror, Yiwu's face radiated tranquility. For the evening's engagement, she had adorned herself in an exquisite traditional dress, her black hair elegantly styled in a loose bun. After washing her hands, Yiwu slipped on her diamond watch. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld the man reflected in the mirror, Zhou Jinghuai. Clad in a black shirt and trousers, he was not overly formal, leaning against the intricately designed wall, a cigarette delicately held between his long fingers as he leisurely inhaled. Yiwu chose not to acknowledge him, turned off the faucet, and brushed past him. Zhou Jinghuai obstructed her path, and with a swift kick of his long leg, the bathroom door closed. Yiwu's demeanor was frosty. "What do you mean?" Zhou Jinghuai lowered his gaze to her, his eyes enigmatic and inscrutable. After a moment of contemplation, he softly inquired, "What do you think of what we watched tonight? Did you enjoy it?" Yiwu replied, "It was quite good." Zhou Jinghuai chuckled, "It's quite good. Why not pursue a relationship? This must be the 5th one this month. Have you found someone suitable?" Yiwu replied with a cold smile, "This one won't do. I shall seek the next." Zhou Jinghuai, filled with anger, pulled her into his embrace, leaning close to her face and murmuring, "That man just now. The way he looked at you, I could hardly contain my desire to eliminate him." Trapped in the man's arms, Yiwu listened to his jealous declarations. Yet her heart grew increasingly cold. She gazed into Zhou Jinghuai's striking phoenix eyes and softly whispered, "Zhou Jinghuai, do you truly wish to hear the truth? A woman like me, unable to bear children, has very few choices. Suitable families would undoubtedly care about such matters. Those who do not care, I may not find appealing either. It is not as though I am merely at a market, casually selecting produce. Zhou Jinghuai, unless the pain resides within you, you cannot fully comprehend." As Yiwu finished speaking, her heart ached. She did not necessarily yearn to have children, but the distinction between wanting and being unable was profound. Zhou Jinghuai's Adam's apple quivered incessantly. As Yiwu prepared to leave, he grasped her hand, his dark eyes revealing a man's intent. Just as the two were engaged in their struggle, Zhou Jinghuai's phone erupted with sound, which Yiwu could not help but hear. Zhou Jinghuai's hands and feet were cold. His dark eyes gazing at Yiwu, filled with a sense of pleading. Yiwu reminisced about the past, recalling the time when she was gravely ill, and the old man had vigilantly watched over her. When Bai Qianqian had come to create a ruckus, it was the old man who had staunchly intervened, shielding her from harm. With a voice tinged with emotion, Yiwu urged, "Let us depart." As they made their way back, Zhou Jinghuai drove at a swift pace. In less than 20 minutes, the sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt before the old man's residence. Zhou Jinghuai stepped out and immediately headed towards the bedroom. But after a few strides, he grasped Yiwu's hand. She could sense his trembling. Zhou Yanli, having spoken, wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes and urged. Hurry along. The old man is thinking of you. The night was as eerie as specters. In the bedroom, the descendants of the Zhou family stood in a solemn assembly. The air thick with the muffled sounds of weeping. Old Master Zhou indeed approached the brink of death, yet he did not await the person he longed to see. Persistently holding on, his eyes tightly shut, unwilling to depart. The bedroom door swung open, and Zhou Jinghuai and Yiwu hurriedly entered. Oh, oh. Old Master Zhou slowly opened his murky eyes. He could scarcely discern the figure before him, merely breathing softly. Old Master Zhou continued to breathe heavily, burdened with unspoken matters. Indeed, there were affairs he still wished to convey before descending to meet his beloved wife. For many years, he could only reunite with her in dreams. He vividly recalled their wedding day. Adorned in a splendid bridal gown, his wife sat gracefully upon the wedding bed, resplendent in crimson. In a fleeting moment, Old Master Zhou seemed to perceive his first love, with the joyous sounds of their nuptial celebration ringing in his ears, accompanied by the lively melodies of the suona. My dear wife, I have failed to properly guide our descendants. I am deeply sorry. Suddenly revitalized, the elderly gentleman sat upright. His eyes clear as he gazed upon his children and grandchildren. He called for Zhou Yanyu to come forth. Zhou Yanyu tugged at his wife's hand and, with a thud, knelt down, exclaiming, "Father." Old Master Zhou reached out to stroke his eldest son's head, just as he had done in his childhood. In a solemn tone, he said, I am aware that you have harbored resentment towards me for favoring your younger brother. However, Yanyu, in my heart, you and Yanli are equal. Both are my own flesh and blood. He did not make any arrangements for his eldest son but called upon the couple, Zhou Yanli and his wife, and instructed. From now on, you shall oversee this household. Yet, Yanli, I demand you to swear that as long as you and your wife have a meal to eat, you shall also provide a pair of chopsticks for Yanyu and his wife. He then fell to the ground, weeping sorrowfully. Rest assured, father, I understand. I will never neglect my elder brother and sister-in-law. We will ensure that Jingyao is not put in a difficult position. We will find him a wife. Madame Zhou also wiped her tears and said, Father, please take a moment to rest. However, old Master Zhou refused to rest. He was acutely aware that his time was drawing near. Despite his numerous regrets, they could only manifest as a few final words. Su Huainan presented a purple sandalwood box to Old Master Zhou. Old Master Zhou held it in his hand and gazed at Yiwu, saying, Ah Wu, come here. Yiwu approached and gently knelt by the bed, her tears flowing uncontrollably. The old man trembled as he wiped her tears away, murmuring, Do not cry. My dear child, please do not cry. Your face is all a mess from weeping. He caressed her dark tresses and softly continued, Our Ah Wu is so capable. It is Jinghuai who has wronged you. Fortunately, you have found your biological mother. Life will not be too harsh from now on. This is the dowry I leave for my granddaughter. You have been with the Zhou family for over 4 years, not merely as Jinghuai's wife, but as my granddaughter. Inside the Zeatonwood box lay a set of imperial green jade, valued at no less than 1 billion. The Chen family is prominent, and no one dares to wrong his granddaughter. The flickering light seemed to herald the end of its glow. Old Master Zhou gently closed his eyes, his hands slowly reaching out to grasp the palms of his 2 sons, tenderly bringing them together. Yanyu, Yanli, I am going to meet your mother now. Chapter 76, Grandfather Jinghuai, Zhou Yulin's pen. Old Master Zhou has passed away. In his final moments, he held tightly onto the hands of his 2 sons. He experienced little suffering, seemingly unaware of the mournful music or the weeping of his descendants. Instead, his ears were filled with the sounds of ceremonial music, while a 10-mile red carpet lay ahead. His beloved wife, still youthful in appearance, awaited him at the end. Yanyu, Yanli, your father has departed. Do not grieve for me. To live a life like mine is indeed a rare fortune. If only I could have more time to arrange a better future for you, so that you may live with greater ease. Yet, time is no longer on my side, the end is near, and one must eventually disembark from this journey. Though the world is beautiful, there awaits your mother on the other side. Jinghuai, I do not know what fate holds for you, but I sincerely hope for your well-being. Fame, fortune, and power are but fleeting illusions. True peace of mind is the most precious treasure in this world. Jing Yao, you have always been a source of pride for your grandfather. Old Master Zhou passed away at 10:20 in the evening. The residence of the Zhou family is enveloped in profound sorrow, adorned with white banners, while black mourning ribbons hang solemnly at the entrance of the patriarch's chamber. May the benevolent father, Zhou Yu, rest in eternal peace. Zhou Yanli led his entire family, both men and women, to bow 3 times in reverence to the elder. The family was engulfed in sorrow, however, certain matters needed to be addressed. Zhou Yanli and Zhou Jinghuai remained to receive guests, while Zhou Yanyu took a night flight to Tongcheng. Zhou Jingyao is serving his sentence there. Zhou Jingyao is the legitimate eldest grandson of the elder. With the passing of the elder, it is imperative to personally inform him. In Tongcheng, at 4:30 in the early morning, the sky is just beginning to brighten faintly. Zhou Jingyao was sound asleep when suddenly there was a commotion outside. The guard stationed outside called out, "Number 72, someone has come for you," stating that there is an important matter to discuss. Zhou Jingyao had just gotten a buzz cut, momentarily taken aback. However, he swiftly donned his attire and followed the others into a secluded reception room, a dim and cramped space separated from the outside world by an iron railing, necessitating conversation across the barrier. Zhou Yanyu, clad in simple attire, sat beneath the dim glow of the lamp, her countenance shrouded in silence. Zhou Jingyao sat opposite. Observing his father's attire, and a sudden pang of anxiety gripped his heart. "Dad, has something happened at home? Why have you come here in the middle of the night?" Zhou Yanyu gazed quietly at her son and softly spoke, "The old master has passed away. There were numerous matters at home that demanded attention. Yet I felt it imperative to come and convey this sorrowful news to you. Jingyao, before his departure, he often spoke of you." Zhou Yanyu's voice trembled with a hint of sorrow. He had but a rare opportunity to meet his son, yet there was no room for lengthy conversation. Nor did he possess the heart for it. Zhou Yanyu departed swiftly. Zhou Jingyao sat there in a stupor, gazing at his father's silhouette, nearly paralyzed, as he slowly absorbed the dreadful news brought by his father. "The old man is gone. The old man is gone." Zhou Jingyao shed tears, his forehead veins bulging prominently. He desperately struck against the dark iron bars, his tears mingling with the drool at the corners of his mouth, repeatedly calling out in a hoarse voice, "Old man! Old man!" Jingyao knows he was wrong. At the end of the corridor, Zhou Yanyu gently wiped away her tears. "Jingyao, may you come to understand the old man's heartfelt intentions. Old Master Zhou has no daughters." After deliberation, the Zhou brothers decided to invite Yi Wu to carry the photograph during the funeral. Initially, they believed the Chen family would object, considering that the deceased was now the granddaughter of the Chen family, a position of considerable distinction. To their surprise, however, old lady Chen expressed her support, stating, "Zhou Yu, that old fellow, is indeed a man of sentiment and loyalty. It is not unfair for our dear Wu to carry his spirit. Especially given the years of affection they shared, it is a fitting tribute of mourning." Xiang Yinqiu further remarked, "One seeks only peace of mind." Yi Wu chose to remain, residing in the guest room of the Zhou household, attending to the affairs of the elderly patriarch. Zhou Yanyu pointed at her nose and scolded, "Would you kindly silence yourself? Aside from your arrogance within these walls, what else are you capable of? This is the master's intention, he cherishes Ah as if she were his own granddaughter. Not to mention supporting Ling, even the grand banner is something she can bear with grace." His wife was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yanyu personally apologized to Yi Wu, saying, "Your aunt is rather talkative, yet her heart is not as wicked as it may seem. Ah Wu, do not take it to heart. Once the affairs of the old master are settled, I shall express my gratitude to you." Yi Wu's eyes shimmered with moisture as she replied, "I do this solely for the old master." Zhou Yanyu expressed his gratitude once more, and together with his brother Zhou Yanli, they opened the door to their father's bedroom, calling out loudly, "Father, it is time for you to accompany your son on this journey." The black coffin of Zhou Yu was gradually lifted and transported to the mourning hall to receive the condolences of the gathered guests. Notable figures from the capital flocked to pay their final respects to the esteemed Zhou Yu. The first bow honored Zhou Yu's valiant life. The second honored the old gentleman's benevolence towards his descendants. The third bid him a peaceful journey, assuring that future generations would reap their own blessings. For 3 consecutive days, the Zhou brothers were constantly occupied, with even Zhou Jinghuai appearing notably diminished, as the once bustling atmosphere turned somber with the arrival and departure of guests. On the eve of the venerable Lord Zhou's funeral, Su Huainan sought out Zhou Jinghuai and presented him with a letter. In a subdued tone, Su began to speak. On the day the old master met with misfortune, he sensed that all was amiss. While still lucid, he dictated this letter, which I meticulously transcribed. With not a single word amiss. Second young master, the most cherished in the old master's heart is, in truth, you. Zhou Jinghuai received the letter, remaining silent for an extended period. Zhou Jinghuai tore open the envelope and slowly unfolded the letter, which bore the handwriting of Su Huainan. Jinghuai. By the time you read this letter, grandfather has departed. I feared I might not have the opportunity to convey these words myself, so I asked Huainan to transcribe them. Jinghuai, although I entrusted your father with the family affairs, I am acutely aware of his inadequacies. His susceptibility to persuasion and lack of decisiveness render him unfit to manage our household. Thus, I am counting on you to bear this responsibility. Historically, great families have succumbed to internal decay, and the events surrounding Jingyao serve as a poignant lesson. Therefore, Jinghuai, please safeguard the integrity of the Zhou family. Our lineage stands on precarious ground and can no longer withstand upheaval. As for your relationship with Ao, it is my personal wish that you two may reconcile, though ultimately it depends on fate. In your youth, you were fiercely competitive, professing your affection for a girl from the Bai family, yet you never pursued marriage with her, as she did not meet the standards of the Zhou family and could not provide you with the support you sought. Yet, Jinghuai, you chose to marry Ao. Remember, no one is perfect. Changing affections is not a source of shame. I hope you can gain clarity about your true feelings. Yours sincerely, Grandfather Zhou Yulin. Zhou Jinghuai perused the letter numerous times, until his eyes grew sore and dry, before finally setting it down, meticulously smoothing it out and storing it away. Outside, the mournful melodies intermittently wafted through the air, accompanied by the sorrowful wails of Zhou Yanyu and Zhou Yanli. Everything felt as if it were shrouded in a spectral haze. Zhou Jinghuai opened the door to the bedroom and walked down the long, dim corridor. Though it was a summer night, a chilling draft seeped through, sending a shiver down his spine. Reaching the end of the hallway, he pushed open the door to a guest room where Yi Wu resided. She had not yet retired for the night. Instead, she sat on the sofa, leafing through an album filled with the life stories of the venerable Zhou patriarch. As she turned the pages quietly, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Tomorrow, the old man would be laid to rest, and they would never meet again in this world. The bedroom door was gently pushed open. Upon lifting her gaze, she caught sight of Zhou Jinghuai. Although Yi Wu had been staying at the Zhou residence these past few days, her interactions with him had been minimal, as each person was engulfed in sorrow, too preoccupied to attend to matters of the heart. A gust of night wind brushed past, lifting the tips of Zhou Jinghuai's dark hair, accentuating the depth of his gaze. He remained silent, softly closing the door behind him before approaching Yi Wu. He knelt beside her, gradually enveloping her slender waist in a tender embrace, burying his head in the softness of her bosom. Yi Wu felt a momentary stiffness, her eyes lowering to meet his. After a brief pause, Zhou Jinghuai's low, hoarse voice broke the silence. "Ah, the old man has passed." Yi Wu's throat felt constricted, as if it were blocked. Zhou Jinghuai remained silent, quietly cradling Yi Wu in his arms. In that moment, he was not the president of Rong'an, but rather an ordinary person grieving the loss of a loved one, his sorrow resonating with Yi Wu's own. The night was tranquil. The photo album resting on Yi Wu's lap slipped silently to the ground. She hesitated for a moment, gently placing her hand on Zhou Jinghuai's shoulder, and that scene lingered for an eternity. The following day, the elder Zhou was laid to rest. The old soil was turned anew, as he was interred in the Zhou family cemetery, alongside his wife. Before the earth was filled in, Yi Wu delicately placed the family photo album atop the square white marble box, softly remarking, "The old man loved lively gatherings, he can peruse this when he feels bored." Zhou Yanli gently patted her shoulder, expressing his appreciation. The heavens were overcast, and dark clouds swirled ominously. The Zhou family, clad in plain garments, bowed in unison to bid farewell to the elder Zhou, marking a permanent separation. Chapter 77. In the dead of night, Zhou Jinghuai once again became entangled. After the funeral of the elder Zhou, Zhou Jinghuai visited Yun City, where he lingered for over a month. Yi Warong remained in the capital, and Xiang Yinshi continued to arrange blind dates for her. Yi Wu's suitors had grown indifferent, and old lady Chen reprimanded her daughter-in-law, forbidding her from introducing the child to any more candidates, claiming it was becoming absurd. Throughout the month, she and Zhou Jinghuai had no contact. Yet news of him inevitably reached her. One day, while Yi Wu and her mother were out dining, they unexpectedly encountered Gu Jusi and his mother. Upon seeing Yi Wu, Mrs. Gu felt a tinge of awkwardness, whereas Mrs. Chen was gracious, inviting the mother and son to share their table. Mrs. Gu instantly felt uncomfortable and could not help but respond with gratitude, "Thank you." To which Mrs. Chen replied, "We are all relatives, there are no insurmountable issues. Both Ming Shang and I genuinely wish for your happiness." Mrs. Gu found solace in her words. Looking at Yi Wu, she felt a genuine sense of regret, realizing that Jusi could have had the chance for happiness if not for her own stubbornness. She never anticipated that Yi Wu's background was so astonishing. Throughout their encounter, Yi Wu and Gu Jusi exchanged no words. As they parted in the restaurant corridor, Gu Jusi handed her an invitation card, stating calmly, "My engagement banquet will be on the 8th of next month." Yi Wu accepted the card, noticing the gold embossed names of the soon-to-be newlyweds, Gu Jusi, Shin Ruoshi. Yi Wu recognized Shin Ruoshi as the only daughter of the Shin group, a girl of remarkable purity. Sincerely, she offered her congratulations, "Jusi, I wish you all the best." Gu Jusi's gaze was profound. As Mrs. Gu settled the bill and approached, she noticed her son's expression, filled with an undeniable sense of guilt. She softly said to Yi Wu, "You and your mother must come to Jusi's engagement banquet." Yi Wu nodded politely, assuring her, "Of course, Auntie." Mrs. Gu, despite her lingering melancholy, knew that regret was a remedy hard to find, and thus they bade farewell, one heading east and the other west. A white Rolls-Royce gleamed as it slowly came to a halt beneath the apartment building. Before disembarking, Yi Wu spotted Zhou Jinghuai's car parked in its usual place. The next moment, the door to the front passenger seat swung open. Zhou Jinghuai, wrapped in the night breeze, stepped inside. Yi Wu gently caressed the steering wheel and spoke coldly, "Zhou Jinghuai, it seems I did not extend an invitation to you." Zhou Jinghuai gazed at her with dark eyes. And after a moment, he retrieved an invitation card from the locker. He glanced at it and inquired lightly, "Did you meet with Zhou Ci? What did you talk about?" Yi Wu chuckled in irritation, "What does that have to do with you? Zhou Jinghuai, I am not your possession, you must learn to respect me. Do not rummage through my belongings, nor pry into my personal life. The friendships I choose to cultivate are of no concern to you." Zhou Jinghuai set down the invitation, his dark eyes profound. "Then I am your possession," he declared. He retrieved a black wallet from his pocket and extracted a bank card. "This is my salary card. I will surrender my monthly income of 2 million to you. You need only to leave me a little for cigarettes and fuel." Yi Wu chuckled in exasperation. He truly was incorrigible. After Yi Wu exited the vehicle, Zhou Jinghuai followed suit, claiming he was hungry and requesting Yi Wu to prepare a bowl of vegetarian noodles for him. Naturally, she refused, prompting Zhou Jinghuai to squeeze into the small apartment, expressing his desire to see his beloved dog, Xiaobai. Zhou Jinghuai resembled a stubborn piece of toffee, clinging tightly and impossible to shake off. Yi Wu retreated to the bedroom, leaving behind a solitary figure and a dog, both sharing their innermost thoughts. Little Bai's petite frame circled around the long legs, barking with excitement. In those dark, expressive eyes, love radiated abundantly. Zhou Jinghuai had gone over 20 hours without sleep, yet he still personally gave Xiaobai a fragrant bath. As night fell, Xiaobai nestled in his embrace, resting on the living room sofa. In the pitch-black night, the air conditioner hummed, filling the room with a coolness. In the middle of the night, Yi Wu emerged for a glass of water, surmising that Zhou Jinghuai would not leave. She pondered whether she should move to her mother's home, reasoning that Zhou Jinghuai could not follow her there. After drinking, she passed by Zhou Jinghuai's sofa and, in the dim light, saw him lying flat, with Xiaobai curled up beside his head, affectionately snuggling against him, even tucking her little tail around Zhou Jinghuai's neck. Yi Wu felt betrayed by Xiaobai. She struggled desperately but was held firmly by Zhou Jinghuai, their fingers intertwined. The distinction between their strengths was striking. The darkness deepened the intensity of his gaze, his Adam's apple bobbing with a distinctly masculine allure, and then, under her watchful eyes, he gently leaned in for a kiss. The moonlight softly filtered in, illuminating the walls. As the sudden rain subsided, Zhou Jinghuai, having long been idle, found his desires stirring. Yi Wu was unwilling. She urged him to leave, her voice tinged with an indescribable hoarseness. Zhou Jinghuai, with an almost absurdly gentle temperament, leaned close to her ear, softly suggesting, "When you desire me, wrap your arms around my neck. When you wish to dismiss me, simply tell me to go away, is that not so?" Yi Wu kicked him playfully, insisting once more for him to depart. Zhou Jinghuai understood that she still had to overcome her inner turmoil, so she did not insist on staying. As she rose to leave, she thoughtfully remarked, "I shall not intrude upon your contemplation, I will return tomorrow to keep you company." Yi Wu remained silent. After Zhou Jinghuai departed, approximately half an hour elapsed before she washed away the lingering ambiguity and ascended to the rooftop with a can of beer. In the early hours of the morning, the wind whispered through the air. Yi Wu lit a slender cigarette, resting it upon the grey railing, as she sipped her beer, contemplating herself, Zhou Jinghuai, and the hormonal impulses of the night. For the first time, she lifted the delicate cigarette to her lips, inhaling gently. The smoke was harsh, yet the taste of nicotine proved addictive to many, akin to the allure of love. Just as Yi Wu contemplated descending, her phone rang. She answered the unfamiliar number. Discovering the caller was a lawyer. "Is this Ms. Yi Wu? There is a Miss Bai who wishes to meet with you. She mentioned that once you are informed she is serving her sentence in Xinjiang, you will understand her identity. She claims she will reveal the entire truth to you." Chapter 78, The Truth. His beloved is by Ruan. Yi Wu descended from the rooftop. When Zhou Jinghuai departed, he left the apartment meticulously tidy. Yet a lingering air of ambiguity remained. Xiaobai lay on the sofa, its dark eyes wide open. Yi Wu approached and gently stroked its head. She sat quietly on the couch for a long time, contemplating whether she should visit Xinjiang to uncover the truth, or choose to remain blissfully ignorant for life. Half an hour later, Yi Wu dialed Annie's number, requesting her to book the earliest flight to Xinjiang for the next day. Annie was taken aback, as the company had no business dealings in Xinjiang. At 8 in the morning, Yi Wu arrived at the airport in Jing City. While waiting for her flight, she received a call from Zhou Jinghuai, who invited her to dinner, stating he had reserved the finest restaurant in Jing City. His voice was tender. "Ah, today is your birthday." Birthday? Yi Wu hazily recalled that it had been a year since she discovered Bai Qianqian's existence. She gripped her phone and softly replied, "Zhou Jinghuai, let us meet tonight." The man was evidently thrilled. Just then, an announcement echoed in the waiting area, "Attention passengers traveling to Xinjiang. Flight Tu-3288 is now boarding at gate 36. Yi Wu hung up and walked toward the business passage. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Xinjiang Airport. Yi Wu was greeted by a lawyer named Feng, who was amiable and polite. "Hello, Ms. Yi. You can call me Lawyer Feng." Yi Wu glanced at him and asked, "Are you from Jing City?" Feng smiled but did not respond. Yi Wu chose not to engage further, directly getting into the car. Under Feng's arrangement, she met Bai Qianqian at 2 o'clock that afternoon. Upon their reunion, everything felt different. Bai Qianqian, with her cropped hair, appeared frail and emaciated. Her eyes fixed on Yi Wu, before finally speaking, "I know you are now part of the Chen family, how fortunate you are." Yi Wu regarded her and softly inquired, "What about the truth? I did not come to Xinjiang for idle chatter." Bai Qianqian laughed. "Yi Wu, you still maintain that superior air. I truly despise that about you. What do you have to be so proud of? If I were to divulge the truth, I doubt you would continue to hold your head high. You would perceive yourself as a fool, having lived your life in deception. I pity you." Yi Wu smiled faintly. "My time is precious. I did not come here to engage in a war of words." Bai Qianqian asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" Feng greeted someone nearby and handed her a cigarette, lighting it for her. Bai Qianqian took a deep drag. Once she had satisfied her craving, she slowly looked up and uttered 3 words, "Geneva." Yi Wu's pupils constricted. Bai Qianqian leaned toward the dark iron railing, her expression somewhat exhilarated. "The person Zhou Jinghuai longs for is in Geneva. It is my sister, my cherished sister, whom Zhou Jinghuai has cared for over 7 years. Do you think he likes me and is willing to support me? No. My sister is his true love. When she fell ill, he sent her to Geneva for treatment, spending tens of millions each year on her medical expenses. he proposed to you. Claiming you were suitable for him, while you foolishly devoted yourself to him, unaware that during those lonely nights, he flew to Geneva to accompany my dear sister for dialysis. During your grandmother's surgery, he took you to Geneva, fearing that if I, the blood donor, perished, there would be no one left to provide blood for his beloved. So, tell me, don't you find it pitiable? You've lived in deception for 5 years. Yiwu felt an icy chill envelop her. Do you have proof? Bai Qianqian chuckled darkly, her voice hoarse. The hospital near the Geneva Cathedral has all my sister's medical records. The safe deposit box 322 at Yuantong Bank in Jing City, password 574574, contains items that will make everything clear to you. Yiwu paused before asking. Why are you telling me this? Bai Qianqian appeared bewildered, murmuring softly, because a sister wants to eliminate another sister. Yiwu did not catch her words clearly and walked toward the exit. At the end of the corridor, sunlight flooded in. Behind her, Bai Qianqian clutched the dark railing. Screaming hoarsely, clearly, I liked him. Clearly, he loves my sister. Yet, standing beside him is you, Yiwu. Your happiness is stolen, you must awaken to this truth. Yiwu stepped outside, gazing up at the azure sky, softly stating, I hope this fortune is not mine. 10 minutes later, Feng emerged, looking somewhat disheveled. He regarded Yiwu, saying, Please do not take her words to heart, she is in a state of half-madness. Yiwu smiled faintly. I believe she is more lucid than ever. Yiwu had a substantial sum at Yuantong Bank, necessitating her visit to the safe deposit box. The bank manager made an exception to work overtime. Miss Yi, are you here to retrieve jewelry? Yiwu nodded affirmatively. The manager opened the vault door and stepped outside. Yiwu approached safe deposit box 322, entered the password, and the door swung open, revealing a file bag inside. As she removed it and opened it, a stack of photographs spilled out. They were all pictures of Zhou Jinghuai with a girl, who appeared innocent and beautiful, likely by Ruoan. In his youth, Zhou Jinghuai looked tender. His eyes brimmed with affection as he gazed at the girl, as if she were a rare treasure. It dawned on Yiwu that this was the true white moonlight of Zhou Jinghuai. Each photograph bore his handwritten notes. I was with Ruoan at St. Sophia Cathedral. Ruoan has always wanted to visit the CN Tower. On the winter solstice, I accompanied Ruoan to St. Peter's Cathedral. Yiwu turned over one photograph and recognized a scene she was all too familiar with. It was the Imperial Scenic Garden. She had never known that the Imperial Scenic Garden had an elegant name, Yunjin, attributed to Bai Ruoan. She was also unaware that there was a piano in the storage room of the Imperial Scenic Garden. Previously, she had asked Zhou Jinghuai to play, to which he claimed he had never learned and lacked a musical talent. Yet, in these photographs, Zhou Jinghuai appeared adept. It was all a deception. She had been living within an enormous facade. The home she inhabited and the happiness she cherished were mere trifles bestowed upon her by others. In Zhou Jinghuai's eyes, what was Yiwu to him? A pitiful creature? Or a Cinderella, overestimating her worth and marrying into a wealthy family? Chapter 79, Zhou Jinghuai. Until we meet again. As dusk settled, Yiwu visited the Imperial Scenic Garden. With a forced smile, she said, I left something in the storage room. I just need to retrieve it. The servant, suspecting nothing, took the key and led her there, chatting along the way. The storage room hasn't been opened in ages. I wonder if the items inside have gone moldy. I'll check first, so you don't get your shoes dirty. In a brief exchange, they arrived at the storage room door. Yiwu requested to enter alone. The servant hesitated but ultimately agreed, unlocking the iron door. Indeed, a musty odor wafted out as soon as it opened. The servant turned on the light. Madam, be careful not to trip. Yiwu walked inside, and after a short while, she spotted a piano in the corner. The British nameplate, with its glossy lacquer, highlighted its exquisite value, yet this $1 million instrument lay carelessly discarded here, merely because Ruoan was crying. Yiwu chuckled, amused by her own foolishness. For 5 whole years, she had been subsisting on the remnants left by others, yet she cherished them as if they were treasures. If it weren't for Bai Qianqian's revelation, would Zhou Jinghuai have intended to keep this from her for a lifetime? Would he have planned to care for Bai Ruoan for eternity? At that moment, Yiwu's phone rang. It was Zhou Jinghuai calling. She answered. And the gentle timbre of his voice resonated through the earpiece. Are you done with work? Shall I come to pick you up? Yiwu tilted her head slightly. suppressing the lump in her throat, and softly replied, "I'll drive myself over." Zhou Jinghuai harbored no suspicions as they had arranged the time and place to meet. Yiwu ended the call and slowly exited the warehouse. She instructed the servant, "Do not inform Sir of my visit." The servant, sensing something amiss, wished to inquire further but hesitated to do so. This evening, Yiwu had meticulously prepared for the rendezvous. Adorned in an exquisite black poem haute couture gown, which featured a daringly low neckline, she complemented her attire with a dazzling Bulgari diamond necklace, exuding elegance and grace. The manager escorted Yiwu into the restaurant. Zhou Jinghuai was momentarily taken aback, utterly captivated. He gently draped his arm over her shoulder and complimented, "The gown suits you perfectly." Yiwu smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you." Zhou Jinghuai could hardly contain himself, leaning in to plant a kiss at the corner of her lips, his dark eyes brimming with the allure of a man. The sensations from the previous night lingered, undeniably delightful. Yiwu did not shy away. Instead, she offered Zhou Jinghuai a serene smile, remarking, "You have reserved the finest restaurant in the capital, naturally one must be prepared." The entire establishment was theirs alone, a violinist serenading them with enchanting melodies. And the circular floor-to-ceiling windows unveiled a breathtaking view of the city's nightscape, the atmosphere undeniably exquisite. The man seated across from her exuded a mature charm that would have made Yiwu feel like a victor in life in times past. Yet now, she could only feel a sense of sorrow. The manager personally presented the appetizers and main courses, complementing the meal with a bottle of well-aged red wine, which was uncorked and set aside to breathe. Zhou Jinghuai placed the dessert before Yiwu, suggesting she should savor it first before indulging in red wine. With her elbow propped up and chin resting on her hand, Yiwu remarked, "Zhou Jinghuai, you seem to have changed. You were never this considerate before. Nor did you ever show such willingness to invest thoughtfulness in a woman." Zhou Jinghuai smiled, "You are my wife, inherently different from others." He retrieved a carefully prepared pink diamond and a bouquet of white roses, leaning close to Yiwu's ear to whisper, "Ah, happy birthday. From now on, let us celebrate it together each year." The man murmured sweet nothings as he slid the exquisite 6-carat pink diamond onto Yiwu's finger, its rarity and brilliance captivating. "Do you like it?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is beautiful," she replied. The ambience offered a sense of intimacy, yet when Zhou Jinghuai leaned in for a kiss, Yiwu shyly turned away. Lowering her gaze, she savored the dessert, concealing the moisture in her eyes. "Zhou Jinghuai, the dessert is quite sweet. I truly enjoy this flavor," she remarked with a gentle smile. They shared glasses of red wine, indulged in the finest Italian cuisine, and later embraced as they gazed at the nightscape of the capital. She mused that the tenderness and romance Zhou Jinghuai exhibited tonight would ensnare any woman's heart. The night was tranquil. Yiwu did not refuse. She offered Zhou Jinghuai a chance for honesty, this final opportunity. Resting her head upon his shoulder, she gazed out at the city lights beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows and softly spoke. "Zhou Jinghuai, 5 years ago we did not have a honeymoon. This time, for our remarriage, I would like to explore the world. St. Sophia Cathedral, the CN Tower, St. Peter's Basilica, they all seemed delightful." Zhou Jinghuai gently brushed his forehead with a faint smile, saying, "There are so many places that may require years of waiting." "Indeed, I am overwhelmed with work, especially in Yun City. Just last week." Yiwu softly interrupted him, "So, you are too busy, aren't you?" Zhou Jinghuai finally recognized her peculiarity. He turned her around in his embrace, looking down at her with a somber voice. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Yiwu did not shy away. She gazed intently into his eyes. "Zhou Jinghuai, do you love me?" He remained silent. Yiwu smiled, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. "Then do you love Bai Ruan? You wish to visit St. Sophia Cathedral, the CN Tower, and St. Peter's Basilica, wouldn't you? Why, if your affection for her is so profound, do you not marry her? Why seek me instead? Zhou Jinghuai, when you held me close while sleeping last night, was it Bai Ruan's face that you envisioned, considering we share a semblance of blood relation? Zhou Jinghuai, I genuinely worry for you, fearing you may mistakenly utter the wrong name." A stack of photographs was hurled onto the dining table. "Zhou Jinghuai, it turns out our marital abode is called Yunjin. Your former love nest with Bai Ruan. What else is there that I, Yiwu, remain oblivious to? The hospital in Geneva. 7 years of support, was by Chanshan merely a facade? Everyone seems to be aware of these matters, yet I am the only one left in the dark. Even on the 3rd day of my infertility, you flew to Geneva to see your former lover while I lay in the obstetrics ward. Guilt-ridden for not being able to bear children for you. Zhou Jinghuai, is it that you are excessively cruel, or am I simply a figure of ridicule? Zhou Jinghuai was about to explain, but Yi Wu, trembling her lips, removed the exquisite pink diamond. She lowered her head, gazing quietly for a moment before gently tossing it into her glass of red wine. Zhou Jinghuai, our paths shall not cross again. Chapter 80, Zhou Jinghuai. I have finally awakened from my dream. Zhou Jinghuai grasped Yi Wu's hand. He gazed into her eyes with utmost seriousness and proclaimed, "It is not as you perceive. The Imperial Scenic Garden has never been a love nest, I have never crossed the line with her, and there has been no relationship between us." Yi Wu abruptly withdrew, stepping back. The truth was too cruel for her to bear, rendering her unable to conceal her disarray. Tears hung at the tip of her nose as she laughed vacantly, completely exposing her vulnerability before Zhou Jinghuai. Such was the essence of pure love. Zhou Jinghuai, during our divorce, you stated in court that the Imperial Scenic Garden was yours and Ah Wu's home. That was not the case, it was your home with Bai Ruoan. On our first wedding anniversary, having achieved a modest success, I wished for you to play for Elise. You smiled and said you could not. Surrounded by so many. They all knew you could, yet I naively believed you could not. In truth, you were unwilling to play the piano simply because Ruoan would cry. Ruoan would cry. Reflecting on it now, I realize how foolish I was, a fool living in a web of lies. I fought fiercely for you, shielding you from that fatal blow. Those fleeting nights shared between couples were your gift to me. In your heart, Ruoan could not weep. Yet Yi Wu could bleed and shed tears. Even when Zhou Jingyao threatened you with my death, you effortlessly dismissed it, stating, "I have never loved her." Your threat is rather laughable. Zhou Jinghuai, I have finally awakened from this dream. When have you ever regarded me as your wife? Zhou Jinghuai still yearned to step forward, wishing to grasp her hand. Yet, Yi Wu continuously retreated. The corners of her eyes were dampened with tears. Reminiscent of the rain that had fallen within her heart over the years, all the tempests had indeed been summoned by Zhou Jinghuai. She murmured softly, "Do not approach me. Zhou Jinghuai, please do not come any closer." In a sudden burst, Yi Wu turned sharply and walked towards the outside. The temperature in the restaurant corridor was not particularly low, yet she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her. As she stepped outside, the night breeze tousled her hair, the neon lights reflecting upon her face, transforming her tears into a cascade of vibrant hues. Zhou Jinghuai remained in the restaurant, exuding an air of elegance. Yet he found himself in an unprecedented state of disarray. He retrieved the pink diamond from his wineglass and delicately wiped it with a pristine white napkin. Even now, the memory of Yi Wu's resolute act of removing the ring and her gaze filled with profound disappointment lingered vividly in his mind. Scattered across the table were photographs of him and Bai Ruoan. Yet, Yi Wu was deeply affected. She was furious, heartbroken, and determined to sever ties with him, vowing never to cross paths again. Ironically, tonight was meant to celebrate her birthday, a night he had hoped would rekindle their romance. The servant, sensing the tension, confessed, "Madam mentioned she had misplaced something in the storage room and requested that I unlock the door for her." When she emerged, she appeared utterly lost, as though she had suffered a significant blow. Zhou Jinghuai turned and walked outside. The night was shrouded in darkness as he approached the front of the warehouse. The servant promptly opened the door for him, and Zhou Jinghuai entered alone after switching on the light. In the corner, there stood the piano, its lid covered in a thick layer of dust. A gentle touch revealed distinct fingerprints etched in the dust. Zhou Jinghuai lifted the piano lid, his slender fingers gracefully descending upon the keys, skillfully playing a sequence of notes that were unexpectedly not the familiar white moonlight, but rather for Elise, a piece that Yi Wu had never heard during their time together. In truth, Yi Wu was merely 23 years old then, a young maiden filled with dreams of love. It was he who, with his own hands, shattered her illusions and taught her to navigate the tumultuous waters of the business world. Zhou Jinghuai intercepted her midway. During this period, Yiwu resided with the couple Chen Mingxing and his wife, making it rather challenging for Zhou Jinghuai to secure a meeting. Mrs. Chen firmly denied him entry. Chen Mingsheng, who shared a collaborative relationship with him, discreetly conveyed over the phone, "Jinghuai, I truly regret this, I must heed my wife's wishes. Otherwise, I fear I might not even be able to enter my own home with her and the others united against me." His words subtly revealed the contentment of a man with a family. Zhou Jinghuai felt a pang of discomfort as he watched her indulge in drunkenness. His beloved had always been composed and poised. He gently caressed her fair cheek and softly inquired, "Have I caused you great sorrow?" The golden light shimmered splendidly, exuding a sense of opulence. Yet, Yiwu's tears were remarkably clear. Leaning against the wall, she gazed up at Zhou Jinghuai, her eyes reflecting not only the haze of inebriation but also a hint of despair. Trembling, she stammered, "Zhou Jinghuai, why do I find myself drawn to you?" Zhou Jinghuai felt his heart shatter, experiencing a sensation he had never known before. He bent down, intending to embrace her. Yet, Yiwu refused. She rejected his touch, desiring no further connection with him. However, the disparity of strength between men and women was stark, she could not break free. In a moment of desperation, she seized a vase from the table beside her and, spurred by the influence of alcohol, struck the man fiercely. In the next instant, Zhou Jinghuai's forehead was drenched in blood, the crimson liquid cascading down his striking brow, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Zhou Jinghuai, seemingly oblivious to the situation, removed the vase from Yiwu's hands and set it aside, enveloping her rigid form in his embrace. He pressed his face closely against hers, holding her tightly. "Ah Wu. It is not like that. No, there is no trace of emotion." Chapter 81, Do Not Leave, Yiwu, Please Do Not Go. In the most opulent residence of Jing City, the Platinum Joy Mansion, the master bedroom on the second floor, adorned with dark Italian decor, exuded luxury and sophistication. The night was cool and serene. Yiwu lay deeply asleep on the dark sheets, the moonlight filtering through the white curtains, casting a gentle glow that enveloped the room, as if draping a delicate layer of translucent glass over the bed. Zhou Jinghuai stood before the expansive window. A band of gauze adorned his forehead, a result of a recent visit from the family doctor who had attended to his injury. In the courtyard, the sound of a car echoed. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Lin ushered in the couple, Zhou Yanli and his wife, likely alerted by the commotion. Madame Zhou approached and was filled with sorrow. "No matter how displeased Yimu may be, she should not have caused you such harm," Zhou Jinghuai casually remarked. "It's just a minor injury." Madame Zhou expressed her discontent. "You may continue to shield her, but this time she has suffered a serious blow to the head. Who knows what might happen next time?" Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow. "Is there any couple that does not argue or quarrel?" Madame Zhou let out a soft snort, remarking that they were no longer a married couple. As the mother and son conversed, Zhou Yanli approached the bedside, gazing at Yiwu's serene sleeping visage. Under the gentle glow of the lamp, her tranquil features were accentuated with an added touch of beauty. Zhou Yanli found himself momentarily lost in thought as he reached out to affectionately caress her forehead, murmuring, "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. No wonder I felt an inexplicable familiarity at first glance, you are indeed her daughter." Outside the bedroom door, the voice of Secretary Lin could be heard. "The coffee is ready, please proceed to the study for a conversation." Zhou Yanli remained composed, concealing his affection. In the study, Zhou Yanli resided with his wife and child. Zhou Yanli sat on the sofa, took a sip of coffee, and remarked solemnly, "The old man has departed. And now no one can control you, can they? In just a few days, you've managed to create such a situation, and even resorted to underhanded tactics. Are you planning to go so far as to dismantle the roof in the coming days?" Madame Zhou promptly concurred, stating, "Since it is not going well, it would be better to part ways sooner rather than later. I have a few admirable young ladies here." Zhou Yanli was the first to express his displeasure, admonishing, "Could you please be quiet? Stop behaving like the boss's wife, neglecting serious matters while constantly scheming. Do you intend to create turmoil within the household?" Within his home, he commanded respect, and thus, Madame Zhou fell silent. Zhou Jinghuai remained silent. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, extracted one, and lit it. After slowly inhaling half of it, he finally spoke softly. Father, Yi Wu is aware of Ruan's situation. Zhou Yanli fell into a sudden silence. Madame Zhou is no different. Zhou Yanli lit a cigarette and spoke softly. I have always said that it is only a matter of time before the truth comes to light. In matters such as these, which woman remains unconcerned? Zhou Jinghuai forced a bitter smile, saying, I know, Dad. The mention of old Master Zhou brought a wave of sorrow and melancholy to the entire family. After finishing his cigarette and sipping the last of his coffee, Zhou Yanli remarked, this bean does not suit Ah's taste, let us switch to the beans from Yunbei, which she greatly adores. Mrs. Zhou was taken aback by this preference. She mused that her husband might be unaware of what beans she truly relished, yet she herself could not discern any particular flavor. She believed her husband to be superficial, drawn to the power and wealth of the Chen family. Shortly thereafter, the couple departed in their vehicle. During the half-hour journey, it was inevitable that they would indulge in private conversation. Mrs. Zhou could not resist probing, surely Ah cannot forgive Jinghuai now? Perhaps it would be better to marry Rulan instead. The car swayed gently, the light flickering intermittently, while Zhou Yanli closed his eyes to rest, pondering. What does the Zhou family need this troublesome connection for? Madame Zhou, do you not have a fondness for Ruan? Zhou Yanli opened his eyes, glanced down to lightly pat his trousers, and nonchalantly remarked, the two daughters of the Bai family. Although the second girl appears to be entranced and has done something quite significant, I find myself disliking the elder sister even more. There is an unsettling complexity about her. Madame Zhou retorted, Yanli, are you overthinking this? Ruan is so pure and beautiful. Zhou Yanli gazed at his wife and remarked, like a pristine white lotus? Madame Zhou was rather speechless. She reproached her husband, Yanli, you used to never quibble with the younger generation, especially since Ruan has been under your care since childhood. Zhou Yanli closed his eyes once more, feeling an unwavering affection for Ah Wu. Early in the morning, Yi Wu awoke. She found herself in an unfamiliar bed. Wrapped in a bathrobe of her favorite brand, the faint aroma of the shower gel reminiscent of Di Jingyuan. An instinct whispered to Yi Wu that this was Zhou Jinghuai's residence. At that moment, the sound of a piano resonated from the living room. Playing a melody so familiar it stirred deep sentiments within her, a tune of her unresolved feelings. Yi Wu threw off the covers and, barefoot, approached the doorway of the living room. Sunlight streamed through the white curtains, illuminating the room with a bright glow. A grand piano stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, where a man was seated, skillfully playing the piece she had long cherished, Fr. Elise. Yi Wu stood quietly, listening intently. Zhou Jinghuai plays exquisitely. Her skill evident in every note, alas, she has lost the desire to listen. As one piece concludes, its lingering melody hangs in the air. Zhou Jinghuai remains seated, fully aware of Yi Wu's presence behind him. After gently closing the piano lid, he softly spoke, Ah Wu, our marriage is not as unbearable as you might imagine. I have known Ruan since we were quite young. She is delicate, and I often took care of her. When I was 18, I was kidnapped for ransom, Ruan. Then 16, was taken alongside me. We were confined in a small darkroom for an entire week, surviving on merely a steamed bun each day. Ruan claimed her appetite was slight and would secretly share half of her portion with me. After our rescue, she was overwhelmed by fear and developed a chronic illness, leukemia, which eventually led to kidney failure. When I was able, I took her to Geneva for the finest treatment. Curing her became my inner torment. Yet, I understood that even had she not fallen ill, marrying her was never an option for me. I bore a heavier responsibility, one that demanded I uphold the Zhou family's legacy. Ah Wu, those bygone days have long since faded for me. My sole wish for her has always been her survival, perhaps out of guilt. Yi Wu perceived Zhou Jinghuai as a remarkable orator, his story undeniably poignant. However, it bore no relevance to her. She recognized his intent and, without hesitation, removed her bathrobe, donning the dress she wore the previous night in front of him. After 4 years of marriage, she had seen this countless times and felt no particular concern this occasion. In the morning light, her body glowed with a pale, enticing radiance. Zhou Jinghuai gazed intently at her, his throat involuntarily moving, a testament to his nature as a man. It was impossible for him to remain unaffected by such a scene. Yi Wu paid him no mind as she slipped on her shoes and made her way toward the bedroom door. As they brushed past each other, Zhou Jinghuai reached out. grasping her delicate wrist. In a low voice, he implored her, marking the first time he had ever made such a request of a woman, "Please, don't go. Yi Wu. Don't leave. If you dislike living in the Imperial Garden, we can move here instead. This can be our new home. We can start anew. I genuinely wish to spend my life with you." Yi Wu struggled fiercely against his hold. Zhou Jinghuai exerted his strength, unwilling to release his grip. His gaze towards her revealed a man's dominance. Amidst their struggle, Secretary Lin knocked urgently at the door, exclaiming, "Young Master Jing, there's been an incident. Bai Qianxian died in prison last night." Chapter 82, by Ruoan Jinghuai, I wish to return to Jing City. Bai Qianxian's death remains an enigma. The Bai family stormed the Chun family villa, with Mrs. Bai insisting that had it not been for Yi Wu's trip to Xincheng, her youngest daughter would not have met such a sudden demise. Xian Yinchuang scoffed coldly, "She should have perished long ago." Yet before her demise, she performed one commendable act. Exposing the sordid dealings of both your families. You conspired in a marriage of deceit, and it is a pity that my daughter lost 5 precious years to your treachery. How dare you cause such a ruckus? If so, let us settle old scores together. Bai Chunyan hurriedly restrained his wife, advising. The forensic expert has stated there are no signs of poisoning. Feng Lu, who had specially come over, clarified, Ms. Ye's visitation to Ms. Bai was entirely lawful. I have recorded the entire process. Mrs. Bai could scarcely allow anyone to hear her protests, burying her face in her hands and weeping. After a moment's contemplation, Xian Yinchuan found her reasoning sound. She sat beside her daughter, caressing Xiao Bai's hair tenderly, and said, "Do not harbor any guilt. The primary culprits behind Bai Qianxian's death are none other than Bai Chunyan and his wife. They failed to guide their child properly." In that moment, Xian Yinchuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, thankful that her darling daughter had been raised by her grandmother. Looking affectionately at her daughter, she softly remarked, "If grandmother is unwilling to move in with us, perhaps she should consider retiring in Yuncheng? It would be lovely for her to chat with the elderly lady at home." Yi Wu smiled gently. "Grandmother refuses. She adores the house in the southern suburbs, claiming it was a gift from me." Xian Yinchuan gently patted her hand and smiled. "I understand grandmother's sentiments." She then inquired about Zhou Jinghuai, "Is he still pursuing you?" Yi Wu paused for a moment and replied softly, "The past is not worth my sorrow. The auction house is preparing for its public offering and is expanding its staff. I truly have no time for personal matters." Xian Yinchuan expressed her admiration. "Focusing on your career is commendable. Just yesterday, your uncle mentioned he hoped you would gain experience at Maya, so you could smoothly take over his position in a few years. I declined on your behalf, stating that you have your own career and do not need his." Her uncle was evidently vexed by her response. Naturally, the ensuing affectionate exchanges between the couple were unspoken. Mr. Chen and his wife were engaged in quiet conversation, expressing their desire to have a child, pondering that once the elderly matriarch departed, they would also be gone, leaving Yi Wu with some familial connection. Xian Yinchuan was deeply touched. Ming Sheng truly loved her and understood her thoughts. After Mrs. Qin departed, Yi Wu remained alone for a while. Her phone vibrated on the couch beside her. It was a message from Zhou Jinghuai, likely a plea for forgiveness, wishing to mend their fractured relationship. Yi Wu chose not to read the message, nor did she answer Zhou Jinghuai's calls or agree to meet him. In the top executive office of the Rongyan Group, Zhou Jinghuai reclined on the circular sofa, his gaze fixated on his phone. A hint of despondency etched across his features. Yi Wu continued to disregard him. Outside, the sound of Secretary Lin's knock resonated. "Young Master Jing, will you be attending the banquet this evening?" Zhou Jinghuai had yet to lift his head, participating in the gathering. The night was enchanting. In the bustling city of Beijing, the Banyan Tree Hotel's banquet hall was filled with a constellation of distinguished figures. Zhou Jinghuai, elegantly attired and holding a glass of champagne, engaged in socializing with an air of nonchalance. His gaze frequently drifted towards the entrance of the banquet hall, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yi Wu. However, as the festivities progressed into their later stages, Yi Wu had yet to make an appearance. "What is it that you are looking at, Jinghuai?" A familiar voice echoed in his ear. Zhou Jinghuai turned his head and saw General Su from Bawning Group, prompting a slight smile. General Su patted him on the shoulder and teasingly remarked, I've noticed you've been rather distracted lately. Are you waiting for someone? Zhou Jinghuai smiled modestly. Oh, not at all. President Su gazed at his handsome demeanor and sighed. Brother Yanli truly knows how to raise a son. Jinghuai, at such a young age, you are already capable of handling matters independently. Meanwhile, reflecting on my own son, who is utterly inept, is indeed a source of great frustration. President Su's son, Su Canfeng, is notorious in Jing City as a wealthy heir, leading a life of idleness. Zhou Jinghuai had heard of Su, yet had never encountered him in person. He thus exchanged a few courteous remarks. Master Su possesses extraordinary talents. With proper guidance, he is bound to flourish in due course. Su's eyes sparkled with interest. Jinghuai, do you have faith in Canfeng? Why not allow him to learn under your tutelage? He would not only acquire knowledge of business but also absorb the refined demeanor you embody. You may not realize it, but standing at 190 centimeters tall, he has an inclination towards wielding blades and firearms, which is rather unbecoming. Before Zhou Jinghuai, the image of a brash giant emerged. Su Zongxing's robust physique led Zhou Jinghuai to envision Su Canfeng as a coarse figure, which is understandable given the circumstances. Concurrently, Zhou Jinghuai inwardly berated Su Zong, the cunning old fox. Zhou Jinghuai's intention is to have Mr. Su's son serve as Yi Wu's driver and bodyguard. Standing at a height of 1.90 meters, he is perfectly suited for the role. Mr. Su was taken aback for a moment but readily agreed. I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of President Yi. I have complete confidence in entrusting Canfeng to her care. Zhou Jinghuai raised his champagne glass with a smile, assuring, then you can rest assured, Mr. Su, in entrusting young Master Su to my care. Mr. Su smiled in response, yet both harbored their own ulterior motives and secret calculations. In the hotel basement, Zhou Jinghuai sat in the car, perusing his phone. The banquet had concluded, yet he had not awaited Yi Wu. He speculated that Yi Wu was deliberately avoiding him. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Geneva, from Bai Ruoan. Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow. Isn't Geneva a good place? I will find a way to arrange matters concerning the blood bank and kidney transplantation. Bai Ruoan wept softly. Is it because you fear she would be upset? Shanxian has passed away, and my parents are advanced in age. Can you bear to leave me without family companionship in my final days? Allowing my parents to live with regret? Zhou Jinghuai, with an expressionless visage, uttered, Ruoan, you are overthinking. He ended the call. On the other end, Bai Ruoan murmured, Zhou Jinghuai. Jinghuai. The phone slipped from her fingertips. She stood in a daze for a moment, then a gentle smile graced her lips. Zhou Jinghuai's heart was no longer with her. He had fallen in love with his wife, the very piece he had meticulously chosen for his game. Chapter 83, Ruoan. She is your sister. Rongyan Group, President's Office. Zhou Jinghuai sat in his office perusing the religious texts, clad in a light gray shirt and black trousers. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping him in a radiant glow that rendered him as noble and handsome as a deity. Outside, Secretary Lin rapped on the door. Young Master Jing, Mr. Su's son has arrived. Zhou Jinghuai did not raise his head. Let him in. After a while, footsteps echoed in the office, followed by a voice that was casual and nonchalant. Are you Zhou Jinghuai? My father sent me to find you. Zhou Jinghuai lifted his gaze and was instantly captivated. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, with striking sword-like brows and penetrating eyes, his long eyebrows extended into his hairline. Clad in a black shirt and tattered deep blue jeans, his figure rivaled that of a supermodel. Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow. So this is Su's own son, Su Canfeng? Quite handsome, unexpectedly so. While Su Canfeng was indeed handsome, he was also rather uncouth. Casually plopping himself onto the office desk, I heard from my dad that you want me to keep an eye on your wife. Ha, you wealthy folks are so hypocritical. Cheating out there while fearing your wives won't satisfy your appetites. Su Canfeng interjected, flashing a brilliant smile. Hold on. I accept the task. He reached for a piece of paper and a pen. Please provide me with your wife's address and phone number. I shall attend to her immediately. Zhou Jinghuai gazed at him for a moment before ultimately deciding to write it down. Su Canfeng, chewing gum, glanced at the name on the paper and exclaimed, I shall report immediately. He hurriedly departed, leaving Zhou Jinghuai in a state of irritation. Zhou pointed towards the doorway and inquired of Secretary Lin. Is this truly the son of President Su? Zhou Jinghuai reclined against the back of his chair, his tongue gently pressing against the roof of his mouth as he silently endured the moment. Shortly thereafter, he sent a WeChat message to Yiwu. I have selected a bodyguard for you, he possesses exceptional skills. In the future, you may take him along as both your bodyguard and driver, his salary will be covered by me. He has already arrived, his name is Su Canfeng, the son of President Su from Baoning Group. Just then, Annie rushed in, lowering her voice to say, Bai Chunian has arrived, he insists on seeing President Yi. He is quite a celebrity, and there is already a gathering of onlookers outside. Yiwu set her phone down, pondering for a moment before responding, let him in. Annie nodded and exited. Moments later, she returned with Bai Chunian, who was greeted with courtesy, Mr. Bai, please take a seat, I will prepare some coffee. Bai Chunian, having recently lost his young daughter, appeared haggard. This was his second visit, and his mindset was utterly different from the first. Yiwu did not join him. She remained seated behind her desk, her demeanor toward Bai Chunian rather indifferent. Do you require something from me? Bai Chunian hesitated. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, I have come today to discuss a matter of great importance with you. Just then, Annie entered with the coffee, alleviating his awkwardness. Yiwu smiled slightly. What familial matters could possibly require my input? Bai Chunian's mouth opened in disbelief. Ruoan is your sister. She has done nothing to wrong you. Ruoan is a wonderful person. While you may not favor Qianqian, you will surely appreciate Ruoan. Yiwu leaned back, a cold smile gracing her lips. I regret to inform you, Mr. Bai, that the children of Chen Mingxing and Xiang Yingshuang are my true siblings. You must take responsibility for your own daughter, do not attempt to impose your burdens upon others. Bai Chunian's face paled with rage as he gazed at Yiwu. Utterly disillusioned, you are just as heartless as your mother. Ruoan is your biological sister. Just as Yiwu was about to respond, a tall figure sauntered in from outside. A black canvas backpack was carelessly tossed onto the coffee table as the newcomer shouted at Bai Chunian, step aside, move aside. Bai Chunian looked up to see a young man with a delicate face. He felt a surge of disdain and, seizing the opportunity, erupted with anger. Do you have any idea who I am? Su Canfeng nonchalantly perched himself on the coffee table, chewing gum with an air of bravado. I do. I believe I ran into you at the fertility clinic a few days ago. You're nothing more than a worthless being. Bai Chunian's face turned red with fury. You lack any decorum. I will sue you. Su Canfeng retorted. Go ahead. Speak to my father's lawyer about it. By the way, my father is Su Gang. He tossed a business card onto the table, which was none other than Gu Jusi's card. Bai Chunian trembled with fear. Su Gang, the president of Baoning Group, he is not someone to be trifled with. After Bai Chunian departed, Su Canfeng plopped down on Yiwu's desk. Your ex-husband has hired me to keep an eye on you, fearing you might stray. Yiwu picked up the business card, inquiring softly, do you know Gu Jusi? Su Canfeng regarded her with skepticism. Is he your lover? Su Canfeng exclaimed, I have no connection with him whatsoever. I am not even a woman. Yiwu remained silent, staring blankly at the card. Su Canfeng, chewing on a black pen, observed her with a contemplative expression. After completing the paperwork, he stepped outside to call Zhou Jinghuai. Originally, your wife refused to accept me, but upon seeing Gu Jusi's business card, she relented. Hey, do you think your ex-wife is having an affair with Gu Jusi? Zhou Jinghuai's face darkened. He called General Su, hoping to make alternative arrangements. Before he could utter a word, Su, brimming with delight, exclaimed, no need. General Yi has accepted Canfeng. Currently, Canfeng's social security is being handled by Inchu, and the formal company is about to go public. Our future at Canfeng is exceedingly bright. Brother Jinghuai, you must be grateful for your introduction. From now on, you need not concern yourself with Canfeng's affairs. With General Yi at the helm, I have complete faith in his capabilities. He chuckled. After all, General Yi was nurtured under your guidance, Brother Jinghuai. Zhou Jinghuai was filled with indignation. He cast aside his phone and inquired of Secretary Lin beside him. What is Su Gangan thinking? Is he trying to latch on to me? Secretary Lin dared not utter a word. Yi Wu, unaffected by Su Canfeng's status, employed him as a driver and bodyguard in addition to carrying her bag, with a monthly salary of 12,000. She also established rules for young Master Su. In the presence of outsiders, he must not walk ahead of her, and he was to wear a suit and tie, adhere to traffic regulations, and refrain from speeding. Outside, he was to address her as General Manager Yi. Su Canfeng languidly questioned, in private, "May I call you master?" Yi Wu found him hopeless. However, Su Canfeng's irascible temperament could serve to fend off those she wished to avoid, thus she was willing to maintain his employment. She had a conversation with President Su of the Bowning Group, during which they exchanged the usual pleasantries of the business realm. Seated on the coffee table, Su Canfeng stretched his long legs and chewed gum, remarking, "You and the surname Zhou are truly cut from the same cloth. One cannot emerge from the same bed and expect different outcomes, both equally hypocritical." Yi Wu responded with a cold smile, "Thank you for the compliment. Now, let us go out." Su Canfeng lazily rose, ready to follow her outside. After all, he was merely passing time, appeasing his father. Coincidentally, there was a spectacle to behold. At 8 o'clock in the evening, while engrossed in a game, Su Canfeng contemplated finishing, but upon recalling Yi Wu's frosty demeanor, he put away his phone and followed her out. Outside the building stood a formidable figure, Zhou Jinghuai. He leaned against a black Rolls-Royce, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, his arm moving rhythmically, the glowing ember casting a ruby hue against the surrounding darkness. Chapter 84, Climax. By Ruoan's return, Yi Wu did not shy away. She stepped forward to meet Zhou Jinghuai's gaze. In the gusty night air, her black hair and white attire, coupled with her crimson lips, rendered the surrounding neon lights pale in comparison. Yi Wu softly spoke, "Did you come to see me about something? If it pertains to Su Canfeng, I am quite satisfied. And I owe you my gratitude." Zhou Jinghuai's eyes were profound, "As long as you like it." At this moment, he seemed to have regained his former composure, no longer resembling the previous humble plea. He even added, "If it pleases you, I shall select a few more fine ones to bring tomorrow." Yi Wu's gaze towards him had changed entirely. What a peculiar situation. Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brows. "He refers to you as master?" Yi Wu approached the car, her tone nonchalant. "Is that unacceptable? As long as it pleases me, he may address me as Your Excellency if he so wishes." In truth, he could also call her master. Inside the vehicle, Su Canfeng caressed the steering wheel. "This car is exhilarating." "You're quite exhilarating yourself." That hypocrite outside looks positively scowled. Yi Wu fastened her seatbelt and replied, her voice still indifferent, "From now on, do not refer to me as master." Su Canfeng pressed the accelerator. "Then shall I call you Your Excellency?" Yi Wu. Zhou Jinghuai remained standing in place for a while, then let out a light scoff. "Su Canfeng, just a mere whelp," he thought dismissively, "he is hardly worth my attention." Zhou Jinghuai extinguished the cigarette he held, turned, and entered the black luxury vehicle, which he drove all the way to the Platinum Joy residence, where he now primarily resided. As the vehicle came to a halt, a servant approached, took the coat from his hands, and inquired, "Sir, would you like a late-night snack?" Zhou Jinghuai sighed, "I have no appetite." The servant, aware of his displeasure, refrained from inquiring further. Zhou Jinghuai ascended the staircase illuminated by the soft glow of the lights and pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The room, devoid of its female occupant, exuded an air of desolation. Zhou Jinghuai sat despondently before the piano, lifting the lid to confront the inky blackness of the night outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Raindrops began to fall, the gentle patter of night rain dampening the leaves of the French parasol trees. The withered yellow leaves glistened with moisture, accentuating the chill in the air. In the stillness of the night, Zhou Jinghuai played Fr Elise, a melody that, in its original form, was tender and joyous, yet in this context, resonated with profound solitude. At this moment, he realized that what he truly desired was not Ruoan, but Yi Wu. If Ruoan represented the ethereal white moonlight, then Yi Wu embodied the tangible essence of happiness. It dawned on him that Zhou Jinghuai was, after all, an ordinary man, yearning to grasp the happiness within reach. The person he wished to share his life with was Yi Wu. In this moment, he was consumed by longing. 2 days later, Zhou Yanli visited, bringing with him mooncakes from Warrensai. Zhou Yanli sat down and took a sip of tea, surveying the splendid decor around him, and offered his praise. "In less than a year, this is quite impressive." Yi Wu refilled his tea and replied modestly, "It's merely a small-scale endeavor." Zhou Yanli grew increasingly fond of her, and after engaging in casual conversation for a while, he broached the main topic. "I understand that Jinghuai has wounded your heart. And I grasp the futility of lamenting over spilt water. However, I have noticed he appears rather despondent of late. Which suggests he has come to appreciate what he has lost. Perhaps you might consider rekindling your relationship? With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, it would be a lovely occasion to dine with family and pay respects to the old gentleman, as it has nearly been 100 days. Yi Wu lifted her coffee cup and took a sip. "Uncle, it is not that I am unwilling to honor your request, but rather that my relationship with Zhou Jinghuai has truly reached its conclusion. I cannot accept the presence of Bai Ruowen. Furthermore, I visited the cemetery yesterday and laid a bouquet of daisies. The old gentleman would surely appreciate them." Her words were forthright, leaving Zhou Yanli with no further persuasion to offer. The matter of Bai Ruowen was indeed a source of regret for the Zhou family. It was a truth unspoken in the past, and now it remained a subject shrouded in silence. Zhou Yanli lingered for a brief moment before taking his leave. Before departing, he expressed his concern about the fluctuating temperatures. Yi Wu, taken aback by the unexpected attention, felt a sense of surprise. Once Zhou Yanli had exited, Annie entered, mentioning the mooncakes from Warenzhai, remarking, "This is quite rare. Without a reservation, one must wait for 2 hours to purchase." Annie was filled with delight. Zhou Yanli's visit did not disrupt Yi Wu's work. She continued her tasks undeterred. Even when Su Canfeng dropped by, she dismissed him, finding his eagerness rather clingy. As evening approached, Gu Jusi called, inviting her to an engagement party, where he intended to introduce Shen Ruoshi to familiar friends. Initially, Yi Wu hesitated about attending. However, Gu Jusi insisted on the phone, saying, "Come along, Ruoshi is eager to meet you. Moreover, I owe you my gratitude for handling the Insuwa business, which has yielded significant profits." Pondering over his words, Yi Wu ultimately agreed. She sincerely wished for Gu Jusi and Ms. Shen's happiness and selected a pair of exquisite watches worth 6 million as a congratulatory gift for their engagement the following day. Exiting the boutique after making her purchase, Su Canfeng exclaimed, "You truly spare no expense on a man. My monthly salary is merely 12,000. And you just spent 6 million on your lover." Yi Wu shot him a glance, retorting, "You can be louder if you wish. And Gu Jusi is not my lover." Su Canfeng remained skeptical. "If he isn't your lover, why would you spend 6 million? Yi Wu chose to ignore him. Once in the car, she sent him the address of the venue. Su Canfeng pressed the accelerator, grumbling, "No wonder Zhou wants to keep an eye on you." Yi Wu found his incessant chatter exasperating. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the Inshi Club. Su Canfeng unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to exit. But Yi Wu calmly instructed him, "Wait for me in the car." Su Canfeng protested, "Why should I?" Yi Wu assessed his 800 yuan suit, smirking, "Because you are the driver. A driver should maintain a driver's demeanor. It is improper for a driver to attend a party alongside their employer." Su Canfeng's face reddened. "I see. You simply want to sneak off and have some fun without me, right?" She smiled inwardly, pleased with his accurate deduction. Indeed, sometimes teasing a little puppy was quite entertaining. She ascended the stairs alone and pushed open the door to box 216. To her surprise, Zhou Jinghuai was also present, having some familial ties with Shen Ruoshi. When Shen Ruoshi saw her, she softly called out sister-in-law. The atmosphere became quite delicate. Yi Wu, not wishing to reprimand the young girl, presented her gift and sincerely wished them well. Shen Ruoshi opened the box and immediately recognized the considerable value of the gift, hesitating to accept it. However, Gu Jusi smiled gently, "Take it. Just remember not to confuse names in the future." Shen Ruoshi's cheeks flushed as she replied, "I understand." The gathering consisted of familiar faces, and Zhou Jinghuai's intentions were unmistakable. He evidently did not wish to let go. Truly, life is full of surprises. Zhou Jinghuai seems to have developed feelings for Yi Wu, and their relationship has undergone a transformation. When Yi Wu arrived, she felt compelled to take a seat. The only 2 available spots in the private room were beside Zhou Jinghuai and Gu Jusi. Yi Wu preferred to sit next to Zhou Jinghuai. As soon as she settled in, Zhou Jinghuai turned his gaze towards her, his eyes reflecting a distinctly masculine interest. Finally, he remarked softly, "This outfit is quite appealing." Yi Wu responded with a hint of indifference, "It is merely a professional attire." Zhou Jinghuai, however, remained fixated. Was his lack of adornment a deliberate attempt to incite jealousy in Gu Zhou's young girlfriend? "Zhou Jinghuai, are you unwell?" Yi Wu suppressed her voice, feeling an overwhelming desire to leave. With a cold tone, Yi Wu remarked, "I have a chauffeur." The mere mention of the chauffeur made Zhou Jinghuai's teeth ache. For it was he who had brought Su Canfeng to Yi Wu's side. Just as Zhou Jinghuai was about to speak, his phone rang. He glanced at it and then promptly ended the call. Yi Wu surmised who it was, refraining from inquiring further and not casting another glance. Zhou Jinghuai was aware of her discomfort and thus spoke softly, "My past with her is long over. There is nothing else. I only provide her with material support and will no longer visit Geneva, rest assured." Before Yi Wu could respond, the door to the private room swung open. A beam of light streamed in from outside, illuminating every face with a stark brilliance, and the figure standing at the threshold was unmistakable. It was Bai Ruoan. Clad in a pristine white dress, delicate to the extreme, her frail voice calling out Zhou Jinghuai's name. The night was enveloped in an eerie silence. Zhou Jinghuai quietly gazed at the slender figure before him. He had once firmly believed that he would never return to Geneva, that he would never meet her again, and that in this lifetime, their paths could never converge. The thought of seeing her again seemed as distant as a handful of dust. In that moment, Zhou Jinghuai felt a tumultuous upheaval within. He even forgot about Yi Wu beside him, neglecting the recent assertion he had made to her about their finality. All else faded away, and the notion of returning to Geneva became a mere echo. Chapter 85, Climax. It turned out that she could still feel pain. In the private room, silence enveloped them. Yi Wu observed the man she had once loved deeply, finding the situation bitterly ironic, for in Zhou Jinghuai's heart, she, Yi Wu, had no place to call her own. Zhou Jinghuai's vows and love declarations now appear pale and absurd. Yi Wu feels a deep sorrow for herself. The vibrant youth of the past has been squandered, and even now, she remains in pain. Who among us is unscathed by such anguish? For whole years, those prime years of a woman's life, filled with genuine emotions, were entirely devoted to Zhou Jinghuai, yet he repeatedly trampled her sincerity into the mud. Yi Wu manages a wry smile, choosing to leave and relinquish her hopes. She is acutely aware that many eyes are upon her, some filled with sympathy, others merely reveling in the spectacle. Yet, she is indifferent to their gazes. Her sole desire is to escape this place, to distance herself from the painful reunion with her former lover. She cannot bear to witness it any longer. It is utterly revolting. Yi Wu rises, brushing past Zhou Jinghuai, who remains blissfully unaware. His gaze is fixed upon Bai Ruoan, his composure shattered. In that moment, the opulent corridor transforms into Yi Wu's slaughterhouse, where the remnants of her youthful love for Zhou Jinghuai lay in tatters, her dignity obliterated. 4 years of marriage become merely her solitary performance. From beginning to end, Zhou Jinghuai has belonged to Bai Ruoan. She need not exert any effort. Merely calling out his name, Jinghuai, is sufficient to rekindle his past affections. His eyes reflect such focus, such depth of feeling. Has he ever looked at Yi Wu in that way? No, never. Gu Jusi hurries after her, but she gently shakes off his arm, murmuring, "Don't worry, the driver is waiting for me." Gu Jusi hesitates momentarily before letting go. Soon after, his fiancée Yi Shen Ruoshi approaches with concern, asking, "Should we go after her?" Gu Jusi's gaze deepens. Yi Wu is not so fragile, she will endure. Shen Ruoshi leans against him, her eyes glistening. It seems that love can inflict such deep wounds. Yi Wu steps out of the club, the neon lights cascading softly around her. Su Canfeng puts down his phone, crossing his arms and chuckling, "Your lover is engaged, and you look utterly dejected." "I told you. Spending 6 million on something was foolish. That money could have been better spent on me." Yi Wu remains leaning against the chair. Drive. Just as Su Canfeng is about to respond, Zhou Jinghuai strides out of the club, urgency etched on his face as he searches for Yi Wu's car. The pink Rolls-Royce stands out, making it easy for him to spot. He strides purposefully toward it, a slender figure in a white dress trailing behind him, exuding purity. Su Canfeng mutters in disbelief. However, the car is locked, preventing him from speaking to Yiwu. Through the tinted glass, he catches a glimpse of the sparkle in Yiwu's eyes. Has she been crying? Yiwu. Yiwu, lower the window, let me explain. Yiwu is unwilling to listen. She instructs Su Canfeng to drive. Just as he is about to accelerate, Bai Ruoan stumbles over, calling out Zhou Jinghuai's name in a heart-wrenching tone. You are divorced. Why can't we be together? Jinghuai, you clearly love me. Su Canfeng glances at Yiwu, bewildered. Who is this? Zhou Jinghuai forcefully tapped on Yiwu's car window, while Bai Ruoan stepped forward to tug at his sleeve. With a mere wave of his hand, Zhou Jinghuai sent Bai Ruoan crashing into a street lamppost, the iron frame slicing through her fair forehead. She, fragile as paper, instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhou Jinghuai was taken aback. He swiftly lifted Bai Ruoan into his arms, calling her name, Ruoan, Ruoan. Bai Ruoan's face was ashen, her lips trembling. Vivid crimson blood continuously dripped from her forehead. Zhou Jinghuai glanced at Yiwu's car, then at the delicate Bai Ruoan in his arms. With a determined bite of his lip, he opened his car door and gently placed Bai Ruoan inside, stepping on the accelerator as he sped towards the hospital. He envisioned a life shared with Yiwu, yet he could not allow Ruoan to come to harm. Inside the vehicle, Su Canfeng tilted his head. A hypocrite's former lover? Yiwu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she replied, Do not pry into my affairs. Su Canfeng exclaimed, Are you still in love with him? What is there to admire in such a fickle-hearted individual? Why not consider me instead? Look, my family is well off. I'm youthful and attractive, and I assure you my physique surpasses his. Besides, as a spendthrift, you'll be the one calling the shots in the Su family, which would surely infuriate Zhou Jinghuai. Yiwu turned to him, her gaze steady. After a long pause, she finally uttered, Your imagination is quite splendid. Su Canfeng pressed on the accelerator, yet his persistent heart remained unyielding. I am serious. I have never been so devoted to a woman before. Do you not understand the honor you possess? Yiwu chose to ignore him. Each time, she reminded herself that Yiwu was a chapter she had closed. Yet Zhou Jinghuai would not relinquish her. The city lay in slumber. Clad in a black jacket, Yiwu's long, dark hair danced wildly in the night breeze. Su Canfeng caught up to her, offering a can of beer. Have a drink. This stuff guarantees you'll remain unconscious until dawn. Yiwu glanced at it but did not accept. Drowning one's sorrows in alcohol is an act of the weak. Su Canfeng, stung by her words, retorted. You've never had a drink? I refuse to believe that. Though Yiwu had indeed tasted alcohol, she remained silent. Su Canfeng approached her and took a swig from the can, howling like a young wolf. What is so special about him? He's so pretentious. Is this the type of hypocrite you admire? He resembles my father. Su Canfeng continued, such fanciful thoughts. At the Rinqian Hospital in the capital city, in a VIP room, Bai Ruoan had been treated and was out of immediate danger. Zhou Jinghuai stood in the corridor, repeatedly dialing Yiwu's number, only to find her phone switched off. With Ruoan safe, he thought it was time to clarify matters with her. In the hospital room, Zhou Jinghuai calmly expressed his decision. Ruoan, I apologize. But I have a beloved. Bai Ruoan's face turned pale. Zhou Jinghuai cast a deep glance at her before turning to leave. In the next moment, the woman embraced him from behind, pressing herself tightly against his back, and whispered sorrowfully, Jinghuai, do not go. You must not leave, I forbid you from seeking her. Chapter 86, Tormenting the Scum. Apologies, I am a capitalist. Zhou Jinghuai felt his body stiffen. Behind him, Bai Ruoan's soft, sorrowful cries pierced through the air, gradually igniting a blaze within the man's heart. Jinghuai, life in Geneva was profoundly solitary. Day after day, month after month, year after year. In the past, I would eagerly await your arrival each month, having accumulated an entire month's worth of words to share with you. You cannot fathom how blissful I was during those times. Even though your thoughts were consumed by business and the future of Rong'an, I understood you completely. Yet, as time passed, you ceased to come. For your wife was displeased. Jinghuai, Shanshan has passed away, she is no longer here. The search for a kidney donor has been fruitless. And perhaps I too shall soon meet my end. Jinghuai, I long to remain in the capital, I do not wish to die alone in Geneva. I can no longer bear waking each day to the maddening sound of pigeons fluttering, it drives me to the brink of insanity. I do not wish to confront death in solitude. Jinghuai, I beseech you. My youthful love, I plead in such despair. Zhou Jinghuai's heart softened as he turned around, lowering his gaze to behold Bai Ruoan. Her forehead was adorned with a pristine white bandage, while the blue and white hospital gown hung loosely from her shoulders, delicately accentuating her frail form. Tears cascaded down her cheeks in a sorrowful torrent. Zhou Jinghuai felt a wave of emotions wash over him as memories of the past, particularly those shared with Bai Ruoan, flooded his mind. Bai Ruoan closed her eyes, a single tear cascading down her cheek, her lips quivering as she whispered, "I understand." Yet, she was acutely aware that Zhou Jinghuai had made a promise to remain in the capital city with her. At 4 a.m, the Bai family arrived at the hospital. Their reunion filled with a bittersweet blend of joy and sorrow. Zhou Jinghuai meticulously arranged everything before quietly departing. At 5 o'clock in the early morning, he arrived at Yi Wu's solitary apartment. As he pushed open the door, a faint glimmer of light pierced through the darkness, yet the place was utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. Zhou Jinghuai walked into the kitchen and noticed the kettle bore signs of previous use, while the refrigerator was missing a can of beer. Yi Wu had indeed been here. Zhou Jinghuai ascended to the rooftop. The dawn had broken, casting a soft light in the east, while the surroundings were adorned with resplendent hues of the morning sky. On the rooftop, desolate and empty, lay a crumpled beer bottle in the corner. Suddenly, the tranquility was interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. He retrieved the device to find a message from Su Canphone. "If you do not cherish it, allow me to cherish it on your behalf," grinning. TSK, your old lover is nothing but skin and bones. What kind of aesthetic do you possess?" Grinning. Zhou Jinghuai has watched it several times, and he is infuriated. That rascal Su Canphone was the one who personally delivered it to Yi Wu. Yet now he only seems to provoke him day by day. Nevertheless, Zhou Jinghuai is certain that Yi Wu has gone to Yun City. Zhou Jinghuai contacted Secretary Lin to arrange an early morning private flight to Yun City. After hanging up the phone, he went to the apartment. The desolate apartment held the memory of their last intimate encounter upon the dark sofa. However, Zhou Jinghuai ultimately could not make it to Yun City. At 7 o'clock that morning, Bai Ruoan experienced a health crisis and required emergency medical attention at the hospital. Subsequently, her attending physician in Geneva, Dr. Andrew, arrived, and Zhou Jinghuai organized a consultation with specialists. The hours slipped away, totaling 20, but fortunately, Bai Ruoan's condition began to stabilize. She had brought local specialties from Yun City to visit her grandmother, all carefully prepared by the esteemed old lady Chen. Her grandmother beamed with joy, repeatedly expressing her appreciation for old lady Chen's kindness and remarking on her granddaughter's good fortune. In the golden autumn of October, the evening sun blazed like fire. A gentle voice emanated from her phone. "Yi Wu, shall we meet?" It was Bai Ruoan. The intent was clear, and Yi Wu, undaunted, replied, "All right." 30 minutes later, they met at the left bank CAF. During the weekend traffic jam, Yi Wu arrived at the CAF a few minutes late. Bai Ruoan had already arrived. Seated by the window in a flowing white dress, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an aura of delicate beauty. As Yi Wu entered the CAF, she effortlessly spotted Bai Ruoan and took a seat opposite her. After 6 years of rivalry, they were finally facing each other directly. Bai Ruoan's appearance was innocent, yet her inner corners of her eyes bore a sharpness. She scrutinized Yi Wu subtly, her gaze eventually settling on Yi Wu's handbag, a Hermes Birkin, valued at 1.2 million. Following her gaze, Yi Wu smiled lightly. "It was a gift from my mother." Bai Ruoan forced a smile. "At my age, such things are not suitable." At that moment, the server brought over 2 cups of coffee, and Bai Ruoan smiled sweetly. "This is made from Panama geisha beans, quite exquisite. You should try it." It was a clear display of pretentiousness. Yi Wu remained silent, while the server chimed in. "I noticed Ms. Yi had arrived, so I specially used Yunbei beans. Ms. Yi, if you need anything, please call me. The manager mentioned you haven't visited in a while." Yi Wu offered a serene smile. "All right." Bai Ruoan found herself embarrassed, her face losing its composure. She lowered her head to sip her coffee to mask her discomfort. And after a moment, she hesitantly spoke, I heard you are pursuing a career in the arts. If you wish, I can persuade my father to consign or auction his paintings. I'm sure you are well aware of his artistic achievements. Yi Wu chuckled, Miss Bai. I am in the business of commerce. In fact, I have consulted professional institutions for assessment, and your father's works are overpriced with a significant risk of failing to sell. Most auction houses would hesitate to take them on. In other words, they are not valued. After several exchanges, Bai Ruan found herself at a disadvantage. She smiled faintly. Your career is indeed thriving, however, a woman must also have love alongside her career. By the way, Jinghuai has promised to stay. And I will remain in the capital for treatment. Yi Wu laughed again, do not think that you're staying for treatment in the capital, or even you're dying here. Concerns me. I am no longer married to Zhou Jinghuai, our lives are separate, and you need not flaunt your happiness. Furthermore, Yi Wu produced a stack of documents, this is the debt owed to me by the Bai family, as decreed by the court. You still have 66 million outstanding. Of course, you could ask Zhou Jinghuai for the money, but maintaining your fairy-like persona might make it difficult for you to speak up. Bai Ruan's lips quivered. We are sisters, why must you be so ruthless? Yi Wu's expression remained devoid of amusement as she regarded Bai Ruan, softly stating, only biologically. I am now the daughter of Chen Mingsheng, the eldest lady of the Chen family, and have no ties to the Bai family. Should a lawsuit arise, I would only be required to pay Mr. Bai Chuyan a monthly child support of 1,200, which is akin to feeding a dog. Bai Ruan finally lost her composure, her lips trembling with anger, you possess no ounce of kindness. Kindness? Yi Wu brushed her forehead with a gentle smile, you are mistaken. Miss Bai, I am a thoroughly wicked capitalist. However, I shall cover the cost of this coffee. After settling the bill, Yi Wu departed directly. She made her way to the parking lot, entered her Rolls-Royce, and barely sat down when her phone buzzed in the compartment. It was a call from Zhou Jinghuai. Yi Wu glanced at it, promptly blocked the number, and pressed the accelerator to drive away. The luxurious car left Bai Ruan with red-rimmed eyes. Pondering how different things could have been had Zhou Jinghuai chosen her back then. Chapter 87, Cruel Revenge, 3 Resounding Slaps. A Mother's Strength. Ruan. We have found a suitable kidney donor. It is your biological sister. Ruan, you will be healthy from now on. Bai Ruan managed a forced smile. She may not be willing. Mrs. Bai quickly interjected, is there any sister in the world who would refuse to save her sister? In the past, Shanshan selflessly devoted herself to you, if she could do it, so must she. Bai Ruan leaned against the headboard, appearing fragile, I fear Zhou Jinghuai will be troubled. Bai Chuyan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly, Jinghuai is deeply devoted to you, he will surely support you. As for Yi Wu, compensation can be arranged elsewhere. Just rest assured and await this healthy kidney. Mrs. Bai was equally elated. Yet, Bai Ruan remained hesitant. Bai Chuyan sensed that Ruan was genuinely kind and understanding. Far surpassing Yi Wu in many respects, but in his heart, he still wished to cherish Yi Wu, that child. Yi Wu ignored the calls and refused to meet Zhou Jinghuai. Zhou Yanli has taken action. Zhou Yanli personally made a phone call to Chen Mingsheng, suggesting that, given the discord between their children, it would be prudent for both parties to sit down and discuss the matter, bringing it to a resolution. Otherwise, the lingering tension would weigh heavily on their minds and adversely affect the children's careers. After careful contemplation, Chen Mingsheng recognized the wisdom in this approach. Later that night, following an intimate exchange with his wife, both drenched in perspiration, he broached the subject with her. After much deliberation, Xiang Yinshuang concurred and prepared to settle matters with the Zhou family. The next day, upon receiving confirmation, Zhou Yanli was quite elated. He called for his secretary, thoughtfully instructing, please reserve the finest private room at Wangchao Tower for tonight, as I am hosting important guests. There will be 10 of us. And please ensure that the beverages are of the highest quality. Additionally, make sure to specially order a steamed salmon, as Ah Wu particularly enjoys it. The secretary replied with a smile, certainly, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yanli successfully accomplished the task and, striking his thigh in exclamation, remarked, it is indeed a rarity for Chen Mingsheng to grant me such courtesy. For the sake of Jinghuai, I have truly laid bare my old face. Under Zhou Yanli's orchestration, The two families gathered for dinner that very evening at Wangchao Tower. Zhou's family hosted the gathering, arriving promptly at 6:30. In the elegantly appointed private room, Zhou Jinghuai held a delicate orchid teacup with his slender fingers. Although he appeared to sip leisurely, he was, in truth, growing increasingly anxious as he waited. Zhou Yanli refilled his tea. Let's have a proper discussion later. However, Jinghuai, I believe you must at least express your stance regarding the matter of the Bai family girl. Which woman would willingly share her husband? Zhou Jinghuai furrowed his brow. I have no feelings left for Ruan. Zhou Yanli nodded, expressing his approval. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open, and the waiter ushered in the Chen family of three, announcing, Mr. Zhou Yanli has arrived. Zhou Jinghuai set down his teacup and gazed towards the doorway. Yi Wu had arrived. Clad in a delicate French dress, she adorned no extravagant jewels, exuding an air of simplicity and elegance. Upon seeing her, Chen Mingxing beamed, Wu, come sit with us. Zhou Jinghuai, undisturbed, complied with the wishes of the Chen family and took his seat. His every gesture and movement exuded grace, embodying the elegance of both dragon and phoenix. In such a manner, they would enjoy a splendid farewell banquet, parting ways with dignity. During the meal, as Chen Mingsheng engaged in casual conversation, a deeper meaning inevitably emerged. How could a person like Zhou Jinghuai fail to comprehend? Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor, attentively serving dishes to Yi Wu. This salmon is your favorite. Dad specifically ordered it for you. Please indulge, as you seem to have lost some weight recently. Yi Wu frowned and replied, I can manage on my own. Zhou Jinghuai remained gentle and considerate, inquiring what one wished to eat, offering to serve it with his own chopsticks. The audacity of his demeanor left Zhou Yanli and his spouse feeling quite embarrassed, while Chen Mingxing couldn't help but admire him. This young man truly knew how to humble himself when the occasion called for it. Just then, amidst the revelry of the banquet, a commotion arose outside the private room. Seemingly in search of Yi Wu, Zhou Yanli opened the door and inquired, who is it? However, he was taken aback to find that it was none other than Bai Chunian and his spouse. In the midst of Zhou Yanli's bewilderment, Bai Chunian and his wife squeezed in, and upon seeing Yi Wu, tears welled up in their eyes as they implored, Yi Wu, you must save your unfortunate sister. If you are willing to donate a kidney, Ruan can live healthily. While everyone remained in a state of confusion, Bai Chunian excitedly announced, it's a match. Yi Wu's kidney can be transplanted to Ruan. Wu, from now on, Ruan will respect and cherish you. Should you encounter health issues in the future, Ruan will undoubtedly care for you, rest assured. Yi Wu set down her chopsticks and retorted with a cold laugh. Her illness has nothing to do with me. Bai Chunian's expression shifted dramatically, but you signed the donation agreement. You would willingly donate to a stranger, let alone your own sister. Yi Wu scoffed even more. That was a one-time donation, not a deliberate act of removing an organ for another. Besides, I have no sister. You've mistaken the person. Bai Chunian was utterly taken aback by this outcome. He believed that family ought to support one another. Before he could utter a word, Mrs. Bai began to wail and berate Yi Wu for her lack of conscience. Madame Zhou, fond of Bai Ruan, could not help but interject, if they were biological sisters, it would be only natural to save her. Zhou Yanli glared at her, cautioning her not to misjudge the situation. As her words fell, Xiang Yinfang had already risen to her feet. She cast a cold, disdainful glance at those present, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Then, she approached the couple, Bai Chunian and his wife, delivering two resounding slaps to their faces. This act was a striking reprimand for their treachery and ingratitude. She then turned to face Madame Zhou. Madame Zhou, confident in her status, believed that she would not dare to strike. However, a mother is resolute, and where is the hesitation? Xiang Yinshi delivered a resounding slap across Madame Zhou's face, declaring, this blow is for your inability to discern right from wrong. My Wu has endured countless hardships during her years in the Zhou household. After this, I state unequivocally that not a single kidney, nor even a drop of blood, shall be taken. Should anyone dare to harm Wu, they shall be infringing upon my very lifeblood. I shall ensure their suffering is profound and everlasting. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Chapter 88, Yi Wu, I shall return your life to you. Madame Zhou covered her face in disbelief, exclaiming, you struck me? Chen Mingxing gently draped his arm over her shoulder, reassuring her, as long as I am here, everything will be all right. Mrs. Bai seized the opportunity to interject. Where is the logic in an elder sister not coming to the aid of her younger sibling? Jinghuai, if you truly care for Ruoan, you ought to. Zhou Jinghuai's demeanor was unsettlingly calm. Yiwu is a member of the Chen family, and has no connection to the Bai family. You must not overstep your bounds. Bai Chunyan and his wife were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Jinghuai most concerned about Ruoan? Xian Yinchuan stepped before Zhou Jinghuai, her voice soft yet resonant. Zhou Jinghuai. Bai Ruoan is your past, not Awu's past. Awu has already devoted several years of her youth to you. It is enough. If you cannot let go of Bai Ruoan, if you cannot refrain from concerning yourself with her, then do not entangle yourself further with our Awu. Our daughter of the Chen family does not lack suitors, nor does she yearn for a morsel of grain from the Zhou family. Let us put an end to this and free each other. Zhou Jinghuai's face was ashen. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely contemplated relinquishing his hold on Ruoan entirely. Yet, if he could truly do so, how could he have endured 9 years in Geneva? He could not bear to witness Ruoan perish in chilling solitude. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma, seemingly devoid of any avenue for retreat. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Jinghuai turned his gaze towards Yiwu. With her eyes cast down, Yiwu offered a faint smile. Zhou Jinghuai, you need not feel troubled, I had no intention of reconciling with you, so let it be. She departed alongside the Chen couple. The Bai couple, preoccupied with their intention to make a donation, attempted to follow, but Zhou Jinghuai softly restrained them. In the next moment, he overturned a table laden with exquisite delicacies. The sound of shattering glass echoed, leaving a scene of chaos and devastation in its wake. Everyone stood frozen in shock, while the Bai couple felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. Madame Zhou called out softly, her voice trembling, Jinghuai. Zhou Yanli was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed his son lose his composure in public. Jinghuai had always been stoic, never revealing such a disheartened and despondent expression. The brilliant lights highlighted Zhou Jinghuai's sense of despair as he turned to the individuals in the private room. Uncle Bai. Do you truly regard her as your own daughter? Would you not hesitate for a moment to take one of her kidneys? That is a kidney. Not mere clothing or jewelry, it is a living organ from her body. And mother, have you lost your mind? Av and I were married for 4 years. Madame Zhou realized she had caused a great calamity, her lips moved, yet she dared not utter a word. Zhou Jinghuai spoke softly, I am fond of her. After uttering this phrase, he exited the private room, leaving behind the melancholic call of Madame Zhou. The night breeze caressed his face, bringing a chill. Zhou Jinghuai found himself at a loss, unsure of where to go. For the first time in his life, he had lost his sense of direction. He wandered aimlessly down the street, his phone ringing incessantly with calls from Bai Ruoan. Eventually, he answered one of the calls. I'm sorry, Jinghuai. I had no idea my parents would act that way. Have I put you in a difficult position? After a brief pause, Zhou Jinghuai replied softly, Ruoan, please take care of yourself. He ended the call. As he entered the foyer, a servant habitually inquired if he would like a late-night snack. To which Zhou Jinghuai gently waved his hand in refusal. He ascended to the second floor and pushed open the door to the master bedroom. A weariness he had never experienced enveloped him. Without turning on the lights or disrobing, he simply lay down on the vast bed, shielding his eyes with his hand. He lay there in serene silence, without uttering a sound. In the middle of the night, rain began to fall. The gentle patter of raindrops seemed to echo upon the very depths of his heart. Zhou Jinghuai felt a dampness in his heart. As he hazily recalled the years of extravagant splendor that were, in truth, intertwined with the presence of Ao. With A's departure, his world was left in ashes. He was unwilling to relinquish hope, however. In Shuang's words lingered incessantly in his mind, Bai Ruoan is your past, not Yiwu's past. Do not delay her any longer. If you cannot remain indifferent, then let each other go. The corners of Zhou Jinghuai's eyes grew increasingly moist. In the dim light, he murmured softly, Ah! I return your life to you. Henceforth, I remain in the abyss. As for you, you shall be free and find happiness. At 8 o'clock on Tuesday evening. Yiwu let out a soft hum, furrowing her brow. Why are you wearing jeans again? Su Canfong, shaking his long legs, replied in a deliberately nonchalant manner. What's wrong with a young man like me wearing jeans? I have vitality. Yiwu turned to walk outside, stating, if there's a next time, I'll deduct 200 from your salary. Su Canfong protested in a hushed tone, when are you going to pay me a salary? You are so generous with your lover. Handing out 6 million at a time. Let me tell you, if that 6 million were spent on me, I would serve you exceptionally well. Yiwu shot him a glance, inquiring, what skills do you possess? Su Canfong puffed out his chest, boasting, I have plenty of talents. Just as he finished speaking, he fixed his gaze upon the people in the hall. Zhou Jinghuai was particularly well dressed this evening. He wore a deep gray shirt, an exquisite handcrafted suit, complemented by a black silk tie. A suit is indeed a man's finest attire. Having been married for many years, he possessed a certain understanding of Yiwu's preferences. Approaching her, he gazed deeply into her eyes and softly uttered, let us dine together, I have made a reservation. Su Canfong crossed his arms and exclaimed loudly, our general manager Yi is unavailable. Oh, why not seek out your old flame? Has she passed away? Zhou Jinghuai disregarded the conspicuous bag and gently grasped Yiwu's hand, stating calmly, give me 2 hours, and I shall not trouble you again. The young wolfdog flashed his white teeth, declaring, hey, I'm quite formidable in a fight. Su Canfong remained silent. Yiwu quietly gazed up at him. After a moment, she released his hand without uttering a word and proceeded to the parking lot, where she opened Zhou Jinghuai's car. Zhou Jinghuai followed the past. Once seated in the car, he intended to fasten the seatbelt for Yiwu, but she lightly declined his offer, stating, it's merely a meal, nothing more. Zhou Jinghuai's eyes reflected a sense of despondency. Moments later, he pressed the accelerator. On the steps, Su Canfong shook his fist and murmured to himself, why did I hesitate just now? Chapter 89, A Parting of Ways. Zhou Jinghuai shed tears. In that same restaurant, they finished the meal they had left uneaten together. Zhou Jinghuai had evidently prepared meticulously. The meal was even more exquisite than before, with the finest vintage red wine he had personally brought. The restaurant itself had transformed, now featuring a grand piano positioned before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Everything spoke of separation. The silver candlesticks flickered with candlelight, and amidst the hazy illumination, they gazed calmly into each other's eyes, a span of 7 years having elapsed since their initial acquaintance. Zhou Jinghuai poured half a glass of red wine for Yiwu and softly remarked, drink a little, I brought it especially for you. The caviar tonight is quite exquisite. I tasted it myself before they served it. Yiwu inquired gently, why? She lowered her head, offering a faint smile. For a long time, they had not coexisted in such a tranquil manner. Perhaps the impending separation had softened their hearts, rendering them less concerned with trivialities. Whether it was love or care, it had become inconsequential. After this meal, they would part ways, each embarking on their separate paths, leading to a clean break. There was nothing particularly remarkable about this. He merely yearned for a semblance of a date. He refrained from uttering sentimental words, and she withheld any venomous remarks, simply sitting together in serene companionship as they dined. Yet, her appetite had waned. For the past week, she had struggled with her hunger, perhaps she had eaten something unwholesome. Yiwu excused herself to the restroom. Later, Zhou Jinghuai played a piece, Chopin's Nocturne. Yiwu did not interrupt, she sat and watched him at the grand window, observing him play the piano. Everything she had once hoped for was willingly offered to her by Zhou Jinghuai, but after the passage of so many events, it seemed to have lost its significance. Even after he finished, she offered a faint smile. Outside, in the distance, someone had set off fireworks. Enormous bursts of color ascended into the night sky, transforming it into a splendid canvas, reminiscent of their farewell this evening, akin to the grand arrangement of this meal by Zhou Jinghuai. Yet, no matter how dazzling the fireworks, they too would eventually fade. The night was tranquil. Yiwu, it seems we inadvertently skipped the phase of falling in love. Zhou Jinghuai suddenly spoke. Yiwu raised her face, ready to say something. Zhou Jinghuai had lowered his head, his face gradually drawing closer to hers, their breaths intertwining. He offered her no respite, cradling the back of her neck as he tenderly kissed her. Despite the gentleness of the moment, Yiwu found herself unable to break free. The vibrant neon lights and the bustling crowd around them rendered everything surreal, as if they were in love, as if it were a reunion rather than a farewell. Zhou Jinghuai kissed her for an extended moment before gently releasing her. His gaze was profound as he remarked, "I shall procure a magic wand for you. Please wait a moment." Gu Zhouxi possessed it, and thus he desired to possess it as well. Yiwu found his behavior rather juvenile, after 7 years of acquaintance. It seemed Zhou Jinghuai had never engaged in such childish antics. In the end, she chose not to hold this against him. Zhou Jinghuai loosened his tie and gently covered her eyes, whispering, "With your eyes closed, a delightful surprise awaits when you hold the fairy wand." Yi Wutian offered a faint smile, choosing not to dwell on the moment. The neon lights in the sky gradually dimmed, and the surroundings seemed to fall into a tranquil silence. The silk tie quietly dampened. She and Zhou Jinghuai had finally reached the end of their journey together. In the distance, Zhou Jinghuai stood amidst the flickering lights, reminiscent of the graceful Lan Jiyushu from years past. He silently gazed at Yi Wu, observing her solitary figure. "Ah Wu, I have deceived you once more. I claimed to possess what Gu Zhouxi had, and I desired the same. Yet, how could Zhou Jinghuai be like anyone else? Even in departure, it must be unlike any other. I selfishly hope you will forever remember me. Recall that this evening's breeze carries the essence of Zhou Jinghuai, and remember that I offered you not only anguish and tears." "Ah Wu. No matter how reluctant we may be, we must part ways amicably. Ah Wu, I now return to you the entirety of your life." Zhou Jinghuai turned and departed. He lit a cigarette, trembling fingers bringing it to his lips for a puff. He thought to himself, "Let it be." With a farewell that allows for both to part ways and grant her freedom. The pale blue smoke was the last warmth he bestowed upon Yi Wu. Zhou Jinghuai wept. A glimmer of light appeared at the corner of his eye, revealing tears that had never been shed. He hurried through the crowd beneath the fading neon lights. Pondering amidst his tears, how could he, Zhou Jinghuai, possibly be crying? It must be an illusion. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw, thus. He would not regret it, would he? Indeed, there would be no regrets. Yet, deep within his heart, a voice whispered, "Zhou Jinghuai, your happiness is within reach. Do you understand love? That day in Yun City, when you told Yi Wu that perhaps Xiaobai preferred his father. That was the love shared between you and Yi Wu. In her apartment, so many times, how could it not be love? It has always been, never devoid of emotion. In truth, feelings can indeed blossom over time. Zhou Jinghuai, if given a chance to start anew, would today culminate in such an outcome? Zhou Jinghuai. If given a second chance, you would undoubtedly prevent Yi Wu from sacrificing her ability to bear children for your sake. At the very least, when she departs, she will no longer be subjected to scrutiny over this matter, nor will she harbor lingering regrets. In a city, two individuals traverse divergent paths. Zhou Jinghuai drove his car to Yinjiang, where he sat inside, smoking cigarettes for a considerable part of the night. Later, he purchased a bundle of sparklers. The banks of Yinjiang were adorned with colorful neon lights, representing the delayed affections of his heart. It was only today that he realized that all that remained for Ruowen were guilt and responsibility. Before his grandfather passed away, he left him a letter that read, "Jinghuai. It is not disgraceful to transfer your affections, I hope you can see clearly into your own heart." At the time, he dismissed it. He was fond of Yi Wu. But how could that be related to love? It was merely the attraction between a man and a woman, simply the bond shared between spouses. Now, he has come to a profound realization. The moment he laid eyes on Yi Wu, he was captivated. Yet he convinced himself that he merely wished for Ruowen to be as healthy, confident, and radiant as she was. In truth, it was his pride that hindered him. He could not accept that he might superficially transfer his affections, and he had been making excuses, persuading himself that he had long since fallen for Yi Wu. It has always been Yi Wu. It has always been her. Chapter 90, I merely wish to hear your voice. By Ruowen's condition deteriorated, and complications arose, requiring 2 hours of emergency treatment before she was stabilized. Zhou Jinghuai had not slept a wink throughout the night and, overwhelmed by exhaustion, succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Zhou Jinghuai, will we remain loyal to each other for a lifetime, never to betray or abandon one another? Yes. In Zhou Jinghuai's heart, awe held the utmost significance. Then, Zhou Jinghuai, shall we marry? Oh, oh. Bai Ruoan was taken aback, rendered speechless. Initially, she felt elated upon hearing the news of Zhou Jinghuai's separation from Yi Wu, believing that she remained the most important person in his heart. Yet now, even in his dreams, he called out the name of Yi Wu. How profoundly mortifying this was for her. Zhou Jinghuai suddenly awoke, still haunted by lingering fears. To his dismay, the figure in his embrace was not the soft and fragrant jade of his dreams, but rather Bai Ruoan. Zhou Jinghuai released his grip and placed his hand upon his forehead, exclaiming, "Ruolan, are you feeling any better?" Bai Ruolan settled onto the adjacent sofa, her voice gentle. "I am feeling better. However, I am aware that I have but 6 months left to live. Jinghuai, I am truly sorry. I never anticipated that my condition would lead to your separation from my sister. Had I known, I would have fervently intervened to prevent our parents from making such an absurd decision. It is entirely understandable that my sister is unwilling to donate." Zhou Jinghuai's gaze was profound. At that moment, Dr. Andrew, the young physician who had come from Geneva to discuss Bai Ruoan's condition, approached Zhou Jinghuai. Dr. Andrew remarked, "If a suitable kidney donor cannot be found soon, Miss Bai's body may no longer be suitable for transplantation." Zhou Jinghuai silently perused the English medical record, remaining reticent. Bai Ruoan discreetly bit her lip. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Jinghuai departed for a meeting at his company. As he was leaving, he encountered Dr. Andrew once more. The young physician was enveloped in a familiar fragrance, reminiscent of Dior's J'adore, a scent that Yi Wu occasionally favored. Zhou Jinghuai could not help but cast a glance at the doctor. When Bai Chunyan and his wife came to care for their daughter, Mrs. Bai's first inquiry upon seeing Bai Ruoan was, "What did Jinghuai say? Is Yi Wu willing to donate a kidney?" Mrs. Bai immediately formed a resolution: "We cannot accept this without compensation. A house or 5 million, she can certainly negotiate." Bai Ruoan, disinterested in engaging with her, remained silent. Bai Chunyan, however, displayed a measure of practicality and hesitated before responding. "The Chen family is not lacking in funds, and Ah Wu herself is quite affluent. Having established a substantial career, her auction house is on the brink of going public." Mrs. Bai scoffed. "Her current status is a direct result of Ruoan's sacrifice." Bai Ruoan replied bitterly, "Yet my sister does not perceive it this way, she believes it is solely her own capability." Mrs. Bai then lamented. "Why did you not keep Jinghuai?" Bai Ruoan sighed softly. "He has business matters to attend to, how could I possibly insist he stay? Nevertheless, he visits me every few days. With no one by his side, he has nowhere else to go." Mrs. Bai urged her daughter to seize the opportunity. Completely disregarding the fact that her daughter's condition was not conducive to such pursuits, Zhou Jinghuai departed from the hospital. As he descended the stairs, the sun shone brilliantly. Yet a chill enveloped him. Before others, he maintained the demeanor of a refined gentleman, exuding vitality. However, only Zhou Jinghuai himself was aware that a part of his heart was gradually decaying. Occasionally, he would visit the hospital to see Bai Ruoan, but more often than not, he preferred solitude, lost in quiet contemplation of Yi Wu. There was a young girl whose features bore a striking resemblance to Yi Wu, particularly the faintly crimson mole at the corner of her eye. As she poured the wine, Zhou Jinghuai reclined on the sofa, quietly observing that mole, his gaze profound. He frequented the place for an entire week, indulging in over 1 million worth of fine wine. The club manager, perceiving his intent, summoned the young lady. The manager had a favor to ask of Zhou Jinghuai and, noticing his solitude, sought to introduce someone. He addressed the girl softly, "Here, pouring wine. You might earn a mere 20 or so in a year, but accompanying Mr. Zhou is entirely different luxury and opulence await you, along with joys beyond your imagination." The girl bit her lip. "Mr. Zhou has always been quite proper." The manager chuckled. "He is fond of the mole at the corner of your eye. It surely reminds him of someone dear." The girl, somewhat bashful, still expressed her willingness. As she entered the private room, Zhou Jinghuai leaned back on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Following the manager's hints, the girl knelt slightly, allowing him a clearer view of her mole. Indeed, Zhou Jinghuai set aside his phone. The girl, with her delicate white hand resting on his thigh, looked up and softly murmured, "Mr. Zhou, I have a similar one on my waist, would you like to see?" A young girl, extending such an earnest invitation, was irresistible to any man. Zhou Jinghuai gazed intently for a moment. He picked up his coat and stood up. Yet still ordered 200,000 worth of wine on his tablet, casually stating, "I shall take these wines with me." The implication was clear, he would not return. The young girl stood there for quite some time, dazed and at a loss for words. Zhou Jinghuai's tone had grown somewhat more subdued. "I did not intend that." Upon finishing his words, he directly opened the door and departed. The manager, still waiting outside, discerned Zhou Jinghuai's expression and understood that he would not yield. Zhou Jinghuai gently instructed, "Do not make things difficult for others, refrain from teaching such nonsense in the future. We are all born of parents, not meant to be squandered." The manager felt quite embarrassed, and Zhou Jinghuai chose not to linger on the matter further, descending the stairs and entering his vehicle. Zhou Jinghuai sat in the back seat. His eyes closed in repose. After a while, he provided an address, the apartment once inhabited by Yi Wu. The driver was taken aback, yet he still proceeded to drive there. Upon arrival, Zhou Jinghuai instructed the driver to leave, and he ascended the stairs slowly, carrying several bottles of red wine. He possessed the key to the place and entered without hesitation. The room was desolate and cold, indicating that it had been unoccupied for quite some time. Zhou Jinghuai set aside his coat and began to tidy up the apartment. He dedicated an hour to transforming the space into a pristine haven. Boiling water to brew coffee and even ordering a bouquet of white calla lilies, Leaf Wu's favorite. He meticulously crafted the ambience to resemble a home. As night fell, Zhou Jinghuai chose to remain, curling up on the sofa where he had shared tender moments with Leaf Wu, covered by a soft lambswool blanket. The scent of Leaf Wu lingered in the air, and unable to resist, he dialed her number in the late hours. Countless nights of inebriation had been met with suppression. Yet in this moment, he crossed the line. The phone rang for an eternity. Leaf Wu eventually answered, but she remained silent. Zhou Jinghuai remained silent for quite some time before hesitantly inquiring, "Have you been well lately?" Yi Wu, after a brief pause, replied indifferently, "If there is nothing else, I shall hang up." "Wait a moment." "Oh, please wait." Zhou Jinghuai urgently called out to her, and after a moment of silence, he softly remarked, "I merely wish to hear your voice, is that not permitted?" He reiterated, "Ah Wu, I just long to listen to your voice." The night was tranquil. Yet the atmosphere was heavy with unspoken emotions. Yi Wu's voice was slightly hoarse as she replied, "Zhou Jinghuai, it has lost all meaning." With that, she hung up. Soon after, the sound of beeping echoed from Zhou Jinghuai's phone. His handsome, refined face was marred by an expression of repression and desolation. Chapter 91, Yi Wu is pregnant. She is to become a mother. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of October. Bai Ruan's condition had been steadily deteriorating. Fearing she would not survive to find a kidney donor, she expressed a desire to travel the world, but Zhou Jinghuai refused, insisting they should wait a little longer. Bai Ruan realized that although he was physically present in the hospital, his heart was elsewhere. A wave of anxiety washed over her, she yearned to capture Zhou Jinghuai's heart. On Saturday evening, a renowned theatrical production graced the capital city with its presence, boasting an impressive cast. Bai Ruan procured 2 box tickets and extended an invitation to Zhou Jinghuai to join her. Zhou Jinghuai instinctively rejected, saying, "Your health is compromised. It is best for you to remain in the hospital." Bai Ruan had already changed her attire. Upon hearing his words, she lowered her gaze. Tears cascading down her cheeks, "It is precisely because I am unwell that I yearn to step outside. Jinghuai, I have not attended a performance in a long time. Do you wish for me to languish in this hospital room, awaiting the end of my life? I promise to be cautious and will not expose myself to any viruses while I am outside." Zhou Jinghuai felt a pang of compassion. Recently, he had indeed neglected Ruan. He had once vowed to care for her for a lifetime. Zhou Jinghuai's expression softened, "Then let's go together." Bai Ruan was overwhelmed with joy, her eyes brimming with tears. She linked her arm with Zhou Jinghuai's and said cheerfully, "I'll grab a light jacket. If it gets too cold, I can wear your suit jacket." "Jinghuai, I adore the scent of tobacco that lingers on you." Zhou Jinghuai believed she had misunderstood. However, as Bai Ruan's life ticked away, he chose not to correct her, merely offering a faint smile. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Grand Theater of Jing City buzzed with anticipation. Tonight's performance featured the renowned play Thunder, which boasted an entirely A-list cast. Many stars from Jing City gathered to show their support, making tickets a rare treasure. And the bouquets for the leading actor overflowed in the theater's expansive backstage. Xiang Yingxuan, a fervent admirer of the play, brought Yi Wu along to enjoy the spectacle, while Su Canfeng insisted on joining them. Su Canfeng was exceedingly attentive, rushing out to purchase snacks. Mrs. Chen, upon seeing the assortment, remarked on their tartness and turned to Yi Wu, saying, "Why have you developed a taste for these? Just one of those plums makes my teeth ache from the sourness." Yi Wu had only recently taken a liking to them. After sampling one, she replied in confusion, "It's not sour at all." "Mother, would you like to try one?" Xiang Yingxuan waved her hand dismissively, "I truly cannot appreciate this." Su Canfeng promptly extended the fruit platter to her, fanning her gently with a hand fan, displaying an endearing eagerness. This charming young man captivated even Mrs. Chen, who, despite her age, found him quite likable, especially since he hailed from the Su family. The trio engaged in cheerful banter, when suddenly, Yi Wu caught sight of a familiar face in the opposite box. Zhou Jinghuai and Bai Ruowen. Zhou Jinghuai and Bai Ruowen sat side by side in a small private room. Bai Ruowen was draped in the man's coat, her fair arms entwined with his, leaning delicately against him, resembling intimate lovers. At that moment, Zhou Jinghuai also noticed her. Their gazes intertwined with a lingering intensity. Then, as if recollecting something, he pushed Bai Ruowen away slightly and directed a look filled with urgency towards Yi Wu, as if attempting to convey an explanation. Yi Wu merely smiled serenely and averted her gaze. They had long been divorced. Zhou Jinghuai's association with Bai Yuanguang or He Yuanguang was of no consequence to her. Nor did she require any explanations. The young wolfdog observed the scene, chewing gum vigorously, as if intent on crushing that pair of illicit lovers beneath his teeth. Zhou Jinghuai caught sight of him and furrowed his brow. Bai Ruowen, feeling neglected, glanced towards Yi Wu and, with genuine concern, suggested, "Jinghuai, would you like to go and greet them?" Zhou Jinghuai spoke softly, "The performance is about to begin." Bai Ruowen fell silent, gathering the man's coat around her, curling up within the fabric like a delicate daughter, weakly clinging to the man. Moments later, she coughed a few times. Zhou Jinghuai took a water cup and handed it to Bai Ruowen, displaying considerable thoughtfulness. Yi Wu was aware that this display of affection was deliberately orchestrated by Bai Ruowen to dissuade her. But she had long since lost faith in Zhou Jinghuai and remained unfazed. Nevertheless, the mere presence of Bai Ruowen was enough to unsettle her. As Yi Wu contemplated enduring this encounter, she turned to Xiang Yingxuan and remarked, "In the future, it would be wise to consult an expert before going out, otherwise one might easily encounter unclean entities." Yi Wu smiled faintly, "Mother, did you learn that humor from Uncle Chen?" The little wolfdog chimed in, "That's our dad." Yi Wu shot him a glare. However, Xiang Yingxuan chuckled, finding it delightful that her daughter, capable and accomplished, might be paired with such a cheerful character. He was handsome, well-built, and had pearly white teeth. Little did Yi Wu know of his ulterior motives. After snacking on some light refreshments, feeling slightly unwell, she decided to visit the restroom. Xiang Yingxuan instructed the little wolfdog to accompany her. Upon reaching the restroom door, Su Canfeng's phone rang, prompting him to step outside to take the call. Yi Wu entered the restroom alone, but as soon as she did, someone quietly closed the door behind her. It was Zhou Jinghuai. Yi Wu was gently pressed against the tiled wall by the man. His hand cradled the back of her neck, and his movements were not excessive. He merely gazed deeply into her dark eyes before speaking in a hoarse voice, "Ah." Yi Wu struggled to break free but was unsuccessful. Calmly, she inquired, "What is this?" "Zhou Jinghuai, did we not agree to part ways amicably? Why are you still entangled with me? In a theater filled with thousands, we could easily pretend not to see each other, could treat one another as strangers. Why pursue me? Are you intentionally flaunting your affection before me, hoping for my congratulations? If that is your desire, then I wish you and Bai Ruowen a love that endures until old age." As Yi Wu uttered these harsh words, tears shimmered in her eyes. 4 years of youth devoted to an unworthy man was indeed a cruel fate. Zhou Jinghuai's face was ashen. He wished to explain, yet ultimately, he slowly released her, relinquishing the woman he desired. He stepped back and softly uttered, "Actually, it isn't like that. However, it was all rendered meaningless. Zhou Jinghuai gradually stepped back, slowly walking out of Yi Wu's life, and as he reached the doorway, his heart ached profoundly. The restroom fell silent once more, illuminated solely by the light that cast a pallid glow upon Yi Wu's face. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over her, and she leaned over the sink, retching violently for an extended period. Eventually, she collapsed against the wall, sliding down until she sank to the floor. Yi Wu gently lowered her gaze, her hand tenderly resting on her abdomen. As a woman, she comprehended the implications of this moment. Recently, she had been experiencing persistent nausea and an insatiable craving for sour foods. It was not due to a mere upset stomach but rather the revelation that she was pregnant. She was with child. And this occurred after her definitive separation from Zhou Jinghuai. Tears streamed down Yi Wu's face as laughter and sorrow intertwined within her. She was pregnant. She would become a mother, and astonishingly, she could still embrace motherhood. Chapter 92, Yi Wu is pregnant. She is to become a mother. The restroom door swung open, and in walked Su Canfeng. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Yi Wu leaning against the wall, her hand resting on her abdomen. Her expression imbued with a sense of purity reminiscent of how his mother looked at him. The young wolfdog was instantly thrown into a frenzy. "You are pregnant? How could you carry his child? Didn't you break up with him? How could you end up with a child?" This was his first infatuation with a woman. His first desire to marry one. He had eagerly anticipated her severing ties with her ex, only to be confronted with an unexpected union of their lives. The young wolfdog was consumed by rage and resolved to leave immediately. He acted on this impulse, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. Yet, he soon found himself crouching beside Yi Wu, cautiously reaching out to touch her belly, his gaze lifted to meet hers. Yi Wu did not resist. Su Canfeng thought to himself, she must have some feelings for me, allowing me to touch her belly. In a gruff voice, the young wolfdog declared, "If you give birth, I will take care of it. Call me Dad, and let the child bear the Su surname. The genes of a hypocrite should suffice. The little one will inherit my family's legacy and never worry for sustenance." Tears still glistened on Yi Wu's cheeks. Upon hearing this, she smiled and reached out to ruffle Su Canfeng's hair. "Silly boy. I can take care of myself." Though he was only 3 years her junior, in her eyes, he resembled a child. At 27, Yi Wu had indeed experienced the vicissitudes of life. Su Canfeng stubbornly retorted, "I don't care. Regardless, I'll save half of my monthly salary of 12,000 to support him." Yi Wu remained silent, still feeling somewhat unwell. She requested Su Canfeng to assist her to the corridor for some fresh air. As they walked through the tranquil night, Su Canfeng eyed her with concern. "Should we go to the hospital? What if the baby is struggling for air?" Yi Wu smiled softly, "You seem quite knowledgeable. It's nothing to worry about. Women can feel weak in early pregnancy." Moments later, Su Canfeng hesitated again and asked, "Are you really not going to tell him?" He feared missing out on the chance to be a ready-made father. Yi Wu gently shook her head, just as hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Zhou Jinghuai hurriedly made his way, cradling the fragile Bai Ruoan in his arms, her pale visage whispering something softly. Zhou murmured words of comfort, assuring her that she would be fine. "Do not fear, once we reach the hospital, everything will be all right. I am here." He held Bai Ruoan closely as they brushed past Yi Wu. In truth, he noticed Yi Wu, her complexion ashen. Yet, he did not pause. Nor did he consider that Yi Wu was with child. They merely passed each other, missing one another in that desolate corridor, amidst Zhou Jinghuai's repeated betrayals. At the entrance of the theater, an ambulance awaited, prepared for Bai Ruoan. Zhou Jinghuai carefully placed Bai Ruoan into the vehicle. And only after the doctor took over did he have the opportunity to glance towards the second floor. In the distance, he vaguely discerned the silhouette of Yi Wu, who seemed to be in some discomfort. However, Zhou Jinghuai did not dwell on it, nor did he have the chance to. 5 seconds later, the ambulance sped away. Yi Wu's figure diminished until it vanished altogether. By the window, Su Canfeng gently inquired, "Do you not regret it?" Yi Wu shook her head softly, refraining from revealing anything. Bai Ruoan's episode had caused quite a stir, and naturally, Xiang Yinfang was aware of it, yet she never uttered a word in front of her daughter. A divorced man ought to be treated as if he were dead. Little did she anticipate that Yi Wu was pregnant. At the Chen family villa. After confirming her pregnancy with a home test, Yi Wu did not conceal the truth but shared the news with Chen Mingxing and his wife. The couple fell into a brief silence before erupting with joy, especially Xiang Yinfang, who was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, her words stumbling. Yi Wu smiled gently. Once I finish my work and get back on track, I plan to go to Yun City for my delivery, without informing the Zhou family. Xiang Yinfang wholeheartedly agreed. That sounds perfect. Chen Mingxing, equally exhilarated, rubbed his hands together and asked his wife, "Am I about to become a grandfather? Our home will soon be filled with life." With tears in her eyes, Xiang Yinfang replied, "Indeed." No one felt greater joy than she, as a mother and a woman. She understood the pain of infertility all too well. Now that her daughter was expecting, regardless of the child's lineage, it would belong to the Chen family. She and her husband began discussing the child's future, gender, clothing colors, and even the school district. Yi Wu was deeply touched. Not a single person suggested the child belonged to the Zhou family or urged her to reconsider keeping it. Everyone was focused on how to provide for the child. She gently caressed her abdomen, thinking, this child would surely flourish. She was about to become a mother. In the quiet of the night, Yi Wu leaned against the living room sofa, her hand resting on her belly, contemplating the child's future. Suddenly, a commotion outside interrupted her thoughts. Accompanied by the voices of the servants. In the hallway stood Su Canfeng, wheeling his suitcase, boldly declaring, "From today onward, I shall move in. I will take on the responsibilities of a man. I am now the son-in-law of the Chen family." Nearby, a servant stifled a laugh. Yi Wu pressed her forehead and shook her head lightly. Truly, a child who never grows up. Su Canfeng's gaze deepened as he retorted, "I have long since grown up." In the stillness of the night, in the VIP room of Rinqian Hospital, Bai Ruoan's condition had stabilized somewhat. She curled up at the head of the bed. Listening to the doctor's advice from the capital, "Miss Bai, your health is not suited for going out, it is best to avoid it in the future." Zhou Jinghuai nodded. Acknowledging her words, "I understand, and I will be more attentive in the future." After bidding farewell to the doctor, he turned to Bai Ruoan, his voice gentle, "Ruoan. It would be best for you to remain in the hospital and take time to recuperate, it will aid in your recovery." Bai Ruoan pressed her small face against her knees, shaking her head in bewilderment. What is the point of recovery? Medication, dialysis, are these all that remain of my life? I cannot even watch a complete play. I long to paint, I yearn to create. Bai Ruoan, barefoot, descended from her bed to retrieve her easel. Attempting to work on an unfinished piece. On the canvas appeared the churches of Geneva and the white doves outside her window. Yet, after only a few strokes, tears streamed down her cheeks. 9 years have passed, Jinghuai. I have painted countless pictures, but they all depict churches and doves. I have never seen other colors. My world is confined to shades of gray and white. How I miss our time at the CN Tower, capturing moments together, reveling in the snowfall. You did not choose me back then, I harbor no resentment, for we were both ensnared in our own struggles. However, for the final chapter of my life, I wish to walk alongside you." Bai Ruoan's heart shattered as she closed her eyes. Before her, a haunting image of that day in the ambulance surfaced, where Zhou Jinghuai lingered with lingering affection for Yi Wu. Perhaps the pain was too profound, for a trickle of blood escaped from her lips, a harrowing sight. The youthful lover, now nearing the end of her light. Zhou Jinghuai felt a profound sense of guilt. He had once forsaken Ruoan, banishing her abroad for 9 long years. Now, Ruoan was about to depart. The woman he had once cherished should not leave in such a desolate manner. Zhou Jinghuai pondered for a long while Bai Ruoan trembled, her frail arms encircling his waist. "Jinghuai, you once professed your love for me. Do not be so cruel. For 9 years, I have existed in Geneva, while you pursued her, entwined in your affectionate embrace. After my demise, you will still be able to meet her. But there will no longer be a Bai Ruoan in this world. Zhou Jinghuai's Ruoan will forever be lost." Zhou Jinghuai lowered his head, gazing at the pallid visage before him, softly uttering a single word of acknowledgement. "Ruoan, I shall accompany you on your final journey." As he spoke these words, A sense of disorientation enveloped him. Deep down, he comprehended the profound implications of his declaration, signifying the irrevocable end of any possibility with Yi Wu. He did not choose Ruoan, rather, he opted to atone for the 9 years he had lost with her. Ruoan tilted her head back in his embrace, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed with joy and sorrow. Chapter 93, Zhou Jinghuai's farewell. I must take my leave. He confided his intentions to Zhou Yanli. Zhou Yanli was taken aback. He set down the teacup in his hand and spoke slowly. Jinghuai, I have always believed that there was still hope for you and Ao. However, with you leaving so ambiguously with the Bai family girl, it will be hard to clarify things in the future. Ao will certainly feel unsettled just thinking about it. How could she possibly accept you? Jinghuai, have you truly considered this carefully? Zhou Jinghuai remained silent for a considerable time, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Neither Ao nor I held any hope left. Perhaps it would be better to fulfill Ruoan's final wish. Zhou Yanli understood that Bai Ruoan was nearing the end of life. He sighed softly, saying, Jinghuai, as long as you have thought it through and do not harbor regrets, that is enough. Zhou Jinghuai wished to speak once more. Zhou Yanli rarely waved his hand and stepped out of the hall first. Zhou Yanli traversed 2 rows of white birch trees to arrive at the study of his late father. With utmost reverence, he offered 3 sticks of incense to honor his father's memory, and then seated himself cross-legged on the sofa, engaging in a leisurely conversation with the spirit of his father. Father, Jinghuai has expressed his intention to take the Bai family girl on a trip. That frail lad is bound to meet his demise along the way. Jinghuai's reputation is certainly tarnished, regardless of his capabilities or good looks. Which respectable family would allow their daughter to marry into such a situation? Not to mention Ao Wu. Father, I have done my utmost. Jinghuai and Ao Wu simply lack the fated connection. Zhou Yanli felt an undeniable ache in his heart, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. At that moment, Mrs. Zhou burst in, her hair disheveled. Zhou Yanli, you must restrain your son, you cannot allow him to take Ruoan out. Zhou Yanli scoffed. Are you not fond of the Bai family girl? Why then do you hinder her now? Although Madame Zhou harbors affections for Ruoan, the imminent demise of Ruoan would undoubtedly tarnish Jinghuai's reputation. She implores her husband to devise a solution. Madame Zhou sank onto the sofa, murmuring to herself. If only there were a child, I could hold on to all, I could keep Jinghuai close, and this family would not fall apart. As she spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Zhou Yanli, both exasperated and amused, remarked, now you finally understand the value of cherishing things? Your attitude was far from this in the past. Madame Zhou wept softly, her heart aching for her son. Yet, despite her anguish, Zhou Jinghuai had already begun preparations for his journey abroad. Before his departure, he wished to see Yi Wu once more. 3 days later, at the Inshi Club, an obligatory gathering awaited Yi Wu, who felt compelled to attend. The young wolfdog had protested vociferously, accusing her of lacking trust in him. However, upon arrival at the banquet, surrounded by seasoned veterans, Su Canfong realized just how inexperienced he truly was. He felt akin to a fish laid bare upon a cutting board, while Yi Wu navigated the situation with remarkable finesse. As the evening progressed, a distinguished guest raised a toast to Yi Wu. This was a toast she had to accept, for it pertained to the company's impending public listing. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Su Canfong sat beside her, his palms clammy with anxiety. Yet Yi Wu smiled gently, assuring, Mr. Wang, I shall certainly raise my glass in your honor. The cup, brimming with clear liquor, was emptied in a single gulp by Yi Wu, earning her resounding applause. She remained silent yet smiled radiantly. Sensing the moment, Annie understood immediately, declaring, Yi Zong is unwell. Xiao Su, please assist her to the restroom for a moment. She proceeded to down 2 more glasses of liquor without a hint of blush, drawing further applause from the room. Once outside the private room, Yi Wu hurried to the restroom, where she expelled the liquor from her mouth, rinsing with tap water until every last drop was out. After this ordeal, she felt utterly drained. Su Canfong, feeling utterly inadequate, realized that aside from a few martial skills and bravado, he was far less capable than Annie. He gently patted Yi Wu's back, resolutely declaring, I will strive to improve. I will learn and ensure you do not bear such burdens alone, allowing you to enjoy life at home. Yi Wu chuckled lightly. Do not speak as if we truly have something going on. The young wolfdog muttered, but we do. After a moment's reflection, he added, Zhou Jinghuai can do it. I will too, and I shall surpass him in strength. Yi Wu paused, surprised at the mention of Zhou Jinghuai. She had heard whispers of his plans to take Bai Ruoan on a journey to fulfill her final dream. Ruoan, his Ruoan. A soft smile graced Yi Wu's lips, though it did not quite reach her eyes, which glimmered with unshed tears. Su Canfeng, observing her expression, frowned discontentedly. You are thinking of him again? Not at all, she replied. Su Canfeng carefully supported her, his concern palpable. Outside the restroom stood a tall, austere figure, none other than Zhou Jinghuai himself. The crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling light, enhancing the man's commanding presence. Clad in a black shirt, matching trousers, and a long coat of the same hue, he bore the delicate droplets of rain that had begun to fall outside. Yi Wu then realized it was raining. Zhou Jinghuai gazed deeply at Yi Wu, who appeared disheveled. Yet he did not advance. Instead, he softly bid her farewell. I shall be leaving shortly, departing tomorrow. Yi Wu smiled in response. I understand. You are going to accompany her on a journey. Zhou Jinghuai paused for a moment before continuing, in the future, please drink less at social gatherings. Your stomach is not in good condition. Su Canfeng, take good care of her, she cannot consume raw or excessively spicy food. When winter arrives, remember to brew her a cup of ginger tea and remind her to soak her feet, it will help improve her sleep. If you encounter a good man, do not let him slip away. Do not relinquish your right to love merely because of me. There are many admirable men in this world, not just Zhou Jinghuai. When you find someone, give me a call, and I shall assist you in preparing your dowry. Take good care of yourself. Zhou Jinghuai finished speaking, a bitter smile gracing his lips. From this moment on, the once intimate figures became mere strangers. Su Canfeng could no longer contain his emotions. Raising his fist and growling, you hypocrite! Why don't you take care of her yourself? You know she. Su Canfeng. Yi Wu interjected sharply. The young man, filled with indignation, lowered his fist, his lips trembling. You scoundrel, you truly know nothing. Yet Yi Wu gently shook her head. She had not confided in Zhou Jinghuai about her pregnancy, nor did she bid him farewell, for such gestures seemed unnecessary now. She slowly walked away, distancing herself from a man who had disappointed her time and again. Outside, the night rain fell like fine needles, the neon lights dimmed as if conjured from a dream. Yi Wu softly closed her eyes. Water is ever-changing, flowers eventually wither, yet encounters are inevitable. However, life is woven with partings. Chapter 94, Mrs. Zhou arrived at the airport. Jinghuai, Yi Wu is pregnant. The night deepened, thick as a love song's melancholy. Zhou Jinghuai stood motionless, watching Yi Wu depart. Despite being the one who had abandoned her first, why did his eyes brim with warmth, as if on the verge of overflowing, suffocating him with an unbearable weight? Wasn't he already prepared? Hadn't he steeled himself for this farewell? It turned out that parting was not something one could simply prepare for, it was meant to evoke sorrow. Zhou Jinghuai emerged from the club, his figure shrouded in black attire, seamlessly blending into the rain-soaked night. He settled into the rear seat of his Rolls-Royce Phantom and instructed the driver to head to Yi Wu's apartment. The night before his departure, he had thoughtfully replaced the bouquet with calla lilies and brewed the manheling coffee that Yi Wu cherished. The luggage for tomorrow had been meticulously packed by Aunt Lin, ensuring that everything was in order. Yet, Zhou Jinghuai couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He pondered what it could be. Eventually, he came to realize that the missing element was his heart. He had left it behind in Yi Wu's apartment, a part of himself he could not carry away. In the dead of night, he called Secretary Lin, who had just settled into bed and was reluctantly compelled to dress and drive over to 996. Zhou Jinghuai opened the door and handed her a key. I will be away for a month or two. During my absence, please come once a week to clean and replace the flowers with white calla lilies, which all adores. Secretary Lin took the key, hesitating momentarily. Will President Yi not be coming? Zhou Jinghuai sipped his coffee slowly and murmured, she hasn't been here for quite some time. Secretary Lin felt a pang of emotion within her. However, regarding her superior's personal life, she dared not speak further. Taking the keys, she departed swiftly. Zhou Jinghuai remained there. Seated from dusk until dawn, lost in contemplation, envisioning Yi Wu suddenly pushing open the door and uttering, "Zhou Jinghuai, what brings you here?" Yet, that moment never arrived. The rain fell incessantly, each droplet saturating the leaves of the parasol trees, leaving a forlorn mark upon the transparent glass window. On the sofa, Zhou Jinghuai incessantly scrolled through his phone, yet the call remained unmade. The horizon gradually lightened. In the distance, the sound of a rooster crowing echoed through the air. Zhou Jinghuai slowly rose to his feet, extinguishing all the lights in the room before closing the door to Yi Wu's bedroom. A faint sound caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Bai Ruan had long been prepared. Bai Chunyan and his wife were filled with joy, believing they could forge a familial bond with the Zhou family. However, Zhou Jinghuai's demeanor towards them was notably aloof, leaving Bai Chunyan feeling disheartened. Indeed, Zhou Jinghuai was no longer the same as he once was. As the car roared to life, Bai Chunyan and his wife waved goodbye, tears streaming down their faces. The vehicle was driven by Zhou Jinghuai himself. Bai Ruan engaged him in conversation, yet he responded sparingly, his expression tinged with an indescribable melancholy. Deep down, she understood that his spirit still lingered with Yi Wu. Nevertheless, having him physically present beside her was sufficient. Zhou Jinghuai activated the car's audio system, and coincidentally, a melancholic song titled "Is Losing Really Like This?" played. They merely brushed past each other, and as he departed, silence enveloped him. Does a silent person not weep? Are there still regrets lingering? Regrets arise from farewells left unspoken. Zhou Jinghuai lowered his gaze and promptly switched it off. Bai Ruan leaned against the passenger seat, biting her lip as she inquired. This song reminds you of her, doesn't it? Zhou Jinghuai remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Ruan, overthinking will only exacerbate your condition. I have no choice but to think. Ruan retorted, Jinghuai, do you like her? Have you fallen for her? Bai Ruan turned her face away sharply. In the past, Zhou Jinghuai would not have been so indifferent towards her. In a prestigious obstetrics and gynecology hospital in Jing City, Madame Zhou, filled with envy and sentiment, yearned to embrace a grandchild. At that moment, the driver abruptly pointed towards a direction and remarked, Is that not the former young mistress? Is she unwell? What brings her to the obstetrics and gynecology hospital? Madame Zhou was taken aback, and following the direction indicated by the driver, she indeed saw Yi Wu. Accompanying Yi Wu was Xiang Shuang, and beside them was a tall, robust figure emerging from the outpatient department. Madame Zhou harbored a grudge against Xiang Yinfang for that slap. She believed it was not Yi Wu, but rather Xiang Yinfang who had a gynecological issue. Women are inherently gossipy, and Madame Zhou was no exception. She waited for Xiang Yinfang and her daughter to depart before adjusting her meticulously styled hair and entering the consultation room. As a distinguished lady of the capital, she exuded an air of authority and immediately inquired, that older woman who just left, was she here for gynecological concerns? Is it merely a common inflammation? Or something more severe? The female doctor, busy completing the medical record, furrowed her brow at the inquiry. What nonsense is this? This is an obstetrics consultation room. What gynecological issues could there possibly be? Madame Zhou pondered, could it be that Yin Shuang is with child? Surely not. She found it hard to believe and insisted on reviewing the medical records. The female doctor, exasperated by her persistence, slammed the files onto the table, exclaiming, Take a look for yourself.